Chapter 755, Don't Be Too Arrogant, 6,000. I've been preparing for this competition for years. Now it's time to show what I can do. In the testing wing, Damien clenched his fists, his eyes alight with anticipation. Though he'd joined the Void cult only recently, shortly after Tony and Banner, he remained a complete unknown throughout the universe. Not everyone sought glory. Some were content to live in peace. Damien valued tranquility too, but on this grand cosmic stage, he refused to be just another face in the crowd. If he didn't make his mark now, he'd be overshadowed by the galaxy's legends, never daring to hold his head high. Everything was ready. All that was left was tomorrow. Tony stepped out of the adjoining chamber, a swirling quartet of storm, fire, thunder, and ice dancing above his palms. Each element merged and separated in a dazzling display of light, casting harsh shadows across the room. In that moment, Tony exuded a fierce, almost terrifying aura, proof that he, too, was not to be underestimated. Damien stretched out his hand, and the 4 raging elemental streams collapsed into a single sphere of light as the oppressive aura faded away. Uru armor was nothing like the suits he'd built before. Slipping it on was one thing. Fully mastering its power was another entirely. Over the past year, Damien had pushed his body harder than ever, strengthening every muscle and nerve so he could withstand the armor's surging energy. "I hope the Kree Empire puts up a decent fight," he muttered, a gleam of anticipation in his eyes. "If they collapse too easily, this won't be much of a challenge." Bruce Banner watched him, an arrogant smile curling the corner of his mouth. His transformation had softened him. He still shied away from slaughtering innocents, but he hadn't lost his taste for battle. The looming war between the Void cult and the Kree Empire was exactly the kind of cosmic clash he'd been waiting for. Banner folded his arms. "This is my moment to make a name for myself." Later, in a secluded lakeside villa, Star-Lord paced barefoot on the wooden deck. He clasped his hands behind his back and stared down at his palms, a self-deprecating grin playing on his lips. Every rustle in the nearby trees made him jump. He was convinced his estranged father, Ego, would swoop in any second now and drag him away by force. But for the moment, Peter Quill let himself savor the calm before the storm. Damien had no choice but to adopt a pseudonym to slip into the Guardians of the Galaxy. If anyone recognized him as Star-Lord, his reputation would already have spanned every major galaxy. But this battle was too consequential to stay hidden. Damien was determined to show the cosmos exactly what a demigod could do, and to prove that the Void Divine cult's true power ran deeper than its famed 8. Sonia surveyed the assembled warriors and asked, "Our 3 cosmic-level fighters should be enough for this mission, right?" Golden Rakshasa, mid-bite on a battered slicer sandwich, waved a furry paw. "Orders come from the Predictor. We just follow them." Hailuosan cracked his knuckles, entirely unbothered. "It isn't only the 3 of us, though." Sonia shook her head. Then she turned to Bai Linglong. "Linglong, you're coming with us, aren't you?" Bai Linglong's shoulders slumped. "I wish I could, but Sonia's assigned me to lead a small strike team once we enter the Kree Empire's sector." Golden Rakshasa nearly choked on his sandwich. "You're splitting us up now?" Bai Linglong offered a rueful smile. "It's the only way. When the Void Divine cult makes its move, we must hit multiple fronts at once." Because the galaxy is so vast, traveling as one enormous group would slow us down, and gathering everyone on a single planet would give the Kree Empire the perfect opportunity to annihilate us in one strike. That's why we've organized our forces into multiple brigades and detachments. Each detachment is led by a universe-level powerhouse. Only the very strongest are trusted with command, so that our planet-tier operatives can be deployed effectively against the Kree. "Then wouldn't it be great if we ended up on the same team as you?" Jin Luosha asked, unfazed by the news that Bai Linglong was to be a detachment leader. Bai Linglong shook her head gently. "Team assignments aren't made on personal preference. The Predictor divides us according to our abilities and the mission's requirements." Jin Luosha's shoulders slumped. "So we might have to fight on separate fronts." "I know," Bai Linglong replied, then hesitated. "But please understand, without Hailuosan at my side, I tend to get impulsive. I'd probably mess everything up if he wasn't there." Jin Rakshasa's expression darkened at her confession, guilt washing over him, as he realized how much she depended on her partner. Damien had been paired with Haluosin for so long that he'd long ago stopped doing any real thinking. Haluosin handled the strategy, and Damien simply executed the orders. He gave a quiet nod. "Just as I expected." Haluosin's calm voice replied, "These squads aren't formed on mere sentiment, but the Prophet always considers emotional ties when assigning partners." Damien raised an eyebrow. "Given how remarkable both of us are, you really think we'll end up on the same team?" "There's a very high chance," Haluosin said, folding his arms. "So don't lose any sleep over it." Haluosin remained utterly composed. On paper, the Cult of the Void possessed enough power to overwhelm entire civilizations, provided its three supreme leaders joined the fight at once: Lord Kassadin, God of the Void, God King Odin, and High Celestial Gao Tianzun. But should those titans hesitate to step onto the battlefield immediately, even the finest warlords of the Void would struggle against the might of the Kree Empire. As the Prophet and frontline commander, he had to juggle 1,000 variables. Breaking the forces into specialized teams based on ability and affinity would create openings against a foe as vast and determined as the Kree. And that strategic flexibility, more than raw power, could decide the outcome of the coming clash. "Before we set off on this expedition," Bai Linglong said thoughtfully, "Miss Sarah ought to have explained exactly what's expected of a squad leader and a unit captain." She gave a curt nod. Traveling alone had subjected her to more than a few judgmental stares, and the experience had soured what should have been an exhilarating adventure. She didn't relish the idea of resorting to overwhelming force and forever tainting other civilizations' first impression of the St. Nicholas people. It wasn't that she'd faced any mortal danger. Her own power was more than enough to handle most threats. It was the blow to her pride that stung the most. Without such reservations, she would have enjoyed the journey immensely. Wumaki's eyes flicked up in surprise. "You mean our squad leader is one of the universe's top cosmic powerhouses?" His face fell. He'd been counting on sticking close to Lacey not only to rack up some military honors, but also to benefit from her protection. With Lacey by his side, he'd felt invincible, safe from the deadliest attacks across the stars, and certain of his own security. Now, it seemed, he might have to rethink his strategy. Damien had never craved galactic fame, and yet here he was, about to be thrust into a war he couldn't dodge. He knew that if he even hinted at bowing out, Alex would never let him off the hook. The thought tightened his chest just as a gentle voice spoke from behind. "Damien," it said. "Sarah's list just came through. Your squad leader." He turned to see Bai Linglong smiling at him, even though his own expression was anything but cheerful. A month ago, Sonia finalized the team leader and squad leader assignments. Sarah was now announcing the placements before the expedition. "Which brigade am I with, then?" Damien asked, trying to mask his disappointment. "Lacey's team," Bai Linglong replied, her smile widening. A flicker of hope sparked in him, even as he forced himself to nod. "When will I get the details?" "Tomorrow at noon," she answered, then drifted away without another word, leaving Damien to stare after her, wondering what challenges the next day would bring. "Then it's definitely not Lacey's squad," Damien said, watching the shock flicker across Bai Linglong's face. She glanced at him, hurt and annoyed. "I never said it was," Damien added quickly. Bai Linglong folded her arms but wouldn't let it rest. "In any case, with the Prophet giving the orders, there's nothing to worry about." Damien shook his head, relieved to drop the question of allegiances for now. "Don't worry, Sonia is fully briefed and standing by. She'll be right there on the front lines, ready to jump in at a moment's notice." Bai Linglong's tension melted into a grateful smile. "That's reassuring. I promise I'll give it my all." Damien let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. He'd been hoping to exploit the confusion for his own gain, but with Miss Sonia poised to intervene, their safety was all but guaranteed, provided the Prophet's instructions were followed without incident. And if they weren't, well, someone would pay the price. Damien's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Still, if keeping his reputation within the Void cult meant pulling off a victory in this war, he was determined to do whatever it took. He drew a steadying breath, squared his shoulders, and Bai Linglong, seeing him regain his composure, offered a bright, encouraging smile. "All right, Damien, "Let's do this," she said. At her words, he straightened up, resolve hardening in his eyes. All across Void Island, cult members buzzed with anticipation for the expedition set to depart tomorrow. Even the island's cooks toiled late into the night, preparing mountains of rations. Most of them would be marching alongside the troops. Fear didn't touch them. Miss Sonia had promised each of them 30 times their normal pay. They would attach to the rear supply lines, traveling in the wake of the various brigades. And what brigades they were. Every unit was led by a captain whose name resonated across the universe, elite powerhouses whose very presence struck awe into friend and foe alike. With those titans guarding their flanks, the lesser ranks felt invincible. Then, as the final campfires died down, a transmission from the heart of the galaxy crackled through every hollow comlink, Irani Rail's formal declaration of war. The Void Cult's grand strategy was no longer a secret, it was broadcast for every sentient being to see. High above it all, in the mist-shrouded peaks of the Olympus Mountains, the next phase of their plan quietly took shape. Damien's voice rang out across the War Council chamber. The Void Divine Cult will never be content with the status quo. Across the oval marble table, General Hera's eyes narrowed. If we strike the Kree Empire today, they'll set their sights on our Olympus domain tomorrow. At the head of the table, Zeus folded his arms and let out a low laugh. He had just received word that the Void God's forces were on the move, no longer content to skirmish at the edges of known space. Keep up the pressure, Pallas, the master tactician, urged. Now that they've shown their hand, even the most reluctant powers will be forced to choose. Better to forge our alliance while we still hold the initiative. Zeus's smile widened. For months he had been quietly lobbying every great house, every cosmic order, for unity against this growing threat. Until now, most leaders preferred to hedge their bets rather than openly challenge an enemy that, although shadowy, had never before struck a major blow. But with the venerable Kree Empire in the Void Cult's crosshairs, neutrality was no longer an option. "We move at dawn," Zeus announced, rising from his gilded throne. "Let our enemies confront a united front for once, and ensure they learn that Olympus does not hesitate." The chamber erupted into determined shouts and the clatter of weapons being drawn. In this moment, the scattered star factions would band together, or else see oblivion at the hands of Cassidon, the god of the void, and Zeus intended to see them fall. Chapter 7. The Void God's Gambit. Damien leaned back on his obsidian throne, gazing down at the glittering tapestry of stars that stretched beyond time itself. As the universe's undisputed apex, what problem could possibly elude his grasp? Why, then, should he stoop to forge alliances with lesser powers? His expression remained cool and aloof, while the prospective partners took turns making their pitches, none of them suspecting his true indifference. A sudden rift tore open the sky. From its churning depths emerged Cassidon, the god of the void, his presence shattering space-time with primal force. No warrior in all creation could match his aura of relentless hunger. Even Zeus, who sat to Damien's left, lightning bolt in hand, felt a jolt of pain race up his spine at the sight of this invincible newcomer. Yet that headache was exactly what Zeus had been waiting for. He leaned forward, eyes shining with the promise of opportunity. If he could persuade Cassidon to help him summon the Eternals, their combined power would shatter cosmic boundaries. His prestige, he knew, would soar to godlike heights, and together they could forge an alliance unlike any the Milky Way or Andromeda had ever seen. Imagine it, a coalition that ruled 2 galaxies in concert. When the time came for Milky Way or Andromeda to assert their final say, this triumvirate would stand above all others. More territory, more influence, it was an irresistible vision. Only one thorn remained, the Xandar Empire. Sitting at the edge of Andromeda, Xandar was not bound by any formal treaty, but as long as it endured, its light-born starfield drew a ceaseless stream of pilgrims and traders. That influx kept dozens of civilizations tethered to the Light Order, indirectly bolstering Zeus's ambitions and smoothing the path for every grand design. Damien watched the scheming gods with detached amusement. Let them plot. In the end, every plan bent to his will. But for the first time in eons, he found himself curious to see how this gamble would unfold. The stage was set, the players in position, and soon the universe would tremble at the alliance they dared to forge. Just because we can't launch a direct assault on the Xandar Empire doesn't mean we can't strengthen our hand. The Andromeda Galaxy is staggeringly vast, teeming with civilizations, politics, and hidden agendas that most beings could never fathom. If we raise our voice loud enough, we'll sway countless events in our favor. Above all, Zeus understood that this move would burnish his prestige. He knew his court was filled with sycophants, each flattering him for their own gains. But what did that matter? As long as he felt revered, he welcomed the praise. Even the gods of Mount Olympus heard the Void Cult's declaration of war. They exchanged puzzled glances. Zeus, who so often delighted in thunderous reprisals, had remained silent this time. Yet no one doubted how intently Olympus would watch this conflict. The outcome could upend a cosmic order that had held for untold ages, an order on which every being's future depended. Ignore it, and there would be nothing left in the universe worth noticing. On their way home, Wanda, Pietro, and the others witnessed Irani Rail's image projected across every star system, a bold declaration of war, beaming through the void to all who could see it. Damien leaned against the observation window, his eyes tracing the nebulous swirls beyond the ship's hull. "In theory, we just hold our position," he said quietly. "But if anything shifts, we're in real trouble." Rocket's mouth fell open. "I'd love to see the front lines of this battle in person. Who knows when we'll get another chance like that?" Wanda watched them both, a calculating smile on her lips. Recruiting 37 witches had been just the first step. Through her ongoing communion with each of them, her mastery of magic had grown by leaps and bounds. Now she stood among the universe's true powerhouses, capable of ending realities to her will. And with Supreme Mage Guyi's recent death, there was no longer a single mage at the very peak of cosmic might. This rare power vacuum made Wanda's timing perfect. Founding her own coven now would meet little resistance and carry virtually no risk. Even better, the raging conflict between the Void Cult and the Kree Empire promised a trove of arcane secrets, and she intended to use the opportunity to scout the triangular galaxy, where the odds of discovering new witches, though slim, were higher than anywhere else in the cosmos. By locating those scattered, fledgling talents before anyone else, Wanda would ensure her coven's dominance for generations to come. Witches can be found in the Andromeda Galaxy, the Milky Way, and even the Triangulum Galaxy. A witch who's strong enough can defend herself alone, but to truly end the witch dilemma, she must unite with others of her kind and form a true force. Rocket's fur bristled as Wanda laid out her plan. "Are you crazy? That's the Kree Empire you're talking about." Wanda met his gaze steadily. "I know, Rocket. I've grown stronger. But on the battlefield between the Kree Imperium and the galaxy's major powers, you'll be a prime target," Rocket cut in, alarm flaring in his eyes. He'd long assumed Star-Lord was the Guardians' biggest wildcard, but Wanda was something else entirely. Over the years, he'd watched her feats in awe and fear, witnessed her strange, terrifying magic. Even as her ally, he couldn't begin to understand the full scope of her powers, and now she was volunteering to go straight into the heart of the war. Damien watched, stunned, as Wanda's mere glance reduced their foe to drifting ash. No elaborate incantations, no sweeping gestures, just instantaneous, absolute destruction. He'd seen witches channel power before, but never so effortlessly. In fact, whenever Wanda had sat down to parley with other sorceresses, even those boasting true cosmic might, they'd found themselves utterly outmatched. "I'm not mad," Wanda said, meeting Damien's eyes with cool intensity. "I'm completely in control. And I want to take this fight to the front lines. I need a reason to keep going." Damien straightened. "Then I'm going with you." Beside him, Pietro gave a firm nod. Rocket opened his mouth, no doubt to argue, but Gru shot him a warning look and pressed a restraining hand against the raccoon's shoulder. Even Rocket knew better than to challenge Wanda's resolve now. Pietro, it was said, ranked third in power among the Guardians of the Galaxy, second only to Star-Lord and Wanda herself, though they all loved debating exactly who stood at the top. To warriors of their caliber, threats that would terrify ordinary beings were often little more than sparks dancing at their feet. And for Wanda, and soon for Damien, the coming cosmic war promised to be their greatest trial yet. They all viewed the cosmic battlefield as a brutal slaughterhouse, purgatory made flesh. But to Wanda, it was something else entirely, a grand stage on which they might deepen their understanding of magic. Allies, yes, could offer counsel, but they could not force her hand. Gamora, Nebula, and Drax fell silent, for they knew better than to argue when Wanda had made up her mind. Shortly afterward, Rocket and the others returned to Void Island, having completed their survey of the Xandar Empire's space lanes. Upon landing, the group split up. Rocket and his compatriots set off in search of Star-Lord, while Wanda and Pietro headed back toward the experimental wing to reunite with Steve and the rest of the team. As they strode down the island's central boulevard, Wanda suddenly paused. A subtle ripple in the air, magic, she sensed, had caught her attention. She turned toward its source and saw them. A striking woman in flowing ebony robes, her hair as dark as midnight, and beside her, a man whose black hair and even darker eyes seemed to drink in every ray of light. Wanda stepped forward, her curiosity piqued. "Are you a witch as well?" she asked the woman directly. The dark robe, sorceress, inclined her head. "I am indeed," she replied softly. "You seek advice, perhaps?" Wanda met her gaze with a nod, determination shining in her eyes. "If you understand these forces, any guidance you can offer would be welcome." The stranger studied her for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Very well," she said. "Let us compare notes." During his year abroad, Damien, the Weather Witch, truly came to understand the witch's dilemma. Everywhere he went, people harbored the same old prejudice against witches, and it plagued both his journey and Zhengshan's. Damien even crossed paths with other witches, but he quickly learned that sharing a magical lineage didn't guarantee friendship. One encounter stood out above the rest. A woman introduced herself without preamble. "I'm Wanda, the Scarlet Witch from Blue Star in the Nine Realms. I'm in the process of founding a new coven," she continued. "Where do you reside? Perhaps we can meet and talk." When Damien admitted he, too, was a witch, Wanda laid out her home base and her intentions with laser focus. Years spent navigating the cosmos had cured her of any lingering shyness. She knew that hiding behind reticence would only stall her ambitions. More importantly, the universe had taught her that power alone never guarantees acceptance. No matter how strong you are, others may still fear or shun you. Wanda understood the complications that would arise from hastily forming a coven, yet she also knew it was a necessary first step. Only by gathering like-minded witches could she ever hope to tackle the deeper issues they all faced. "Blue Star of the Nine Realms?" Damien repeated, curiosity and caution warring in his voice. "Tell me more." Wanda Maximoff stepped into the chamber, her eyes narrowing as the stranger's voice cut through the silence. "Wanda Maximoff," the woman said. Wanda raised an eyebrow. "I am called the Weather Witch from Blue Star in the Nine Realms. Over the past year, I've heard countless stories about you." The stranger's gaze sharpened as she studied Wanda's features. After a moment, she spoke softly. "My brother Pietro and I hail from Blue Star, too." Wanda's curiosity flared. "So you, too, come from the Nine Realms. Are you here to discuss the witch sect?" Recognition flickered in the stranger's eyes. "By all means," Wanda replied, though her tone was guarded. "But know this, I have no intention of joining whatever sect you establish. I'm simply here to talk." The Weather Witch inclined her head in acknowledgement. "Very well, a friendly conversation it shall be." Still, behind her calm expression, the Weather Witch's mind raced. Wanda Maximoff had carved a turbulent path through the universe, rallying a formidable circle of witches to her side. That alliance hadn't formed without conflict, and she doubted today's meeting would be entirely peaceful. "Since we're outside the Nine Realms, there's no need for force. Let's have a civil conversation," the Weather Witch said, her voice steady. Wanda met her gaze and smiled. "Once you truly grasp what the witch's dilemma entails, I believe we could stand together as allies." The witch's eyebrow lifted. Wanda continued, "The curse afflicting the witches isn't a personal spite. It's rooted in the world's very fabric. Neither you nor the coven you lead can break it on your own. Magic in our realm is far more potent than you realize, and Stephen Strange's situation is far more tangled than you think." On Void Island, the Weather Witch felt no fear. Here, Wanda could not press her advantage. If she tried, the island's void god would remind her of its ironclad rules. "I know that better than you," the witch replied coolly. "The Ancient One is dead, and Emperor Waisan still cannot breach the magical dimension. Yes, Strange is powerful, but he has pledged himself to my ideals. Wanda's expression grew thoughtful, yet her composure never wavered. Just because he's willing to help you out of your current bind doesn't mean Stephen Strange will back you when you try to found your own sect and launch an all-out war against the wizarding world, the Weather Witch snapped, her tone anything but polite. Wanda, I don't know, nor do I need to know, what your innate magic is, but don't get too full of yourself. If you keep chasing these reckless ideals, you won't just face a handful of mages, you'll be up against every magic wielder in existence. Reshaping the very fabric of the universe isn't nearly as easy as you seem to think. Chapter 756, Two Who Have Been Blessed. I never intended to wage total war against the mages, Damien said, his tone calm but firm. It's those mages who keep trying to stand in my way. Let them come at me again. Do you really expect me to show mercy? I understand that turning the tide of the universe will take time. But however daunting the task, someone has to make the first move. Wanda, you and I are both witches wandering across the stars. You know better than anyone how precarious our position is. Wanda listened without shifting a muscle. Her face gave nothing away. She knew Damien would never back a plan to slaughter every wizard, nor did she actually want him to. Yet she refused to be bullied indefinitely. She couldn't keep falling back at every challenge. Surrendering to the universe's whims was no way to survive. I'm not blind to how harsh our world is, Wanda said quietly, and I don't expect you to show me mercy. The Weather Witch met her gaze evenly. Nor do I share your grand ideals. All I want is enough money to set aside my worries over material needs and live a bit more comfortably. Thank you for your offer, but let's leave it at that. Recognizing Wanda's obsession ran too deep to be swayed, the Weather Witch drew a firm line. If Wanda pressed on, a war with the wizarding world would be inevitable. Though both hailed from Blue Star in the Nine Realms, their upbringings diverged sharply. As a child, the Weather Witch had been forced into countless killings simply to survive. It wasn't until she reached true maturity that she found peace and learned to release destructive fixations. Raised in a realm of celestial beings, she understood the value of pragmatism and compromise. In the mage world, only one power reigns supreme above all others, the Ancient One, supreme mage of the universe. The mage world has dominated the cosmos for countless years, carefully engineering the witch's plight. Their arcane reserves run so deep and vast that no one can gauge their true power until they stand before it. It's much like when Zheng Xian and her allies set out to reform the dynasty, only to discover just how perilous the endeavor really was. Against the might of the Celestial Empire and the mage world combined, their efforts shone like fireflies next to the brilliance of a full moon. It's far too early to say no, Wanda said coolly. The Weather Witch shook her head and smiled. Wait until you've seen my methods. I think you'll change your tune. Very well, Wanda replied, returning the smile. I'll be looking forward to that day. On the surface, their smiles seemed perfectly friendly, but Pietro and Zheng Xian both felt the taut undercurrent of tension between the two. Neither dared speak further as the four of them walked in uneasy step toward the experimental chamber. You sound incredibly confident, Pietro said at last. What's your secret? Before anyone could answer, Wanda summoned a crackling thunderbolt in midair. In an instant, it solidified into a gleaming sword at her side. Wanda's hair stood on end, a chill of dread racing from her heels to her heart. Pietro sprang forward to subdue the Weather Witch, but before his fingers closed on her, a second hand shot out and clamped onto his wrist with bone-crushing force. Pietro's knees gave way, his body pitched forward so hard he nearly hit the ground. He squinted against the sudden pain, cold sweat beading at his brow. A calm voice spoke from just behind him. This is Void Island. Void Island has its rules. No fighting, no killing. The stranger's tone was flat as he added, The Weather Witch only wants to prove to your sister that she bears no murderous intent. Otherwise, neither of you would even last a moment here. He let the words hang in the silent air before continuing. We're all from the 9 realms of Blue Star. There's no need to greet old friends with violence. Damien hovered at the edge of the clearing. He had no interest in getting drawn into a clash between Wanda and Pietro, but equally, he couldn't stand by if Pietro overstepped the boundaries of Void Island. After all, once Damien had broken the sound barrier, very little could faze him. To Damien's eyes, Pietro's famed speed now crawled in slow motion. Damien stood under a rumbling sky, facing the Weather Witch's cool, contemptuous gaze. She brushed a strand of hair from her face and began, her tone laced with derision. "My magic may lack your mystique," she said, "but I don't need hidden tricks to win." Her lips curled into a smirk. "All those planet-level witches you've conquered? Child's play." Damien's jaw tightened. She pressed on, voice steady as thunder. "To me, you're no different from any ordinary human. I don't even need magic to crush those you defeated." She leaned forward, eyes gleaming. "Judging by your reaction time, your body isn't even up to planet-class standards. Honestly, with your fragile physique, I could kill you dozens of times in a single second." Her confidence was absolute. "So here's some advice. Don't get arrogant. Don't threaten people you can't handle." With a graceful flick of her fingers, a sword of pure lightning coalesced in midair. In an instant, it fractured into hundreds of spectral blades, each humming with lethal energy. Despite wielding one of the universe's most formidable powers, the Weather Witch remained eerily calm. Having mastered the Huajin technique, her strength had soared to an even higher plane, leaving Damien with almost no hope for victory. The Weather Witch's offers were tempting, even for someone as formidable as Wanda. In raw magical power, Wanda's reality-warping ranks among the universe's deadliest forces, but her body remained as delicate as spun glass. One false move, one blink too many, and an opponent with the Weather Witch's reaction speed could snuff her out in an instant. No matter how vast Wanda's power grew, her fragile frame would always be her greatest vulnerability. That's why the Weather Witch's proposal struck such a chord. "You're one of the most extraordinary witches I've ever encountered," she said. "Join me, and together we'll found a new coven, one the magical world will never forget." Wanda studied the witch's calm, confident demeanor and felt something she hadn't in ages: hope. Even though her reality-altering magic had evolved far beyond what most could imagine, the weakness of her physical form remained impossible to erase. It was a predicament every mage and witch faced. Even the supreme mage known as the Ancient One, whose power ascended to the very apex of the cosmos, could not escape it during his lifetime. Only the Time Stone, wielded by Gu Yi, had ever managed to mask such a flaw, allowing its bearer to stay perpetually one step, sometimes 100 steps, ahead of any danger. Faced with both the promise of strength and the reminder of her own mortality, Wanda weighed her options. A new coven might offer the protection she craved, but could she truly entrust her fate to another? It's exceptionally rare for a Weather Witch to possess a planetary-class physique. Simply reaching that level is already a fearsome achievement for any witch. "That's your one-sided opinion. I have no intention of partnering with you." The Weather Witch replied coolly and turned away, refusing to continue the conversation with Wanda. From her perspective, Wanda still didn't grasp the danger of her own arrogance. Yes, such pride might make Wanda famous across the universe, but it would also paint a target on her back. Countless enemies and assassins would converge on her doorstep. Even Stephen Strange had moved to eliminate her. As the heir apparent to the title of Sorcerer Supreme, a respected member of the Cult of the Void and keeper of the Time Stone, Strange's potential towers above that of his mentor, Gu Yi. If Wanda continued to attract attention, Stephen, now the world's foremost sorcerer, would have no choice but to intervene. The Weather Witch understood his concerns, even sympathized with them. After all, creating a unified coven of witches to safeguard their collective well-being was hardly an unreasonable ambition. Wanda's plan wasn't simply to found a sect of witches. She intended to take the fight to the very gates of the wizarding world. Even the Weather Witch, who'd once stood by her side, now realized how foolish she'd been to trust Wanda's vision. Reluctantly, she let her magic fade, and Zhengxian released Pietro's wrist. Pietro winced, rubbing the spot where Zhengxian's grip had bruised his skin. He studied the black-haired man before him with a mixture of awe and unease. In all his years of supersonic exploits across the cosmos, Pietro had never met an opponent he couldn't overwhelm, yet here he was, tasting defeat at the hands of someone who gave off no hint of danger. Director Zheng Xian, Pietro managed at last, you're remarkably humble. Zheng Xian's expression remained unreadable. Director, I haven't held that title in some time. Pietro swallowed hard. The realization sank in. Zheng Xian's power must rank among the universe's elite. Zheng Xian gave a measured nod. And yes, I came by these abilities entirely by chance, but don't mistake that for weakness. For Damien, adapting to this new universe took barely a month, not a full year. In that time, he mastered its rhythms and discovered ways to make the money he needed. Traveling alongside the Weather Witch brought its share of headaches, but handling trouble was exactly Damien's specialty. Their journey wasn't entirely smooth, but it was far from disastrous. You need to understand that Void Island isn't the outside world. Tony's voice crackled through the air, stern and unyielding. Now that you're back, you must obey our rules. Cross the line, and not even I can protect you. A handful of onlookers stiffened at his warning. Tony had been watching Wanda and the Weather Witch's reunion with keen interest, eager to see how the two would fare. A year spent apart had only sharpened the Weather Witch's instinct for self-preservation. As for Wanda, her resolve to establish her own coven had never been stronger. But with that determination came a familiar streak of arrogance, a reminder that youth and power often walk hand in hand. The Weather Witch's true age remained a mystery, but her recent journey had taught her a hard lesson. Not everything in life bows to her will. Wanda, by contrast, was only in her early 20s, a time when raw ambition often outstrips experience. Possessed of unpredictable magic, she had long believed that sheer force of desire would let her reshape reality itself. Tony didn't cast blame on either of them. He simply reminded them where they stood. Of course we know exactly where we are. This is Void Island. At his words, the Weather Witch's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. Mr. Tony, we have returned, she said. Wanda, instinctively ready to press the witch for a private word, paused and tucked her plan away. Welcome back, she offered instead. Tony's stern tone softened as he watched their exchange. Damien, standing just behind him, studied the Weather Witch closely. A year of travel, countless trials, yet her spirit remained steady and clear-eyed. Damien had seen enough to know that neither she nor Zheng Xian would ever grow complacent about their abilities. Both had been tested and had emerged all the stronger for it. If the Weather Witch failed to receive Damien's blessing, she'd face Wanda's wrath, beaten into submission and forcibly inducted into the sect. Yet Damien merely nodded and granted their request. No sooner had he spoken than a pale, shimmering void energy sprang into view, coalescing around the Weather Witch and Zheng Xian. In an instant, both witches floated upward, carried by that tangible tendril of power. Wanda and Pietro stared, mouths agape. Pietro's eyes went wide at the sight. Wanda's burned with disbelief. How could the Weather Witch, just another witch like herself, earn the blessing of Cassidon, the god of the void, when Wanda had been denied? Was Cassidon himself intent on humiliating her? Tony, standing nearby, watched the two witches complete their trial and receive Ian's blessing right before Wanda's incredulous gaze. He didn't quite know what to say. After all, Wanda had always justified Queen Frigga's unique position in the Void Cult, claiming it was a special favor from King Odin. But as he glanced at Wanda's stunned face now, even Tony wondered if that excuse would hold much longer. Tony had already guessed why the Weather Witch and Zheng Xian had received their blessings, so he wasn't too surprised. Wanda, on the other hand, had no idea, and Tony couldn't predict how she'd handle such a shock. The Void Blessing carries its own momentum once it's unleashed. As you suspected, Nikrov said, his gaze fixed on the experimental area. Both of them have been blessed. Master Cassidon poured out 2 blessings on Zheng Xian, Tony observed, which in itself shows how highly he thinks of him. Madame Butterfly added, provided Zheng Xian's character doesn't spiral out of control under that power. With that level of trust, passing the trial and securing the blessing is almost a given, Tony agreed. Nikrov's lips curved into a slight smile. But tell me, Madame Butterfly, do you ever worry that scaring them like this will leave them with a grudge? Madame Butterfly's eyes flicked toward the scene. They weren't yet members of the Void Cult back then. I know little of their origins. My only aim was to teach humility in the face of true strength. She paused. If they can't learn that, Their ambitions and courage will remain forever limited. Nekrov nodded slowly, hands clasped behind his back, his calm demeanor unshaken. Madame Butterfly let out an exasperated sigh as she watched Damien's unshakable confidence. "Of course you're not afraid of being resented," she said, shaking her head. "Go on back, then. Space is vast, and the Emperor's reach is short." Damien raised an eyebrow. "I'm still stranded on this island. What am I supposed to do if real trouble finds me?" "There's no schism brewing within the Void cult," she replied smoothly, "and if anyone dares break our sacred precepts, they'll wish they hadn't, because I won't hesitate to make them pay." He chuckled, clearly amused. "You really are insufferable." Madame Butterfly pressed her lips together, regret flickering in her eyes. He was as stubborn as ever, and now he wanted to bring her back to the Tesma civilization against her will. "We can negotiate everything else," she said, choosing her words carefully, "but on this matter, there will be no discussion." A slow, triumphant smile curved Damien's lips. "Very well, I'll wait, patiently. When the Void Faith finally reaches my galaxy, we'll be reunited, naturally." Madame Butterfly stared at him, realizing that this was the old Damien she once knew, resolute, commanding, and utterly immovable. She could see there was no persuading him now. These two newcomers were undeterred in their resolve to join the group. Alex hovered in midair, arms folded. "You can't have too many allies." Kyle's face lit up at the idea. "I never said it was a bad idea." "I just want to be sure they understand our rules," Alex said. "If they don't," Kyle replied with a grin, "Tony and the others will teach them soon enough." The 9 realms of the Void God religion were steadily coalescing into distinct factions, but Kyle paid little mind to internal politics. After all, they were all on the same side. When the time came for open or covert clashes, he'd have Alex and Lacey lead the charge and show these new factions who really held the power. "That's more like it," he added. Alex nodded in agreement. They were all on the same side. A little over 10 minutes later, Zheng Xian and the Weather Witch, having beheld the awesome presence of Cassidon, the god of the Void, managed to escape the Void itself. "Thank you, Lord Cassidon, god of the Void, for your recognition and this gift." Damien's vision swam before him as he touched down on the cold stone floor. Within seconds, he recovered his bearings, dropped to one knee, and bowed his head toward the great spire of the Void Temple. The gift he had just received, Cassidon's blessing, had flung open a doorway into a world of true power. It would be the foundation of his, and now the Weather Witch's, place among the gods. Gathering all the reverence he could muster, Damien whispered, "Thank you, Lord Cassidon, god of the Void, for your recognition and your gift. I swear I will live up to your expectations." At his side, the Weather Witch mirrored his gesture, dropping to her own knee and bowing toward the temple's vaulted ceiling. She had long admired Cassidon's power, but until this moment she had never dared to petition him for favor. Damien's trial, and its success, were well known throughout the Void cult. If Cassidon had chosen to bestow his blessing on Damien, she trusted the god had seen her sincerity as well. In granting her that same gift, regardless of the reason, he had opened a door for her too. Silence reigned for a heartbeat before the two of them rose together. The air hummed with possibility. Damien felt a surge of confidence. He would learn to speak with the gods themselves. Beside him, the Weather Witch drew in a steadying breath, determination shining in her eyes. Neither of them would squander this chance. Together, they would prove worthy of Cassidon's grace. Zheng Xian sank to her knees and performed 3 solemn kowtows, followed by 9 deep bows. The Weather Witch mirrored each gesture precisely. When they finally rose, Wanda's appraisal was clear in her narrowed eyes. "I don't care what you do outside these walls," Wanda said coolly. "Just don't try to sway my decisions." The Weather Witch lifted her chin to meet Wanda's glare. She had come hoping to discuss the true plight of the witches, yet, from what she'd heard of Wanda's campaign across the universe, she feared the conversation might get tense. Wanda had violently subdued her fellow witches in a crusade against the mage world. True, certain mages had committed heinous crimes, but to paint them all with the same brush was wrong. The Weather Witch's homeland, Blue Star, had taught her never to be ashamed of her bonds with mages. Since arriving here, she and Zheng Xian had meticulously investigated every report. They understood now that while contemporary mages bore responsibility for many injustices, it would be both unfair and dangerous to lay collective blame upon them. Damien leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing as he pieced together the truth. Witches simply can't overcome the consequences wrought by the mages. Witches are, by nature, untamed creations of the cosmos, bristling with unpredictability, whereas traditional mages follow rigorous training, forging an enduring power that stretches from ancient times to today. To find the real origin of that power, one must look to the magic world's greatest figures, the Waishan Emperor and his like. Though they've withdrawn from our universe for centuries, they continue to exist within the magical dimension as near immortals. It's not that they can't cross over into our world, it's just that doing so would be a monumental effort. Now, with conventional sorcerers firmly in control of the magic realm, these ancient beings have little reason to intervene, and thus they remain hidden. But Wanda intends to shatter the balance that's been meticulously maintained for countless generations. Even if her innate magic is extraordinarily potent, perhaps on par with cosmic forces, she stands no chance against an elder deity such as the Waishan Emperor. Before him, she would be no more formidable than a mantis challenging a lion. Unless one of the witches is born with power rivaling the ancient gods, like the Waishan Emperor, the witch's plight across the cosmos will remain unchanged. Even if such a witch did emerge, the Waishan Emperor would undoubtedly move first, seeking to snuff out any potential threat before it could grow. Great powers only take notice when you interfere with their interests. If they ignore you, it's simply because you haven't mattered enough to catch their attention. The moment you step on their toes and force them to react, you'll discover the true weight of the forces arrayed against you. Wanda doesn't grasp this reality, otherwise the Weather Witch wouldn't have called her arrogant. Yet the Weather Witch barely knows her. She offered the warning more as a courtesy than a duty, and whether Wanda heeds it is not her concern. Before she received her blessing, the Weather Witch's sole ambition was 1,000 years of peaceful existence. Her decision to venture onto the cosmic stage grew from simple curiosity. Blue Star's mysterious ties to the broader universe piqued her interest. When Zhengxian expressed his own desire to explore the stars, she accompanied him, eager to witness firsthand the wonders that lay beyond their world. In truth, if Blue Star's civilization hadn't reached its current heights, the Weather Witch might have been perfectly happy to spend the rest of her days there, savoring every facet of life, experiencing its trials and joys, and simply living out her days in peace. As Mr. Tony once remarked, the more you see, the more you realize your insignificance. Focus on what you can handle, and be grateful for what you have. Wanda watched her closely. "You've been bestowed with tremendous power," she said softly, "and yet you hesitate to use it on behalf of the witch world?" She already knew the answer, or at least the reason. From the very moment the Weather Witch accepted the blessing of the void, her potential had grown so great that she could one day stand as an equal to Wanda herself. Yet despite that promise, she still held back. If your goal is merely to reshape your immediate surroundings and make life easier for yourself, then I'm afraid I can't help, the Weather Witch said coolly. She tilted her head, studying Wanda. "Your ideals are far too lofty, so lofty, in fact, that I believe they're almost impossible to achieve. Look at the traditional mages. In my eyes, they're weak, and yet it's they who dominate the cosmic stage, not us witches, despite our birthright of formidable magic." The witch's gaze sharpened. "Remember this, giving mages room to survive is also giving witches room to survive. If you can't see the wisdom in that now, you will when you've fought through the hardships and dangers standing between you and your grand vision." She softened her tone and offered a more patient expression. "We both hail from the 9 realms. If you're willing to start smaller, by strengthening our coven, securing a territory where we can regroup, heal, and raise new generations, then over time we can change the balance of power between mages and witches. Only then will your true ambitions become attainable." The Weather Witch was convinced Wanda possessed the necessary power, and she was eager to help make it happen. Yet Wanda's ambitions went far beyond the Weather Witch's hopes. Her ruthless murders of rival mages spoke plainly of a darker design. Now known throughout the cosmos as the fearsome Scarlet Witch, Wanda's renown was hard-won on a battlefield of death. But fame built on slaughter is a poisoned gift. As her cruel legend spread among star systems and alien worlds alike, the fledgling coven she was assembling risked being tainted by her evil reputation. After all, even the great empire and the other mighty powers of the universe had spilled blood, but they understood the importance of tempering their dark deeds with goodwill. Their reputations were, at least in part, redeemed by acts of charity, diplomacy, or heroic defense. The Void Cult followed a similar path. Its members were worshipped as holy saints in some quarters and damned as unholy fiends in others. That kind of moral ambiguity left them with at least a shred of neutral standing. But if your power, and by extension your followers, became known as nothing but pure, unrelenting evil, every force in the universe would rise in opposition. Wanda fell silent as the Weather Witch's words sank in, her mind racing with every possibility. The Weather Witch's proposal was disarmingly blunt, if only her ambitions weren't so narrow. She didn't need threats or coercion to lend her aid. She would have helped eagerly. Yet, her current goal fell short of what Damien hoped for. Why couldn't she share his broader vision? Was it wrong to dream of changing the plight of all witches? As Damien and the Weather Witch strolled toward the experimental wing, he couldn't resist teasing her. "Since when did you get so high-minded?" he asked with a smirk. She glanced sideways at him. "High-minded? When did I ever lose my wits? I simply don't like fussing over every single worry." He stopped for a moment, watching her shadow stretch across the courtyard. "I'm loyal to our fellow countrymen across the 9 realms. I want Wanda to wake up safely. That's why I spoke up. If she fails to come around and drives herself to the brink," the witch countered coolly, "then she alone must bear the blame." Damien tilted his head. "Don't you think she could use some guidance? You know better than anyone what she'll face next." The witch's eyes narrowed. "Perhaps, but you know just as well what challenges Wanda will encounter." He nodded. "True, we're not close, but she's from our own blue star. That should count for something." At that, the Weather Witch bristled, offended by the implication that she'd been thoughtless before. She shook her head, dismissing Damien's earlier barb, then took a deep breath and began to explain her reasoning in full. The mere rumor of Damien's death had been a devastating blow. That was why, in his early years, when he was brilliant but powerless, the Weather Witch had guarded him with every ounce of her strength. Over the many trials they faced side by side, she absorbed a sliver of his insight, quietly sharpening her own mind. Now, faced with her latest dilemma, she turned to him for guidance. Damien listened, then shrugged with a casual air. "This is a matter for you women to sort out," he said. "I'm a man. I won't interfere. Besides, I've spent enough time and energy trying to put the Celestial Dynasty back in order. At last, I've cleared my plate and can live for myself. I have no desire to waste any more brain cells on everyone else's problems. You'll have to decide this among yourselves." He spread his hands, utterly indifferent. The Weather Witch considered his words, weighing possible ways forward. Then someone mentioned Wanda. Wanda, whose feats abroad had become the stuff of legends in recent years. Intrigued by tales of Wanda's vision and accomplishments, the two of them plunged into her teachings, hoping to find fresh ideas and perhaps a solution to the thorny issue at hand. Wanda is an extraordinary witch, the kind who appears only once in 100,000 years, destined to rise to the very pinnacle of the cosmos. Yet even as the foundations of the magical realm tremble and the fearsome Emperor Waishan threatens to return, her destined power, as vast as it will become, still falls short of rivaling him alone. Why is there only one supreme force at the peak of the universe, rather than 2 or 3? Because anyone who ascends that high inevitably stands alone. History shows that those blessed with authority attract countless allies, while the fallen find themselves abandoned. And let us grant, if only hypothetically, that Emperor Waishan's legend outstrips his actual might, that he, too, only commands the universe's highest tier of power. Even so, his millennia-long rule has bound him to powerful factions and influential figures across countless worlds. When Wanda finally claims her place among the cosmic apex, she would still have to face not one, but several of the universe's greatest champions at once. To confront him single-handedly, then, or to challenge 2 or 3 peak-level opponents simultaneously, would be sheer folly. Even in circumstances tailored to Wanda's advantage, her future adversaries won't be debating strengths. They'll pounce on the smallest chink in her armor and run with it. Yet Wanda stubbornly clings to her lofty ideals, repeatedly engineering scenarios that end in dead ends. That's why Zheng Xian talked the Weather Witch out of the path, teaming up with her. As for improving the community with a shared future for all humankind, that's Zheng Xian's responsibility and has nothing to do with Wanda. Dealing with Wanda is a completely different matter, and Zheng Xian is determined to solve it, no matter how many sleepless nights it takes. I thought about persuading her, he admitted, but she's more arrogant than I am, so I gave up. When he asked the Weather Witch to pass the message along to Wanda, she bristled. Everyone has to walk their own path, she said. Instead of worrying about Wanda, why don't you think about what you're having for lunch? Seeing her firmly opposed, Zheng Xian dropped the subject and moved on. Damien and the Weather Witch stepped back into the residential quarter of the experimental zone, their footsteps echoing off the gleaming corridor walls. No sooner had they crossed the threshold than Dr. Bruce Banner materialized before them, a warm smile on his face. "Congratulations to you both," Banner said. "You've been blessed. From this moment on, you're not just guests, you're our compatriots." Damien inclined his head respectfully. "Thank you, Doctor. It's a privilege." The Weather Witch offered a brief nod, her pale eyes glowing as a faint breeze stirred around her. Before Damien could reply, Tony Stark strode up, hands already on his hips. "I'd like to speak with you about Wanda," he announced, voice casual but insistent. Almost simultaneously, Steve Rogers appeared, shield slung over his broad shoulder, expression far more serious than Banner or Stark's. "I don't mind you bringing up Wanda," he said quietly. "But let me be clear. Adolescence is one thing. The rebellious streak of someone with Wanda's abilities is quite another, and far harder to rein in than you might expect." Damien exchanged a glance with the Weather Witch. Both of them had been there when Wanda's powers first ignited, when that torrent of raw magic surged through her untrained and unchecked. They'd watched her learn, grow, and wrestle with the promise and peril of her gift. Witches like Wanda, and the Weather Witch herself, who understand the true weight of their power from an early age, stand apart from those who wield it recklessly. Damien felt the weight of Steve's warning, but he also felt a surge of determination. If anyone could help guide Wanda through this crucial turning point, it would be the allies gathered here today. The Weather Witch had survived one brutal beating after another, and knew better than anyone how hard it was to look out for oneself. By contrast, after Wanda's awakening, Steve had whisked her away into a cozy refuge. She'd never endured real hardship. When she finally arrived in this universe, word spread that her power ranked among its strongest, even on a cosmic scale. With such might under her belt, her voyage through the stars might have been smooth if she hadn't crossed paths with the universe's very pinnacle of strength. Wrapped in comfort and armed with near limitless power, Wanda had grown insufferably proud. She could mask that arrogance when facing the Void Cult or even Steve, but toward other witches it shone through. The moment she met the Weather Witch, it was clear how little patience she had for anyone who refused to bow to her will. When the Weather Witch flatly declined to join forces, Wanda didn't pause to negotiate or plan for the long haul. Instead, she openly challenged her rival, eager to pit their powers against each other. In Wanda's mind, her raw, natural magic should have been enough to crush any Weather Witch in the galaxy. Yet the Weather Witch met her boast with a cool, unruffled smile. "If you want to compare strength," she replied, "then let's do it. May the better witch win." The Weather Witch is unlike any other. Her lethal range spans barely 1,000 meters, yet within that distance, she can annihilate countless creatures in the blink of an eye. Even if Wanda, or any magic user, tries to absorb her energy, the witch simply shifts her stance in an instant and uses sheer physical power to teach a Utah lesson. Damien was convinced that, had the Weather Witch not struck so quickly, Wanda might have shown her talents without any bloodshed. "I understand," Damien said quietly. "I just want to learn." Steve listened, then nodded thoughtfully. He admired Damien's intelligence almost as much as his strength. After all, to climb to the position of director of the Divine Spear Bureau, you need more than muscle. You need a razor-sharp mind. When Damien first set out into the universe, his perspective was narrow. He missed critical details. But a year spent journeying through the cosmos alongside the Weather Witch had changed all that, sharpening his vision and deepening his understanding of the vast, perilous world around them. This gave Damien everything he needed to learn how to survive in the universe and to form his own judgments on its many mysteries. Steve, once Captain America, worshipped by millions as a hero, had always known in his heart that he was simply a soldier, dutifully following orders. Damien, by contrast, commanded from the rear, enjoying a broad, strategic perspective that Steve's frontline experience couldn't match. It was a fundamental difference in mindset. When it came to Wanda's recent actions, Steve initially saw no problem. But Damien and the Weather Witch both felt she had gone astray. That was enough to make Steve pause and pay closer attention. "All right," Steve said, holding up a hand, "but give me a moment. First, I'll repay Miss Pepper. Her generous travel stipend made our voyage across the cosmos far more bearable." He offered a small, rueful smile. "And just to be clear, this is purely my own opinion." Damien took a deep breath, then met Steve's gaze steadily. "If any of you have objections or think I'm off base, say so now. I won't force you to agree. Just pretend I didn't bring it up. Wanda and I have only just joined the Void Cult. From here on out, we're comrades, and we need to get along. I don't want what I'm about to say to create tension between us." Steve glanced at Wanda, who gave him an encouraging nod. He turned back to Damien. "Go on." Damien's shoulders relaxed slightly. "I respect your opinions, and I'd like to hear your perspective. I want to expand my thinking." Steve tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Pepper isn't around at the moment. Why don't you just transfer the funds to me directly?" Tony leaned forward, a playful smirk on his face. "You're unbelievable. You know that? You managed to pull in 10 million universe coins in just 1 year. That's only because Miss Potts fronted us some seed money," Steve explained. "Without her, the two of us would have had a tough time getting started." Tony chuckled. "Still, Damien, it's generous of you to help out like this." Damien nodded. "I'm just glad to be working with all of you." For a moment, the table was curiously silent, comrades unified by a common cause, each with their own motivations, but all bound together in the mysterious ranks of the Void Cult. "If you need anything in the future, just let us know," Tony said with a relaxed smile. Damien felt no pride in accepting the offer. Instead, he turned to Pepper, giving her the credit for arranging it, and made a solemn promise. Then, opening Jarvis's payment code, he transferred a staggering 11.5 million cosmic coins in one swift transaction. He was well aware that the monthly interest on such a loan, hundreds of thousands of universe coins, far exceeded any standard rate. Yet, having just arrived in this galaxy, they had no other way to secure the funds. Without Tony and Pepper's goodwill, borrowing 10 million cosmic coins would have been impossible. "We're all allies here," Damien assured them. "We're simply helping each other. Please don't worry." Tony nodded approvingly. Watching Damien repay the debt so promptly pleased him more than the small 1.5 million coin profit. To Tony, it was pocket change, and lending the money had cost him nothing he couldn't spare. Still, generosity wasn't obligatory, it was a choice. Seeing Damien's gratitude and integrity warm Tony's heart. No wonder this man had risen so high in the celestial dynasty. He truly understood the value of human connection. "From now on, we're all brothers," Tony announced with a warm smile. Damien seized the moment. "Shall we step inside and take a seat first?" "Good idea," Tony replied. "You've just been welcomed into the Void Cult. You must be starving. I knew you'd return, so I've laid out a feast. While we eat, I'll bring you up to speed on everything a new member of the Void God Cult needs to know." Tony led the way into the dining hall, and the others, Steve, Bruce Banner, and the Weather Witch, followed, settling around a long, candlelit table, groaning under platters of steaming food. Steve didn't press for answers about Wanda right away. Even if they discovered a solution tonight, the real test would come on tomorrow's expedition. Instead, over roasted vegetables and spiced meats, Steve, Banner, and Tony took turns explaining the inner workings of the Void Cult, the customs, the the safeguards, and the subtle arts of controlling the void's power. When it was Banner's turn, he grinned at Damien. I've been tinkering with a new healing protocol. If you're interested, I can teach you how to use it. Void-infused regenerative techniques. Of course it's your choice, but it might come in handy. Damien's eyes lit up. He had never planned to devote himself entirely to brute strength. This blend of science and mysticism was exactly what he wanted. As he joined the others in breaking bread, he felt more certain than ever that he'd made the right decision. The road ahead, with its dangers and wonders, was just beginning. Damien understood that healing, both of himself and of others, was a power he simply could not ignore. Even though his own defenses were formidable, he knew too many people who were far more vulnerable. In any battle, wounds were inevitable. Whether it was to save someone frail from the brink of death or to give himself the edge in future fights, mastering the art of healing had become his next priority. After surveying the various branches of void cult magic, the Weather Witch noticed his intent. She wasn't yet sure which healing tradition Damien should pursue, so she decided to seek advice from Miss Sarah. As the Void Cult's official recorder, Sarah did more than log arrivals and departures. She was a living library of knowledge. Only by consulting her could the Weather Witch and Damien chart the clearest path to mastering those vital healing arts. Chapter 757, Assertion. After Damien and the Weather Witch had brushed up on the basics of the Void Cult, Steve turned to Damien and asked about Wanda. Damien didn't hold back. He laid out everything he'd heard from rumors and gathered through his own intelligence channels. Then, alongside Steve, Tony, and Banner, he outlined his theories on the very foundations of the magical world. In the past few years, Damien began, we've lost far too many mages to Wanda and Pietro. He paused, meeting each of his friends' eyes in turn. There's nothing dishonorable about being bullied and deciding to fight back. Good people do get trampled sometimes, and occasionally you have to respond to violence with violence. But Wanda's real mistake, he went on, was failing to draw a clear line between her identity as a witch and the wider brotherhood of mages. Witches have borne an uneasy stigma across the cosmos for centuries. The moment someone spots a witch, prejudice kicks in. That doesn't mean every mage hunts them down, far from it, but Wanda didn't leave room for anyone to doubt her allegiance. He spoke with calm precision, laying out his views without a trace of rancor, only the clarity of hard-earned conviction. Damien often found himself in hot water across the universe simply by traveling with me. Still, actual battles were few and far between. Just a brief display of power was usually enough to make anyone think twice. It might not smooth over my relationships, but at least it made my life less miserable. The Weather Witch gave a satisfied nod. Outside the villa, Wanda and Pietro waited. Seeing Wanda so composed, listening intently to what others thought of her, was a rare sight indeed. The cosmic witch dilemma has made life unbearably difficult for countless witches. As a result, many have grown psychologically fragile or even extreme in their reactions. Yet if you step back, you'll see the wizarding world has never tried to exterminate witches outright. That restraint likely stems from the witches' formidable magical power and the symbolic significance they hold in our society. In a sense, it buys them some margin for survival. Harsh as it sounds, that very restriction speaks to their vulnerability. It also reveals that the magical community is far from uniform. Mages, like any large group, break down into competing camps. Broadly speaking, we can sort them into three categories. 1. Radical mages who despise witches or see them only as tools to be exploited. 2. Neutral mages who simply don't concern themselves with the witch question. 3. Law-abiding mages who feel nothing for witches so long as they obey the statutes of the wizarding world. Zhengshan inclined his head, affirming the Weather Witch's assessment. Then, after a thoughtful pause, he spoke in measured tones. So Stephen Strange should be in the lawful camp, right? Damien asked, frowning at Zhengshan. Zhengshan shook his head gently. You're still zeroing in on the wrong question. Damien's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Then what does matter? His alignment, whether he's lawful or not. That's exactly my point, Zhengshan replied. You're overlooking the bigger picture. The magical world isn't divided into just a few neat factions. It branches off into countless paths, each with its own rules and philosophies. Damien watched as the Weather Witch gathered her thoughts, then turned her attention to Steve and began. The more branches there are in the magical world, the more our factions splinter. Scattered as we are across the universe, our collective power can never truly unite. And that, oddly enough, plays to a witch's advantage. On a single planet, it may look like we face endless enemies, but on a cosmic scale, those crusading against us are a small minority. As long as we remain strong, we can carve out a life that isn't luxurious, but isn't desperate either. Most witches find that status quo acceptable. Of course, we'd all welcome a better existence if it were within reach, but these conclusions come from careful analysis with Zheng Shi and a realistic assessment of our own abilities. She noticed Steve's gaze drifting towards Stephen Strange and gently redirected him. "That's my perspective," she added. "I hope it makes sense." Steve nodded, his brow smoothing as he considered her words. "It does," he said thoughtfully. "Wanda's strategy, whether you see it as wise or reckless, doesn't hinge on her ultimate power or her ability to stand toe-to-toe with the greatest foes in the wizarding world. What truly matters is the path she has chosen and the consequences it brings." First, by striking out on her own, Wanda has forged a reputation so fearsome it echoes across every corner of the cosmos. Whether that reputation will inspire hope or dread is up to each of us to decide. Second, her actions have achieved something no one else could. Witches and mages, long divided into warring factions, are now rallying together. Once, the magical establishment coveted witches' innate abilities and kept them fragmented and weak. Now, however, the conflict has escalated from a simple witch problem into a full-blown anti-witch crusade. For centuries, traditional mages have held a tight grip on the universe's arcane order. They drew power from ancient rites and guarded their secrets zealously, so zealously, in fact, that they stifled any force that might rival them. But Wanda's rise has changed the rules of the game. No longer content to be pawns in a larger struggle, witches are finding their own voice. And mages, once confident in their superiority, are forced to reckon with an alliance they never saw coming. There's no doubt they'll call upon every resource at their disposal: connections, wealth, anything that gives them an edge. And those who face Wanda won't be mere journeyman mages. They'll summon the most powerful practitioners from across the universe. No matter which side triumphs, witches or traditional mages, the fallout will shake the entire magical order to its core. Putting aside whether this challenge undermines the mage's established status and risks drawing Emperor Weishan's wrath, consider the broader picture. Even if Wanda is as formidable as the rumors claim and her witches win the day, their ranks will still be subject to chance. Witches emerge unpredictably. They can never hope to form a majority. At best, they'll coalesce into a sect, and a small one at that. In the end, prejudice against witches won't diminish. It will only grow more entrenched. Zheng Shan spoke with measured calm. Having traveled the cosmos alongside the Weather Witch, he'd seen injustice in every corner. Here on Blue Star, she fared better. Curious gazes were drawn more to her extravagant wardrobe than to her heritage. But that, he knew, hardly made it fair. Damien's first steps as the newly anointed cosmic Weather Witch were met with frosty stares, wary distance, and no shortage of thinly veiled hostility. He wasn't deluded enough to think everyone would welcome his arrival. He'd never claimed to be a saint, but even he was taken aback by the sheer malice aimed his way. Still, Damien resolved to meet every slight with composure. Anger might feel good in the moment, but patience, he reminded himself, would carry him farther. He had come here with a purpose, to find Wanda, the only other witch from their homeworld of Blue Star, and talk through the systemic challenges witches faced across the cosmos. Sharing experiences, he hoped, might be the first step toward real change. To prepare, Damien called on his advisor, Zheng Xian, whose professional instincts drove him to collect every scrap of information available on Wanda. Zheng Xian sifted through mission logs, personal archives, even whispered rumors floating around Starlight City's shadowy taverns. At first, the dossier he presented only compounded Damien's misgivings. Wanda's reputation for relentless ambition and unflinching standards made her seem more rival than ally. Yet as Zheng Xian carefully wove together those cold facts with Wanda's own public declarations, her vision of founding a witchcraft order based on mutual support rather than competition, a different image began to emerge. Beneath her stern exterior, Wanda was striving to build something new, a sect that would uplift witches wherever they served, creating cooperation instead of conflict. Convinced by that broader perspective, Damien finally nodded. He gave Zheng Xian the go-ahead to arrange their meeting. With that decision, the real work began, forging an alliance that, if all went well, could reshape the fate of witches throughout the universe. Damien and Steve might have crossed paths with Wanda long ago during their year-long voyage through the universe, yet here they were, meeting her only on the day they'd decided to return to the island for refuge. Steve frowned and looked to Zheng Xian. So, should we persuade Wanda to abandon her ideals? He'd always admired Wanda's convictions and was genuinely happy that she had a goal worth fighting for. But Zheng Xian's unexpected perspective made Steve realize how little he'd grasped of the true stakes behind her dream. "I can't make that choice for you," Zheng Xian said, his tone even. "But mark my words, if Wanda continues down this road, she'll end up alone." He paused, steepling his fingers. A planet-class supersonic mage, backed by technology and psychic power, could very well challenge a cosmic-level entity. If he keeps his head down and looks out for number one, that kind of strength is all he needs to carve out a comfortable life among the stars. But suppose he gets drawn into the witches' war against the traditional wizards. In that arena, even a planet-class powerhouse is nothing more than a speck. Universe-class beings dwarf them like ants beneath a boot. If you truly want to tip the scales, you need that top-tier, cosmic-level firepower. He shrugged, as if brushing aside his own words. "Miss Wanda, that's just my opinion. If you find it insulting or inconvenient, feel free to pretend you never heard it. After all, other people's advice is just that, other people's advice." With that, Zheng Xian fell silent, his usual flair replaced by a rare calm. Damien and the Weather Witch journey together through countless worlds, learning to adapt to each new age and environment they encounter. She once told Damien that their travels were expanding his horizons, and in turn, she believed these experiences would help her ascend to become one of the universe's greatest powerhouses. Even if Damien should fail the Void God's trial and seek its blessing, the Weather Witch's protection would ensure his safety. With such a formidable ally watching over him, even the most dangerous corners of the cosmos become far less threatening. Damien knows that the Weather Witch benefits from their partnership just as much as he does. Her encouragement isn't empty flattery. She wants him to stop obsessing over divine favor and instead focus on living fully. And Damien, grateful for her friendship, would never take her care for granted. In the end, whether she chooses to lend him aid at every turn or not, there is no doubt in Damien's mind. Someday, the Weather Witch will eclipse him in power, and he would be proud to stand by her side when she does. No matter what tactics Damien employed, he was determined to force the Weather Witch to abandon her plan. Even if she broke through her current limits and became as powerful as the universe's greatest champions, in a war between witches and mages, that kind of strength still wouldn't guarantee a single life saved. "Wanda, Zheng Xian is calling you. Please come in." Steve's voice rang out from the villa's hallway. Everyone fell silent. They all knew Wanda had already returned to the villa. Otherwise, Steve wouldn't have casually asked Zheng Xian for his opinion on her ideals. As former director of the Divine Spear Bureau, Zheng Xian commanded countless subordinates and bore responsibility for innumerable lives. His perspective inevitably differed from theirs. Wanda hovered by the doorway, uncertainty shadowing her features. "So, what am I supposed to do now?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper. Zheng Xian met her gaze with calm resolve. "Choose to live, for yourself." Her brow furrowed, Wanda's eyes flickered between doubt and curiosity. Then, steeling herself, she summoned her magic and teleported into the living room. She stood before Zheng Xian, searching his face. By discussing her ideals with the Weather Witch, he'd managed to offer her a possibility more hopeful than anything she'd ever known. Chapter 7: Crossroads of Power. Damien entered the vaulted chamber where the Council of Witches had assembled. Holographic runes floated in the air, each one a fragment of intelligence on the looming conflict with the wizard world. At the center stood Wanda, her eyes glowing with crimson light, and beside her hovered Pietro, moving in and out of sight with ghost-like speed. Wanda's voice rang out, determined yet tense. If I can reach the pinnacle of universal power, I can crush the wizard world once and for all. No one else could stand against me. But even Wanda had to admit that the path she'd chosen was proving disastrous. Every ritual, every forbidden incantation she mastered tore at her soul and at the lives of those she protected. The casualty reports scrolled endlessly on the nearest holoscreen. Villages destroyed, allies lost, innocents caught in the crossfire. A strike of that magnitude, even a universe-rending one, could not be wielded without dire cost. Pietro intercepted her storm of thought. Materializing beside her, he laid a hand on her shoulder. "You don't have to do this alone," he said softly. "Even if you refuse my help, I'll still intervene, because I can't watch you sacrifice yourself." He was a planet-level powerhouse, in his own right, capable of approaching universe-shaking speed. In the whirlpool formed by Wanda's relentless drive and the wizard world's retaliations, the death toll had soared past anything they'd imagined. Yet Wanda bristled at his concern. "Why is it wrong to fight for ourselves?" she challenged. "Why can't I strive to improve our standing and protect the witch faction as a whole?" Damien stepped forward, raising a calm hand. "Your ideals are noble. You want a better future for every witch who lives in fear of the wizard courts, but raw power alone will not bring lasting safety. In this maelstrom between two titans, more lives will be lost if you push further without a plan." Wanda's glare was fierce. "So what? You'd have me stand by as our people remain oppressed? I refuse to do nothing." "I'm not asking you to give up your ideals," Damien replied. "But ideals without strategy can become fanaticism. We need alliances, magical defenses, covert operations, measures that protect lives instead of fueling an arms race of catastrophic spells." Pietro drew in a breath. "You'd rather negotiate while our enemies crush us?" "No," Damien said. "I'd rather build so solid a foundation that the wizard world has no choice but to respect us. You can still be the champion you dream of becoming, Wanda, but in a way that doesn't leave a trail of destruction behind you." Wanda's crimson aura flickered as she absorbed his words. Around them, the chamber's runes dimmed and reformed, as if sensing her uncertainty. At last, she exhaled and lowered her head. She began, then paused. "I just want to save everyone." "You will," Pietro answered, gently guiding her to the steps, "but not by burning the world down." Damien offered them both a small, encouraging smile. "Let's find another path, one where you can hold on to your power and your principles without becoming the very thing we fear." In that moment, a fragile truce formed between hope and restraint. The battle against the wizard world was far from over, but together they would seek a way that spared more than it cost and preserved the ideals that had brought them together in the first place. "You will gain something as you pursue your ideals," the Weather Witch began softly, "but you will also pay a price, sometimes a price that feels unbearable." Wanda frowned. "Are you saying the costs I'll face might be more than I can bear? If you find those costs crushing you," the Weather Witch continued, "then perhaps it's better to pause now. Re-examine your ideals. Adjust them if you must. No ideal is set in stone. What matters is that it remains something you can live with." The Weather Witch, a respected mage from Blue Star, had watched Wanda carefully. Unlike Zheng Shan, whose blunt certainty brooked no challenge, she welcomed Wanda's questions. She didn't claim to understand the full scope of Wanda's innate magic, but she recognized the confidence it gave her. That confidence, the witch thought, hinted at untapped potential beyond even the legends of old. "If you stay this course," she said, her voice charged with quiet excitement, "you have the makings of a universe-shaking powerhouse. Walk wisely, and you may yet become one of those legends whispered across the stars." But the path to becoming legendary isn't all triumphs and fanfare. Damien found himself utterly speechless. After all, everyone gathered here was an elder, decades his senior, and not one of them was weak. Each possessed formidable strength and hard-won wisdom. Even Zheng Xian and the Weather Witch, fresh from receiving their blessings, counted among the mightiest. Damien himself, though still unblessed, had already ascended to the very edge of human potential through sheer intellect. The Weather Witch, a true-born sorceress like her sister, wielded powers born of centuries of practice and understanding. Of course, one could ignore the counsel of such elders at one's peril. Yet this council was a benevolent one. Each member had lived a life that countless others envied and few ever achieved. Their experiences and insights were treasures in their own right. Wanda studied the Weather Witch thoughtfully. After a moment, she spoke, voice low and earnest. "What vision compels you to help me found a new witch sect?" The Weather Witch met Wanda's gaze with calm reassurance. "Your question assumes the wrong starting point, Wanda," she replied softly. "What you truly seek, that is your ideal. You need to decide for yourself what you truly want," the Weather Witch replied, her voice calm but firm. "You don't need me to make that choice for you. I've never faced you in battle, but I've heard the stories, and I know your magic is extraordinary. You're nowhere near reaching the limits of your cosmic power. With that kind of potential, as long as your ambitions aren't so impossibly vast that they can't be realized, you can forge your own path. And even without my aid, you'll still leave behind a legend." Rather than give Wanda a clear answer, the Weather Witch simply urged her to think more deeply. Over the past year, she'd wandered among countless civilizations and met many witches, none of whom had shown much interest in her, and most of whom seemed more emotionally fragile than she herself. Some people carry childhood wounds that never heal, while others find strength in their early memories for a lifetime. She didn't know what shadows or light Wanda's own childhood held, so she couldn't tell her what to do. All she could offer was a hope that Wanda would choose wisely and live well. Wanda sat quietly, turning his words over in her mind. Ever since she awakened her magic and stepped into this world of extraordinary powers, she'd realized just how much she still needed to learn. There were so many questions she hadn't even known to ask. How do I control this gift? Where can I find a proper teacher? How do I navigate a realm filled with people far stronger than ordinary humans? Steve never lectured her directly. He directed his lessons at Pietro, while with Wanda, he simply offered his steady support. He never told her outright what she was doing wrong. Instead, he gave her the freedom to make her own choices, trusting that she would find her own way. But after their journey through the cosmos, after narrowly escaping the fate the Weather Witch had cursed so many with, Wanda finally understood the perils her mentor Renali had warned about. She had felt the full sting of that warning herself when her raw, untamed magic surged and almost destroyed her the moment she got too close to that dark power. Deep down, she knew exactly what her own inherent abilities could become, if only she could learn to master them. Damien kept his distance and waited for the Weather Witch to make the first move. From there, he knew he could steer her into a fatal mistake. Yet he couldn't ignore that this was no ordinary witch. As powerful as Damien's magic was, he still had the typical fragility of a witch's physical form, an ailment the Weather Witch somehow seemed immune to. That alone marked her as exceptional. They both hailed from the same homeland, so Damien paid close attention to her words. Listening to her, Zheng Xian's and Mr. Steve's conversation, he finally understood how far his dreams still lay from reality. He had once fancied himself able to reshape the future, to grow into one of the universe's great figures and bend existence to his will. But even if he rose to the very heights of power, he realized now that some visions simply couldn't be forced into being. True foresight, Damien thought, doesn't wait for events to unfold before reaching a conclusion. It discerns what someone represents and what they might become through their actions, their environment, and the patterns they follow. Only by recognizing those signs in advance could he hope to navigate the dangers ahead, and perhaps still salvage his ideal tomorrow. Damien had no reason to lie to Wanda. When they first met years ago, he truly was just an ordinary man, and yet a cosmic powerhouse had bent the knee to him, willingly swearing to protect his life. That alone proved that, despite his average appearance and strength, Damien possessed something far beyond the reach of most people. Wanda hadn't understood it at the time, but she understood now. Damien's gift lay not in raw power or heroic deeds, but in a level of insight and wisdom unheard of in ordinary mortals. As for any run-of-the-mill guy hoping to win the favor of a cosmic-level woman, Well, that kind of fantasy only exists in dreams. Take your time, Zheng Shan advised. There's no need to rush your decision. He paused, letting his words sink in. Tomorrow, the Void Cult will declare open war on the Kree Empire. Once that cosmic conflict begins, the entire magical community, every traditional mage, every order from the Ivory Tower to the Hidden Circle, will turn its sights on you and the witch sect you've painstakingly built. Wanda's eyes narrowed. You really think they'll unite against me? Without question, Zheng Shan continued calmly. You'll face a few hundred Void Cultists against millions, perhaps even tens of millions, of hostile mages. Even with the Void God's favor, the dangers are enormous. You'll witness firsthand how perilous this conflict will be. He leaned forward, voice softening. There's still time to choose a different path. Strike now, and you risk annihilation. Wait for the right moment, and you stand a chance. Watching Wanda's fervor waver, Zheng Shan resisted the urge to push her into immediate action. True leadership, he knew, demands foresight and patience. Those who never yield, who act on impulse alone, invite disaster. And so he urged her to wait for the right moment, the right opportunity, before committing to a war that could consume them all. Damien realized that if he hadn't allied himself with Xian and the Weather Witch, they'd all still be marooned on Void Island, waiting for word from the front. By joining forces, however, Xian and the Witch would inevitably be drawn into the looming war between the Void Cult and the Kree Empire. This conflict presented exactly the opportunity Damien and Wanda needed to secure a true place within the cult, not just in name, but by proving their powers on the battlefield and earning genuine respect. Xian's voice was soft but firm as he looked at them both. Excellent, he said. Wanda, known to most as the Weather Witch, lifted her head, determination shining in her eyes. We came out of the 9 realms together. She reminded him. Even if you haven't yet received the Void God's official blessing, that bond still holds. Damien met her gaze and nodded. We're comrades, no matter what. Damien listened intently as Director Zheng Xian leaned forward, his voice steady and measured. The universe is unimaginably vast, Zheng Xian began. And right now, humanity, from our little blue star, has barely begun to make its voice heard among the stars. Even when we finally spread out to every corner of space, the chance of meeting another human colony in those endless distances will remain vanishingly small. He paused, eyes drifting toward Wanda, who nodded in agreement. That's precisely why I believe we must learn to live in harmony rather than constantly eye each other with suspicion. Your early successes are promising, Damien, but if you truly aim to build lasting strength, if you want to be someone others can rely on, you have to think far beyond the next step. You need a plan. Zheng Shan's gaze sharpened. If you lack the skills or knowledge to see that plan through, then your priority must be to acquire them. No skipping steps, no half measures. You can't rely on raw power alone. Right now, your reservoir of knowledge is too shallow. And there's nothing shameful about that. You're still young, but you must remedy it. He tapped the table once for emphasis. Knowledge broadens your horizons and breaks you free of rigid thinking. With an open mind and genuine strength, only the truly impossible remains out of reach. Almost everything else in this world becomes attainable. Seeing Damien's thoughtful expression, Zheng Xian softened his tone. I didn't reach my position, director of the Divine Spear Bureau, by resting on natural talent. I endured hardships I never imagined and studied subjects I once thought beneath me. It wasn't easy, but every lesson, every arduous trial broadened my perspective and honed my abilities. He paused, offering Damien a final steady look. So learn all you can. Grow stronger, and stay open to new ideas. That's how you'll carve out your place among the stars, and how we'll ensure that humanity's voice, however small, will one day echo across the galaxy. Damien understood that suffering itself was no cause for celebration. Only the trials that strengthen you and bring you closer to your heart's deepest goals truly deserve recognition. Chapter 758. Roll Call. 6000. The long-feared war between the Void Cult and the Kree Empire was finally upon them. Across the cosmos, countless beings braced themselves for a restless night, knowing that something historic was about to unfold. The Kree Empire, whose armies had crushed planet after planet, stood poised to add another glorious chapter to its ancient saga. Facing them was the rising power of the Void cult, brand new to the galactic stage, yet already inspiring dread in every corner of space. No matter who seemed favored, neither side would leave this battle unchanged. If the Kree triumphed, their legend would shine ever brighter. But should the Void cult prove victorious, they would announce their arrival in the most spectacular fashion, stamping their name on the universe and on the hearts of all who witnessed it. Tonight, only the battle-hardened veterans among the cult's 6,000 warriors could hope to sleep. For everyone else, every tick of the clock carried them closer to destiny. 11 o'clock the next morning, Void Citadel. All 6,000 members of the cult had gathered on the great stone apron before the Hall of Shadows, awaiting orders. They stood in tight formation under an overcast sky, armor glinting dully in the pale light. At that moment, a ripple passed through the ranks as Sarah appeared at the head of the avenue. She wore a sweeping crimson gown that contrasted sharply with the soldiers' dark uniforms. Her raven-black hair was arranged in an intricate braid, and her face, cold and beautiful, resembled a rose in full bloom. Every eye followed her swift, confident strides. Behind her walked the cult's new magistrate, Damien. Tall and lean, he carried himself with quiet strength. Though he was still young, his steady gaze and composed bearing spoke of talent honed in countless skirmishes. As Sarah and Damien reached the podium steps, the gathered warriors fell silent. Sarah paused, letting the hush deepen, then raised her hand for attention. Together, she and Damien would deliver the summons. Today's roll call would mark the final preparations before war. A tense excitement crackled through the air, and somewhere beyond the citadel walls, the first starships of the Kree Armada began their approach. The air around her brightened with every step Sarah took. She strode to the very end of the broad avenue, arriving at the jagged edge where the tarmac fell away into an abyss. With a single, graceful motion, she lifted her foot, and suddenly, a bloom of burning red frost erupted beneath her, illuminating the sky with its fierce glow. Every member of the Void cult, as well as the outsiders gathered beyond their ranks, watched in stunned silence. Suspended above that scarlet frost, Sarah rose until she hovered directly before the lined-up battleships. Their crews stood at rigid attention. She drew in a breath, then spoke in a clear, resonant voice. By command of Miss Sonia, messenger of the Void, and under the authority of Lord Cassidin, God of the Void, I hereby deliver the following orders and requirements for our forthcoming engagement. You will all heed these instructions without exception. Her reputation alone ensured complete silence. Every eye remained fixed on her as she continued, each word ringing out across the assembled forces. Sarah rose from the dais, her voice steady and commanding. Our goal is clear. We shall utterly crush the Kree Empire. This time, the war will rage across the entire triangular galaxy. Every star system will be a battlefield, every front line tested. She paused and swept her gaze over the gathered Void cult leaders. To lead our forces from the war's outset, I call upon Commander Damien. At her words, a figure clad in a midnight black cloak stepped forward. Bandages concealed nearly every inch of his skin, leaving only his dark, observant eyes exposed. He moved with calm purpose, as if the weight of the galaxy rested on his shoulders. Sarah continued, voice softening into a benediction. Commander Damien, we entrust you with this cred duty. Use your talents and your wisdom to serve as our command tower. From your strategies and your counsel, let the Void faith emerge victorious in every engagement. And when the final trumpet sounds, we will gather together for our long-awaited post-war feast. Damien inclined his head in acknowledgement. His voice was low but resolute. I accept this charge. I will not fail Lord Cassidin, God of the Void, nor will I betray the faith of Miss Sonia, the messenger of the Void. With a final, solemn bow, Commander Damien took his place at the forefront of the Void cult's grand crusade. The assembly watched in reverent silence, knowing that the fate of the triangular galaxy now rested in his steady hands. I have every confidence in Prophet Damien. Sarah's proclamation carried through the courtyard, and she turned to address the assembled leaders. I'll be awaiting news of your triumph from the rear. A ripple of approval swept the gathering. Damien had already led their forces twice as frontline commander, securing 2 flawless victories for the Void God Church. This new war was on a far grander scale, but none doubted the prophet's guidance. "Now," Sarah continued, "we'll call forward those who meet our criteria for fleet captain, only warriors whose strength ranks among the very top in the universe." At her words, the atmosphere shifted. Even the onlookers pressed along the edges of the square grew solemn. They may have known little of the church's true might, but Sarah's summons carried unmistakable gravity. Wanda and Pietro leaned forward, their eyes narrowed in anticipation. "Lord Hercules Kyle." The name rang out like a challenge, and all eyes fell upon the first hero stepping forward. At Sarah's summons, the 2-meter-tall, bald giant strode out of the formation and into the open, a calm smile on his face. Kyle made no show of releasing any overwhelming aura. He simply walked forward. Yet the assembled onlookers couldn't hide their shock. Rumors about his power had long circulated across the stars, but now it was indisputable. Hercules Kyle, one of the Void God cult's 4 killing gods, had ascended to the very pinnacle of strength. By himself, he could dominate entire small galaxies. As the crowd murmured, Sarah continued, "Lord Hulk, Bruce Banner." The mild-mannered man with pale hair stepped forward and with an effortless grace began to transform. His frame swelled and his clothing tore until, standing beside Kyle, he stood fully revealed as the Hulk, grinning broadly. Few in the Void God cult were surprised. Bruce Banner held a well-earned place among the 8 supreme powerhouses of their order. Lord Enma, Alex Mowgli. Even before he moved, Alex's presence was impossible to ignore. Towering over 4 meters tall, his massive form eclipsed much of the arena's light. With each deliberate step he took, the ground seemed to tremble. He joined Bruce Banner and Hercules Kyle at the front, completing the triumvirate of the Void God cult's most fearsome champions. The revelation stole the air from everyone's lungs. Rumors of Yamalix's malevolence, and whispers that he might wield cosmic-level power, had long kept even the bravest souls at bay. Now, with his strength confirmed as that of one of the universe's absolute top-tier champions, it was easy to see why he carried himself with such arrogance and absolute authority. Fortunately, no one dared cross Yamalix today. One false move, and they'd be gone in an instant. Sarah paid no heed to the crowd's stunned reactions as she read the next names from her list. Lady Lacey of Voidland. In the blink of an eye, Lacey appeared at Damien's side. Tall, commanding, her battle armor hugging every powerful line of her form. Sarah went on without pause. Lord Renaud the Swift. It wasn't long before a second figure materialized beside Lacey. Renaud, his silver hair cascading over a gleaming robe, every inch the epitome of nobility and prowess. Pietro, who had been watching from the edge of the gathering, practically glowed with excitement. He refused to admit it, outright, but in his heart, he'd always considered Renaud to be half of his true master. And the stronger that half-master grew, the more exhilarated Pietro became. Sarah's voice rang out through the great hall. Lord Tony Stark, Harbinger of the Void. At once, the Weather Witch and Zheng Xian exchanged knowing looks. Their suspicions were confirmed as Tony Stark himself strode forward onto the dais. He moved with an easy confidence, flamboyant, yet never oppressive, and wore a wry smile that seemed to say he'd expected this reaction. Still, a hush fell over the audience. Here stood the man who directed the Void Cult's entire scientific research arm, a figure so brilliant that rumors whispered he'd already attained the highest echelons of power in the universe. Even for a leading scholar, such a claim was staggering. Before anyone could recover, Sarah's voice rose again. Lord Thor Odinson, God of Thunder. A thrill ran through the assembled crowd. 6 of the Void God religion's 8 supreme experts held commands as army captains. A 7th led men from the front lines. The identity of the 8th had been hotly debated for years. Now, at last, they would witness this final bulwark of their faith in person. From the shadows behind the dais, a towering figure emerged, crackling with barely contained energy. His footsteps seemed to echo like distant thunder, and every eye in the hall was drawn to him. An invisible current of power rippled outward, and for a moment the air itself trembled. Sarah inclined her head with solemn respect. We are honored to present Lord Thor Odinson, God of Thunder. Thor paused at the crest of the dais, his storm-lit eyes sweeping once across the assembly. Then, with a single commanding nod, he acknowledged them all. The thunder died away, but the echo of his presence lingered in every soul gathered there. In that charged silence, the unspoken truth hung heavy in the air. The void god religion's might was now fully revealed. Damien stood among the silent watchers on Void Island as the late afternoon sky roiled with gathering clouds. A crack of thunder split the air, and a brilliant beam of lightning struck the ground at the island's center. From the smoking impact rose a tall, handsome warrior clad in gleaming battle armor. His cape fluttered on the wind, and his eyes shone with quiet triumph. "Finally," the newcomer said, voice ringing like distant thunder, "the day has come when I no longer have to conceal myself." A ripple of astonishment passed through the crowd. Damien's pulse quickened as he recognized the newcomer's divine bearing. Rumor had it that the Void Cult's top 7 champions already commanded cosmic-level power and were known across the universe. Yet no outsider had ever been sure who held the 8th seat. Now before them stood the one they had only heard of in whispered legend. Murmurs erupted around Damien. Unbelievable. Thor, the god of thunder? Asgard's prince has joined the Void Cult? But the Kree Empire is already clashing with 2 major galactic powers. How can there be more? Damien's eyes narrowed. He had seen great threats rise and fall, but this revelation changed everything. The balance of cosmic power was shifting, and Void Island had just become the center of an even grander conflict. Have you forgotten Irani Rael? She's the foremost authority in the Xandar Empire and the guardian of its greatest weapon. No one was truly surprised when rumors began to swirl that Thor, the god of thunder, ranked among the 8 supreme powerhouses of the Void God sect. After all, Thor's origins and his current status as Lord of the 9 Realms made him an extraordinary figure. Yet despite the gossip, few dared state it outright. Asgard is one of the universe's divine realms, and its god king, Odin Bolson, was long regarded as one of the cosmos's mightiest beings. In his heyday, who would have dared cross him? Though Odin has since withdrawn from active duty, his legacy endures through his sons. Thor wields thunder and lightning with divine authority, and Loki schemes and subverts in equal measure. Under their rule, Asgard remains one of the great powers of the galaxy, no small ally for any religious sect. It was only a matter of time before even Asgard's might caught the eye of the Void God sect. A few years ago, this formidable realm quietly pledged itself to the Void. Now the galaxy wonders, with Asgard's backing, just how powerful must Kassadin, the god of the Void, truly be. This was far more astounding than Kassadin, the god of the Void, forcing Gaotianzun to yield. After all, Gaotianzun was the very pinnacle of the universe, yet here he was, compelled to retreat. Even more shocking, God King Odin himself had been brought under the Void God cult's command. Word had reached the 9 realms that Thor, their mighty lord, was already being ordered to prepare for war. It was all the proof anyone needed of the Void God cult's terrifying ascendancy. Lord Nikrov Tesma, envoy of the Void realm. Sarah's voice rang out again, calling the next name. From the assembly stepped Nikrov. His hair was cut short, his features sharp and striking, and the sheer force of his presence silenced the hall. Zhengshan and the Weather Witch exchanged only a brief, knowing glance. Both had faced Nikrov's wrath before, and neither was surprised to see him here. Even after a year spent traversing the farthest reaches of the cosmos, the Weather Witch found his power terrifying in its intensity. Lady Butterfly, too, had anticipated this moment, yet even she couldn't hide the spark of excitement in her eyes. In just a few short years, Nikrov's meteoric rise had placed him among the universe's undisputed elite. At the very summit of cosmic power, only a handful stand at the peak of the hierarchy, and Niklov is one of them. For someone of his caliber to pledge himself as her shield until their parting fills Madame Butterfly with nothing but pride. A hush fell over the assembly when his name rang out. In the land of nothingness, he is known simply as the Punisher. Any who dare break the Void's laws meet instant oblivion, and woe to those who think they've slipped beyond his reach. He will hunt them through the deepest stretches of interstellar space. Until today, most had guessed his strength placed him among the universe-level powerhouses, but shy of the absolute apex. Now that his name stands announced before them all, any remaining doubts about his might are gone forever. Lady Ice Witch, Claudia. Sarah moved swiftly down her list. Claudia, whose frosty beauty was matched only by the chill in her gaze, stepped forward with graceful precision. She already knew what awaited her, the captaincy of the army. Claudia's arrival drew every eye in the Andromeda galaxy. She wasn't just beautiful, she was peerless, a rare blossom perched atop some celestial peak. Naturally, countless men found themselves daring to covet her. Yet Claudia was no helpless damsel. Her power ranked among the universe's finest, and anyone hoping to claim her would have to stand at the very summit of cosmic might. Such figures were few and far between, so most admirers kept their fantasies to themselves. Then Sarah's voice rang out across the Void Cult's assembly. Star-Lord, Peter Jason Quill. Instantly, a ripple of astonishment spread through the crowd. Even Steve, Steven, and Loki, who had slipped in unnoticed, paused in their hushed conversation. Dressed in his signature leather jacket, Quill looked every bit the dashing hero they'd heard about. In that moment, they felt their expectations confirmed. He had indeed come into his own. None of them knew exactly how Miss Sonia had been officially recognized, but they all understood one thing clearly. By proclaiming him Star-Lord here and now, the cult was marking him as one of the universe's top-tier powerhouses. Chapter 6: The Captain's Burden. Only the truly strong can shoulder the responsibility of army captain. When Damien's name was announced, Rocket, Gamora, Drax, Groot, Nebula instinctively drew back, momentarily overwhelmed by his presence. Almost at once, however, each of them straightened with a surge of pride. After all, the more formidable Damien became, the safer they'd all be. Wanda watched him with bright, appraising eyes. She knew the full extent of her own power. She could hold her own against many of the galaxy's top-tier threats. Still, she understood there were cosmic forces out there she couldn't yet challenge. The figures being named today occupied the absolute apex of the Void Faith's cosmic hierarchy, a structure unique to their cult. To be acknowledged as a Void deity, one must exhibit flawless mastery in every facet of combat and sorcery, leaving no blind spots for an opponent to exploit. Only raw, unrelenting force can suppress such entities, a standard far stricter than that applied to the universe's usual heavyweights. In that moment, Wanda realized she was no longer the strongest among the Guardians. Damien had never once considered stepping away, even temporarily, from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Yet here he stood, watching Star-Lord stride confidently to the front of the assembly, every step a promise of the strength he meant to show. Damien couldn't help but think, this guy really has potential. At that moment, Yondu turned and fixed his gaze on Star-Lord, his own adopted son. Once he'd confirmed the boy's identity, Yondu cracked a wide grin, yellowed teeth glinting under the harsh lights. Officially, news of the Void Cult's looming war with the Kree Empire had broken only yesterday, but Yondu had already been tipped off by Star-Lord himself. Thanks to Peter's new connections and growing fortune, Yondu and his crew would be free to stay on Void Island as long as they liked, all expenses covered. It was clear now just how far his son's reputation had spread through the galaxy. Across the plaza, Sarah, the Void God Cult's recorder, recently celebrated as one of the universe's top powerhouses, watched the scene with keen interest. Even she, powerful as she was, couldn't hide a flicker of surprise at Star-Lord's rise. As for Yondu, he wasn't expecting any grand reward beyond what he already enjoyed. The thrill of the underworld, the clink of coin in his pocket, and the familiar whistle of his deadly arrows. His name may not carry much weight among the high councils of the galaxy, but down in the dark corners where deals were made in the shadows, Yondu's legend was more than enough. Yondu still cared deeply for Star-Lord. He'd watched the boy, the man, grow from a reckless troublemaker into a genuinely skilled partner. He no longer feared news of Peter's latest scrape with disaster. Instead, he felt a warm, swelling pride every time the scamp surpassed expectations. Just then, Sarah's voice echoed through the chamber, resonating across astral distances. The 10 individuals whose names have been called shall assume the rank of army captain. A faint murmur rippled through the gathered crowd. Sarah raised her hand for silence before continuing. The next appointment is for squad leader. Damien's pulse thudded in his ears as his name rang out. He stepped forward, chin up, amid 10 captains who stood perfectly still, their eyes on Sarah. There was nothing theatrical about their acknowledgement. They'd known this day was coming. This formal proclamation was for every member of the Void Cult, and for countless onlookers beyond, to witness their ascendancy. "I have full confidence in you all," Sarah said, her tone both commanding and encouraging. She swept her gaze over the new captains before outlining their duties. "Now, listen carefully to the qualifications for a squad leader. Not merely universe-level strength, but power that ranks among the very highest across all galaxies. Your assignments will be fluid. Your squads are not bound to a single formation. You will deploy wherever you are needed most." A charged silence followed as the captains absorbed her words. Damien tightened his jaw, determination flaring in his chest. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would meet them head-on. "When the time comes, you'll coordinate with the captain's F each unit and carry out the combat plans as laid out by the predictor," Sarah announced. "All those whose names are called, please step forward." She began to read aloud. "Mr. Loki, God of Mischief." At the sound of his name, Loki lifted his chin, puffed out his chest, and strode confidently out of the formation. Though he still hadn't matched Thor's raw power, Loki's communion with the Void had elevated him to one of the universe's top-tier beings, an achievement he'd never dreamed possible. Now, being named a captain was a crowning moment for Odin's descendant. His pride swelled at the honor. To the onlookers, Loki's appointment was proof that Asgard was firmly in league with the cult of the Void God. With the cult's grand design to conquer the universe now fully exposed, the assembled troops felt a flicker of astonishment and, in some cases, a spark of envy ignite in their hearts as Loki took his place among the commanders. Chapter 7. The Gathering of Champions. Damien stood before the strategy table, its surface alive with swirling star maps and tactical grids. At first glance, Loki looked like any other frail schemer, yet Damien and Sarah both knew better. Even without Thor's protection, the God of Mischief wielded enough power to strike fear into the hardest hearts. "He's a real villain," Sarah said, tapping a holographic icon. "Loki might seem weak, but none of our allies dare move against him. His talent for deception and his raw magical might make him one of the universe's deadliest figures." Without missing a beat, Sarah began calling the roll. Mr. Nightmare Witch March. A tall woman, cloaked in shifting shadows, materialized at the edge of the room, her eyes glowing faintly. Wumaki. A hulking warrior stepped forward, tattoos snaking down his arms. His raw strength was legendary, yet he'd long preferred wandering the Mystic Isle, rebuilding ruined villages, helping those in need, rather than chasing glory. Only under Masters Lacey and Lix had he disciplined himself, and under Lord Kyle's banner he'd risen from squad captain to the newly appointed field commander of the army. Senior Sonia. A calm, silver-haired woman emerged, offering a respectful nod. Her silence spoke volumes. She approved of the plan, but chose not to comment. Void cult delegation. Several cloaked figures bowed in unison. They lived by their own ancient rites, but so long as they accepted the alliance's terms, they would lend their formidable arts to the cause. Sarah's finger hovered over the final icon. Mr. Steve Rogers. At her summons, the legendary super soldier stepped forward, shield at the ready, posture unflinching. Damien surveyed the assembled champions. Each brought unique gifts, and together they stood the best chance of outwitting Loki's cunning. Sarah met his gaze. "Tomorrow, we strike," she said softly. "Let's prove the God of Mischief isn't untouchable." A hush fell over the hall as every warrior prepared themselves for the battle to come. The game was set, the pieces in place, and only one outcome would determine the fate of the cosmos. When Damien heard his name at last, he rose and strode forward with his chin held high. He'd been a member of the Void cult for years, but because he'd only enlisted shortly before the conflict in the Void lands erupted, he'd seen little action at first. Others had to watch his back, and he'd spent those early battles proving he could be trusted to protect his comrades. Now, finally appointed team leader, even before the war had truly begun, he had a chance to step out of the shadows and show what he was made of. Loki greeted him with a wry smile. "I never thought the one who used to need guarding would grow into someone I'd look up to." Damien chuckled, the effort of those anxious early days rolling off his broad shoulders. 3 days of praise since I left home is one thing. Earning's respect for years is another. He flashed a confident grin. "This time, you don't have to pull me out of trouble. We'll fight side by side." He glanced at Peggy, standing nearby, and remembered how Loki had shielded both of them when the tide of battle threatened to force them into retreat. Now, he resolved, he would be the one to hold that line. Without Loki's protection, Damien and Peggy never would have made it off the battlefield alive. Steve glanced at Loki and offered a wry smile. I can't promise we'll be at each other's sides, but at least we'll fight together. Loki understood exactly what Steve meant and gave a measured nod. At that moment, Sarah's voice rang out, announcing the next member. Through the open doors stepped a striking figure, a woman covered in pure white fur, her sleek tail swishing behind her, and two mismatched eyes, one gold, one azure, shining with intelligence. As Bai Linglong walked forward, several onlookers blinked in disbelief. She looked like the kind of soft, adorable creature you'd want to scoop up and cuddle, but her reputation belied that gentle appearance. Rumor had it she wielded cosmic power on par with the greatest champions of the universe. To outsiders, it was hard to believe. Within the Void cult, it was common knowledge. Bai Linglong's astonishing rate of advancement and her rare command of the Void's energies made her the clear choice to lead their team. Chapter 759, The Void Attacks. Sarah stepped onto the raised dais and took a steadying breath. One by one, she called the names of the captains. Mr. Damien, Mr. Barnett, Mr. Primo, Mr. Philip, Mr. Shi Tiempo, Mr. Kangming. As her list continued, it became clear there were far more leaders here than anyone had expected. Though there were only 10 primary troop captains, Sarah's roll call stretched to 62 in total, 62 detachment captains, each a cosmic-level expert within the Void God religion. When she finished, 72 figures stood in a perfect stepped formation behind her. Observers from across the courtyard exchanged awed glances. The Void cult numbered around 700 members. Still, 72 of them ranked at or beyond the cosmic realm. Each could lay waste to entire star nations with a flick of the wrist. Sarah raised her voice again, ensuring every recruit could hear. Attention, all remaining members. To join the forthcoming battle, you must be at planetary level or higher. Those who do not meet this standard are to stand by. Further instructions will be issued from the frontline command on Void Island. She paused, letting her words sink in before the murmurs rose anew. Damien drew a deep breath, steadying himself. He was ready. Though the requirements were daunting, the Void God cult had prepared for this moment for ages. Aside from the newest recruits, every member present was a planet-class expert. The instant Sarah issued her command, 624 warriors stepped forward in perfect unison to take their places behind the third echelon. Only about 20 remained in the shadows, eager to prove themselves in a cosmic-scale conflict, yet mindful that rules were rules, and this was no time for individual heroics. Sarah's clear, calculating gaze swept over the lineup, confirming each name against her list. Then, her voice rang out with calm authority. Supreme Mage Stephen Strange, the leader of the Special Support Force, please step forward. A flicker of surprise crossed Stephen's face, but he concealed it instantly. Composed, he detached himself from the formation and walked to Sarah's side. Stopping before her, he inclined his head. At your command. Damien stepped forward as Sarah's voice rang out, clear and lilting. Damien, Miss Sonia wants you on the center line alongside Lord Predictor. You'll be the eyes of the battlefield, tracking enemy movements, coordinating supply transfers, laying charging traps, directing support fire, and, if the tide turns, issuing orderly retreat commands. Sarah's gaze held his. The Kree Empire is vast, and in a life-or-death struggle they won't hesitate to unleash forbidden cosmic weapons. Even the universe's greatest champions could be wiped out in an instant. That's why your teleportation magic is so vital. It'll let our logistics teams move supplies in seconds and keep our frontline forces alive. Damien steadied himself. He'd yearned to fight at the spearhead of the assault, but refusing Miss Sonia's direct orders wasn't an option. Miss Sonia herself entrusted me with this task, he replied. I won't let her, or our people, down. A flicker of relief softened Sarah's stern expression. Then go with our thanks, Damien. May your portals open swiftly and safely. Stephen understood all too well that the chance to face a truly formidable opponent could come at any moment, and perhaps for years to come. Still, wars on a cosmic scale were few and far between. He couldn't treat such conflicts like child's play, letting his whims run free without careful planning. Loki, watching him closely, was unsurprised by Steven's caution. Even though Loki held the space gem in his grasp, its teleportation power came with hidden strings. Sending one or two people through space was effortless, but beaming dozens or even hundreds simultaneously required establishing a fortified portal anchor in advance. Without that stronghold, the gem's reach remained severely limited. By contrast, Steven's own teleportation magic needed no such groundwork. He could open and close his personal gateway at will, anywhere, anytime. Faced with the prospect of a rare interstellar war, Loki could hardly contain his excitement. "I'm eager to join the front lines," he declared, a hungry light in his eyes. "I trust Mr. Damien will approve my request to engage the enemy directly." Commander Cassidon's voice rang out across the sprawling launch platform on Void Island, authoritative yet hopeful. "Damien, you've been chosen for this critical mission. Fight with honor, return victorious, and let the glory of the Void shine throughout the universe. All personnel, please board your assigned warships." A line of sleek, battle-ready vessels stood ready, their hulls gleaming under the pale morning light. Nearby, Lalatina and Sarah stood at attention, their expressions a mixture of pride and determination. When they heard Damien's name called, Sarah allowed herself a bright smile and a graceful bow. She knew how much this task meant. With the power of the Void Dark Star at their command, Sarah and Lalatina could easily have taken up frontline leadership themselves. But this time, Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void, and Senior Sonia would lead the assault in person. Sarah yearned to witness Cassidon's legendary might up close, but she also understood that true strength lay in knowing one's limits. Overzealous bravery could end in disaster. "As for us," Lalatina said softly, "we'll remain here on Void Island. We'll pray for your safe return and ensure our defenses hold steady in your absence." Sarah nodded in agreement. "We won't let the island fall. Hurry back to us safely." With that, the crews of the Void Fleet took their places. Engines roared to life, and one by one the warships lifted off, vanishing into the vast expanse above. The platform fell silent, save for the steady hum of the island's defense systems coming online. Sarah and Lalatina exchanged a resolute glance. Though separated from their comrades, they would shoulder the responsibility of protecting Void Island, with unwavering faith that Damien and the others would prevail. "Miss Sarah, just wait for word of our victory," Kyle called out, flashing a broad, confident grin. His smile was so hearty that Sarah was relieved she couldn't join the frontline assault. Otherwise, he joked, none of the enemy would live to tell the tale. "As captains, I trust you understand your duty," Damien added, voice calm but firm. "See to it that everyone under your command makes it home safe." With that, Damien strode onto his dreadnought and turned to the 9 officers flanking him. "There are no Valkyrie legionnaires in the triangular galaxy," he declared. "I won't repeat last time's mistakes." Soul's eyes lit up with approval. Thanks to Damien's rigorous training, even Thor had grown far bolder in battle, unafraid of a rough-and-ready rescue or a few awkward misunderstandings. After all, saving a life always came first. There'd be time enough later to straighten out the finer details. "I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time," Tony said, a broad smile lighting up his face. His words were charged with unbridled excitement. Clad in Uru armor, he might not rank as the Void cult's single most formidable warrior, but he was certain he wouldn't be the weakest either. "Me too," Nikrov replied, his voice low. He nodded once, a fierce glint sparking in his eyes. For countless nights he dreamed of this day. His day of vengeance was finally at hand. "Revenge is sweet," Claudia, the Ice Witch, warned, her tone the perfect balance of cold and honeyed warmth. "But don't let your anger get the better of you. Miss Sonia will be here to oversee the battle, and losing control could spell disaster." Nikrov's grin was feral, but he inclined his head in acknowledgement. "Understood." From across the chamber, Star-Lord leaned back on a crumbling pillar, arms crossed. He merely raised an eyebrow at the mention of his name. He'd ascended to the pinnacle of cosmic power long ago. He didn't need to flaunt it. "You may fool countless onlookers, but you can't hide anything from Miss Sonia. Her perception is infallible." Yet Damien couldn't help but feel a surge of pride at being singled out. It meant his progress had not gone unnoticed by the higher powers. Sonia's voice was calm but firm. There's no point comparing your battlefield accolades. I expect each of you to carry out the Prophet's commands without hesitation. Lacey nodded in agreement. Indeed, no glory in ranking past victories. Banner leaned forward. Remember, everything we do serves the void divine faith. Give it your all. He surveyed the group. I suspect the Prophet's orders will echo our last engagement in the void. Strict objectives, but no step-by-step instructions. He simply can't issue detailed directives to every unit, so use your judgment and make it count. Renali's voice cut through the low murmur. I, for one, have absolute confidence in the Prophet's vision. Nekrov met his gaze with a slow grin. As long as we secure victory, I'll follow any orders. Damien heard the unspoken implication in Renali's words and felt no resistance welling up inside him. With the Prophet's mandate before them, the entire command was now poised to move as one. Meanwhile, the rest of the forces had long since carried out the Prophet's orders to prepare for departure. As frontline commander of the war, personally appointed by Miss Sonia, the Prophet's commands were absolute, whether anyone agreed with them or not. One by one, the 10 troop captains boarded the 73 warships that Miss Sonia had provided. Beside them came the Predictor and Stephen. As each officer took his place, the Prophet's voice rang out over the docking bay's loudspeakers. All units, follow your squad leaders and board immediately. I will not authorize any detachments until we reach the triangular galaxy. It was nearly noon when a tremendous dark star appeared on the edge of the sky. Its vast, shadowy radiance rippled out across the cosmos, distorting space itself and bathing the entire surface of Xandar in an otherworldly glow. Under the awestruck gazes of countless onlookers, the 73 warships were suddenly swallowed by a maelstrom of void energy. In an instant, they vanished from view, transported through the void to the mysterious Void Island, where their true mission would begin. Damien watched the battlefield with a furrowed brow. I don't know how long this fight will last, he admitted. In an instant, Lalatina appeared at Sarah's side. Together, they witnessed Lord Cassidon, the god of the void, reduce the invading battleship to nothing more than cosmic dust in a matter of seconds. Sarah's face blossomed into a hopeful smile. It's rare to have a moment's respite here on the island, she said. With the void god himself commanding our forces, I'm certain the void cult will prevail. Lalatina inclined her head in agreement. There's no need for doubt. We'll win this battle. Just wait for word from our reinforcements. Now, only Sarah and Lalatina remained on Void Island, with power rivaling the greatest beings in the universe. The other 20 or so cultists had yet to reach planet-tier strength. Though the island's defenses had suffered damage, they could be repaired, and the supremacy of the Void God cult would remain unchallenged. We must not allow the Void Divine sect to mobilize its full strength. No masters left waiting in reserve. Across the Xandar Empire, countless beings turned their eyes skyward at the sudden flare of light. They understood that, in this instant, the cosmic war destined to shape the universe's future had begun. Although Andromeda and the Triangulum Galaxy lie over 6 million light-years apart, news of the clash could not possibly arrive so quickly, yet everyone waited breathlessly. This was a pivotal moment, one to be recorded in the annals of cosmic history. They were witnessing it with their own eyes. A full day later, the report finally reached the Kree homeworld of Hala in the Triangulum Galaxy. When the Supreme Commander read the dispatch, he murmured to himself, "The timing isn't perfect, but it's enough." His face remained stern, yet beneath the surface burned a quiet confidence. If he could delay the enemy for just one more year, the Kree would have time to unleash their most forbidden weapons and perhaps turn the tide of the war. Damien studied the strategic briefing one last time, then looked up at his officers. Even if the Void God cult refuses to strike first, mark my words, they'll still declare war. He tapped the holoscreen, bringing a list of weapons into focus. We have all the prototypes ready: the supernova eradicator, the dimensional collapse ray, the omni-penetrating droplet, the cosmic cube, yet true mass production hasn't even begun. Right now, only Kree Empire commanders with at least 30 legions under their command have one or two of these devices. He paused, switching the display to reveal a row of identical warheads. In contrast, the Doomsday Legion has already completed large-scale manufacture. coupled with our 24 Star-class dreadnoughts and full support fleet, were more than equipped to take on the Void God's fiercest champions. Damien's voice hardened. Each of these forbidden weapons was designed with a single purpose, to neutralize Kassadin, the so-called God of the Void. No matter how powerful the strongest warrior in the universe thinks he has no defense against a dimensional phase annihilator. And that's exactly why we insisted on volume production, so that even if I fall in battle, someone else can pick up these weapons and carry on the fight. Commander Damien stood firm at the helm of the holographic war room, determination gleaming in his eyes. Once the Void Cult is crushed, he declared, their forbidden technologies will be ours. With their secrets in hand, the Kree Empire will dominate every corner of the galaxy. For the glory of our empire, I welcome any challenge, even death itself. He tapped the central console, and a brilliant projection of the galaxy unfolded above the table. Star systems, hyperlanes, and strategic outposts spun into view. Damien's voice carried across the silent chamber. The Void Cult has unilaterally declared war on our great and benevolent empire. This assault on our sovereignty will not stand. Behind him, the assembled admirals and captains straightened in their seats, ready to carry out his orders and secure victory for the Kree. Today, the Kree Empire goes to war. Supreme Commander Luo Tian's voice rang out over the Grand Plaza, carried on the morning breeze. He raised his sword, its polished steel catching the rising sun. By my command, the Kree Empire moves from a state of readiness into full wartime footing. Our foe is the Void Cult, a horde of ruthless demons whose savagery eclipses even that of the Xandar Alliance. They threaten our very homes, our families, our way of life. Can we stand idly by while these fiends trample our cities, while they enslave our wives and daughters? If we falter now, the cruelty they unleash will know no bounds. So I call on every soldier here, steel your hearts, stand your ground, and let no fear deter you. For the glory of the Empire, for the peace of our homeland, and for the future of our descendants, we must fight with unyielding resolve. We will not surrender, and we will not accept defeat. The Kree Empire has endured for hundreds of thousands of years, surviving every storm and every invader. When the Void Cult descends upon us, we will stand united, overcome every challenge, and return triumphant. Let the glory of the Kree Empire shine for all eternity. A thunderous roar of approval swept through the ranks. Around him, young officers like Damien, eyes blazing with determination, raised their weapons in salute. The war had begun. Chapter 1. The Spark of War. The glory of the Kree Empire will last forever. Across the spiral arms of the Triangulum Galaxy, 6 million light-years from Andromeda, hundreds of billions of citizens and countless worlds froze as the Imperial Hollow projection lit up the skies. It showed the Celestials, once proud and free, kneeling in chains, their wives and children dragged into servitude, their homeworlds laid desolate. Anger and resolve blazed in every viewer's heart. 2 years earlier, Supreme Commander Luo Tian had declared the Empire on full war footing, warning that the mysterious Void Cult would strike at their very core. Now that dreaded day had arrived. The Kree knew terror well. After all, they had faced the Celestials, the universe's mightiest race, and forced them into retreat. But to see a nascent power like the Void Cult openly challenge the Empire was unthinkable. If these fanatics hoped to raise Kree worlds, they would find no mercy. Damien stood on the observation deck of Tower 1, the capital's highest spire. He had enlisted 2 years ago at 17, driven by stories of Kree heroism. Today, watching the projection, his jaw set in quiet fury. All around him, men and women snapped to attention as planetary governors and fleet admirals issued immediate mobilization orders. Military academies were converted into barracks, defector hotlines crackled to life, armories opened their doors. From the glittering city above the royal palace to the dusty mining colonies on outer moons, every citizen answered the call. Steel their courage, sharpen their resolve, and prepare to meet the Void Cult's onslaught. The Kree Empire had stood unchallenged for millennia. Now, on the brink of this new war, it would prove once more that no foe, celestial or voidborn, could break its spirit. Damien watched in awe as 73 colossal warships, their hulls etched with the Kree star sigil, tore through the void and dropped into formation. Every vessel was plugged into the Empire's vast neural network, every officer, every crewman, every weapons officer, linked by a constant stream of data and command. From his command deck, Damien could see their target worlds scattered across the triangular galaxy, each planet's surface bristling with defensive arrays and orbital bastions. It occurred to him that the Kree Empire's remarkable longevity, spanning hundreds of thousands of years, owed much to its doctrine of relentless indoctrination. From childhood, every citizen of the Empire is steeped in unwavering loyalty. Now, as the specter of all-out war loomed, those countless loyalists surged with identical resolve. When the call to arms went out, they would rise as one and fight without hesitation. True, the average Kree conscript might lack the raw combat prowess of Ronan's elite legions, but sheer numbers can overwhelm even the most formidable foe, ants that swarm to fell elephants, and the Kree had mastered the art of synchronizing technology with the human, or Kree will. United under a single purpose, they became a force of lethal precision. Damien, formerly known across the fleet under the codename Harvey, but never mistaken for anything other than a resolute young man, felt the familiar surge of battle fervor. He knew that once engaged, this campaign would stain the galaxy's stars with blood, yet he would not allow any of his people to falter or retreat. No matter the sacrifice, they would stand firm. This was their home, their civilization, and Damien would see it defended to the last breath. Chapter 1. The Brink of War. For centuries, the Kree Empire has ruled the galaxy, conquering worlds, subjugating entire populations, and molding itself into a self-styled beacon of righteousness. In truth, the Empire has become a catastrophe on an interstellar scale. Now, the Void God cult has decided to strike back. Though their choice to wage war is not a simple act of justice, old enmities made this conflict inevitable, and the cult intends to use it to shake every major civilization in the universe to its core. Damien turned to Sonia, his most trusted lieutenant, whose dark eyes reflected both determination and concern. "Proceed," he said. "Damien, so many lives will be lost," Sonia whispered. "I know," he replied, voice steady. "Just make sure every operative remembers this. No matter what horrors we face, we must hold on to our sanity." He scanned the war room, envisioning the impossible odds ahead. A few hundred cultists standing against the billions of Kree. They did not aim to annihilate every Kree soldier. They only needed to bring the Empire's civilization to its knees. And with that, the war for the fate of the universe was set in motion. Damien sighed, knowing full well that this confrontation would spill rivers of blood, and that neither side could claim the moral high ground. Yet he would never allow the Void cult to lay a hand on Red Eyes. "Very well," he said, locking eyes with Cassidon. "Stand by and watch." Sonia gave a barely perceptible nod. In the next instant, Damien raised a single finger, and a miniature black hole blossomed in the void before them. Its inescapable pull drew Sonia into its swirling depths. A heartbeat later, she reappeared in deep space, directly before the 73 warships of the Void God cult. Every warrior aboard those ships was, at minimum, a planet-level expert, their senses honed to a razor's edge. Moreover, the cruiser's advanced AI systems instantly registered her identity. The silent tension between worlds had just grown immeasurably more dangerous. Sonia hovered before the 73 warships of the Void God cult, her crimson gown billowing like liquid flame against the blackness of space. She raised her hand, and her voice, clear as a bell, resounded across every bridge and observation deck. "We still do not know what gifts the Kree Empire has prepared for us, but I trust each of you to stand firm against whatever weapons they wield. Today, I bring you the command of Lord Cassidine. War's victory will demand blood, but cruelty for its own sake is forbidden. Let us kill only when necessary, and always with purpose. I will serve alongside the prophet Damien aboard his flagship, watching for your triumph. Should the battle tilt against us, I will come to your aid. Know that Lord Cassidine himself watches over our entire fleet this moment. Do not fear the void before you. Its emptiness is our opportunity. With the glory of the void lighting the universe, we shall give this battle everything we have." As her words faded, every crewman and officer snapped to attention, voices merging in a single thunderous vow. Then, with a swirl of dark light, Sonia vanished, only to reappear aboard Prophet Damien's command ship, ready to witness the outcome of this war firsthand. Damien, the seer they all called the Predictor, inclined his head slightly before Sonia. "Miss Sonia," he greeted with measured respect. Sonia offered him a brief, cool nod. At her signal, Stephen Strange stepped forward and bowed as well. "Miss Sonia," he echoed. Then he straightened and added, "Please, there's no need for such formality between us." Damien lifted his gaze, meeting Stephen's steady eyes. "Miss Sonia has entrusted me with overall command of this engagement," he explained. "Exactly," Sonia said, folding her arms. "Damien will lead our forces on the front line. Stephen, you'll provide support and coordinate troop movements." Stephen inclined his head. "Understood. I'll have my teams ready to mobilize at your signal." A pleased light flickered in Damien's eyes. As a prophet of the Void cult, he wielded considerable authority. His visions had never revealed this precise role until now. To be appointed battle commander, especially against the dreaded Kree Empire, was both an honor and a challenge he had long awaited. Clearing his throat, Damien addressed the two of them with renewed energy. "Intelligence confirms that the Kree have amassed an arsenal capable of striking deep into our territory. Their plans for war are no longer rumor, but fact. We must anticipate every threat they can hurl at us." Sonia's gaze hardened. "Then let us prepare. Damien, coordinate our offensive strategy. Stephen, ensure our supply lines and reinforcements are in place. We move at dawn." Stephen offered a confident smile. "At once." Damien bowed once more. "I will not fail you." With that, the newly appointed commander turned and strode away, his mind already racing through battle formations and tactical spells. The war with the Kree Empire was upon them, and under Damien's command, the Void cult would be ready. Damien took a steadying breath. "This would have been beyond my reach not long ago," he admitted. "But the years I've spent preparing for this day have not been in vain. I'll see it through. I promise you, Miss Sonia." At her encouraging nod, Damien clenched his fists and dipped into a respectful bow, officially accepting the mission. 3 years earlier, the idea of coordinating a large-scale force movement would have been a daunting fantasy for him. He simply lacked the strength and experience. Now, though the task would stretch him, it was far from impossible. Determined, he readied himself for what lay ahead. Chapter 760, Tony's One-Blow Power, 6,000. Damien closed his eyes and reached out with his mind, spanning countless possible futures. What he saw chilled him. Swarms of disaster-level creatures born of the Kree Empire's ultimate weapons, far more formidable and disciplined than anything even the ancient Sanic civilization had ever unleashed. Surprisingly, though, Damien felt no dread, only a sober resolve. The Void God cult may be outnumbered, but they've spent years priming their champions for this war. Their strength lies not in sheer volume, but in the ferocity and skill of each individual warrior. What truly worries everyone, Damien knew, were the Kree Empire's cosmic, forbidden weapons. Once activated, they can obliterate or cripple the greatest heroes of the universe. Yet, as long as the cult prevents those doomsday engines from ever coming online, the threat can be contained. He weighed his options. A direct strike on Hala, the Kree throne world, would topple the Empire's power base, but it wouldn't end the conflict. Every Kree governor across the stars holds their own forbidden arsenal and commands a disaster legion. If left unchecked, those legions would spread the war well beyond the Kree domain, into Andromeda itself. Damien opened his eyes, determination in his gaze. The storm was coming, and when it broke, it would take all their cunning and every ounce of Tony's legendary one-blow power to survive it. Chapter 7. The Prophet's Strategy. Outside the glittering spires of the Kree Empire's capital, the Void God cult's fleet hung in silent formation. At its heart, the Prophet, cloak swirling like a dark star, raised his hand and opened a channel that crackled through every vessel. "Brothers and sisters of the Void," his voice resonated, low and unrelenting. "To shatter the Kree Empire's grand design, we strike from the perimeter inward. Only by dismantling their layered defenses can we claim this victory." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. Then he outlined the 3 lines standing between them, an ultimate triumph. First, the Kree's vaunted technological fortifications. Automated turrets, shield matrices, orbital drones, each engineered to repel entire armadas. Approach with caution. Unless you command a squad leader's rank, do not engage them head-on. Your precious lives are too valuable to waste on foolhardy heroics. The second line, the prophet continued, is the bio-engineered disaster army. At our signal, legions of planet-level aberrations and cosmic-scale monstrosities will disgorge from containment, some looped into swirling vortexes of anti-life energy, others bugling across voidwalkers at superluminal speed. They vary in power, from localized plague beasts to universe-toppling horrors. Fear not, embrace the chaos and unleash your wrath. Finally, his gaze sharpened. And the third, our trump card, are the cosmic forbidden weapons. Forged by the supreme intelligence itself, they harness the cataclysmic force of cosmic collapse rays and the raw potential of the cosmic cube. When unleashed, they will rend space-time and devour entire star systems. Across the fleet, cultivators steadied themselves. Among them stood Damien, his jaw firm, eyes alight with fierce anticipation. He recalled the horrors those weapons could summon, and the salvation they promised. As the prophet's words faded, a hush fell. Then, as one, the Void God cult charged into the void, ready to tear down empire and gods alike. These cosmic forbidden weapons are unimaginably powerful, the prophet warned, voice low but urgent. Even the universe's mightiest, its pinnacle-level experts, would tremble to wield them. In the wrong hands, they're an existential threat. We cannot allow their use, Damien added, stepping forward. He caught the eyes of every officer in the chamber. Our mission is clear. With a swift gesture, the prophet conjured a shimmering star map in midair. Holographic schematics of bizarre, otherworldly armaments spun into view, each engraved with alien runes and deadly promise. He tapped 2, ice to highlight clusters of coordinates. You will each lead 5 to 7 strike teams. Deploy to these locations immediately. I will relay precise tasking and support resources as you move in. He swept his hand, erasing the map. Your objective is twofold. Eliminate every emergent threat within your sector and destroy, or secure, every forbidden weapon you encounter. No exceptions. Finally, he fixed his gaze on the last rider, Tony. A faint smile crossed his lips, but his eyes were steel. And Tony, make no mistake, failure is not an option. Don't say I didn't warn you. The comlink crackled, and the prophet's measured voice filled Damien's quarters. This artifact may indeed represent the pinnacle of cosmic wisdom, but it is far too dangerous to remain in our and any universe. Its activation threshold is almost absurdly low. Left unguarded, it would only be a matter of time before someone, whether by accident or design, unleashed a catastrophe beyond our power to contain. Remember, the ruins of the Kree Empire already contain more than enough technology to propel your research light years forward. You have no need to import these volatile, forbidden weapons into the Andromeda Galaxy. Trust me, don't even entertain the idea of keeping them. I've seen the timelines. In the next few years, you'll resist the temptation, but I know human nature. Without this explicit warning, you would certainly try to bring them home. So under no circumstances are these cosmic weapons to cross your threshold. The line went dead. Damien stared at the dark console, his pulse still racing from the prophet's warning. Against every instinct, he forced himself to nod. This was no time to play hero with forces he could neither master nor destroy. Tony's jaw set as the prophet's words sank in. If the forbidden weapon were stolen, he alone would shoulder every sin it wrought. Moments ago, Tony Stark had bristled at the news that the Kree Empire possessed a cosmic weapon, an arcane marvel forged by the supreme intelligence within its super-optical brain. He dreamed of smuggling 1 or 2 components back for close study, but the prophets had spoken plainly. These devices were off-limits. Understood, Tony said finally, his voice low. After a brief nod, he fell silent. The predictor, satisfied with the response, declined to elaborate. In the Void God religion's small cadre of technologists, Bruce Banner was the only truly gifted mind, yet Banner had never shared Tony's appetite for weapons capable of annihilating untold lives. With Banner's quiet cooperation, the order to destroy the forbidden arms would be executed flawlessly. The others might glimpse a fragment of fascination at the notion of cosmic weaponry, but none were consumed by it. The prophet's calm voice broke the hush. Dr. Strange requires your aid. He regarded Tony for a heartbeat, then continued, coordinate the transport of Kyle's legions to this planet. At his command, a series of holographic projections sprang to life in the air. Star charts, planetary scans, tactical overlays, each one highlighting their next objective as the Prophet's piercing gaze swept over them. Damien stood before the Prophet's command console, watching the full holographic display unfold. The 10th Fleet's warships were weaving intricate spell matrices, each one powering up a different spatial teleportation array. In moments, those fleets would slip through the void and reappear at their designated coordinates. Beside Damien, the Prophet tapped furiously on his control panel, assigning every squad leader a partner and a route. It was exhausting work. The Prophet mentally simulated countless possible futures, then selected the single timeline with the best odds of success. As expected, Damien muttered under his breath, I still haven't been paired with Lacey. Meanwhile, aboard Commander Wu Maki's flagship, where over a dozen Void Cult operatives waited, the leader scowled at the transmission crackling in his ear. What's this? He growled. Do you not want me beside Lacey? Before Wu Mak I could dwell further, Alex's smooth voice floated in over the comlink. Not at all, Alex replied. I have every confidence in your abilities, Commander. It's just, well, I do prefer working with beautiful women. Wu Maki's displeasure was audible. Then why pair me with Thor? He snapped. A tense silence followed as the fleet prepared to leap into the teleportation matrices. Each commander waited for the final instructions, the fate of this mission hinging on perfectly timed coordination, and, if Damien had anything to say about it, a reunion with Lacey. What does the seer foresee in the future? Loki asked, eyeing Banner with mild curiosity. He wasn't unhappy about the assignment, just puzzled by the sudden reshuffle. The seer met his gaze calmly. My visions show that pairing individuals with complementary strengths will fortify each brigade. Together, you'll be far better prepared for the enemies you're about to face. She let her words hang in the air before continuing. I will set your destination. How you reach it, however, is your choice. Trust that this arrangement is the most effective one. Loki hesitated, clearly unsettled at the prospect of working apart from Bai Linglong. The seer anticipated his unspoken question. I wish I could have kept you with Bai Linglong, she admitted, but I'm confident that your skills will shine where they're needed most. At her reassurance, Jin Luosha relaxed visibly. He exchanged a relieved smile with Heiluo-san. That actually makes me feel a lot better, he said. Heiluo-san nodded. The seer's redistribution wasn't meant to break up alliances, but to strengthen the 10 warships individually. No matter which captain they served under, especially someone as formidable as Lord Alex, they'd be among the universe's elite defenders. That knowledge, Heiluo-san realized, was more reassuring than any vision of the future. Damien narrowed his eyes as he watched the Weather Witch gather her cloak about her shoulders. Be careful, he warned. We only just joined the Void Cult, and your powers aren't fully honed yet. She flashed him a confident smile. Don't worry, I'll keep my distance. You need to focus on working with the others. At that moment, the Silent Prophet stepped forward to issue his orders. Damien, he said, you will take command in Alex's brigade. Weather Witch, you are assigned to Kyle's. With that, he swept his gaze across the assembled recruits. This distribution ensures each team, roughly 50 to 60 members, remains balanced, capable of handling all manner of surprises. Trust in it. Damien stiffened but nodded. If no one fell in battle, they would all converge once more at the Hala Star, where the war's final confrontation awaited. Still, a knot of anxiety clutched at him. He turned back to her. Just promise me we'll meet up again in the end. She gave him a reassuring tilt of her head. Of course, we'll reunite on Hala Star. I have no doubt. He wanted to say she should have stayed by his side, but he knew better. The Prophet's plan was sound. Each brigade needed the right mix of skills. Even if it meant fighting apart for now, splitting up was the best chance they had to survive the battles ahead. As they fell into formation, Damien toward Alex's flag and the Weather Witch toward Kyle's, he drew a steadying breath. No matter how fierce the fighting, no matter how far they were separated, he would hold on to that promise. They would meet again at the Hala Star. And when they did, victory would be theirs. Star-Lord has been assigned as the strategic advisor to Irani Rael, someone he holds in the highest regard. Being entrusted with her counsel fills him with renewed confidence for the challenges ahead. On Tony Stark's side, every team member is a seasoned combatant. With Jarvis, his cutting-edge AI that manages strategic oversight, information warfare, and intelligence gathering, Stark already enjoys a decisive edge. What he needs now are dependable lieutenants who can help him navigate the coming conflict without losing his cool. Steve Rogers, by contrast, has been placed under the command of the Ice Witch Claudia. He accepts the seer's judgment without hesitation. The forecaster surely sensed the rage smoldering in his heart, and now Stephen has a chance to prove himself again. Years ago, he witnessed Claudia's power firsthand, an unstoppable force that chased down its prey without mercy. In the time since, she's ascended to the very summit of the universe, her abilities more fearsome than ever. But Steve is no longer the fragile young soldier he once was. He's honed his skills, tempered his spirit, and stands ready to face the trial before him. Finally, Pepper Potts, Paige, and Bai Linglong have all been assigned to General Lacey's command, each of them a trusted asset in the battles to come. Damien had no shortage of brilliant minds on Lacey's side. Her reputation for razor-sharp intelligence was second to none within the Void Cult. Coupled with formidable combat skills, she was more than capable of handling nearly any threat. Yet Lacey's primary duty was to safeguard her team and hand them the insight they needed to carry out their missions successfully. So Damien was genuinely caught off guard when one familiar face among the dozens assigned to his battleship made her entrance. "Miss Butterfly, long time no see," he called out, a broad grin spreading across his features. "I never expected you on my roster." Hovering gracefully before him was the woman everyone called Madame Butterfly, her sharp eyes and poised bearing belying the deadly efficiency for which she was known. "The honor is mine, Damien," she replied with a polite nod. "I've requested this assignment so I can fight by your side." She paused, as if weighing each word. "I excel at gathering intelligence, but I won't pretend I'm the strongest in a firefight. That's why I asked to join your squad. I trust your leadership to keep me safe while I do what I do best." No one doubted Lacey's capabilities. Her blend of fieldcraft, strategy, and raw combat proficiency made her a prized asset wherever she went. In truth, she had gravitated to whichever team needed her most intelligence support. And now that team was Damien's. With her aboard, their chances of success just got a lot higher. Damien squeezed the woman's hand. "Don't worry, I'll protect everyone here, not just you. Now go. Fight with confidence." She gave him a fierce, grateful smile. At that moment, Damien felt a surge of courage he hadn't known he possessed. Under the Prophet's clear instructions, teams fell into formation in minutes. Together, they guided the battered space battleship into the shimmering teleportation array. Meanwhile, high above a planet in the triangular galaxy, the Void God Cult's warship dropped out of hyperspace. The entire city below trembled as hidden laser turrets tore through the earth, aligning their barrels skyward. The sudden assault galvanized the Kree inhabitants, those who had only recently received secret orders and had dusted off weapons issued a year ago. From behind hastily erected barricades, they leveled their weapons at the alien vessel emerging from a glowing golden rift, its hull proudly bearing a Lone Star emblem. Aboard that very flagship, Tony Stark's console chimed urgently. Jarvis's measured voice filled the bridge. 16,726 lock-on scans detected, activating defense protocols. Tony's fingers danced over the controls. "All right, team, brace yourselves. You'll feel some shaking once it kicks in. Attention all hands, secure yourselves immediately." As Jarvis guided the battleship through the shimmering magic circle, the crew emerged into orbit above Akari Star's glittering capital. Damien glanced at the main monitor, just as Jarvis's sensors blared with incoming scans from every direction. Before anyone could react further, the shields dropped, and the sky erupted. Dozens of enormous laser beams, each over 10 meters in diameter, tore through space like a cascade of kaleidoscopic meteors. The display was breathtaking and deadly. Boom! Even at full defensive strength, the bombardment rattled the hull violently. The sheer force shoved Tony's starship off its axis, sending consoles rattling and crew members stumbling. "Warning! Warning!" Jarvis's calm voice crackled over the intercom. "Primary power at 86%, now down to 9%. Multiple lock-ons detected. We cannot withstand another strike. Backup reactor coming online." Damien watched in disbelief as the arc reactor, Tony Stark's engineering marvel, bled energy at an astonishing rate. Even Jarvis, an AI designed for the unexpected, registered genuine shock. Clearly, the Kree Empire had foreseen their arrival and prepared a full-scale ambush. Damien's heart pounded in his chest. The Kree wanted war? Then war they would have. He tapped a sequence on the console, rallying his crewmates to brace for the onslaught and to strike back with everything they had. Damien had read about space dreadnoughts, massive warships capable of leveling entire worlds, but he'd never truly grasped their scale until now. Even the galaxy's mightiest heroes often found themselves outgunned by a single dreadnought's firepower. Yet against the Kree Empire, a civilization whose history stretched back hundreds of thousands of years, these titans of war were little more than heavy-duty transports. The ship shuddered under an unseen impact, but inside the command deck, no one even lost their footing. The onboard hypergravity training floor was far more punishing than this mere tremor. Damien and Tony watched through the hollow projected view screens as the planet below revealed itself. A sprawling city that shone like a living colossus of steel and circuitry. Fortified towers ripped through the surface one after another, pivoting skyward in unison, as if the city itself had come alive to meet them. From each fortress poured leagues of Kree warriors, blue-skinned, armored figures whose hatred was as palpable as the hum of their anti-gravity jets. In an instant, they rose, forming a jagged, shimmering wave of blue energy that hurtled straight toward the dreadnought's shields. Damien's heart pounded. This was no ordinary assault. It was the full wrath of an ancient empire awakened. And he, Tony, and the rest of the crew were right in its path. The oppressive hum of high-tech Kree weaponry pressed down on them like a physical weight. Anyone whose strength didn't rank at a planetary level simply couldn't stand against an empire this vast. Surviving the initial onslaught was a luxury. Fighting back seemed impossible. I didn't expect the Kree to roll out such a welcome gift, Damien muttered, scanning the alien skyline. He straightened, voice steely. All right, prepare for combat. Jarvis, activate the Advent Matrix. Though Damien had known the Kree were formidable, he had never imagined one city could house so much firepower. He clenched his fists, the stress crackling at his fingertips. War is war. Don't accuse me of picking on you. With a flash of excitement in his cobalt eyes, Kangming, the tall, blue-skinned warrior, strode forward and mounted the Advent Matrix platform, a bloodthirsty grin on his face. The rest of the team followed without hesitation, each finding their place on the gleaming stage. Then Damien felt it, a surge of void energy erupting from deep within him. The veins beneath his skin glowed, and the white necklace resting at his throat began to soften and drip away, melting into pure power. As the Matrix thrummed to life around them, Damien braced himself for the battle to come. Liquid armor flowed over Damien's body like quicksilver, sealing itself into a seamless white shell in less than a heartbeat. As the suit's optical lenses flared a deep violet and the raw power of the void thrummed through every fiber, a savage grin spread across the face behind the visor. Damien was quietly relieved that the Predictor hadn't placed Pepper on his squad. If she'd been alongside him, he'd never be able to fully embrace the fight. His eyes would dart anxiously toward every shadow, anticipating threats to her Saf. Eddie. He didn't want Pepper, his fiancée, to witness the merciless side of him on display in the heat of battle. He wasn't naive about the Predictor's intentions. Assigning Pepper to Thor's team, where Lady Butterfly also served, was no accident. In a war this savage, where Nikrov was expected to be the most ruthless killer on the field, every soldier risked exposing their darkest impulses. Even Pepper, having already gleaned grim hints of Lacey's fate, could only imagine the horrors yet to come. Yet here, in the silent hum of his newly donned armor, Damien steeled himself for the bloodshed ahead, determined to protect what he loved, even if it meant unleashing the Void's wrath upon his enemies. As long as Pepper didn't witness it with her own eyes, nothing else mattered. Tony activated the Advent Matrix. Arcane runes flared across his armor as he shot out of the battleship's hangar into the Void. No sooner had he cleared the hatch than the Void Cult's reinforcements materialized on the ship's hull. All at once, the automated forts locked onto every target, Tony included, and unleashed crimson beams hundreds of meters thick. Trapped in their targeting grid, Jarvis was powerless to steer the battleship to safety. If Tony couldn't stop them, those lasers would tear the ship apart and kill everyone aboard. Refusing to cower, Tony spun in midair and raised both arms. A roaring inferno burst from his palms, surging skyward, then instantly crystallized into a towering wall of ice. The frozen barrier glittered like a giant prism, refracting each red beam and hurling it back toward the forts. Where the reflected rays struck, they shattered into cascades of fiery shards. Those fragments fell like meteorites, striking the surrounding terrain with explosive force. Every impact gouged the earth and sent violent tremors rolling across the battlefield. Through the storm of shattered light and debris, the forts struggled to regain their aim. Hovering at the heart of the chaos, Tony's armor thrummed with raw energy, ready for whatever strike came next. The laser cut through the air like a scythe. Those caught in its path didn't stand a chance. Flesh and bone vaporized, leaving only drifting ashes. Entire houses collapsed into smoldering rubble. Watchtowers and earthen forts shattered as if struck by a divine hammer. In a single, merciless stroke, the city was transformed into a living inferno. Cracks spidered across the ground, flames roared through streets, and a choking pall of black smoke blotted out the sun. Across the ruined plain, the Kree army, once a disciplined tide of spears, shields, and marching ranks, stumbled to a halt. They had heard whispered tales of the Void Cult's brutality, but words had never conveyed true horror. Even the legendary Celestial clan, whose feats of destruction were the stuff of myth, had never wrought devastation on this scale. A palpable despair coursed through the soldiers. Their steadfast resolve to purge the cult faltered beneath the weight of such overwhelming power. As uncertainty rippled through the ranks, the air trembled. From the center of the fiery wasteland, a column of violet flame shot skyward, burning with uncanny brilliance. The soldiers shielded their eyes against the blinding light. When the glare finally subsided, a lone figure stood at the heart of the pillar, clad in immaculate white armor that seemed to glow from within. He stepped forward, every footfall echoing like a promise of retribution. Wings of pure radiance unfurled behind him, casting flickering halos across the ruins. In his gauntleted hand, an ethereal blade pulsed with otherworldly energy. Calm, resolute, and utterly unafraid, he surveyed the devastated landscape. This was Damien, angelic champion and harbinger of doom for those who dared stand against justice. The moment Damien lifted his gaze, his eyes as fathomless as the abyss and wreathed in violet flame, the assembled Kree warriors froze. A single glance revealed an impossible fusion of sanctity and savagery that struck them speechless. Had they before them a benevolent deity or a demon born to unleash every kind of havoc? They did not have to wait long for an answer. Suddenly, a blinding purple light pulsed outward from Damien's form, visible even to the naked eye. Wherever that radiance swept, the very sky and earth convulsed with ice, thunder, storm, and fire. The centuries-old battle lines, fortified and honed over 2 years of meticulous planning, vanished in an instant beneath the onslaught. The surge of energy moved with such terrifying speed that no one could dive for cover. From above, the spectacle was stark, a titanic orb of violet power, crackling with lightning and flame, expanding to envelop the city. The brilliance was so overwhelming it forced every eye open. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the light faded away, revealing the aftermath. What had once been a thriving metropolis now lay in ruins. Dozens of meters of earth had been gouged out, exposing secret vaults and hidden passageways long buried beneath the streets. On this once barren plain lay hidden air raid shelters, underground research labs, and weapons caches, now all exposed or reduced to rubble. Every officer and soldier in Damien's vast army stared in stunned silence. This was the signature of a supreme powerhouse in the universe. One cataclysmic outburst enough to level an entire city. Damien stood at the edge of the shattered earth, his gaze as cold as the crater before him. He turned westward and called out, "It's time, show yourselves." They had advanced in a single, unified formation by the Prophet's decree, never splitting into smaller squads. That order meant the first wave of planets they were invading harbored the universe's most lethal threats. Damien already felt the oppressive auras gathering beyond the horizon. He vowed to strike swiftly, clear the battlefield, and then face these apocalyptic legions head-on. No sooner had his words echoed across the wasteland then colossal behemoths began to materialize against the distant sky, blotting out the horizon with their immense, menacing forms. Chapter 761, Disaster Legion. Two colossal birds tore through the sky, their cobalt feathers wreathed in ghostly blue flames. They spiraled above the battlefield, their wing beats scorching twin spirals into the earth hundreds of meters apart. At Tony's command, Damien rocketed forward, closing the distance in under 2 seconds. The giants hovered on thermal currents, their eyes blazing like miniature suns, cold, merciless, and razor-sharp, locking onto Tony and his team. Suddenly they lunged at one another, unfurling wings so vast they eclipsed both sun and sky. The shockwave of their clash sent the ground shaking, sand and dust roaring into tornadoes, and the air whipping into a tempest. Then one of the birds reared back and let out a resonant cry, crackling with raw energy, vibrations pulsing through the atmosphere like ripples of pure force. In an instant, the landscape was transformed into an apocalyptic tableau. These twin blue behemoths were no ordinary calamity, but living cataclysms, ferocious entities rivaling the fury of nature itself. Most of the Void Cult's members were caught in the shockwave and flung backward over 10 kilometers. Only a handful managed to halt their descent, suspended midair, eyes wide with disbelief. On the horizon, the horrors of the Disaster Legion advanced in endless ranks. With each massive footfall, the ground quaked, almost as if it feared the devastation these creatures would unleash. Aboard the St. Nicholas flagship, Damien braced himself at the command console. Jarvis, the ship's AI, executed a swift tactical retreat while scanning the oncoming host. His synthetic voice trembled as the readout flickered to life. Disaster units detected, 2,137, Jarvis reported. Damien's jaw tightened. 2,137? Has the Supreme Intelligence's computing power really evolved this far? I was under the impression that St. Nicholas Civilization's disaster recovery technology still had serious flaws. Affirmative, Jarvis replied. Energy signatures indicate that most of these beings possess physical strength on par with planet-tier powerhouses of the Void God cult. A significant number reach universe tier. 2 exceed even that, classified as top-tier cosmic disasters. Damien's heart pounded. Those monstrous bodies were hardly their only threat. They represented merely the most basic manifestation of these calamities. And with a force this vast and varied pressing upon them, retreat was suddenly their only viable option. Intelligence or not, survival would demand every ounce of cunning and courage they had left. After undergoing such radical transformations and mutations, these so-called disasters must possess some form of superpower, or even magic. What's more, they now obey commands. They aren't mindless abominations like the monsters of the St. Nicholas civilization, which revert to pure instinct once they change. Damien stared at the data feed and realized that the super-optical brain truly is the linchpin of the Kree Empire. Its capabilities dwarf anything he'd previously imagined. After all, the Kree have endured for hundreds of thousands of years. They have to be sitting on unimaginable secret weapons against every civilization and force in the galaxy. Yet seeing the super-optical brain in action made him painfully aware of how badly he'd underestimated its supreme intelligence. Sure, the Void Cult can recruit and train followers at an astonishing rate, but growth like that still consumes time. The Kree Empire, by contrast, can churn out entire disaster legions on demand. If they ever discover an effective way to neutralize the universe's most powerful heroes, they could quite literally flood the cosmos with these engineered abominations and conquer everything in their path. Jarvis, don't disengage. Keep falling back until we're clear of the planet, Damien ordered, hovering in midair as he locked eyes with the 2 colossal figures looming above him. This world is about to become a real battlefield. Kangming, take the others and handle the disasters erupting across Earth. I'll deal with these 2. Through his neural link, Damien could hear Jarvis's voice trembling with unease. He knew that conventional space warships stood no chance against opponents like these. Only the universe's elite powerhouses could even hope to survive such a clash. The Prophet hadn't called on him lightly. He was to neutralize 2 of the most catastrophic threats in existence. Even the mightiest interstellar anomalies were said to be less fearsome than these ancient behemoths, whose strength had been honed over countless millennia. Yet Damien also understood the true terror of the San Nicole civilization's biotech enhancements, genetic modifications that amplified instincts to near-divine levels. A creature endowed with those primal instincts and armed with cosmic power could not be underestimated. He squared his shoulders, resolve hardening. There was no turning back now. Whatever awaited him among the stars, Damien would face it head-on. Be careful, those two give me a bad feeling. Damien tilted his head and stared up at the pair of colossal birds hovering overhead. Their wings beat with barely contained power, yet they made no move to attack. In that unsettling stillness, Damien sensed the true predator-prey dynamic. The birds were the hunters, and everyone on the ground had become their quarry, now each one under silent scrutiny to see who would be struck down first. "You all, spread out and keep your distance from me," he ordered. "If you crowd me, I won't have room to use my ability." Tony nodded in agreement. If Damien felt the threat, then Tony certainly did too. He'd never gone up against Bai Linglong, Jin Luosha, and He Luo San, warriors bred in San Nicole, whose reputations were the stuff of nightmares. They were said to pick up new techniques instantly and boasted biological transformations that far outstripped Bai Linglong's own. Tony wouldn't have been shocked if their strength only grew as the battle dragged on. Two big, stupid birds. I'm going to have some fun. In the blink of an eye, Damien hovered in midair. The aura coiling around him flared without restraint, and waves of violet void energy washed across the sky. In his hand, a spear of pure purple light materialized, as though a devil had risen from the abyss. The Uru armor he wore bore no gaudy lasers or shimmering force fields, only the clearest distillation of defense and arcane power. Mastery of such armor demanded profound combat knowledge. Damien's own skill had barely reached the second tier, yet in that moment it felt more than sufficient. Below him, two colossal birds recoiled, their beady eyes widening at the sight. To them, Damien might have seemed no more than an insect, but this insect radiated a terror unlike any they had ever felt. Both creatures knew exactly who to strike first. Kill the ant, and the rest would fall like lambs. With a shared, predatory glance, they beat their massive wings, igniting a tempest of sapphire flame. The wind howled as they surged higher into the heavens. Instinct had banished reason from their hearts. Allies and enemies stood clearly divided. The disaster legions below were their kin, but today their hunger pointed only at Damien. Damien sprinted across the shattered landscape, his purple flame cannon blazing in his grip. The enemy wasn't merely sending out sonic pulses to scatter the insect hordes, they meant to crush them outright. Beside him moved one of the Kree's so-called disaster legions, its voice silenced but its movements sharp and obedient. "I can't speak," it seemed to declare with a rustle of metal, "but I still know friend from foe, and I will follow orders." Damien pressed his lips into a thin line. "Brilliant, yet utterly tragic," he murmured, watching the figure move with inhuman precision. The Kree Empire's mastery of transformation technology was staggering. In a matter of weeks, they had converted countless beings into these emotionless shock troops. But in every case, the process had wiped the individual's identity away, leaving nothing but a hollow shell. Damien had tried and failed to trace any memory of their former selves. No names, no faces, not even a flicker of humanity. All that remained was perfect, unthinking obedience, a weapon ideal for any battlefield. Now, with his own orders opposed to the Kree's, there could be no compromise. Only one outcome was possible here, victory or defeat. He hefted his cannon, ignited its core, and charged forward into the fray. Blue feathers drifted down like pear blossoms in a spring rain, each one bursting into azure flame as it fell. The sky ignited with thousands of sapphire streaks, an awe-inspiring, yet deadly spectacle. Nature's most exquisite displays often conceal its fiercest weapons, and these living embers reigned with lethal unpredictability. Damien closed the distance, feeling the searing heat radiating from those fiery quills. In that instant, he understood how devastating a single, careless attack from these two colossal avian guardians could be. Yet compared to the inferno he commanded, they were playing with sparks. In his hand, the spear blazed with purple flame, its shaft veined with frost, its blade a white translucent marvel, like crystal carved by lightning itself. With a sudden burst of speed, Damien became motion incarnate. His weapon extended into a phantom of silver light and stabbed upward through the storm-tossed sky. The Guardian's flaming feathers met Damien's spearlight in a cataclysmic collision. A shockwave of brilliant blue radiance roared outward, ripping the clouds apart for thousands of miles. The thunderous boom that followed rolled across the heavens, and when the cerulean curtain of energy finally dissipated, an eerie silence fell, bearing silent witness to Damien's unleashed power. Two colossal beasts tore across the sky in a blaze of cerulean light, racing straight at Damien. Their massive wings beat like the heart of a hurricane, whipping the air into a roaring tempest. Each talon gleamed with a faint, otherworldly blue, deadly as the edge of a divine blade. Damien's Uru armor granted him astonishing resilience, but it wasn't infallible. He knew he lacked the raw, unassailable strength of Kyle or Bruce Banner. He could have risked a direct clash to gauge the bird's power, but Kyle and Banner, his go-to teammates for rapid healing, were nowhere in sight. Rallying them would take precious time he didn't have. The battle was only just beginning, and he couldn't afford a serious injury before finding Banner, Kyle, or Alex to treat him. Losing even one ally now would be catastrophic. Steeling himself, Damien activated Void Storm Roar mode in an instant, bracing for the onslaught. Damien shattered the shimmering blue barrier in a single thunderous strike, his speed spiking as the storm's roar swallowed his battle cry. In an instant, he became a phantom in the gale, hurtling through rain-lashed winds to plunge his spear straight into the chest of one of the colossal birds. The creature's furious screech echoed like thunder, its massive wings beating so fiercely that the air itself warped into twin gusting shields, halting its deadly dive. Before Damien could pull free, the second giant bird wheeled in overhead. It slammed its wings up and down, weaving a rippling curtain of wind that linked with its companion's vortex, trapping him in a cage of howling gales with no clear escape. Even as two titanic silhouettes loomed above him, Damien's lips curved into a confident smirk. "I knew you two monsters wouldn't go down so easily," he called out, his voice steady against the storm. The smile faded, replaced by grim determination. He hefted his spear, runes along its shaft igniting in a blaze of elemental power. With both hands raised, he drew upon earth, fire, water, and air, forcing the raw energies to coil around him like furious serpents. The sky trembled under the assault of this gathering force. Then, with a roar that rivaled the storm itself, Damien hurled his spear straight upward. In that moment, he unleashed his trump card, a single, world-shattering strike that promised to rend, wind and wing alike. Damien stood his ground as the giant bird before him reacted to his attack. Instantly, it folded its left wing into an impenetrable shield, while the other wing arcs down in a sweeping strike. He could have fallen back. His wounds healed slowly, and he wasn't a physical powerhouse, but retreat was not in his nature. These creatures, though driven by pure instinct and incapable of speech or complex thought, were undeniably fierce fighters. Piercing their chest was out of the question, but crippling a wing would be enough. Pressing his palms together, Damien channeled the four primal elements, frost, fire, storm, and thunder, into the shimmering blue city wall that enveloped his hands. A roaring blast of elemental energy roared outward, shattering the bird's armored wing in a spray of feathers and bone. The creature screamed in agony and countered with blinding speed, smashing Damien with its intact wing. He rocketed sideways like a living cannonball, soaring through the air as the beast's cry of pain echoed around him. Damien hurtled through the sky, twisting his body to absorb the impact as best he could. He felt every bone jar as he slammed against the air, tumbling sideways for what must have been hundreds of kilometers. When he finally stilled, he forced himself to look back toward the battlefield. The giant bird's once lustrous left wing, the deep, regal blue that had dazzled all who saw it, was now frozen solid, its feathers snapping like brittle ice and turning jet black. Charred flesh stretched from wingtip to chest. Nearly half its body lay in ruins. Damien allowed himself a moment's satisfaction as that mangled wing sheared off and plunged earthward. The creature staggered in the sky, crippled on one side and whimpering in agony. With only its right wing to stay aloft, it seemed all but beaten. But then a faint cerulean glow began to flicker along the torn wing. Damien frowned, and horror froze his blood. The blackened flesh cracked open, shedding charred scabs, and the glow intensified into a soft, flickering flame. Within seconds, the bird's grievous wounds knitted together, feathers regrew, and muscle reknit itself as though time were reversing. Damien's jaw dropped, just as the wounded giant bird stopped mid-recovery. A second silhouette rose before it. Massive and regal, another giant bird, its dark wings outstretched like a living storm cloud. It hovered directly between Damien and the healing creature, an unmistakable guardian. Damien's heart pounded. He tightened his grip on his weapon, every instinct screaming that this new arrival was the key to everything that had gone wrong today. Swallowing hard, he whispered into the roaring wind. "So it's you." Tony's voice crackled through the comms, bristling with disbelief. What kind of twisted self-healing ability is this? Are you serious? He's still standing and ready to fight. Half a galaxy away, Peter Quill, Star-Lord, felt a divine surge of power rippling through his veins. Silver light swirled around him, bathing his armor in an otherworldly glow. Before him loomed two massive ape-like warriors, each brandishing a broadsword the size of Peter's thigh. With ruthless precision, Peter lunged at the nearer beast, driving his blade clean through its chest. He anticipated the creature collapsing in a heap, only to watch, stunned, as the wound knitted itself shut. The ape ripped the blade free, let out a thunderous roar, and began battering its own chest in triumph. Peter staggered back, heart pounding. He'd never seen regeneration on this level. "What? How is this possible?" he muttered. The second ape advanced, its sword raised high, eager to avenge its wounded comrade. 2 against 1, their sheer instinct and savage power nearly leveled the playing field. Peter tightened his grip on his weapon, bracing himself for the next onslaught. He needed a new strategy, fast, before he was overwhelmed. Damien realized that since he hadn't delivered a clean kill, he needed to finish the fight in one swift stroke. If he hesitated any longer, the ape would recover, and they would be forced into another brutal confrontation. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Damien narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. "You can swarm me all you like, but you're still nothing." With that, he pressed his boot down onto the charred skull of a fallen behemoth. The creature's once massive head lay shattered and smoldering beneath him, its last breath stolen by his power. All around, fire raged like a living thing. Black smoke billowed into the sky, blotting out the sun and turning the horizon into a blazing wasteland. Even the universe's 2 most feared disasters, beings said to wield enough strength to obliterate worlds, had been reduced to broken corpses in that inferno, their twisted bodies scattered like discarded husks. Lix's squadmates gaped in stunned silence as Damien's presence flooded the area with an almost tyrannical aura. Not one of them dared approach. Zhengxian, usually unflappable, stood rooted to the spot, mouth agape. In his mind, those 2 top disasters had been invincible. Yet here they lay, nothing more than insects crushed beneath Damien's unrelenting force. Damien's unleashed power struck like a tidal wave. His opponents crumpled under the shock of his momentum and fell back in disarray, unwilling to challenge him head-on. The fight never truly began. Damien's force was so overwhelming that dispatching them felt as effortless as slicing through melon and cucumber. Watching from the edge of the clearing, Zhengxian's brow furrowed. How did Damien's strength compare with the top cultivators of the Void God sect? If this display was any indication, he might well rank among their elite. A short distance away, Kyle lounged atop the colossal carcass of a tiger-leopard disaster, its striped fur matted and its massive form strewn across the canyon floor. He raked a hand through his wind-tussled hair and grinned. That was a workout. Tackling those 2 almost wore me out. Beside him, his companion quirked an eyebrow. "Lucky for you, I know you don't keel over just because your vitals get nicked." Kyle shrugged, stretching arms that had torn his own shirt to ragged shreds, but bore not a single wound. "Otherwise, I'd have left you 2 in the dust. You're welcome." Beneath them yawned a labyrinth of jagged canyons, deep gashes in the earth that, from above, resembled monstrous claws. These rifts were the aftermath of speed-type disasters, whose assaults were swift, brutal, and as physical as they were destructive. But Kyle specialized in countering such high-velocity threats. His entire fighting style was built to neutralize lightning-fast foes. It came down to a simple question of skill. And in the art of close-quarters combat, Kyle intended to prove he was the better fighter. Chapter 8. Damien moved like a bolt of lightning. Across the sparring grounds, the famed speedsters Kellyan and Renoli circled him, trading feints and slashes with breathless rapidity. They'd tangled countless times before, each win or loss no more than a coin toss, and though their reflexes were razor-sharp, their instincts lacked subtlety. Damien saw his opening instantly. He didn't weave or parry, he met their attacks head-on, absorbing every blow with an almost casual calm. Then, with two brutal, decisive strikes, he tore them apart in a single, fluid motion. Watching from the edge of the arena, the Weather Witch felt her pulse stagger. She'd been locked in a fierce duel with a calamity of the void god Faith, an opponent whose reputation rivaled her own, but the instant Damien's fight fell silent, her own battle faltered. She'd heard the rumors. This man was more than just another powerhouse in the universe. He was said to be the void god religion's greatest champion. Yet hearing whispers is one thing. Seeing him shrug off two elite speed-type warriors without so much as a dodge, then dismantle them with ruthless efficiency, was something else entirely. Damien's fighting style was shockingly direct. No fancy maneuvers, no drawn-out counters, just sheer, overwhelming force. Every move reeked of raw, uncompromising power, a display so unreasonable and domineering that it defied all her years of studying battle magic. The Weather Witch hesitated. She still had one day left under her mortal blessing, a fleeting chance to choose her destiny, light or dark, elementalist or seer. Until now, the choice had felt academic. But witnessing true, unbridled strength incarnate made her wonder if she could ever measure up. Perhaps, she thought, she should experience life in the flesh before that blessing faded forever, and learn firsthand the terror of physical might. The mountain-cracking, earth-splitting attack should have been enough to obliterate any living being. Yet when it fell on Damien, truly a monster in human form, it tore nothing but tatters from his clothing. Not a single scratch blemished his flesh. His fighting style, defined by sheer dominance, ruthless violence, and merciless cruelty, cowed every onlooker and proved beyond doubt the source of his terrifying power. At that moment, the Weather Witch felt the urge to assume a physical body herself, but she squelched the impulse. She would wait for the battle's end before returning to consult Miss Sarah. On Banner's side of the field, the clash had also run its course. Though Banner had been grievously wounded by the cataclysmic blows, his astonishing regenerative gift kicked in instantly. He'd never feared a war of attrition. Obeying Damien's order, to stay locked on brute force and never be distracted by the enemy's surprises, Banner seized one of the mortally wounded foes who still clung to life and resolved to guard him while his own wounds healed. Damien stood amid the ruins of battle, watching the two greatest scourges of the universe lie vanquished at his feet, each felled only after countless lives were traded for a single victory. He flexed his fingers and let out a breath. Training my strength may be dull and tedious, he admitted to himself, but it's clear I still have a lot to learn. He rose from atop the carcass of the giant flying serpent he'd just defeated. Its acidic venom seeped into the cracked earth around him, and where its colossal bulk had struck the ground, a yawning chasm scarred the landscape. This fight had been a contest of pure, unbridled force. One crushing blow from the beast could have torn him in half, and had he hesitated for even a moment, it almost had. Still, Damien felt no fear. Even the universe's deadliest monsters shared the same fatal flaw: limited intelligence. All it took was patience, a keen eye, and the right opening to decide who lived and who died. Against these titanic foes, he'd exploited every weakness. But should he ever face the immortal superhumans rumored to roam the cosmos, he knew victory would be far from guaranteed, and finishing them off might prove an even tougher challenge. Even though the Disaster Legions possess only rudimentary intelligence, they remain a dangerous force. The Kree Empire itself is a behemoth. We cannot afford to give them any breathing room. Who knows what horrendous weapons they might devise if left unchecked? The most frightening truth about technological breakthroughs is how swiftly and relentlessly they're mass-produced. These engineered bioweapons may not match the finesse of battle-hardened veterans, but they compensate in overwhelming numbers, an inexhaustible horde capable of wearing down any defense. Damien surveyed the battlefield and realized victory was within his grasp, thanks in large part to his teammates who had held the Legion of Disaster at bay. Their efforts freed him to focus on the two winged serpents circling overhead. True, his sheer strength made him nearly impervious to their strikes, but contending with so many threats at once would still sap every ounce of his stamina. By isolating and neutralizing these aerial predators, he could settle the fight far more swiftly. With that decision made, Damien propelled himself skyward and streaked toward the next cluster of allies still locked in combat. "Did you really wrap up the battle that fast, T?" Loki hovered in midair, his voice a mixture of awe and disbelief. From above, Banner descended like a meteor and with one massive punch, shattered the head of a Disaster Legion creature. A spray of dark ichor arcs through the sky. "It took a bit of effort," Banner said with a wry grin, "but nothing we couldn't handle." Loki watched the ruined corpse slump to the ground. He swallowed hard. "Feel free to hold back your strength," he managed, voice tight. "We're on the same side, and I'll see you safely back to Void Island." Banner laughed softly. "Don't worry about it. I've got this." He straightened, brushing gore from his fist, then took off again toward the next enemy. When Damien finally cut down the last of them, he stood in a purple rain of blood, sheathing his blade with a single fluid motion. Jagged chunks of flesh littered the ground, blurring any clue as to what these creatures had looked like in life. In the St. Nicholas civilization, Disaster Legion monsters were famed for their tenacity. Many had survived wounds that should have killed them outright. Yet Damien's blade had felled them all and reduced their remains to nothing more than unrecognizable scraps. To him, it was just another mission completed. Damien couldn't shake the knot in his stomach. Each of those remote planets harbored one or two of the universe's deadliest warlords, so the forces mustered on Hala Star, the Kree Empire's forward base, were surely even more formidable. Facing one or two of these disasters at a time was already a daunting task. Facing them all at once would border on suicidal. And if his armies dared bypass the scattered legions on the outlying worlds, the Kree would simply shuttle those seasoned troops straight to the front lines. "We need to know exactly how many of these champions they've got," he said, turning to his aide. "Summon the Prophet. We can't plan an offensive until we understand the scale of what we're up against." As Damien replayed the opening engagement in his mind, he admitted a hard truth. He had pinned too much hope on the sheer numbers of the Void Cult. In theory, an alliance of so many fanatical brethren should have tipped the balance in their favor. In practice, though, the Kree Empire's Star-class battleships, armed with forbidden cosmic weapons, had demonstrated overwhelming superiority. Unless they leveled the intelligence gap quickly, the coming war would be fought on the Empire's terms, and they would pay dearly for every inch of ground. To bring the Kree Empire to its knees, someone with the sheer might and iron will of Lord Cassidon must step forward and deliver the killing blow. Even the universe's top one or two champions would find themselves hard-pressed against such a formidable foe. At the same time, dismantling the Kree's entire strategic network is critical. If we don't, they'll simply lash out at anyone within range, dragging innocents into this war. We've already seen them strike at Void Island on Xandar by stealth. With the Xandarian fleet on high alert, a repeat attack won't be easy, but it remains a chilling possibility. "I'm exhausted," Renoli thought, but there's no turning back now. He reviewed the upcoming battles in his mind and realized how many more fronts he would have to join. The prospect of endless skirmishes filled him with dread, yet there was not a trace of hesitation in his chest. Within moments, he slipped away from the rear guard and headed for the lines where other Void Cult detachments were still locked in mortal combat. He would see this fight through and end it as swiftly as he could. Meanwhile, on Lacey's flank, Paige, Pepper, and Bai Linglong came upon a scene so gruesome it stole their breath. Two massive, two-headed dragons lay impaled by colossal arrows, each spike driven into the earth less than 100 meters apart. Their bodies trembled with dying breath, scales splintered by the shafts that held them fast. The three women froze, horror and determination clashing in their eyes. Horror at the brutality before them, determination avenge it. Lacey's squad formed up silently, weapons at the ready. The only sound was the distant thunder of starship engines and the faint, labored roars of the wounded dragons. In that tense hush, everyone knew the next move would decide not just their fate, but the fate of Xandar itself. Watching Lacey fight was like witnessing a true master at work. Every move smooth, every motion flowing. The twin-headed dragon's fiercest attacks were effortlessly deflected or dodged, only for Lacey to deliver a single, devastating blow that left them grievously wounded. Their desperate counterstrikes all collapsed into nothing. As two of Lacey's protected guests, Peggy and Pepper felt a safety they'd never known before. Bound by her power, they could even glimpse the battle from the dragon's own perspective, sharing in their mounting dread. In their hearts, they silently vowed never to stand against an opponent as overwhelming as Lacey. Anyone foolish enough to meet her blade would quickly understand the crushing, suffocating helplessness of facing a foe who sees through every defense and strikes without mercy. Chapter 762, A Triumphant Turn. Claudia's world had plunged into a sudden ice age. Everywhere she looked, pale frost and deep snow stretched to the horizon. The torn corpses of two six-legged, four-winged monstrosities lay frozen in the ice, while dozens of Kree warriors, faces frozen in their last moments of shock or defiance, stood like eerie sculptures, each a testament to the blizzard's merciless grip. Atop a jagged iceberg that towered 20 kilometers into the steel-gray sky, Claudia herself stood unmoved. Behind her, the Void God Cult strike teams gaped in astonishment. This was the Ice Witch's signature. With a single gesture, she had rent the planet's crust and summoned a glacier of unimaginable scale. Frost spiraled upward in a blur of white, and in seconds everything within sight had turned to ice. They needed no reinforcements. The Disaster Legion lay defeated under layers of solid ice. If this was the true extent of the ice path, then the Void God Cult had indeed tapped into one of the universe's highest forms of elemental power. From start to finish, Claudia had drawn upon nothing more than her mastery of frost and storm. A biting gale swept across the battlefield, freezing the landscape and their enemies solid. In that instant, the cult's warriors realized they had witnessed something extraordinary. The ultimate expression of ice magic, wielded by the one and only Ice Witch, Claudia. Claudia studied the frost that encrusted the landscape, her voice calm but unyielding. Judging by its thickness, this world will need at least several thousand, perhaps 10,000 years to recover on its own. I've sealed the strata thousands of meters below us. The cosmic forbidden device is almost certainly frozen in place. But we can't take any chances. I want teams to descend into the depths, locate any remaining forbidden weapons, and destroy them completely. With a swift motion, she sheathed her sword and swept her cold, clear gaze over the assembled soldiers. Among them stood Damien, the young lieutenant she'd personally trained. He clamped his jaw, bracing himself under her scrutiny. Claudia's duty was absolute. She would safeguard every member of her brigade, even if it meant leading them into the planet's darkest recesses. "Understood, Miss Claudia," Steve said with a crisp salute. Now a squad leader in his own right, he'd spent years on the island learning from Lacey and studying Claudia's exploits. Earning her respect had been anything but easy, and he wasn't about to let up now. Damien met Steve's nod with equal determination. Around them, the rest of the team straightened their backs and checked their gear. Moments later, they turned and marched toward the cavern entrance, ready to plunge into the frozen underworld and confront whatever dangers lay buried beneath the ice. From the very beginning, Claudia devoted herself to physical training at the academy. But as she grew stronger, she began to explore her own path of evolution, pursuing greater survivability and methodically eliminating every weakness. In time, she discovered the true focus of her transformation, the ultimate mastery of ice. Coupled with her innate superpowers, this breakthrough propelled her strength to an entirely new level, one that would be nearly impossible for others to match. She stood before her teammates, her voice cool but sincere. "No need to apologize," she said. "You won't have to shadow me on every mission from now on, but the moment you call for help, or if the Prophet issues an order, I'll be there without hesitation." She looked each of them in the eye. "This is a war between the Void Cult and the Kree Empire, and it's a battle we all share. So let's give it everything we've got." Though her words were delivered with an icy cadence, the warmth of her commitment was unmistakable. Each team leader understood that should the conflict ever spiral into a universe-ending catastrophe, or if the Kree unleashed some forbidden weapon, Claudia would drop everything to protect them. After all, safeguarding their lives in this war was her mission as well. Niklav's assault was nothing short of apocalyptic. His strength had reached a level rivaling the greatest natural disasters in the universe. Every motion of his body summoned cataclysmic force, reshaping landscapes and unleashing havoc that no conventional weaponry could withstand. Even the most advanced civilizations would find themselves helpless against such self-regenerating devastation. Yet for a titan like Niklav, it was all but trivial. Expanding his telekinetic field to cover tens of thousands of miles, he reduced everything in its path to dust with sheer psychic might. Witnesses had expected him to single out Red-Eye for a fate as cruel and personal as his hatred of the Kree itself. Instead, Niklav's fury was indiscriminate. He hurled telekinetic blasts at the entire Kree population, not just its leaders. His aim wasn't merely to kill, they were already doomed, but to obliterate the Kree Empire once and for all. While executing his victims with unnerving composure, Niklav's heightened senses swept the void, searching for hidden caches of the universe's most forbidden weapons. Countless Kree soldiers vanished without so much as a whispered warning. No scream, no struggle, nothing but sudden, chilling silence. Elsewhere, on a ravaged battlefield world, Thor stood triumphant amid a cataclysmic storm. With each swing of Mjolnir, he called down bolts of lightning so fierce they turned the sky into a crackling furnace. Thunder boomed incessantly, as though the planet were enduring a 9-day trial by lightning. In that moment, he was every bit the Thunder God, merciless, unrelenting, and absolute in his fury. No sooner had his warship arrived than the Kree struck, bent on wiping out every member of the Void Cult. Thor understood their resolve, and he would repay it tenfold. Far from these raging tempests, drifting through the silent expanse, Damien observed the scattered positions of every Void Cult brigade. From his vantage point, he gauged their strength, their weaknesses, and prepared to tip the scales in their favor. Tony and Star-Lord are both powerful, but compared to the others, their battlefield experience is still lacking. Banner's record isn't stellar either, though the years he spent sparring with Kyle haven't been wasted. Kyle's philosophy is brutally simple. Be fearless and hit hard. If you get into trouble, throw a punch. If one punch doesn't solve it, throw another. At worst, you leave your opponent bruised. That kind of brainless aggression may sound basic, but mastering the raw force behind it has proven surprisingly demanding for Banner. Ideally, Banner could learn from Alex. Alex's physique matches, or even surpasses, both Banner's and Kyle's strength, yet his combat style is far more refined. He fights in wide, fluid arcs, never shying away from an incoming blow and always projecting an aura of absolute dominance. His techniques are unmistakably the product of countless real-world encounters and rise to true master level. Damien watched in silence as Alex manipulated his transformation energy so precisely that it seemed to travel through the air itself, a feat that marked him as a peerless fighter. Alex's command of energy transformation, while not quite on par with Sonya or Lacey, still leaves both Kyle and Banner in the dust. That versatility lets Alex shift seamlessly between pure strength and more refined combat techniques, though, in practice, he only resorts to skillful tactics when an opponent is tough enough to punish his usual habit of bulldozing opponents with raw power. Such foes are exceedingly rare. Alex already ranks among the universe's elite, and only those at the very pinnacle can truly outmatch him. As Damien watched from a safe distance, he mentally charted the power hierarchy within the Void God religion. At the top were 5 fighters: Sol, Alex, Renoli, Lacey, and Kyle, each so evenly matched that their exact order was impossible to pin down. Trailing them were Banner, Niklav, Claudia, and Tony, with Star-Lord holding up the rear. Tony still had a shot at climbing Thor. He latter, if he could leverage the full potential of his Uru armor and accumulate enough battlefield experience. After all, while the armor's defenses were legendary, truly mastering its offensive capabilities would be the key to closing the gap on his rivals. Although the Void Cult prized the Uru armor for its defensive prowess, it was far from indestructible. Tony's supposed edge in a life-or-death clash therefore proved only marginal. Star-Lord might have struck from the shadows, but his situation was even more precarious. Though he possessed one of the greatest innate potentials among the cult's members, he'd never received proper training. His estranged father, Ego, never guided him in mastering his cosmic powers. He'd never unleashed his full strength, much less faced a truly formidable enemy, and his close-quarters combat skills remained woefully underdeveloped. Confronted with two apocalyptic threats, both his supernatural reserves and his battle experience fell short. Otherwise, he would have torn them apart outright instead of waiting for fleeting opportunities to land crippling blows. As for Sonia, Sarah, Lalatina, and the Predictor, Damien didn't even bother counting them. By cracking open the small forge, Sonia's evolution tally had skyrocketed to 1,173, and with it came mastery of the advanced Void Dark Star ability. Sarah and Lalatina may not have progressed as far as Sonia in their evolutions, but both have still mastered the Dark Star power of the Void, and they regularly confer with Sonia in private. She's passed on many of her secrets to them. True, they lack battlefield experience, but neither was ever meant to be a frontline fighter. As a result, they aren't counted among the Void God cult's top powerhouses. Of course, the precog can hold their own in a fight, but their true strength lies in predicting an opponent's every move. With enough preparation, the Predictor could take down almost anyone, except Kyle, Banner, and Alex. Those three possess self-healing abilities so potent that they render most precognitive strategies useless. The only way to overcome them is through sheer, overwhelming force, or by dragging them into a drawn-out brawl until attrition finally wears them down. And even then, Kyle, Banner, and Alex are physical monsters in their own right, walking fortresses that few could hope to conquer. In the highest reaches of the cosmos, it's virtually impossible to breach the defenses of those three warriors, or to harm them, even with overwhelming strength. In a drawn-out fight, they're effectively untouchable. Only an opponent of truly unrivaled power might threaten their lives. Still, the Predictor's gift of foresight offers one advantage. He can set cunning traps for outsiders. He would never turn that ability against his own, and Damien would never permit a bloody civil war within the Void Cult. Having observed these three champions, Damien drew a clear conclusion. Luo Tian must be banking everything on the Disaster Legions as his direct counterstrike against the Void Cult. The cult's own ranks have been severely thinned, otherwise they never would have unleashed so many living catastrophes. The Kree Empire had pinned its hopes on wearing down the Void Cult with the Disaster Legion, bleeding them in a war of attrition before unleashing their ultimate trump card, a cosmic forbidden weapon capable of slaughtering even Kassadin, the god of the Void. But that plan had already fallen apart. Damien leaned back and watched the shifting battle lines. As long as the Empire held its superweapon in reserve, there was no reason for him to intervene. And if they ever dared to fire it, Odin would be more than capable of meeting it head-on. That was why neither Odin nor Gao Tianzun ever marched into the Vale of Echoes when the Void Cult summoned them. Instead, they waited at the fringe of Kree space, eyes trained on unfolding events. Damien had expressly ordered Gao Tianzun to stand down and simply observe. Only if a Void Cult member fell in combat were they to step in. Until then, they would remain silent spectators. Odin didn't even need a private briefing. His furious commands and warnings were already crackling over the communal comm channel for all to hear. They were ready to move the instant the Kree made their fatal mistake. As expected of my son, Damien, Odin's vantage point wasn't far from the front lines, yet he could clearly monitor the battle feeds streaming in from the Void God cult's various brigades and squads. He watched with unmistakable pride as Damien unleashed devastating thunder, sweeping across the enemy ranks and eradicating two of the universe's top calamities in a single strike. Though Odin himself could have dispatched such threats without effort, seeing his son do it carried a thrill all its own. Aboard the flagship patrolling the triangular galaxy, Frigga frowned at Odin's elated grin. "Must you boast about him again? He's barely 1,500 years old in your eyes." Odin merely chuckled and shrugged. "I can't help it. When he fights like that, I'm bound to feel proud." Frigga smoothed her robes, her youthful beauty fully restored. Seated beside Odin, her handsome partner, she looked every inch the goddess, and together they formed a picture of divine harmony. Frigga couldn't help but notice how Odin's immortality had restored him to the vigor of youth, and with it, a surprising recklessness. Freed from the weight of ruling Asgard, his mind had begun to shed its centuries-honed wisdom. He laughed more readily, spoke with flashy bravado, and seemed to flirt with danger for its own sake. Frigga found herself rolling her eyes at his antics, vaguely exasperated. How could a god who had reigned for over a millennium now act like an impulsive young prince? If she didn't know better, she'd have dismissed his boasts as mere folly. "I know I said when I was young," Odin teased, leaning close, "but I never specified how young." Frigga snorted. Odin merely laughed and draped a hand over her shoulder. On the deck of their solitary battleship, just the two of them, he felt no need to uphold the perfect image of the Allfather. His touch was easy, affectionate. Frigga wasn't the fairest beauty in all the 9 realms, far from it, compared to the enchanted maidens of Void Island, but Odin cared nothing for courtly splendor. In his eyes, she was the only woman worthy to stand by his side. One day soon, he would make her queen of Asgard. And despite his newfound youth and impulsive charm, his love for her remained deeper and truer than any immortal bond. "In the past, I was an aging king, old and frail, burdened by every grave matter in Asgard. My duties left me little time for myself, and I never managed to grow close to my son. But since Frigga and I began journeying together through the galaxies, I've felt that ancient weight lift. Freed from the throne's constant demands, my spirit has grown light again, and I find myself as eager for adventure as I was in my youth." One evening, standing on the balcony of the palace, I reached for Frigga's hand and gave her a gentle squeeze. "Tell me, my queen," I teased, "do you still believe Thor can rival my courage these days?" Frigga leaned into me, resting her head against my chest. Her smile held all the pride of a mother. "Thor has already achieved more strength than most deities manage in an entire lifetime," she said softly. "At his age, he stands at the very pinnacle of power in the universe." I stroked my beard thoughtfully. "That's a fair point," I admitted. "After all, I'm well over 3,000 years old, ever since I first inherited my father King Bor's divine might." She nodded, her eyes bright. "Remember when Thor nearly died upon his coronation? You had to pour your own essence into him to awaken the depths of his potential, so that he might protect Asgard long after you were gone." I took a deep breath, recalling the toll that ritual had taken. Then I looked out at the starlit heavens and smiled. Yet here we both stand. I, feeling reborn by every new voyage, and Thor, guided by the void's blessing, forging his own destiny, without needing my light to show him the way. Frigga closed her eyes, content. Our son has grown into his own, just as we have. Damien had not simply granted Thor a surge of divine power. After all, 3,000 years is still young for a god. Their strength naturally grows with time, and Thor had already ascended to the ranks of the universe's mightiest. What truly accounted for his sudden leap in power was the Void's blessing, which had supercharged Thor's godly essence and cut more than 15 centuries off his natural development. And by all appearances, his ascent would only accelerate from here. With Thor comfortably seated on Asgard's throne, Odin could at last relax. "He's advancing at an astonishing pace," Odin admitted, "but there's no denying that Loki's progress is equally impressive." Queen Frigga, overhearing her husband's honest assessment, smiled softly. She refused to let him forget their youngest son. Adopted or not, Loki was every bit as much her child as Thor. Frigga regarded Odin with a knowing smile. "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about Loki," she said, "but there's no need to fret over his state of mind. Have you noticed how confident he's become now that he's been appointed team captain?" Odin returned her look thoughtfully. Of course he hadn't overlooked Loki. While Thor's triumphs were the stuff of legend, Loki and Banner's squad had quietly averted one cosmic crisis after another. To command that kind of power at his age was more than even Odin had ever dared imagine. A surge of pride warmed him as he recalled how wisely he'd chosen to bind his family's fate to the blessings of the Void. Loki's success only confirmed the soundness of that decision. "I saw it too," Odin admitted, nodding. "But tell me, my queen, when do you intend to strike in this battle?" Frigga's eyes softened. Pleased that Odin still held Loki in his thoughts, she inclined her head. Soon, she replied. Very soon. Damien studied the flickering holomap as Odin's voice broke the silence. Take a look at the Kree Empire's latest maneuvers. If they deploy the cosmic forbidden weapon, Damien said, I'll have to intervene. Odin nodded gravely. Our allies have grown stronger, but not enough to stand against a universe-shattering armament. By the time they realize the full threat, Kassadin himself may need to step onto the battlefield. Damien frowned. They still don't know the Disaster Legion is practically useless, do they? Not yet, Odin confirmed. And since the war has only just begun, they're not prepared to obliterate an entire planet, at least not openly. If Supreme Commander Luo Tian orders such devastation, he'd wipe out countless high-ranking figures in the Void God religion. That kind of carnage would shatter the Kree people's faith in their leadership. Their morale would collapse overnight. But even if they wake up from this delusion, Damien pressed, by then it'll be too late. Odin's eyes darkened. Luo Tian will be desperate. Any lingering doubts or scruples will vanish the moment he feels the noose tightening around his empire. He'll lash out without restraint. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. The Kree seek nothing less than the total annihilation of the Void Cult. They intend to win this war at any cost. Outside the mapping chamber, distant stars burned on, indifferent to the brewing storm between empires. Damien still had to be careful. To truly neutralize the Void God religion, he needed targeted methods to eliminate its strongest champions. Otherwise, even if his strategies won the war, the victory would feel hollow. A demoralized Kree people would splinter from within, and the very foundations of the Kree Empire would crumble. That, Damien knew, was an unacceptable outcome. It takes surprisingly few people to form an elite task force. With a small cadre, you can embed agents in distant civilizations, use funds or covert channels to trade for whatever you lack, and keep your operatives supplied. Their needs are modest, so this lean approach works, until you AI-M to build an empire. A true technological empire demands far more than basic provisions. Daily manufacturing, transportation networks, research and development, maintenance of advanced systems, all these depend on scale. It's the countless individuals, each fulfilling their duties and drawing on their own skills, who collectively drive an empire forward. Even if the Kree rely on artificial intelligence and automation to mass-produce goods, without a critical mass of people to operate, defend, and innovate, they aren't an empire at all, merely a compact force wielding superior technology. Asgard's tiny population was more than a mere demographic quirk. It was the root of its stagnation. With so few souls, knowledge and culture could not be passed down, and talent could not evolve through successive generations. That scarcity was why Odin never developed advanced technologies or established far-flung trade networks. There simply weren't enough people to sustain such endeavors. When Luo Tian ultimately chose not to unleash the forbidden weapon against Kassadin, the god of the void, he did so with a far more calculated aim. He intended instead to turn the tables on the Void Cult by hunting down and eliminating its most powerful champions scattered across the cosmos. His plan spelled ruin for the Kree Empire. Though a handful of Kree survivors might linger, the Empire's glory would be irretrievably lost, its survivors reduced to outcasts. Across the triangular galaxy, every civilization and race that had endured Kree oppression would rise up to purge or enslave the remnants. The Church of the Void God might stop short of outright genocide, but the newly liberated worlds would show no mercy. In the end, the Kree would be shattered, their domination erased forever. By now, the threat facing the Kree had grown more desperate than any war with the Void Cult. Supreme Commander Luo Tian was determined to seize a decisive victory at all costs. He knew that if the Kree failed, their empire, built on a legacy of millennia of dominance, would be wiped from the universe, and his name cursed through the ages. There could be no retreat. Defeat would mean total annihilation. Then we wait, Frigga said, nodding firmly. Luo Tian's plan was ruthless but precise. They would hunt down and eliminate the Void Cult's most formidable champions, goading their god king, Kassadin, into the open. Only by drawing Kassadin out could the Kree justify deploying the universe's greatest forbidden weapon against him. It was a brutal gamble. forced upon them by the cult's own machinations, pressuring the Kree to reveal their ultimate doomsday device prematurely and plunging the Empire into true desperation. Aboard a Kree battleship patrolling the star-strewn reaches of the Triangle Galaxy, Sonia sat alone in the observation deck. She cradled her drink in one hand, her eyes fixed on the hololithic displays that tracked the ebb and flow of battle across countless systems. Quietly, she prepared herself for whatever came next, knowing that the fate of her people hung in the balance. Chapter 7. Calculations of Victory. Damien watched the last of Lacey's dossiers upload across the War Room holoprojector. Her agents had painstakingly infiltrated the Kree Empire's networks, retrieving every scrap of intelligence on the enemy's armaments and troop movements. Now the picture was clear. Sonia leaned back in her command chair, eyes fixed on the data streams. We've run the simulations. To engage in this war and secure a decisive victory, the Void God cult must field no fewer than 15 of the universe's apex powerhouses, and at least 7 must be titans in their own right. So far, our forces matched those figures exactly. Damien nodded. Everything to this point had fallen perfectly in line with Sonia's projections. The single unknown, she explained, was the number of cosmic forbidden weapons the Kree had developed. The Prophet's latest vision had confirmed one such weapon posed a genuine threat, even to the strongest champions in the galaxy. If their cache is all, Sonia continued, Mr. Odin can sweep in and neutralize it without breaking a sweat. But if they've hidden dozens in secret armories, even Odin will be stretched thin. Damien studied Sonia's calm expression. She showed no hint of worry. After all, Master Cassidon was watching every move of the Kree war machine. With Lord Cassidon's intervention, Sonia said, confidence resonating in her voice, there is no force in the universe we cannot shatter. She straightened and crossed her arms. Don't these Kree understand what fear is? From his station at the edge of the room, Damien switched to the war projection feed. Holographic fleets dueled at the Empire's border worlds. Planetary defenses flared beneath barrages of antimatter. Rebel cells fought in the wreckage of Kree garrisons. Every engagement unfolded exactly as Sonia's models had predicted. Damien's gaze tightened. The stage was set. The Void God cult had the numbers. It had the champions. All that remained was the moment they would strike, turning prophecy into triumph. Damien's eyes widened at the sheer power of the Void cult's champions. But it was the Kree warrior's fearless resolve that truly startled him. He turned to Stephen and said, I get why you're uneasy, Mr. Stephen. Anyone in my position would have doubts. Stephen nodded. You're right to question them. The Kree Empire is nothing if not imperialistic. Abroad, they seize resource after resource, technologies, minerals, entire star systems, without a second thought. At home, it's no better. They flood the populace with propaganda, branding every dissenter as a demon, every rival as a sinner born to be punished. That's how they justify it all, dressing conquest up as divine justice. And if that weren't enough, Stephen continued, leaning closer, they demand that every citizen, man and woman, learn both advanced weaponry and technical manipulation. They're building an entire society of soldier engineers, people who fight with equal skill in hand-to-hand combat and in operating the most sophisticated machinery. Damien swallowed. So they don't just want obedience, they want an army of indoctrinated technicians too. Exactly, Stephen said grimly. And until we understand exactly how deep their control goes, we'll keep finding ourselves one step behind. These are conditioned warriors, Sonia whispered, noting Damien's puzzled expression. When the Kree Empire braces for a large-scale war, its high command issues a single sweeping directive: feed the population a fabricated narrative so convincing they unite wholeheartedly against any external threat. She let her words hang in the air. For the few who see through the lie, it doesn't matter. The Empire's supreme intelligence, its all-seeing optical mind, monitors every thought. The instant someone tries to resist, their memory is wiped clean. When they awaken, they're stripped of doubt and devotionless, ready to obey the orders of the Kree elite as if born a zealot. Damien frowned. But doesn't the Xandar Empire have similar mind control technology? Sonia shook her head. True, Xandar possesses a world mind core capable of altering memories. Yet they've outlawed its use for brainwashing. It's a blatant violation of human rights and an ethical abyss, Once you start erasing and rewriting people's memories, there's no telling what consequences you unleash. For 100,000 years, the Xandar Empire has labored to transform the Andromeda Galaxy into a shining jewel in the cosmic firmament, its very name synonymous with wonder and prestige across countless worlds. But if the truth of that century-spanning effort ever came to light, all of it would collapse in an instant. Despite wielding super-advanced technology capable of silencing entire civilizations, the Empire cannot confine its secret to a single galaxy. Andromeda's prosperity depends wholly on its reputation as the bright galaxy. Species from distant corners of the universe travel here with hearts full of hope and curiosity, eager to observe, learn, and trade. This steady stream of visitors fuels an economic boom no other galaxy can match, and it only spreads the Xandar Empire's fame more widely. Should that reputation vanish, alien civilizations would no longer regard Andromeda as their first destination when they venture into the wider cosmos. For 100 millennia, the Xandar Empire has painstakingly built this grand stage, and its influence now ripples ever outward among the stars. Possessing immense power doesn't mean the Xandar Empire must depend solely on military might to expand its reach. Look at the Kree Empire. For hundreds of thousands of years, they survived and even grew by one relentless strategy: invasion. Their obsession with rapid resource acquisition through plunder earned them enemies in every quadrant of the galaxy and a reputation as ruthless conquerors. Failure is unthinkable for the Kree, and doubly so for their guiding consciousness, the supreme intelligence. Should either collapse, it would mean the end not only of the Empire but of the entire Kree species. Xandar, by contrast, faces a different destiny. Even if the heart of the world is destroyed and our empire falls, the Xandarian people will not perish. We may never reclaim the glory of old, but we can preserve our culture and seed it anew among the stars, raising colonies on distant planets long after our homeworld lies in ruins. Though both civilizations are steered by super-advanced intelligences, they have chosen profoundly different paths. While the heart of the world forged the early glory of the Xandar Empire, it also provided hidden sanctuaries for its people. The Supreme Intelligence possesses equal power and an even longer record of triumphs, but it has eradicated the Kree's last refuge. Is there any technology in the universe capable of altering someone's personality? Stephen's eyes widened. He realized just how little he truly knew about the cosmos. For a hyperquantum brain, designing a forbidden weapon that can wipe out entire galaxies, or even a single world, is child's play. Manipulating memories, though, that's equally achievable. Sonia tilted her head thoughtfully. Then why have I never heard of anyone actually modifying memories? Perhaps the Xandarians covered it up, Stephen suggested. When Sonia nodded, it wasn't skepticism, but the sign of a sharp mind racing through possibilities. It makes sense that you'd infer the Empire's motives from the clues you've gathered, she said, but you've never seen direct proof, no documented cases, no survivors, nothing concrete. Stephen looked down, brows furrowed. That's exactly what worries me. Sonia's eyes gleamed with determination. Then it's up to us to find that proof before someone uses this technology for real. It's not that we'd try to cover this up, the prophet said, leaning forward with a grave expression, but in the Andromeda Galaxy, anything like it is absolutely forbidden. The moment someone is caught developing technology that can tamper with memories or brainwash people, the Xandar Empire's response is ruthless. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle around them. And it won't end with a single execution. In the Empire, guilt is shared. An offender's immediate family, every blood relative, everyone pays the price. The prophet's eyes gleamed as he continued. The Andromeda Galaxy is celebrated across the cosmos as the shining jewel. Do you think that reputation came from empty boasts? Without firm laws and harsh penalties, even if the Xandar truly possessed unparalleled power, no one would take them seriously. Do you imagine every other civilization is naive? Stephen's face lit up, as though he'd uncovered a hidden truth. The prophet cocked an eyebrow and gave him a warning look. Don't act as if you've stumbled upon a grand secret. You'll only make yourself look foolish. Damien shifted uneasily under the prophet's steady gaze. Without Miss Sonia here, the prophet might never have felt the need to warn him. I still don't quite follow, he admitted. The prophet inclined his head. There's no sham, in that, Damien. After all, you've spent your life in your hometown, overseeing and protecting the magical realm. You wouldn't be expected to master the wider universe's secrets overnight, and sometimes, not knowing everything is a blessing. It proves you've never sought to bend minds or coerce wills. Sonia offered him a reassuring smile. Her voice was soft, almost musical. Exactly. I can ask questions under hypnosis, but that's as far as it goes. Directly rewriting memories is strictly forbidden in the magical world. It's a taboo we dare not break. Damien squared his shoulders, pride glinting in his eyes. He knew exactly why. Memory magic was powerful and dangerous. At most, his own gift allowed him to gently erase the lingering nightmares demons left behind in ordinary people. He would never misuse it for anything more. In the magical realm, memory alteration is a necessary safeguard. Without it, countless ordinary people would come face to face with demons, often barely escaping with their lives. A few daring souls might emerge unhurt, even exhilarated by the thrill of a hidden world, but recklessness can be fatal, and most humans crumble under such terror, living the rest of their days in crippling fear. If their traumatic memories aren't carefully erased, tragedy inevitably follows. For that reason, mages routinely employ hypnosis and memory manipulation spells. There is, however, a firm boundary. While erasing or dimming specific recollections is permitted, rewriting someone's core personality is absolutely forbidden. The vast majority of practitioners honor this long-standing rule, but where there's power, there are always those who abuse it. Wicked black magi have long exploited hypnotic magic to commit unspeakable atrocities. Once discovered, these rogue wizards are relentlessly pursued by every upright sorcerer in the realm. To prevent further abuse, the magical community continually refines its screening procedures for anyone who wishes to study the arcane arts. Intervening after the fact can never fully eradicate the root of the problem. Hypnotic magic is a discipline every mage must master at the highest level of their training. Without it, no mage could hope to contain the countless demonic incursions that plague the magical realms of every civilization. Chapter 763, First Victory and Grim News. As Sonia wrapped up her communications with the Prophet and Stephen, a new message crackled in over the comm link. The cleanup of Linlang Planet is complete, the voice reported. All forbidden weapons have been confirmed destroyed. Sonia glanced at the Prophet. What are our next orders? Nikrov's voice cut in through the channel, accompanied by freshly uploaded tactical projections on the command center displays. Return to the flagship for dinner, he instructed. Use the time to rest, replenish your forces, and clear your minds. I will issue further orders in 24 hours. Until then, absolutely no independent operations. He paused, his tone firm. You've already witnessed too many casualties. If you don't give yourselves a moment to recover, you risk descending into despair. The Kree Empire's downfall is inevitable, and your victory will be complete. Don't let impatience ruin what you've fought so hard to achieve. The Prophet absorbed Nikrov's words, then nodded and replied without hesitation. Good. When Damien heard the Prophet insist it would, and not merely might, be possible, and that he must never act on his own, he recognized the veiled warning. He wanted nothing more than to leap to the next planet and unleash a full-scale war, but he forced the restless thrill in his chest to subside. Outwardly, he maintained a calm composure, but he knew better than to ignore the Prophet's words. Defiance would drive him mad and push him over the edge into the abyss. Wait, what? I just finished off 2 of those catastrophes here. I haven't even started clearing out the lesser threats or tracking down those forbidden weapons. You've already wrapped it up? Tony sounded incredulous. Only moments before, he'd been locked in combat with 2 giant birds, tearing them apart until their blood rained down in a crimson shower across the landscape. The gruesome spectacle left his heart pounding, and he'd been planning to rest and begin the planet's cleanup. Yet before he'd taken a single breath, Damien had swooped in and neutralized every remaining danger with astonishing speed and precision. There's nothing in our way. This mission will be a breeze. Nikrov made his way back to the battleship, headset crackling with Tony's voice. Normally, other brigades would have to send out search and destroy teams because they lacked precise sensors, but with Nikrov's superhuman speed, perception, and strength, Once he knew what a forbidden weapon looked like, finding and neutralizing it was child's play. "Nikrov to Tony," he called. "Why are you dragging your feet out there?" Kyle's voice piped up over the comms, laced with mock surprise. "I thought you rolled out that top-secret armor." Tony laughed. "I did, but I've barely had the chance to field test it. I'm still getting the hang of how it moves." "Just wait until you're fully adapted," Nikrov shot back confidently. "Then you'll see how fast I can really go." Tony didn't flinch at the jab. He knew that once he had the opening, he could take down those two giant birds in seconds and clear the zone for the others to begin their sweep. Damien halted in mid-stride, astonished by the two Kree-engineered horrors before him. Each time he struck, their wounds knitted themselves back together almost instantly. His momentary shock cost him the opportunity to press the attack, and precious seconds of delay can be fatal. He shook off the surprise and took stock of his new suit. Gone were the familiar steel, nano, and vibranium armors of his past. In their place stood the Uru armor, a marvel of alien craftsmanship with defensive capabilities unlike anything he had ever worn. When the pair of cosmic terrors unleashed their combined onslaught, his barrier held firm. At worst, he suffered a few bruises and shallow cuts. The armor's built-in nanoforges regenerated each injury in under 10 seconds. Recovering swiftly, Damien countered with relentless precision. Strike after strike, he pounded his opponents until one collapsed in a spray of black, Kikor, its body unable to heal fast enough this time. Still, the experience left him unsettled. His old fighting style had been cautious and methodical, an approach designed to let him think, analyze, and emerge unscathed. Now, facing foes who could shrug off mortal wounds, he knew he'd have to adapt. Even if his team appeared weaker on paper, Damien refused to feel shame or defeat. Instead, he brimmed with the confidence that he would learn, evolve, and become stronger than ever before. "All right, let me take a look." When Damien heard Tony's confident reply, he responded just as he'd expected. It wasn't mere flattery. Technology was a true romance for a man like him. Even the mass-produced battle armors of distant civilizations felt to Damien like exquisite toys. Some suits were so elegant, so daring, that they stirred something deep in him. "So our next sortie launches in 24 hours? A cool, melodious voice crackled over the comlink. "The 10 brigades progress at different rates, but we'll need at least 16 hours to guarantee every forbidden weapon is destroyed." Damien frowned. The Kree Empire's population has swelled to an astonishing 100 billion. "As formidable as our abilities are, we cannot simply exterminate them," the voice continued. "Even if we succeeded, their numbers are too vast, and the toll on every soldier involved would be immense." Damien paused, letting the others absorb his words before he continued. "Each of our teams needs time to rest and recover, both body and mind. The battlefield itself must simmer for a while. Once the Kree Empire grows fearful and some units begin to waver or flee, that's when we'll strike hardest." He tapped the surface of the tactical table, its hollow grid flickering in response. "Remember, we have 3 ultimate goals in this campaign. First, eliminate the Supreme Intelligence. It's the very cornerstone of Kree unity. With it gone, their entire empire will disintegrate." He swiped a control, cycling the display to a map of surrounding star systems. "Second, we must erode the Kree's foundations from within, contain this war so it doesn't spill into other galaxies, and prolong their internal strife. The more they tear themselves apart, the less able they'll be to fight back." Damien's gaze swept over the assembled leaders. "And third, let the conflict itself broadcast the power of the Void God faith to every world that hears of it. As our reputation spreads, we'll pave the way for our future expansion." Though he was known among them as the Predictor, Damien made no show of superiority. He wasn't here to bark orders at the 10 warlords gathered before him, only to lay out his strategy with absolute clarity. Satisfied that his meaning was understood, he leaned back. "That's all for now. I'm going to get some rest." Claudia nodded firmly. "Understood. No objections." Everyone else exchanged equally determined looks, and with that, the council adjourned to prepare for the battles ahead. The Void Cult's warriors went into battle certain of victory. With Lord Cassidon watching over them, they believed he would always appear at the crucial moment to pull them from the brink of defeat. Yet the Void God faith demanded more than a simple win. They craved a spectacular triumph, one so decisive it would broadcast their glory far beyond the Andromeda galaxy. "I'll do exactly as you command," Lacey said without hesitation. She gave herself a moment's rest, then added with quiet conviction, "I fully embrace all three objectives." Even the hot-headed Alex nodded his agreement. He trusted the Prophet's judgment. The Void God's galactic crusade did not have to rely on endless slaughter to subjugate one civilization after another. Each decisive victory would swell their reputation, and soon countless worlds would seek the shelter of the Void God faith. At that point, the High Council of the Void Cult would be able to decide which civilizations were worthy of their protection and which would be left to their doom. By reorganizing our forces this way, we'll expand more efficiently and secure exactly what we need. Each of the 10 fleet captains has already neutralized the hidden threats on their assigned worlds. Now, the specialists whose skills match those dangers will handle them, because even someone as versatile as Nikrov can't do everything alone. A crackle of static interrupted the bridge, and Star-Lord's voice came through, a spicy snack half in his mouth. "How did the Kree Empire create these catastrophes in the first place?" "Twisted," replied another voice over the comm. "I doubt there's anything remotely ethical about it." "They're not relying on starships or orbital bombardments," Star-Lord continued, voice tinged with awe. "These armies of engineered horrors could overrun entire civilizations by themselves." Damien leaned forward, brows furrowed. On paper, these disaster legions would be no match for the Void God sect, the dominant power, publicly and covertly, throughout this quadrant. With Lord Kassadin leading them, they're arguably the strongest force in the universe, yet even they have struggled to push back the Kree. "Keep your guard up," Damien warned. "If the Void sect can't contain this threat, neither can we afford to underestimate it." Damien stood before the War Council's holographic star map, its constellations pulsing like warning lights. "Even if Lord Kassadin intervenes," he began, his voice steady, "it will be nearly impossible to contain this conflict within a single system. Wars have a way of spilling across the cosmos, and the ultimate victims are always the innocents caught in the crossfire." He clicked a control, and sectors of the map glowed red one by one. "That's precisely why we need operatives like us, to carry out a structured, deliberate campaign now that will forestall the Kree Empire's thirst for annihilation later. By escalating hostilities in a controlled fashion, we can keep them off balance and strip away their opportunity for indiscriminate, catastrophic reprisals." A murmur ran through the chamber. "In their desperation, the Kree will not hesitate to unleash their forbidden weapons," Damien warned. "These aren't just superweapons, they're cosmic doomsday devices capable of bombarding entire galaxies without discrimination. Even Andromeda, protected by the Xandar Empire, would hemorrhage ships and lives under such an onslaught. Unshielded systems, of course, would be utterly defenseless." He let the gravity of the situation settle over the council. "Our only hope is to seize the initiative, to chip away at the Kree's capacity for mass destruction before they can turn their revenge into a universal holocaust." Bai Linglong's voice crackled through Damien's comlink. "St. Nicholas Civilization's bioengineering has always been anchored by one ironclad rule. Every creation must possess full autonomy and intelligence. If we ever abandoned that principle, if we sacrificed sentience for pure power, we could indeed spawn a catastrophe of this magnitude. But doing so would betray the very foundations upon which their society was built." She paused, her tone sharpening. "And you can be sure the Xandar Empire won't stand by if St. Nicholas dares to cross that line." Damien listened intently. During her void trial, Bai Linglong had been reborn along the 5 main lines in the imperial capital, spending decades immersing herself in the civilization's archives. She emerged not only unshakably devoted to its ideals, but also privy to its deepest secrets. The St. Nicholas scientists had the raw capability to engineer living weapons, organisms stripped of empathy and reason, but such abominations ran directly contrary to the moral consensus woven into the fabric of the universe. If they ever unleashed a project so abhorrent, it wouldn't just be a political upheaval, it would invite swift and unforgiving retribution from Xandar. Damien frowned. The possibility alone was chilling. If St. Nicholas truly dared to weaponize life at the expense of its very soul, they would be guilty of cosmic heresy, and the galaxy's mightiest powers would not let it pass. Damien stepped into the War Council chamber, the hollow projector casting faint blue lines across his face. General Hyluosan stood at the head of the table, arms folded, his expression grave. Other cosmic civilizations won't just stand by and watch, Hyluosan began. The Kree Empire managed to force this program through only because of its overwhelming power. No other faction can resist, not even Xandar. At best, they can act only when the Kree allow it, and even then it's on Kree terms. Damien studied the projection of Kree battlecruisers bristling with new weapon systems. "We need the world mind in play," he said quietly. "If we don't prepare, we're risking a full-scale war we can't contain." Hyluosan nodded. "Exactly. If we follow your lead, we can drive the evolution of the St. Nicholas civilization far beyond its current capabilities. But make no mistake, the supreme intelligence we're up against is terrifying." He tapped a console, and intricate genetic schematics bloomed in midair. It took the Kree only a few years to reverse engineer our core biogenetic modifications. Now they're on the verge of fielding a stable, mass-produced disaster legion. Damien frowned. Cosmic-scale catastrophes like those are rare in large numbers today, Hyluosan finished, but they don't need to be. A few dozen engineered disasters, deployed strategically, would be enough to shatter entire star systems. That kind of power would be the sharpest spear in the Kree arsenal. Silence fell as Damien absorbed the implications. The galaxy was on the brink of a new arms race, and the next move rested in their hands. Damien stood before the flickering holoprojector as Sonia's briefing filled the chamber. Like the Kree Empire, our Void cult cannot afford to stall. Both factions feed on time to grow, to prepare, and above all, to forge the weapons that will decide the coming war. He watched the schematics of the Kree's super-optic brain swirl before him. With enough lead time, Sonia continued, the Kree will field legions of cosmic dread engines so formidable that only the mythical world heart, a super-light brain, can even begin to rival the insights of the supreme intelligence. If we grant them further months, they will become unstoppable. Damien nodded grimly. In a single annual cycle, the Void Cult could produce prodigies unmatched in raw power. Yet Sonia refused to rest on that advantage. She had weighed every variable, supply lines, warrior training, alliance treaties, even the unpredictable whims of the higher orders, and concluded that there was no honor in hesitation. "So we strike now," she announced, her voice calm but unyielding. "We marshal every asset at our disposal, finalize our war councils, and launch the expedition before the Kree can complete their preparations." Hyluosan, standing to Sonia's right, offered only a brief, respectful bow. "I fully endorse this timetable," he said. "Delaying any longer would give our enemies the very edge we're determined to seize." Damien felt a surge of resolve. The path ahead would be perilous, but with Sonia's plan and Hyluosan's support, the Void Cult would meet the Kree Empire head-on, before time ran out for them both. Damien studied the holo display, voice steady. "There are enemies. We can't afford to wait. Any delay would be dangerously arrogant." Star-Lord leaned forward, curiosity sparking in his eyes. "You really believe the universe's ultimate catastrophe comes only from mutation?" Damien nodded. "A cosmic-level disaster that's been genetically engineered would wreak havoc on the host body, shattering sanity and erasing whatever's left of human will." "So there has to be a vestige of awareness," Star-Lord murmured. "They can't be total, mindless killing machines." "Exactly," Damien agreed. "But mutation alone isn't enough. To reach that pinnacle of destruction, the creature must feed, constantly devouring and evolving. Only then does it stand even the smallest chance of becoming a true cosmic threat." He paused, letting the weight of a brook, his words sink in. "Every universe-ending menace carries the souls it's consumed." Star-Lord frowned. "Then the Krees themselves couldn't be the source. You're saying their empire would never use its own people as test subjects?" "That's right," Damien confirmed. "Their culture wouldn't allow it." "They can only be life forms from other civilizations," Hyluosan said gravely. "They harvest vast numbers of alien beings to run experiments, engineering living disasters, or forging biological weapons of unprecedented power." Damien frowned as he absorbed the implications. But that breaks every universal law and moral code we know of, he said. Exactly, Hailuo-san continued. The reason these so-called disaster legions are outlawed is simple. Once deployed, they devastate entire ecosystems and render habitable worlds unlivable for millennia, sometimes tens of thousands of years. Any civilization that values its future rejects such weapons outright. Only those still trapped in a pre-galactic stage, civilizations desperate to leap ahead, resort to this abominable shortcut. Most never survive their own hubris. Only those civilizations that endure this ordeal can enter the galactic era and then swiftly embrace the vast web of cosmic laws so painstakingly forged and observed by countless races. Star-Lord caught the weight behind Hailuo-san's casual "so many." He understood at once that unleashing this universe-shaking catastrophe had demanded an unimaginable toll, one the Kree Empire could hardly afford. In their desperation, they'd offloaded the cost onto every other sentient species they encountered, driving cruelty to ever more unthinkable extremes. The Void Divine Sect's first hard-fought victory had bought only a brief respite. As the days passed, word of that opening clash finally reached Luo Tian, supreme commander of the Kree forces in the triangular galaxy Hala. He barely paused over the casualty figures. Kree lives were nothing compared to the prize, total victory. With the Disaster Legion at his back and a stockpile of forbidden cosmic weapons, he planned to crush the Andromeda Galaxy next. Each conquest would not only swell the Legion's ranks, but also deliver fresh laborers, ensuring the Kree Empire both its spoils and the time it desperately needed to rebuild. However, the 20 elite Disaster Legions he had painstakingly assembled, and the 20,000-strong army under his command, were utterly wiped out in this battle. Even his cache of forbidden weapons lay in ruins. Miraculously, not a single member of the Void Cult had fallen. Such a calamitous defeat in his first engagement dealt a crushing blow to Luo Tian's standing within the Tianling Order. "Accursed Void Cult," Luo Tian bellowed, his eyes aflame with fury. He slammed his fist onto the polished table, sending papers and teacups clattering to the floor. In truth, the Void Cult's power had far surpassed the calculations of the Supreme Wisdom. According to those projections, the Disaster Legions alone should have brought untold devastation upon the Void God religion's elite warriors. Yet reality had proved them disastrously wrong. In the original clash within the Land of Void, Gao Tianzun's ragtag undead host had routed the Void Divine Cult with shocking ease, overwhelming even their strongest champions. Only a handful of Void Cult's fiercest fighters had managed to hold the line against wave after wave of undead. Before long, Sonia, the high-ranking Void God envoy, had been forced to enter the fray herself. Gao Tianzun's intervention drew an immediate response. Kassadin, the god of the Void, was forced into action and materialized to confront him. From that moment on, Damien began plotting a full-scale war against the Void God's cult. Although his Disaster Legion could not match the sheer might of Gao Tianzun's Undead Legion, it still vastly outnumbered the cult's forces by the dozens. After a secret council with the Supreme Intelligence, Damien set his plan in motion, dispatched the Disaster Legion to engage Sonia's army, the Void God's chosen envoy, and grind them down through relentless attrition. Wave after wave of Disaster Legion troops would crash against the cult's ranks, backed by human wave tactics designed to wear Sonia's forces to exhaustion. Even if Sonia herself proved untouchable on the battlefield, Damien's strategists estimated that within a week she would be drained, isolated, and driven to the brink of collapse. Only then, they calculated, would Kassadin be compelled to personally intervene. With the Void God's envoy trapped in a hopeless fight for survival, Kassadin would have no choice but to show himself. And that was when the Kree Empire's most fearsome forbidden weapons would finally be unleashed. Damien stood before the Council of Supreme Wisdom, the forbidden weapon's power humming faintly at his side. Even if its activation meant the deaths of tens of billions of Kree, Lord Luo Tian and the Wise Ones insisted it was a price worth paying, provided Damien could slay Kassadin, the god of the Void, and deliver a decisive victory to the Kree Empire. In their eyes, defeat was unthinkable. Failure could only invite annihilation. They knew all too well what awaited the Empire should it falter, and they were prepared to sacrifice countless lives to guarantee its ultimate triumph. Now, however, troubling news had arrived from the front. Although the Kree legions had shattered the Void cult in their opening engagement, that victory alone fell far short of the campaign's true objectives. Relying exclusively on Damien's Disaster Legion, they still lacked the strength to force Kassadin from the field. Worse yet, it remained uncertain whether Sonya, one of the Void God religion's most formidable leaders, could be drawn into open combat at all. Luo Tian refused to believe that the army he had spent years forging could prove so brittle. As the council debated their next move, tension crackled through the war room. History would remember them either as saviors of the Empire or its destroyers. Deep in his heart, Damien refused to accept the harsh truth. The Void Divine religion was an unconquerable foe. Around him, the other commanders cowered, too terrified to utter a word as Supreme Commander Luo Tianjin stormed about, roaring his fury. By the time the latest battle reports arrived, the soldiers' morale had already collapsed. The Void God cult proved far more terrifying than even the worst rumors. Its power eclipsed that of the mighty Celestial clan, yet no one dared speak of it. Any hint of defeatism would draw Luo Tianjin's wrath, and he wouldn't hesitate to execute anyone accused of undermining the army's spirit. Some whispered of seizing power, assassinating Luo Tianjin, and then defecting to the Void cult, but they had neither the means nor the support. The vast disaster army entrenched on Hollistar remained fiercely loyal to Luo Tianjin. It was unthinkable that the palace could move against him, much less reverse their entire strategy. And even if they did attempt to surrender, the Void Divine cult might simply refuse their allegiance. Within the Kree Empire, countless citizens remained convinced of their nation's righteousness, their loyalty unwavering. But the regime's leaders are hardly blind to reality. They have carefully cultivated that sterling reputation at home, even as they acknowledge just how reviled the Kree are beyond their borders. Now, there is no turning back. Forced to choose between ruin and alliance, they throw in their lot with Luo Tian, resolving to spare no effort in winning this most deadly cosmic war. Luo Tian's voice thundered through the command deck as he relayed his new strategy. The Empire's premier disaster legions shall muster on 4 designated worlds. Every other legion is to be scattered among the outer colonies, stationed wherever we need a show of force. A specialized detachment will strike directly into the Andromeda Galaxy. As for the Void God cult, their ranks offer few champions. I want their foot soldiers pressed into service. I've lost faith in waiting for miracles from the elite. The Disaster Legion has failed to deliver results, so we'll see what the expendable can do. With that, the latest orders crackled through the fleet's communications network. The campaign to reshape the balance of power across galaxies had begun. Commander Damien, the Void God cult's current command tower, is the so-called predictor. Our ambush might fail, the blue-skinned Kree officer ventured, his voice barely above a whisper. Perhaps we should abandon subterfuge and strike at their power source directly. He dared speak up only because rumors of the predictor's abilities, his uncanny gift for precognition, had already spread across the Void cult's battlefields. Time and again, this enigmatic commander had foreseen enemy maneuvers and turned the tide of massive conflicts. Nobody could outwit him with traps or ruses. If we disrupt their energy network, the officer continued, we force them into individual skirmishes. Even if they win those small fights, recharging their reserves will slow them down. That precious delay gives us the breathing room to finish our forbidden weapons and ready ourselves for the final assault. The Kree Empire must not fall. If this operation fails, we all go down with it. Damien regarded the speaker coolly. He was furious at the suggestion. Any plan that relied on draining time against a precognitive foe struck him as folly, but he held his tongue. Stepping forward, he set his jaw and began to outline his own strategy. Could the Kree Empire truly be consigned to the dustbin of cosmic history through sheer failure? Damien refused to accept that verdict. If his empire were to fall, he would see every civilization and galaxy that dared to rise join it in ruin. Those so-called primitive races, once crushed beneath Kree dominion, would surely seize the moment to strike back, but Damien would not grant them the chance. He resolved to snuff out every spark of civilization across the stars, leaving no survivors and no legacy beyond oblivion. Yet even in this scorched earth scenario, Damien foresaw a way to preserve the Kree's greatest triumph, their knowledge. By collapsing the universe back to a primordial state, where supreme wisdom vanished and technology regressed millennia, he would bury every culture under a blanket of ignorance. Then, hidden among the remnants, a small faction of Kree could rise again. Under a new name and armed with the collective genius of hundreds of thousands of years, they would emerge one step ahead of any rival, ready to reclaim their destiny. This way, even if the Kree Empire falls, our people won't be erased from existence. A commander must prepare for defeat before dreaming of victory. Long before I, Damien, launched the assault on the Void God cult, I had already planned for the worst. We quietly settled some of our brightest Kree on the farthest, most neglected reaches of the galaxy. If the Empire collapses and our enemies converge to wipe us out, those scattered survivors will be hunted wherever they go. That's when I'd unleash our ultimate counterstroke, eradicating every hostile civilization in range. With all life and history snuffed out, no record of the Kree would remain, and without any evidence, no alliance in the universe could ever claim to have annihilated our race. We would survive, hidden beyond the void. The leader is wise and righteous. Commander Cao, who had only moments before voiced his doubts, now froze. As the full weight of the plan settled over him, he bowed his head, folded his arms, and cried out his wholehearted agreement. Luo Tian, the Supreme Commander, had long since pledged to live and die with the Kree Empire. He knew that any general who abandons his post condemns his men to scatter like startled macaques at the fall of a great tree. Even the legendary 8 immortals would think first of saving their own skins. But Luo Tian's resolve was iron. He had declared that whoever dared march unbidden on Hara Star, the Empire's very heart, without the sanction of the Void God cult, would be struck down by his own hand. Under such a vow, no whisper of fear, no craving fall, our personal safety, no momentary lapse of loyalty could tempt the troops to turn and run. Bound by their commander's unshakable will, every soldier stood fast. This war was theirs to see through to the last, in prosperity or in ruin. Sure, please go ahead and paste the full chapter text you'd like me to revise, and I'll rewrite it into a polished, coherent English version with Damien as the male protagonist. Chapter 764, Conspiracy Moments. After Luo Tian made his decision, he tapped his console and ordered, "Stephen, recall Commander Rail." The prophet sensed that once Luo Tian committed to this course, the path ahead would sharpen into focus. He cleared his throat and spoke into the comm channel. "Commander Irani Rail, are you online?" Stephen hesitated. He wasn't about to summon her brusquely. In his mind, Rail was a frontline veteran of the Void God religion who might be in a period of rest or reflection. He figured it polite to check first. "Commander, are you available?" Irani Rail, newly appointed Supreme Commander of the Nova Corps and battle-hardened from years of frontline command, heard the ping of her comm unit. Without missing a beat, she set aside her morning tea and touched the activation plate. "I'm here, Stephen. How can I help?" Stephen nodded to himself, satisfied. Whether Rail was on duty or supposed to be taking respite, she remained ever ready, proof that the war never truly let its warriors rest. "Luo Tian has a directive for you. He'll brief you immediately upon your return." "Understood," Irani acknowledged. With a final glance around her temporary quarters, sparse but functional, she rose to comply. The wheels of conspiracy were turning, and she would be right at their center. Chapter 7, The Precog Summons. "Damien, the Precog requests your presence," came the clear, official tone. Across the table, Irani Rail paused mid-bite. Damien repeated the message more plainly. "The Prophet of Xandar wants to see you." At once, Irani set aside her plate. She rose without a flicker of hesitation. If the Precog had summoned her, it could only signal a matter of the utmost importance, something requiring the full authority of the Empire. "Understood," she said. "Send for me at once." Damien gave a curt nod. He drew a deep breath, then began tracing intricate runes in the air. Each gesture wove strands of golden light, which converged into a glowing teleportation circle. Its radiance filled Irani's tidy cabin aboard the battleship, Spartan, efficient, and more soldiers' quarters than a lady's salon. Behind Irani, a half-finished meal rested on a low table. Damien caught sight of it and felt a pang of concern. Was this summons a warning of imminent danger? He wasn't sure, but he had no time to ponder. The moment Irani fully comprehended the prophet's call, she abandoned the food, her resolve sharpening. The circle pulsed once, twice, then stabilized. Without another word, Irani stepped forward, vanishing into the blinding light. Damien watched her go, mind racing with questions about the prophet's intent and what fate awaited her on the other side. Irani stepped through the glowing golden teleportation array and materialized aboard the battleship where the prophet, Stephen, and Commander Sonia waited. Stephen's pale eyes fixed on her as she strode forward. "Has Luo Tian made his move?" Irani asked without preamble. She cast a quick glance around the bridge, meeting the prophet's steady gaze. "He's dispatched 5 separate legions, each one composed entirely of cosmic-level threats. In 13 hours, they'll fan out from 5 coordinates and strike the Andromeda Galaxy, opening a new front in this war." Irani's voice grew grave. "The lives of countless beings are at stake. If we of the Void Cult stand by and let these disasters tear through the fairy galaxy, even a final victory for our Void God faith will be tarnished by the suffering left in our wake. Our reputation and the future spread of our teachings would suffer irreparable harm." She raised a hand. "I will dispatch 5 of my own strike teams in support, but there's simply too many targets to intercept every threat. That's where the Xandar Empire comes in. You must prepare and coordinate your defenses at those 5 cosmic coordinates." The prophet moved to a hollow projector and traced out 5 waypoints in space. With a nod to Irani, he said, "Here are the sectors. We'll synchronize our counterattacks with your teams. Time is short. Let's begin our preparations immediately." Any plan Damien could cook up was nothing more than a petty plot once you stood in the seer's presence. Yet Damien himself knew nothing of the seer's designs. That made him all the more determined not to be on the back foot. He would force the seer to react to him. After all, true strategy means guessing your opponent's next move and countering it before they can strike. If you don't take the initiative, they will, and you'll lose the advantage. "Understood. Have you pinpointed the heart of the world?" Irani scanned the display. The 5 coordinates lay staggered across the galaxy, each one impossibly distant from the others. 2 of the routes ran through star lanes the Xandar Empire had sealed off, leaving them open only to smugglers and outlaws. Now she understood why Damien had hesitated. She tapped her wrist console. "Coordinates locked. I've ordered every nearby team to mobilize and head there at full speed." A soft chime sounded from the device on Irani's wrist, the unmistakable voice of the heart of the world confirming her command. If the Xandar Empire fails to prepare in advance, the 3 light disaster legions and the 2 dark disaster legions will strike its worlds all at once, tearing through planetary defenses, unleashing cosmic devastation, and potentially erasing entire civilizations in an instant. To most observers, this looks like a war between the Void Cult and the Kree Empire, and in many ways, it is. But the conflict cannot be contained so neatly. If the Void Cult and the Kree press on until one is utterly destroyed, the carnage will spill beyond the Kree Void and into the wider galaxy. That's where Xandar comes in. As the self-appointed guardian of this quadrant, it's Xandar's duty to prevent these 2 forces from escalating their struggle into the Andromeda sector. Every fleet, every defenses grid, every allied treaty must be ready at a moment's notice. Miss Irani Rail, the prophet of stars, said with a wry smile, "You're too clever. Perhaps I shouldn't let you in on Xandar's next move." Irani Rail inclined her head gracefully. Though her voice was soft, her confidence rang clear. "I appreciate your warning, sir, but I've given your words careful thought." In the cosmic struggle between great powers and the Empire, the war's scope isn't confined to a single galaxy, even if it's officially billed that way. Any neutral empire, like Xandar, must remain on high alert. When the Kree Empire chose to provoke hostilities, it sent multiple legions of devastation into the Andromeda Galaxy. All Xandar could do was intercept those attacks and weather them. Open retaliation would risk far greater loss. This isn't because Xandar lacks strength or secretly fears the Kree, but because the fallout of a direct clash would be catastrophic. Ambassador Irani understands this better than anyone. Sometimes restraint is the wiser course. Right now, the Kree have 2 enemies. Their foremost target is the terrifying Void God cult, an enemy they are determined to annihilate. But a close second is the Xandar Empire. whose growing power they view as an obstacle to their ultimate ambitions. Since Lord Cassidon, the Void God, has yet to appear, the Kree Empire's forbidden weapons currently have no true target. Luotian must have realized that no matter how many cultists of the Void Faith they annihilated, it would all be in vain so long as their Divine Master remained unscathed. That's why he marshaled swarms of disaster legions, to flush the Faith's leaders out into the open. For the Kree, deploying a cosmic-level forbidden weapon merely to slaughter rank-and-file believers and send a warning would be a waste of their most devastating arsenal. But now, with the Xandarian Empire sweeping in alongside their fleets, and even stellar-class dreadnoughts, the stakes shift entirely. Rather than aiding the Void Cult, this grand intervention only guarantees that the Kree will feel compelled to unleash their deadliest superweapons, a move certain to escalate this nascent war to catastrophic heights. Damien stood before the War Council's holotable, the pale glow of Andromeda's starfields shimmering across his features. He turned to Commander Irani, who sat with composed authority. No matter how aggressively the Kree Empire pushes, he began, the Xandar Empire cannot openly enter this war, at least not yet. Our moment to strike will come once the Kree reveal their cosmic forbidden weapon. Commander Irani inclined her head. I understand. Damien met her gaze firmly. Although I command the frontline forces, you, Supreme Commander of Xandar, must direct the broader strategy, especially our contingencies in the Andromeda Galaxy. That's why I sought your counsel. He stepped back and nodded to the technician at the portal generator. Send Commander Irani home. A hush fell over the chamber as the shimmering gateway activated. At the edge of the room, the prophet smiled and murmured, Thanks to Mr. Predictor's insights, we're better prepared for whatever the Kree throw at us. Irani offered a gracious bow. Thank you, both of you. She stepped into the teleportation field. When her form dissolved into the light, Damien keyed the console to shut down the array. Though the portal's radiant framework offered little privacy, it was still inappropriate to leave it active. That's settled, he said aloud, and strolled back to the command desk. Yet as the final trace of the gateway winked out, a garbled transmission crackled in his earpiece, an echo of information half heard and half lost. Damien frowned, pressing the comm link. Whatever had just slipped through the static was worth revisiting. Damien watched as Irani slipped into the chamber less than 2 minutes earlier and exchanged a few quiet words with the prophet. The slight nods they traded made it clear they'd reached an understanding. Stepping forward, he cleared his throat. Miss Irani, is there anything else you'd like to discuss? The prophet looked up at him, puzzled. Wait a moment. You handed over the coordinates and that was it? Damien shook his head. No, that's not exactly what I meant, he said, though even he wasn't quite sure how to explain himself. Damien hesitated. And if I don't give her any more than that? The prophet regarded him coolly. You still want me to feed her precise instructions? Damien ran a hand through his hair. In terms of understanding galactic politics, predicting the tides of war, who in the entire universe could compare to Miss Irani? For someone like Irani, you don't need to teach her how to read a situation or decide when to strike, the prophet said, leaning back in his chair. Just present her with the facts. She'll consider every angle and then choose the best course of action on her own. It really is just that simple? Damien asked, doubt lacing his voice. I thought forecasting futures was, well, complicated. It is, the prophet conceded, but not because our wisdom surpasses everyone else's. Our so-called foresight is merely the ability to watch countless possible futures and learn from trial and error. We guide the outcome, yes, but that doesn't make us infallible or uniquely brilliant. He tapped the arm of his chair. There are other minds in the cosmos just as sharp as ours. When you're deducing the best path forward, it often helps to consult outside opinions. You'll find that weaving in different perspectives only strengthens your predictions and makes it far easier to shape events the way you intend. Damien frowned, still unconvinced. The prophet rolled his eyes. I'll put it another way, he said slowly. Your gift is powerful, but not omnipotent. You don't have to carry every burden alone. Trust Miss Irani's judgment, and trust the collective wisdom of those around you. That's the real key to steering the future. Damien carried the legacy of the Supreme Mage, his power now ranked among the universe's foremost. With the time gem in his possession, he could chart a course to challenge, even confront, the very pinnacle of existence. Yet as he weighed the prospects of the coming war, a nagging doubt surfaced. He realized, with some shame, that in all his planning, he'd overlooked a simple truth. Foresight is fallible. It grants no guarantee of victory, no shield against defeat. "My thinking is flawed," he admitted aloud. Beside him, the prophet, who shared that same gift of glimpsing possible futures, inclined his head. Damien had assumed the prophet needed meticulous instruction on interpreting the gem's visions to ensure speed and accuracy. In doing so, he'd forgotten that genuine wisdom often needs no external guidance. "But what did you perceive in the riddle you spoke of?" Damien pressed gently. The prophet's gaze remained calm, yet behind those steady eyes lay an understanding Damien was still struggling to reach. Though they had exchanged only a few cryptic lines moments ago, the true meaning continued to elude him, and with it the key to unlocking the gem's full power. Sonia's crimson lips curved into a knowing smile as she addressed Mr. Stevens' bewilderment. "Here's the situation. Luotian, Supreme Commander of the Kree Empire, has sent the Disaster Legion to the Fairy Galaxy. Their mission is twofold. First, to scatter the Void God cult's forces and inflict as many casualties as possible. Second, to demonstrate the Legion's fearsome power. Luotian is well aware of how formidable Irani is. She's not only the Supreme Commander of the Xandar Empire, but also a high-ranking member of the Void God cult. Still, in the field, she must submit to the orders of our frontline commander, Mr. Predictor. If Predictor overreaches or miscalculates, Irani has no choice but to obey. And here's the real advantage. While we're busy weakening the cult, we might just topple the Xandar Empire altogether. Even if Lord Cassidon stays out of it, unleashing our forbidden weapon will ensure the Kree Empire reaps maximum rewards." She paused, letting her words sink in. Mr. Stevens' confusion deepened, and Sonia pressed on, her eyes glittering with cold resolve. "Miss Irani already knows what's at stake," Damien said, folding his arms. "So why are we still dispatching Void Cult teams to reinforce our lines?" A lieutenant at the map table looked up, tapping a finger against the star chart. "Now that the Xandar Empire has been founded, repelling a universe-level disaster army shouldn't pose much of a challenge." Damien nodded slowly, the pieces clicking into place. But even as he absorbed their reasoning, nagging questions lingered at the back of his mind. If the Xandar Empire is ready, they'll have no trouble holding off the Legion of Calamity. But this isn't merely a clash with Luotian's forces. It's a full-scale war between the Cult of the Void and the Kree Empire. Xandar has chosen to sit it out for now, remaining neutral. When Luotian first sent the Calamity Legion against Xandar, the Void God sect didn't lift a finger. You can be sure he'll reinforce those attacks to keep us pinned down. Any open conflict with the Kree will draw every neighboring galaxy's attention. Dozens of civilizations will watch, waiting to see which side emerges dominant. So even if this is a trap meant to draw our main fleet into a standoff, we can't ignore it. If the Void God sect simply turns away now, they'll find every intelligence network in the universe buzzing about their apathy. Civilizations across the stars will begin to question whether they can trust, or even tolerate, a faith that lets an empire burn without lifting a hand. And if the cult behaves with cold indifference, if they refuse to confront Luotian's aggression, other great powers will have every reason to label the Void God sect a threat. Before long, we could find ourselves facing a unified front determined to wipe out our very existence. Sonia's voice fell to a whisper as she finished, the weight of her words hanging heavily in the silent chamber. No one fit to be the supreme commander and ruler of the Universal Empire can harbor a dark heart. Outwardly, Sonia's plan might look like a simple bid for influence, but in secret, she's already set multiple schemes in motion. Any leader who thinks only of immediate gain, with no eye on the future, is utterly unqualified to wield power. "As expected of Miss Sonia," the prophet said, nodding in admiration. With a few well-chosen words, she'd articulated every concern he'd been wrestling with, and even revealed how, by truly understanding human nature, you can drive people to act on a conspiracy they already suspect. Stephen's eyes widened. Just those few sentences. You could read all that? For the first time, he felt like an amateur. Sonia offered him a gentle smile. Don't worry, Mr. Stephen. This is my field of expertise. I've studied it inside and out. She placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. We all have our strengths. You focus on yours, and let me handle this. Damien possessed the same uncanny gift as the famed precog. He could sense possible futures. Yet he and the prophet had come from utterly different worlds. Where the precog freely wielded the time stone to navigate branching timelines, Damien simply followed the prophet's instructions, never claiming the gem's power for himself, never piecing together the larger picture. Sonia understood his caution. She didn't think less of him for it. One afternoon, she offered a gentle tease. Predictor, what do you usually read? If you find a good book, you'll have to let me know. Damien felt a small relief at her kindness, but also the sting of self-awareness. His meager reading list had indeed limited his horizons. He cleared his throat. You want book recommendations from me? Sonia laughed, shaking her head. I never imagined you as a scholar. The prophet leaned back, a knowing smile on his lips. Why bury yourself in dusty pages when you have a time stone at your disposal? Use it. Explore the countless futures that stretch before you. He tapped the gem resting against Damien's chest. Every answer you seek lies out there, waiting. Damien met the prophet's gaze, trying to hide his unease. He'd always pretended to be at the top of his class, but deep down he knew that his real challenge was seizing the power already in his hands and trusting himself enough to shape his own destiny. Miss Sonia needed only a moment, drawing on her encyclopedic grasp of cosmic affairs and her careful eye toward the future, to expose every facet of Luotian's plan. She had seen the branching possibilities waiting in the wings. A skeptic might ask, if Stephen Strange truly wields the power of precognition, why doesn't he use the time stone to map out every conceivable outcome instead of burying himself in dusty tomes? The answer is that Stephen is no ordinary sorcerer. He doesn't refuse to use the stone altogether, far from it, but he will not casually pry into future timelines when he's not compelled to do so. His guiding principle is the preservation of magical order, and he fears that reckless meddling could do more harm than good. Yet the ancient prophecies make it clear that the former Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, was far less reserved. She used the time stone at every turn, surveying countless futures before making a single decision. Damien, by contrast, is neither Stephen Strange nor the Ancient One. His greatest vulnerability lies precisely in his limited foresight. If he refuses, or simply fails to peer beyond the next moment, he risks forfeiting the very power he strives to protect. And without that power, he may find himself unable to safeguard anything at all. Even someone like Gu Yi, who's mastered the highest echelons of magic in the universe, couldn't survive unscathed for millennia without proper defenses. I thought you were the knowledgeable one, Damien said, arching an eyebrow. The prophet's lips twitched into a smirk. And you assumed I like reading? Damien's eyes snapped open. What's wrong with not liking books? I'd rather use my clairvoyant gift. Foreseeing events doesn't give you license to interfere. If it works, why shouldn't I? Damien replied with a shrug. The prophet leaned back, folding his arms. Well, I'm speechless. Damien paused. Ed. The prophet's calm acceptance of his own limited learning, yet apparent contentment with it, left Damien momentarily without a comeback. Damien closed the distance to the soothsayer and spoke with quiet conviction. I understand the rules of the wizarding world, but I've noticed something crucial. We often hoard our greatest powers for a single critical moment. That instinct may feel prudent, but in reality it only breeds new obstacles, shackles that slow our growth. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle. You and I both can glimpse what lies ahead, yet your visions are confined by the boundaries of your own mind. If you were willing to share those insights with me, if we could examine your predictions together, then we would both be better equipped to face whatever the future holds. The prophet regarded Damien thoughtfully, his brow furrowed in concentration. After a long silence, he finally murmured, Very well. Give me some time to consider your proposal. As the prophet's words drifted through the chamber, Damien's mind turned elsewhere. The time gem was unlike any artifact known to magic. Not only could it reveal events past and future, but within a certain area, it could actually reverse time itself, granting repeated rebirth. Its power was intoxicating and perilous. Damien knew that to lean on the stone too heavily would be to forfeit his own strength. He pictured instead a different path, one in which he passed the title of Supreme Mage onto a worthy successor, rather than becoming a prisoner of the Time Gem's endless cycle. It would be wisest for the Time Stone to pass into the hands of the next Supreme Mage. When Damien heard Stephen ask for time to think it over, he fell silent. He'd made his case. He knew he'd said enough. Someday Stephen would outshine even the Ancient One, and while the Void's blessing would be essential, the Time Stone itself could not be ignored. Its power, to peer into past and future, to rewind the flow of time, would be fearsome in the grip of a master. Damien wanted Stephen to understand this, because threats from other dimensions were already stirring at the edges of reality. Damien could always ally himself with the Void Cult's champions, Lacey, Kyle, Renoli, Tony, and together they might stand a chance. But what he truly hoped for was a partnership with Stephen. If Stephen learned to wield the Time Stone regularly, he would soon ascend to the rank of multi-level sorcerer. Side by side, they could face the universe-hopping adversaries that lay in wait. Sonia watched the exchange with quiet amusement. Damien professed that he wasn't much of a scholar, hadn't read half the books in the library, but she neither doubted his convictions nor found them laughable. In her eyes, his confidence spoke for itself. She wanted to devour books, both because she loved to read and because it was her duty as a predictor. After all, a true predictor doesn't need to bulk up her encyclopedia of facts. Her power lies in foresight. By trusting in her precognition, she can anticipate and handle virtually any situation. What's more, that gift of seeing ahead encourages her to seek advice from others, a habit that keeps her mind sharp and balanced. Damien reclined on a plush bed aboard his battleship, drifting hundreds of light years from the Predictor's flagship. He sipped vintage wine and sampled delicacies delivered by attentive android attendants, all while monitoring the remote briefing. On the holoscreen, Sonia was laying out her analysis, and the Predictor was sparring ideas with Irani and Stephen. Like Stephen, Damien had missed the deeper implications of Luotian's conspiracy during their few earlier exchanges. But he wasn't worried. His own talents meant he no longer had to untangle every twist and turn alone. Whenever he needed clarity, Sonia would be there, ready to offer her insights and reveal the most straightforward, efficient path forward. Still, he couldn't help but admire just how audaciously unpredictable Luotian had become. Damien stood on the bridge of the dreadnought, staring into the endless void of space. Every glimmering star, every distant world represented a potential conquest or a potential threat to the expansion of the Kree Empire. In his heart, he was determined. The Empire must prevail at any cost, even if that meant subjugating or destroying all other creatures across the galaxies. Yet as a seasoned warrior and a thinking man, Damien recognized that victory in war did not erase the difference between right and wrong. Too many commanders justify any atrocity with the excuse of war. But there were boundaries even the Kree should never cross. Once those lines were breached, once an entire species was wiped out or entire civilizations erased, no amount of military might could save one from universal revulsion. Every star-faring race, every sentient culture would unite in abhorrence. The Kree would become pariahs throughout the cosmos, and Damien himself would be hunted by the very empire he sought to elevate. He knew firsthand what it meant to be isolated. No matter how powerful a being might become, true strength lies in connection. The universe was alive with intelligent life, from the hive minds of Zathrar to the crystalline sophonts of Cirrus Prime. Even if he never spoke to millions of tiny ant-like creatures on some dusty moon, merely knowing they existed gave him comfort. A lifeless universe was a lonely one, and loneliness, he reflected, was an emptiness no power could fill. So Damien made his choice. He would strike hard against any rival that threatened the Kree's ascendancy, but he would draw the line at wholesale genocide. He would crush armies, blockade worlds, seize resources, but he would preserve minds. For in preserving the spark of intelligence, in honoring the diversity of life across the stars, he ensured the Kree Empire would not stand alone, despised and isolated, but accepted, and in time, perhaps even admired, by the galaxy itself. For years, Damien had lived in complete isolation. No friends, no conversation, nothing but endless, echoing silence. Even the most powerful beings crave companionship. Intelligent creatures simply aren't meant to exist entirely alone. A single voice, a single exchange of thoughts, is infinitely better than none at all. That's why, despite possessing the raw power to obliterate entire universes on a whim, Damien never chose to do so. He had no interest in wanton destruction. Instead, he followed his curiosity wherever it led him, drifting from one marvel to the next whenever boredom set in, and lending a hand if something truly caught his eye. Today, he observed the clash below with casual detachment, waiting patiently for the battle's momentum to shift. Across the field, Luo Tian, thinking Damien the ultimate pinnacle of cosmic power, had unleashed a forbidden weapon aimed at ending him once and for all. Given the stakes, it was hardly surprising. In this universe, only a tiny fraction of beings ever glimpse the multiversal level, and even the strongest among them are considered gods. Unless you've ascended to that rarefied height yourself, your vision remains confined to what lies within your reach. Damien still hadn't made his move, not because he lacked the power, but because the conflict hadn't yet escalated beyond what the Void Cult could manage. He preferred to let each of his followers step into the spotlight, to test their mettle, and to allow them the satisfaction of repaying their loyalty in kind. After all, the might of the Kree Empire lay in its technological arsenal, not in the strength of any single individual. If he chose, Damien could obliterate the Empire in an instant, and even if a miscalculation cost the lives of many cultists, he knew he could simply call on Gao Tianzun to restore them. So he watched with calm patience, confident that victory and resurrection would always be within his grasp. Chapter 765, Against All Odds. The Predictor, with Stephen's invaluable assistance, dispatched 5 strike teams to the coordinates where Luo Tian was massing forces for a surprise assault, right on the intergalactic border between Triangulum and Andromeda. At the same time, the 10 major fleets divided their profits into 7 assault groups. Banner was paired with Tony Stark, Damien teamed up with Star-Lord, Nick Roof joined forces with Claudia, and Renoli, Alex, Lacey, and Saul formed a 4th squad. The remaining profits spread out across nearby star systems, hunting down remnants of the Disaster Legion. On the comms channel, Damien couldn't contain his excitement. Why can't I be on Stark's team? I've got to see that new armor of his. This is the dream lineup! Banner's voice crackled back with a laugh. Relax, Damien. You'll get your turn. Tony's suit tour isn't closed to the rest of us forever. But what's the real difference? If I can do what you do, why not let me suit up with him? Damien pressed, shifting in his seat. Because, Banner replied with a grin in his tone, anything I can do, you can do, and vice versa. We each bring our own edge to the fight. Damien rubbed his jaw, still unconvinced. I'm just not seeing it yet. With that, each team slipped away into the black, ready to confront the universe's 4 greatest disasters, pushing all odds in their favor. There isn't much difference in raw power, the prophet began, but the reputations bound to each team are worlds apart. Damien's brow furrowed. The prophet sighed, then laid out their plan. This time we're taking on the 4 prime disasters of the universe and their vast legion of cataclysms. Damien's eyes sharpened. All 4 at once? Precisely, the prophet confirmed. Don't underestimate them. If we lose focus for even a moment, they'll slip through our grasp. We'll pursue them across star systems if we must, Damien replied. It might complicate our coordination, but it's doable. Satisfied, the prophet opened the comm channel to every brigade. Here's the order of battle. We'll pair up 2 by 2. Once in position, Luo Tian will deploy the universe-forbidden weapon to eliminate the 2 top lieutenants of the Void God cult. Simultaneously, we'll split into 7 strike teams. Stephen's spatial teleportation magic will track the remaining disasters, intercepting them before they can regroup. Any questions? Clear, came the unified response. With that, Stephen wove his teleportation sigils across the battlefield. One by one, the brigades vanished and reappeared at the prophet's designated coordinates. Facing them, on the far side of the void, stood 5 elite assault teams, each handpicked for the coming showdown against the universe's deadliest threats. The 5 Void Squad detachments, led respectively by Damien, Bai Linglong, Steve, Loki, and Kang Ming, docked alongside the Xandar Empire's Nova Corps ships and assembled on the bridge where the two battlecruisers met. A 3-star Nova officer stepped forward to greet them. She offered a curt nod, her tone professional. "Thank you for joining us in this campaign." Despite the Void Squad's small size, just 6 operatives, the Nova Corps personnel harbored no condescension. They knew all too well that among these 6 was a cosmic-level powerhouse. More than that, the Void Cult, whose actions had ignited this conflict with the Kree Empire, was a force to be reckoned with in its own right. Damien spoke on behalf of his team. "This war began because of the Void Cult. We accept full responsibility for keeping the Krees from expanding the fighting to other fronts." The 3-star officer then strode over to Steve and offered her hand with genuine respect. "Lieutenant Bai Linglong," she said, turning to the cat-like squad leader, "you have our admiration." A handful of higher-ranking Nova Corps soldiers watched Bai Linglong with undisguised awe. Soft-spoken and endowed with delicate feline features, she might have appeared harmless at first glance, almost someone you'd instinctively want to protect. Yet here she stood, commanding her fellow Void operatives and wielding astonishing power all her own. In their eyes, she was every bit the war hero her reputation claimed. "Let's stand against the Disaster Legion together." Bai Linglong merely shrugged at the unfamiliar slogan. Among the splintered worlds of the Imperial capital, she was a rarity, one of the few without the latest in biological augmentation. To the great civilizations of the Xandar Empire and beyond, people like her were curiosities. It was far more common to see someone like Damien, an officer of the Nova Corps, mingling with diplomats and nobles. Damien cleared his throat as half a dozen dignitaries leaned in, their questions firing at him in rapid succession. "How's the battle going? Is Lady Irani in any danger? Has she been harassed by the Void Cult?" The Triangulum Galaxy did lie adjacent to Andromeda, but Hala, seat of the Kree Empire, and Xandar were still separated by millions of light years. No reliable updates had come through about the ongoing conflict between the Kree and the Void Cult. He understood their anxiety. News traveled slowly across such vast distances. He met each question with measured patience. "Our last scout ship reported no direct assaults on Lady Irani," he said. "The Void Cult has been pushed back on several fronts, but they're regrouping near the outer rim. Reinforcements are en route." Bai Linglong watched him deftly balance honesty with reassurance. When he finished, the assembly exhaled collectively, tension easing from their shoulders. Damien gave a curt nod. "Thank you, Officer Damien," one noble said. "Your clarity is uncommon." He offered a polite smile. "Duty demands candor. Rest assured we will do everything in our power to protect Irani and to resist the Disaster Legion, should they ever appear." As murmurs of approval rippled through the hall, Bai Linglong caught Damien's eye. In that brief moment, they both understood. Whether facing the Void Cult or the unknown threat of a so-called Disaster Legion, unity would be their greatest weapon. It would be days before word of the war spread to every corner of the universe. The Triangle Galaxy now sits squarely on the front line, so hotly contested that no power dares enter its space without official sanction, lest they be caught in the gods' crossfire. Yet the Nova Legion has met with an unexpectedly warm reception here. At the head of that delegation stood Commander Damien, a rising star in the Nova Corps, whose reputation for tactical brilliance earned him this delicate assignment. They had come by invitation of Loki, son of Odin, God King of Asgard and Prince of the Nine Realms. In recent years, Loki's push to open his realms to diplomacy and trade won him admiration across the cosmos. Though Damien sensed a trace of surprise behind the prince's courteous smile, Loki welcomed the Nova Legion with grace and restraint. An hour of formal greetings and treaty discussions passed without incident. Then, just as negotiations drew to a close, an urgent alert lit up the Legion's command center. 5 Nova Corps battlecruisers, positioned at the coordinates known as the Heart of the World, simultaneously picked up a transmission from a Kree Empire battleship. Normally, a Xandar vessel encountering a Kree warship would open fire on sight. But this transmission was different. Its coded rhythms hinted at something far more complex than a chance skirmish. As alarms continued to blare, Damien and his officers braced themselves for whatever surprise lay hidden in that signal. Damien hovered at the command console, Lady Irani's voice projected clearly through the heart of the world's neural link. According to galactic law, they could not simply open fire. First came hails across every frequency, then formal warnings. Withdraw at once or be expelled by force. The moment the Kree Empire's strike force made it plain they would not stand down, the order was given. Without hesitation, every Nova Legion battleship switched on its gravimetric accelerators and charged their cosmic ray batteries. Damien remembered all too well how Nova Command had held back against Ronan's fleet above Xandar, afraid that capital ship bombardment might devastate the planet's surface and endanger countless lives. Here, however, there was no world below, no cities to protect, just open space. They unleashed the full might of their armaments. The Kree vessels exploded in cascades of violet and gold, each detonation flaring like a miniature supernova. First one cruiser, then another, shattered under sustained cosmic ray bombardment. Brilliant fireworks danced against the blackness, each burst a testament to Nova Legion's unquestioned supremacy in deep space. Without their own fighter escorts or armored decks, the Kree sailors could do little but watch their ships disintegrate. As the final Kree flagship imploded, Damien exhaled. In the vacuum beyond the flares of battle, life could not cling to metal hulls. But for a few brief moments, the void itself had seemed alive, and theirs alone to command. In the flickering glow of the firelight, enormous shapes began to take form around us. I swallowed hard. The predictor must think very highly of our team to send us here. Over 3,000 cosmic-level disasters threatened this region, I murmured, and in the end, it was our squad they chose. Damien squinted at the mass of hulking figures gathered on the distant plain. A tight knot of tension coiled in my stomach, but before I could dwell on it, the commander of the 3-star fleet, who had just clasped my hand in greeting, called out an order. Proceed according to the heart of the world briefing. Interstellar railgun, stand by. His voice crackled through my comm. Seconds later, a mechanical count began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire! In that instant, a beam of pure, incandescent energy, thick as a dragon's spine, arched overhead. Its brilliance turned the void into a sea of gold. The cosmic beasts sensed the impending strike and scattered in panic, but a few of the larger, slower creatures remained in the beam's path. With a roar of unleashed power, the railgun cut through them as if they were mere paper, reducing their once invincible forms to nothing but drifting ash. Silence fell. In the golden afterglow, I steadied my racing heart and prepared for whatever came next. "What the hell?" Damien muttered as he watched the Nova Legion's warships open fire. In a single thunderous barrage, their energy cannons carved through the massed horde of Phylaxian creatures, leaving only a few hundred scattered survivors, stunned and disorganized. He'd faced formidable foes before, but never anything like this. Asgard's Bifrost Bridge was legendary, mystical black tech fueled by the space gems, but Xandar's weapons were a different breed of engineering marvel, raw and devastating. Damien activated his helmet comlink. They're too spread out. Picking them off won't be easy. 3 Nova Corps officers, each bearing 3-star insignia and clad in gleaming battle armor, stepped forward. One lifted a gauntleted hand in salute. "We stand with you," she said. "I'll arrange for our fleet to lay down covering fire. Let's finish this together." Their confidence was contagious. To an empire like Xandar, enemy numbers were never a problem. If anything, more adversaries meant a greater victory. No matter where these fleeing Phylaxians scattered, be it the Andromeda fringes or the farthest star systems, the Nova Corps would be waiting. Damien understood all too well that once a starship's power systems hit the minimum threshold, a single vessel could wipe out almost any opposition with its interstellar railgun. The catch, of course, was that there simply weren't enough worthwhile targets to justify firing. One shot cost a small fortune. If the casualties didn't at least equal the missile's energy value, the Empire wouldn't even consider pulling the trigger. And with so few enemies on the field, lining up a clean hit was as challenging as threading a needle in a hurricane. That didn't mean suppressive fire was off the table, just that you wouldn't use railguns for it. Even the Xandar Empire's colossal military-industrial complex refused to launch its most expensive ordnance on a whim. In the end, war is just another tool for pursuing political and economic objectives, and the guiding principle is always the same: win with the least possible cost. One by one, Nova Corps officers slung their rifles over their shoulders and stepped onto the magnetic levitation launch platforms. Damien waited a heartbeat, then vaulted in behind them. In an instant, he scattered hundreds of perfect illusory copies of himself across the deck. With his phantoms fanning out to cover every angle, he charged headlong into the fight alongside the Nova Corps. To tackle thousands of disasters at once, even the Void God cult would need more than a single strike force. Dozens of squads would be required to guarantee total elimination. For only a few hundred, however, one elite team is more than enough. True to the Prophet's foresight, every contingency had already been planned. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Triangular Galaxy, Loki's factions were finding themselves in exactly the same predicament on other star systems. On one embattled world, the cult's legion was locked in a brutal firefight with the four universe top disasters. Damien's overwhelming presence shuddered through the planet, forcing every creature to cower before him. Void flames roared from his fists, reducing the battlefield to molten ruin. Clad in a rain of scarlet embers, Damien parried and repelled these supreme foes, edging backward even as they swarmed him. Then, in a heartbeat, he ignited his speed. With an explosive burst, he closed the distance, seized the nearest top disaster by the chest, and drove a cataclysmic punch into its core. Infernal power and searing flame tore through the creature's body from within, erupting outward in a roaring blast. Before its scorched form could even begin to recover, Damien pivoted on his heel and unleashed a sweeping kick, his second strike landing like a divine weapon's blow, ending the monstrosity in a single, spectacular finish. One of the universe's top-tier disaster statues was cleaved clean in two, its massive form engulfed in searing flames and torn apart. Any blood that spurted was instantly vaporized by the inferno, leaving only ash drifting through the void. Standing amid the wreckage, Damien's eyes blazed with a tyrannical certainty, as if a demon had taken human shape. To him, there was no real difference between facing two legendary disasters or four. They all crumpled beneath his power. At the sight of their fallen comrade, the remaining three disaster statues fractured in panic, disintegrating into dust before they could even mount a defense. Their shrieks of terror echoed through space, raw and unrestrained. "Which of us is the true catastrophe?" whispered Zheng Yan, unmoved by the carnage. In his heart, Damien was the unrivaled apex of the Void God religion's elite. No foe could match his strength, and numbers counted for nothing against him. Sent under the codename Damien, he was ostensibly there to observe and learn, though his presence alone guaranteed protection. Zheng Xian suspected the same was true of the Weather Witch. As long as the Void God religion's supreme champions remained at their side, nothing could stand in their way. With Damien and the shielded team members safely out of harm's way, there was no need for them to shrink from danger. Alex, one of the legendary Red Giants of the Void Cult, had earned a reputation for being eccentric and hard to approach. Whispers claimed he was the most unpredictable of the three giants. Yet despite those rumors, his fierce loyalty and unwavering support for the Void Cult inspired confidence in everyone around him. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was proving himself on the front lines. When he first faced the universe's top-tier calamities alone, his newly upgraded armor hadn't yet synced perfectly with his instincts, so his initial response times lagged in the more seasoned teams. But that had all changed. Now, battle-hardened by experience and fighting side by side with his old friend Bruce Banner, Tony moved with blistering efficiency. Together, they tore into the cosmic threats with devastating force. Banner watched in awe as Tony drove his spear-like energy lance straight through one of the colossal anomalies, ripping a gaping wound in its shimmering form. Damien's fighting style had always leaned toward the Renoli form, a void power technique defined by blindingly fast, almost intangible strikes that obliterated foes in a heartbeat. Now, though, he dropped all pretense of finesse. He faced powerful adversaries head-on, relying on brute strength and straightforward tactics. The shift was shocking. Bruce Banner, watching from the sidelines, stared at Damien's gleaming white armor. Its defenses were legendary, rumored to withstand even the most cataclysmic attacks. Curious, Bruce raised both palms and called down a mountain of seismic energy. The ground roared as it surged toward Damien like a living avalanche. Damien didn't flinch. He caught the collapse of earth and debris with his right hand as if catching a paperweight, then clenched his left into a fist. In one fluid motion, he counterpunched. The force slammed into the seemingly indestructible barrier of dirt and rock and shattered it with a banshee scream of collapsing stone. "Damien," Bruce shouted through the roar of falling debris, "what do you call that suit?" Damien let out a short laugh behind his helmet's mask. He tapped his chest proudly. "Uru armor. Looks good, doesn't it?" Bruce straightened, wiping dust from his brow, impressed. "Uru armor," he repeated. "Fits you." Damien gave a crisp nod. "Forged by the dwarven master himself. I got to see the original blueprints. He and I made a few tweaks. Nothing fancy, just enough to stop me from hitting the pavement whenever I try something creative." Bruce cracked a grin. "Well, I'd call it effective." Damien stepped back, his armor's white plates gleaming in the dust-choked sunlight. "Let's see what else it can do." And with that, he charged back into the fray, unwavering and inexorable in his new, raw fighting style. Damien couldn't stand the thought of wearing something so garish, so after a brief negotiation, Tony Stark stepped in. He worked with the Dwarf Master's Forge to craft a brand-new suit of Uru armor, pure, snow-white, and radiating an almost sacred glow. Tony could have spray-painted it in his signature red and gold, but he deliberately left it unadorned. "Not every fight or enemy deserves Uru armor," he explained with a smirk. "We'll save the gold trim for the real showstoppers." "Man, this is incredible," Damien said, his eyes lighting up. He gave the armor an approving nod. Just then, one of the universe's top-tier threats, already restrained in Damien's iron grip, threw a few desperate punches. Its roars had already started to peter out. 4 of these cosmic beasts would have been a nightmare alone, but with Tony at his side, the odds felt suddenly manageable. Damien ran a hand down the smooth, snowy surface. "Hey, can I borrow something to change into? I want to get some photos. This thing's a work of art." As a scientist himself, he couldn't resist documenting the pinnacle of Dwarven and Stark Industries engineering. Tony had been swamped for years, endless crises, endless battles, and he simply hadn't had time to develop any new tech, especially not for Damien. That didn't mean Damien didn't want to learn. Raw strength is one thing, but technology is the mind's embodiment of power. "Once this war's over, I'd like to start," Damien said. Tony looked up, and, far from feeling put on the spot, he cracked a smile. He knew that bruisers like Damien, Kyle, and Alex didn't really need something as elaborate as Uru armor. Tony mostly wanted Damien to try it on and let him take a few promotional photos. "All right," he said. "It's a deal." Relief, and something like excitement, flashed over Damien's face. He nodded once, firmly, and Tony turned back to his workbench. Meanwhile, on the opposite front line, Lacey was handling the universe's 4 greatest calamities all by herself. She moved with such grace and ease that even these fearsome foes, each unleashing its unique brand of devastation, looked clumsy in comparison. None of their attacks posed a real threat. She didn't even have to unleash her full power. Watching her, Peggy and Pepper, who had never really been interested in getting stronger, felt something stir in their chests. If Lacey could face down cosmic-level disasters so effortlessly, maybe they could push themselves a little harder, too. Lacey is a formidable warrior, one of the very few at the forefront of the Void Divine sect in an age when Yang dominates and Yin is fading. Today, dozens of her sisters have come to watch her in action, eager to cheer her on, and secretly dreaming of matching her strength. All they need is firm resolve and a willingness to work relentlessly. The Prophet recognized this spark in them. He deliberately assigned several promising disciples to train under Lacey's guidance, knowing they needed that ignition to awaken their true potential. Without achieving comparable power, no matter how close their friendships, they would never share her broader vision. Meanwhile, the squads dispatched by the Prophets cut through Luotian's cosmic formations as easily as if they were paper. Although Luotian commands a vast array of cosmic-level calamities, only a few qualify as the universe's elite disasters. By eliminating those top-tier threats and dismantling countless forbidden weapons, the Void Divine sect has cleared the way for its next grand offensive, this time on completely equal footing. In the war between the Void Cult and the Kree Empire, the Void Cult enjoyed an overwhelming advantage from the very beginning, thanks largely to Damien, their seer. Damien's prophetic gift allowed him to anticipate and neutralize every stratagem Luotian devised. It was as if one side played with full knowledge while the other could only wager with unknown cards. From the outset, Luotian stood no chance of victory, a fact that convinced many civilizations across the Andromeda Galaxy that the Void Cult's triumph was inevitable. Yet Damien refused to grow complacent. Tirelessly, he probed the countless threads of possible futures, limiting his foresight to the fortnight ahead. Such mental exertion weighed heavily on him, but he dared not relent. He would not risk being remembered as a mediocre commander who squandered an unbeatable lead. In his visions, Damien saw the Void Cult's armies storming Hala Star, the Kree Empire's bastion, where Miss Sonia and Mr. Odin marshaled their defenses. Beyond that point, however, the future dissolved into darkness. Only one certainty remained. At the critical hour, Lord Kassadin would appear, proof that the Kree had quietly prepared for Damien's advance. Damien sat alone in the command chamber of the base camp, the hum of distant engines and the low murmur of officers seeping in through reinforced bulkheads. Even if the Kree Empire's greatest champion were to arrive in person, their forces here would still hold firm. Word had come that Lord Kassadin would join them in just 2 weeks, time enough, Damien believed, to set the stage for a decisive turn. All he needed to do was coordinate the frontline offensives of the Void God cult, ensure the brigades pushed relentlessly, and prevent this conflict from engulfing neighboring galaxies. Who ultimately toppled the Kree occupation was not Damien's concern. His task was to calculate every possible outcome and tip the scales in his favor. He massaged his temples, trying to shake off the mental wariness that came from juggling so many variables at once. Reports from each brigade trickled in. Skirmish after skirmish, victory and loss measured in cold numbers. It was no surprise that Stephen, once so eager to wield the Time Stone, had stalled at the last moment, promising only to consider it. Damien couldn't help a faint smirk. The burden of monitoring past, present, and future of acting as the Empire's control tower was far heavier than Stephen had anticipated. Across the room, Sonia remained silent, her face inscrutable as hollow streams displayed worlds burning and star systems collapsing. Her eyes followed each casualty count without a flicker of emotion. To her, every lost life was a diagram in Damien's calculations, a step closer to their goal. Damien inhaled slowly, steeling himself. In 2 weeks, Lord Kassadin would arrive. Until then, all he could do was hold the line and pray that the Void God's favor would be enough. As a native of the Xandar Empire, Sonia carried with her a deep generational hostility toward the Kree of the Triangular Galaxy. Yet she no longer thought of this war as a Xandarian. It was a crusade born of her office as the Void Divine Envoy for the Void God faith. In her eyes, any power that stood against the Void God had to be eradicated. The glory of the Void God must be defended at all costs. If not for the Kree Empire's stubborn resistance, Sonia might never have found worthy adversaries. Still, she had no immediate designs on conquering the entire Kree realm. She preferred to use this conflict to raise her own star, expanding the Void God's dominion throughout the Andromeda Galaxy and crushing anyone who dared stand in her way. In her long-term vision, the Kree War was but the first of many campaigns. Sonia understood, however, that today's victory would not settle the score forever. Before long, Olympus's god king Zeus and his celestial host would surely rise against them, perhaps even summon other legendary figures whose very names inspired dread. Those battles lay in the future, but Sonia did not lose a moment's sleep over them. She had entrusted those looming challenges to Lord Kassadin, and she knew he would not fail. Chapter 766 Battle Situation Report. Council of Champions across the Andromeda Galaxy. The Kree Empire's planetary network has been thrown into disarray. News of the conflict in the Triangular Galaxy, where the Empire's dreaded Disaster Legion found itself in steady retreat under the relentless assault of the Void Cult, has reached every major power and civilization. Even the most backward worlds have witnessed firsthand the terror these disaster-level entities can unleash. Yet as the reports circulated, many realized the deeper outrage behind the Legion's creation. These nightmarish warriors were not born of natural evolution or mystical rites, but painstakingly engineered through brutal biological experiments, sacrificing countless innocent lives to fuel an unstoppable superarmy. That realization has united civilizations across the stars in condemnation. They see the Kree Empire's practice as a profound violation of universal morality and a betrayal of even the most basic principles of sentient life. Within the shattered remains of a Kree command station, Admiral Saren stared at the holomap projecting the latest frontline positions. Beside her, the formidable warlord Xeris, fresh from a coalition overture, crossed his arms and scowled. Soon, at the Imperial Council chambers on Kree Prime, the galaxy's greatest champions would convene. There, they would hear the full intelligence briefing and decide how to respond to this abomination of biowarfare. Among the delegates would be Damien, once known as Harvey, a brilliant strategist whose very life had been nearly claimed by the Kree's experiments. Now fully recovered, he bore scars both physical and mental. As he prepared to join the deliberations, Damien reflected on how close he had come to becoming one of the Empire's living weapons. The knowledge of that narrow escape steeled his resolve. He would do everything in his power to ensure no other sentient being suffered the same fate. The Council's formation promised a turning point. United by shared horror and indignation, the galaxy's mightiest races would soon weigh their forces and test their alliances. And at the heart of their deliberations lay a question none could ignore. How do you defeat an enemy born of humanity's darkest ambitions? The conference chamber fell silent as the latest battle projections flickered to life. Officers from half a dozen allied civilizations watched, their faces drawn with disbelief. "By all that's holy," one voice muttered, "the Void God cult's fighters are brutal." "It's been only a week since the war began," another added, "and they've already overrun more than 100 Kree worlds." "Have the Kree deployed their stellar dreadnoughts yet?" someone asked, leaning forward. "They haven't appeared in any after-action reports," came the reply. "If they do, we'll know immediately." A low groan ran through the assembly. "At this rate," an analyst sighed, "the Kree Empire is finished." Across the galaxy, billions witnessed the same incredible scenes. The Kree war machine, with its overwhelming numbers and cutting-edge weaponry, had already proven devastating. Entire civilizations surrendered rather than face its relentless barrages. Yet even those feats paled beside the might of the Void God cult. Their champions fought with an otherworldly ferocity, as though they channeled some divine power. And still, their greatest remained unseen. Void God Kassadin, the cult's supreme figure, had yet to step onto any battlefield. His mere absence had done nothing to slow his followers. On the contrary, they spoke of victory as a foregone conclusion. When Kassadin finally did intervene, many believed the war would end in the blink of an eye. Only a dozen war feeds made it back, each one scattered across the galactic network. With so few transmissions to choose from, viewers zeroed in on whatever piqued their curiosity. One of the most watched projections showed two legendary figures, Loki, the god of trickery, and Damien the Phantom. Alongside them stood three others whose names lit up: the Chatter, Bai Linglong, the white-haired cat girl leading one of the Void God sect strike forces; Kong Ming, the blue-skinned warrior whose reputation for ruthless efficiency precedes him; Steve Rogers, the blonde, blue-eyed tactician whose mere presence inspires troops. "Who are those three?" someone murmured as the crowd leaned in closer. The feed zoomed out to reveal the larger conflict, a brutal engagement on the Andromeda Triangulum border. Novacorp units from the Xandar Empire had been sent in too, an unmistakable sign that this skirmish could decide whether the war spilled into Andromeda itself. 18 worlds hung in the balance. To tip the scales, the Void God sect had deployed 5 elite teams, each led by one of these enigmatic warriors. "I've heard Bai Linglong's power is terrifying," one spectator said. "And she's only one of 5 captains they sent," another added. "Aren't Kang Ming's martial skills supposed to be unmatched?" "Yeah, and Steve Rogers isn't just a fighter, he's a strategist who's turned hopeless battles into victories." But before the debates could settle, the projection cut out. A dozen viewers sat in stunned silence, knowing the border war was only just beginning. Chapter: The Siege of the Cosmos. Damien stood shoulder to shoulder with the Nova Corps and 4 other elite captains, bracing against the Disaster Legion's relentless advance. Their quarry, the living embodiment of cosmic calamity, rolled through the void like a black tide, threatening to swallow every star in its path. Yet each team had its champion. Steve Rogers soared atop an earth-yellow dragon, its scales glowing like embers in the darkness. Time and again he plunged into the Legion's heart, 7 brutal assaults in all, each sortie carving a path of fire and steel until every last disaster fell, shattered beyond recovery. Momochi, Loki's own clone and master of trickery, slipped through the fray like a shadow. With a flick of his wrist, he wove illusions so convincing that towering horrors stumbled into non-existence, their catastrophic power snuffed out by his sly sorcery. When Bai Linglong entered the battlefield, the void itself cracked open. White-hot streaks shot across the cosmos as her spectral gauntlets gouged immense claw marks in star fields, tearing swarms of lesser disasters apart in a storm of sparks and stardust. Kang Ming fought with the raw force of a supernova. Each thunderous punch echoed across light years. Each decisive word he spoke unleashed shockwaves that rattled dying suns. His mastery of both martial arts and cosmic rhetoric turned every blow into a declaration of defiance. And then there was Damu, the Phantom Warrior. He fractured himself into countless illusory forms, each clone identical in voice and mien. As enemies struck one figure, 10 more emerged to take its place. Their combined assaults a perfect symphony of spectral carnage. All the while, Damien and the Nova Corps charted the larger strategy, sealing rifts, protecting vital star systems, and guiding retreating fleets to safety. Around them, rivers of blood and bone flowered against the black backdrop of space, a grisly stain that would haunt lesser beings for lifetimes. Ordinary onlookers would have turned away in terror, unable to eat for days. But those bound to the cosmic currents recognized the truth. This was no mere battle. It was a war for the fate of every universe. And with Damien and his comrades at the forefront, hope still burned bright amidst the darkness. The Kree Empire was the sworn enemy of countless worlds across the Andromeda Galaxy. To those who had faced them, the Kree were not simply monsters to be pitied, but fierce warriors to be feared and respected. Their ruthless ambition was legendary, so much so that if it weren't for the steadfast defense of the Xandar Empire, the Andromeda Galaxy would have fallen to Kree invasion tens of thousands of years ago. Meanwhile, on Void Island, Wanda had long wished to journey to the very front lines of the conflict. But Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void, had not granted her teleportation. The nearest battle raged in the Triangulum Galaxy, millions of light-years away, and even Wanda's prodigious powers would take too long to breach that gulf. By the time she arrived, the fighting might already be over, or so fierce that even she could not break through. So Wanda and her brother Pietro made do with the hollow projections fed back from the front. Even at a distance, the towering Kree beasts were awe-inspiring, far more formidable than any demon Wanda had ever encountered. Day after day, they watched as these colossal creatures clashed with Xandarian forces, steel and alien technology illuminated by the chaos of war. It was a sobering reminder that, despite her own powers, the galaxy's fate hung in a precarious balance. Note, though many heroes risked everything on remote battlefields, one name above all would soon come to define this struggle. Damien, or the one who bridged worlds, was already stirring the currents of fate, even if none yet knew how profoundly he would change the course of history. Though these cosmic monstrosities detonated against the hull of the space battleship carrying them, the vessel emerged completely unscathed. Each creature possessed at least cosmic-tier strength, yet this legion, born of universe-shattering disasters, proved utterly powerless against the Void God religion's assault detachments. After all, this was only a war projection cast at the galaxy's border. Damien studied the streaming battle data from the Void Cult captains on the front lines. Aside from one brief clip, showing the Kree fleet's dramatic arrival and their withering laser barrage that repelled the invaders, there were no detailed records of the fighting. Still, he could picture exactly what would come next. Confronted with that salvo of high-intensity beams, the Void God religion forces would instantly retaliate in kind. Under normal circumstances, such a spectacle would be beamed live to every corner of the universe, granting billions of beings an up-close view of the carnage. Yet inexplicably, only a handful of static-filled stills had been preserved. No continuous footage, just fragmented snapshots. The gaps in the feed unsettled Damien. He remembered Zhengshan's warning about wars like this. If he pressed on his current path, he would become the enemy of the entire magic world. And standing against him would be not a handful of mages, but a vast, united host of powerful sorcerers. He exhaled slowly. At the galaxy's edge, where armies of light and void collided, the stakes had never been higher, and his true challenge was only beginning. Damien sat alone in the dimly lit study, poring over every scrap of intelligence he could find. It was clear that most magicians, on their own, are no great threat. Yet history had shown that when they band together, even a handful of them, they could become devastating. Certain spells only gained their true power in unison. Damien ran the numbers in his head. Could he possibly stand against a coalition of such sorcerers? He allowed himself a grim half-smile. Technically, yes, he might just pull off a victory, but it would demand near-superhuman reserves of energy and focus. One misstep, one moment of exhaustion, and the entire plan would unravel. In truth, the ideal of vanquishing them all in a single decisive strike was lofty to the point of fantasy. As that realization settled over him, Damien couldn't shake a deeper question. What, in the end, could he accomplish with the strength he actually possessed? High atop Mount Olympus, the great marble hall was uncharacteristically hushed. Zeus, ever the boisterous host, had called a banquet for the gods, but the air was heavy with portent. Scouts dispatched to the mortal realms returned one dire report after another about the looming war. As each fresh dispatch arrived, the grim looks on the gods' faces grew more severe. At the head table, Zeus himself pounded his fist against the gilded surface. "They've rallied 10 of the universe's top-tier champions," he boomed. "Worse yet, each of them commands hundreds of planet-level warriors." A shiver passed through the assembled deities. Even in all their divine might, they recognized the scale of the threat. Olympus had weathered storms and Titan rebellions before, but never had so many battle-hardened experts converged under a single banner. As the gods exchanged anxious glances, it became clear that this war would test even their immortal powers to the limit. Damien stood in the vast marble hall, surrounded by gods of every shape and size. Yet despite their divine titles, most wielded no more than planet-level power. Some were little more than mortals blessed with unnaturally long lifespans. It was precisely because they possessed longevity but lacked true might that they all vied for Odin's favor. By ingratiating themselves with the All-Father, they hoped to claim a place among Olympus's allies, so that when an insurmountable threat arose, they could call upon fellow gods for aid. After all, there were dangers in the cosmos no single deity could face alone. A sudden hush fell as a leopard-faced god rose from his seat atop a carved onyx dais. His amber eyes gleamed beneath a crown of twisted horns, and his clawed hand shot into the air. "I stand with you," he rumbled. "Together, we must summon Eternus and annihilate the Void Cult." A chorus of assent echoed through the hall, but the Leopard Lord's tone turned grave. "Know this, if Eternus hesitates, even our host of gods cannot guarantee victory. The Celestials are the universe's mightiest lineage, yet their numbers are few. Should war consume us, both sides will suffer grievously, or face utter extinction." Damien felt a shiver run down his spine. In that moment, the fate of the cosmos seemed to hinge on one decision: whether to unleash the ancient power of Eternus against the looming shadow of the Void Cult, and whether the gods, united or divided, could endure the cost. Although the Celestial clan was born with power that placed them among the cosmos's elite, and they harbor even greater strengths waiting to be awakened, it will take untold ages before that potential can be fully realized. In the meantime, they remain dangerously outnumbered by the fanatical Void God sect. True, the clan counts a few ancient deities among its ranks, but most of these slumber in timeless dormancy, bound to awaken only when a catastrophe threatens the entire universe. Over the past 20 years, the Void Cult has swept through the Kree Empire, then overthrown one civilization after another in the Andromeda Galaxy, setting the gods themselves ablaze with the fires of war. With every conquest, the cult's ranks have swelled, legions of demons and monsters growing ever stronger in the darkness. By the time the celestial immortals are forced to intervene, it may already be too late to turn the tide. As this grim realization settled over the assembly, the leopard-faced god slowly raised his hands, preparing to speak. I agree. I agree. Seconded. One by one, the gods of the pantheon rose to their feet and pledged to unite. Their pride was legendary. Typically, they would ignore any threat until the very fabric of reality began to burn. But time had run out. Every moment of hesitation allowed the Void God cult's 10 champions to edge closer to cosmic supremacy. When those champions reached their zenith, no alliance, no matter how vast, could hope to withstand their onslaught without invoking eternity itself. I warned you, Zeus boomed, his voice echoing off marble columns. The Void God cult endangers not just our realm, but the entire universe. I have not lied. As he spoke, the gods who had wavered now stood resolutely at his side. Zeus's solemn expression softened into a satisfied smile. The Void cult's power was immense, but it could never eclipse eternity. He had long anticipated this confrontation and forged a plan to counter the cult's horrors. Now, with the pantheon united, Zeus would not only preserve existence, he would ensure his own legend endured forever. The Void cult's reach was no longer confined to the Milky Way. Its tendrils now crept into Andromeda and even beyond, binding countless deities into a single unholy alliance. In the Grand Council chamber, a god of the Elder Pantheon spoke up. Thor, Asgard's Thunderer, and Loki, god of trickery, have both sworn fealty to the Void cult. A low murmur swept the hall. Another deity added, voice grim, all the prayers once offered in Asgard and by extension across the 9 realms have gone unanswered. Silence fell. Then a third spoke with measured urgency. Can we not appeal to eternity itself? If we unite our voices, the eternal voice, surely he will hear our petition and intervene. This council was no mere Asgardian gathering. It represented every living creature under the Aesir's protection, elves and dwarves, giants and mortals alike. The broader a deity's domain, the more lives they governed, the more weight their plea carried before eternity. A handful still dismissed the Void cult as little more than a cosmic nuisance, unlikely to threaten the balance of the universe. But that minority was dwindling. If the majority of gods condemned the cult as a scourge, they believed, then eternity could be swayed, and the cosmos might yet be saved. Don't worry, Zeus said with a confident smile. I've forged an alliance with the Universal Elders Council. Once they stand with us, our voice in the cosmos will be unassailable. A ripple of astonishment spread through the assembly of gods. The Universal Elders Council? Someone whispered. Gao Tianzun? They've never exactly been friendly to us, another deity reminded the group. And remember, the collector fell to the Void cult while the council stood by. Gao Tianzun wanted revenge but simply lacked the power, added a third. But now they might agree to an alliance, a fourth god ventured. If the entire council joins, our side will be rock solid. Excited chatter broke out among the immortals. After all, the universe counted only a handful of true powerhouses, and most of them were members of the Universal Elders Council. These ancient beings normally stayed within their own realms, seldom involving themselves in cosmic affairs. Having existed for eons, they were not tempted by ordinary requests. The very idea of winning their support sent a thrill through the gods' banquet hall. Damien stood at the threshold of the celestial archive, listening to the rumors that crackled like lightning in the void. Since the rise of the Void divine religion, the impossible had suddenly become possible. Any god who could secure a bond with the universe's greatest power would claim an unassailable advantage, and everyone wanted in. Unseen by the others, Zeus had already moved. Under a moonless sky, he slipped into Gao Tianzun's private sanctum and laid out his terms. When Asgard falls, Blue Star's borders will be ours to redraw. They agreed that the eastern quarter, hallowed ground under the heavenly court, must remain untouched for the time being. But the sprawling western plains, they decided, would be ripe for the taking. No sooner had that secret pact been sealed than it spread across the divine realms like wildfire. Gods who'd long held back now sharpened their ambitions. The heavenly court, normally a quiet powerhouse concerned only with affairs in its own domain, suddenly found its eastern holdings coveted by rivals. Yet beyond those borders lay Odin's sphere of influence, all of the West and the 9 realms, a vast expanse guarded by his loyal vanguard. No straightforward invasion route presented itself. Damien drew in a steadying breath. He joined the Void Church, believing he could help usher in an era of renewal, not watch Blue Star's lands carved up by immortal schemers. If his world was to survive this coming storm, he would need to navigate betrayals among gods, unravel Zeus's secret alliance, and discover whether a single mortal could outwit the rulers of heaven itself. Though Asgard still stands, no one dares even think of seizing its worlds outright. Territory can't simply be grabbed on a whim. Yet if the Asgardian divine realm and the Void cult ever join forces, their twin onslaughts will ravage both, and only then could we rush in to claim those now abandoned realms. Even gods have ambitions, but few possess the power to realize them. Zeus, as king of the gods, cares little for these fringe territories. Their emptiness works to his advantage. Lesser deities can harvest resources there, so long as they spare him the customary offerings and tributes. "Be patient," Zeus commanded the gathering. "Let us first see the Void cult destroyed." Millions have already perished in the Kree Empire under the Void's hand, one god reminded his peers, voice heavy with outrage. Their suffering is the Void's own sin. "The Council of Universal Elders watches every move," another added. "When they finally declare the Void divine religion a scourge to be eradicated, we will meet," Zeus finished for him, "and unite our powers." He surveyed the ambitious faces around him, gods ready to divvy up new domains, and raised a single finger. "No partitioning the spoils just yet. First, we win this war." Though the Kree Empire's reputation across the cosmos was far from spotless, Eternity, who judges all life impartially, saw every creature as equal. If the Void cult's campaign succeeded in extinguishing the Kree Empire, the deaths of hundreds of billions would be laid squarely at the Void cult's doorstep. To brand the Void divine sect as a true scourge, mere divine edicts and rhetoric wouldn't suffice. Eternity demands concrete evidence. All along, Zeus had been quietly waiting for the cult's invasion to give him that irrefutable cause, proof he could present in bargaining with Eternity itself. As Zeus had foreseen, the Council of Elders in the Universal Presbyterian Church tracked the conflict between the Void cult and the Kree Empire with growing alarm. Within their high chamber, every elder's face grew graver by the moment. At last, one broke the silence. "Contact Gao Tianzun." "If the Kree Empire falls," the messenger added in a hushed, urgent tone, "the Void God sect will hold sway over the entire universe." Only a few short years have passed since the founding of the Void God religion, and already it has spawned hundreds of planet-level champions and 10 true superpowers whose strength rivals that of cosmic titans. Give them just a few more decades, and the entire universe will be swallowed by the Void's light. Even imagining that day sends a chill down the spine of the messenger. "We need to open a line of communication," he said, voice low but urgent. Across the table, Council Enforcer Chen Jian nodded. He reached to a small wooden box at his side, withdrew a single golden feather, and crushed it between his fingers. In barely 10 seconds, the crystal walls of the Universal Presbyterian's council chamber rippled, and the projection of Elder Gao Tianzun shimmered into view. Gao Tianzun's gaze swept the silent assembly, lingering on the war maps that tracked the Void cult's relentless advance. Finally, he let out a low growl. "You've gathered the entire Universal Presbyterian Church," he said coldly. "And only now do you remember I'm one of its elders?" Damien knew full well that the Universal Presbyterian Church had been holding one closed-door meeting after another. But after the debacle in the Void realm, he'd learned enough about their inner workings, and frankly, he couldn't be bothered to follow every twist and turn. An envoy in simple black robes stepped forward, eyes downcast. "Master Damien, we offer our deepest condolences on your brother's death. I assure you, it was never our intention for things to end this way. Our own hands have been tied by circumstances beyond our control." A thin smile of contempt flickered across Damien's face. The envoy hesitated, mistaking his silence for openness, and pressed on. "We understand this won't bring him back, but that's no excuse for turning away when a brother in faith is in pain." Damien's gaze hardened. "Let's be perfectly clear. My brother, the one you called the Sea, Elector, was killed because of the path he chose. You know that as well as I do. Over the years, Your church has cleaned up more disasters he left behind than I can count. We've stood by each other through it all, bound by our vows and mutual respect, decades worth of shared trust. Don't feign ignorance now." The envoy bit his lip, searching Damien's face for any flicker of forgiveness. But Damien's expression remained ice-cold. In that moment, it was plain to see. Whatever loyalty the Universal Presbyterian Church might claim, it unraveled the instant tragedy struck too close to home. Damien stood his ground. "We don't want to see him die," the enforcement officer pressed. "But you know how dangerous the void god Cassidon is, especially now that Damien has provoked him. Don't fixate on this one point." Damien's expression didn't waver. The officer sighed and leaned in. "Look, if it weren't for these cosmic stakes, I wouldn't be stuck out here, powerless and furious. But that doesn't give you the right to shut me out of the Universal Elders Assembly, does it? Just hear me out. Let me say my piece, and then it's done." Damien folded his arms. "All right, but before you speak, tell me, why are you really here, standing in my path?" The officer hesitated, then gave a curt nod. "You want the full picture? The interests at play, the risks we all run? Fine, let's sit." Damien crossed the high-ceilinged chamber and took his assigned seat. The officer followed and settled opposite him. Slowly, the tension in the room eased. At that moment, the young envoy who'd been hovering near the doorway exhaled in relief. "I heard Zeus came to see you," he said, meeting Damien's gaze. "What do you make of his proposal?" Damien leaned back and spread his hands in a casual shrug. "Just watch me," he replied, a spark of defiance in his eyes. Damien, a senior law enforcement officer of the Void Council, stepped into the chamber and fixed Gao Tianzun with a steady gaze. "Gao Tianzun," he said quietly, "I've come on urgent business." Gao leaned back against the marble wall, arms casually folded, his expression unreadable. Damien didn't flinch. "We've been friends for decades," he added. "Do not mistake my concern for idle chatter." Gao's pale lips curved into a faint smile. "Concern is cheap. Words won't solve a thing. You'll see soon enough." A flicker of annoyance crossed Damien's face. "I'm warning you," he pressed. "Remember our history." Gao chuckled softly and swept a look over the assembled officers and runners. "We could debate this for all eternity and never reach a solution," he said. Hearing that, Damien's jaw clenched. "So you're telling me this is your burden alone?" Gao shrugged. "I never asked you to carry it." A tense silence fell. Finally, one of the runners cleared his throat and addressed Gao with trembling respect. "Master Gao, just how powerful is Cassidon, the so-called God of the Void?" At those words, even Gao's composure wavered for a heartbeat. He exchanged a troubled glance with Damien. If Cassidon's power truly eclipsed the might of eternity itself, then no amount of friendship or warning could change the danger that loomed over them all. Damien's gaze dropped to the floor as the great hall fell silent. Across from him, Cassidon, the so-called God of the Void, spoke in a low, even tone. "All the world believes I was forced to retreat," Cassidon said, his voice echoing off stone pillars. "They have no idea what I endured that day, what it cost me just to see the Collector fall." Damien swallowed hard. He'd spent years serving the Council of Enforcement, first as an idealistic recruit, then as a reluctant pawn. He'd never welcomed Cassidon's intrusion into mortal affairs, yet the Void Lord's power had already reshaped their world. Now Damien felt shackled, as if every choice he'd ever made was slipping beyond his control. Cassidon's pale eyes narrowed. "After a lifetime of freedom, you chafe at these invisible chains, don't you? You've never answered to anyone, and yet here you stand, bound by forces you rely understand." Damien clenched his fists. "You talk of chains, but you're the one forcing everyone's hand. We know your cult's influence is growing. We see your followers everywhere, and still you expect us to trust you? You're right. I don't expect trust." Cassidon held up a single finger. "I only ask that you accept reality. The Void God faith is no passing fad. It's sweeping through every corner of our realm, with or without your permission." A ripple of tension passed through the assembled officers behind Damien. They'd long since learned it was foolish to oppose Cassidon outright. Council intelligence confirmed his religion's rise was unstoppable. "You don't need to know every detail of my mission," Cassidon continued. "You only need to do one thing. Come with me. Help me see this through, and I guarantee I'll spare your city from ruin. Refuse, and you'll find out just how inexorable a god's wrath can be." Silence lingered for a heartbeat. Then, with a reluctant nod, Damien raised his head and met those formless eyes. The world might judge him harshly for what came next, but the die was cast. "All right," he said quietly. "I'll go with you." Kassadin inclined his head. A faint violet light shimmered at his fingertips, opening a path beyond the chamber's iron doors. As Damien stepped forward, every last shred of certainty slipped away, but there was no turning back now. "I can guarantee that no one will ever breach your borders," Damien said firmly. Gao Tianzun crossed his arms, studying him coolly. "What you can accomplish today, you can accomplish tomorrow." Damien offered a wry smile. Gao Tianzun had never admitted to treating him like a mere servant. He'd simply nudged his old allies in the Presbyterian Church to be more cunning. Chapter 767, Rest Before the Assault on Hala Star. The elders of the Universal Presbyterian Church exchanged uneasy glances. None of them were fools. Damien's admission made it clear that his earlier retreat hadn't been forced upon him. He'd chosen to join the Void God sect of his own accord. A ripple of alarm passed through the council. Counselor Arlen, commander of the church's enforcement division, rose to his feet. His voice was calm but steely as he addressed Damien. "You expect us to trust you now that you're aligned with the Void God sect? Tell me, can you truly guarantee our safety?" Damien met Arlen's gaze without flinching. "Even the Eternity Order will be powerless if the Void cult reaches full strength," he warned. "But rest assured, as long as you do not take the initiative to attack the sect, I will ensure no harm comes to you." A tense silence fell over the chamber. If Damien spoke the truth, if no force in the universe could stem the rise of the Void God sect, then open resistance would invite certain destruction. Perhaps neutrality was their best defense. After a long moment, Counselor Arlen inclined his head. "Very well, we will refrain from aggression, provided you uphold your word." A faint smile crossed Damien's lips as he bowed. In that instant, he fully grasped the depths of Kassadin's power, the fearsome god of the void, and the unbreakable loyalty he inspired. Damien forced himself to meet Kassadin's gaze. He'd learned by now that the void god never struck on a whim, but crossed the cult of the void, and there was no force in the cosmos that could save you. No matter how powerful your allies, standing against Kassadin meant preparing to die. "You survive only because you serve a use to me," Kassadin had warned. "There is no resurrection in the void. Should I decide to claim your life, it will end sooner than the collectors." Damien swallowed. "Understood." Gao Tianzun inclined his head as if sealing a pact. "Then we will do whatever you command." Damien watched him carefully. The other man's confident tone rang hollow, more a performance than a pledge. He spoke softly. "You don't need to copy my every move." Gao Tianzun's lips curved into a calculating grin. "No matter what I say, just watch what I do and learn." That was typical of Kassadin's method. Never let his followers openly swear loyalty to the Void cult, but always keep them dangling on the hook. And it worked. Gao Tianzun had already hauled in far bigger prizes than the hapless Zeus. Even the Celestial Clan and the Universal Council of Elders had taken his bait. Old feuds with the Celestials only made their capture all the sweeter. Damien's heart pounded. In this shadow war, words were nothing, and actions everything. He would watch, he would learn, and he would survive. Damien couldn't publicly stake his reputation on the fate of the Celestial Clan. Still, after so many years of alliance and friendship, he felt a deep loyalty to the immortals of the Universal Presbyterian Church. Behind the scenes, the Universal Council of Elders had called several secret meetings to urge him into action. If he didn't move now, they would be forced to launch their own crusade against Kassadin, the god of the void. And once the council officially declared war, its dozen members, whose territories lay mostly in the Dark World, would find themselves trapped by the formidable Zeus alliance. Though the Dark World realms carried less prestige than the shining planets of the Light World, they weren't without value. Their greatest asset was the freedom they afforded. Looser laws, fewer restrictions, and a comfort that outshone the rigid hierarchies of the light. With the Elders' warnings fresh in his mind, Damien resolved to intervene on behalf of the Celestial Clan before the Council had to throw its lot in against Kassadin. At the same time, Miss Sonia was already planning her next move. She intended to screen and recruit the most promising civilizations under the banner of the Void Divine religion, strengthening her ranks and shoring up support for the bees, Adels to come. The countless worlds and territories beneath the Bright Realm offer more than enough opportunities for the Void Divine cult. We have no intention of vying with the Elders of the Universe over the scraps of the Andromeda Galaxy. Rumor has it Zeus's alliance includes many formidable figures, the courier ventured hesitantly. Gao Tianzun's lips curved into a sinister smile. Damien, once known among his peers as the courier, felt a chill at that expression, but he pressed on. From what I've heard, the only ones worth mentioning are Zeus himself and the Celestials. He lowered his voice. As for those other so-called gods, they're all pretenders. The last time I saw Zeus, he was more concerned with flattery than power, vain and bloated by his followers' praise. Gao Tianzun snorted. Zeus has been surrounded by sycophants for too long. They've inflated his ego with talk of a mighty pantheon, yet in truth, he commands only a handful of loyal lieutenants. That so-called pantheon sounds impressive, but it's nothing more than a handful of immortals without true strength. No universe-shattering titans among them, just charlatans who cling to borrowed glory. Damien nodded, though unease twisted in his gut. He'd seen enough hollow reputations to know Gao Tianzun spoke harsh truths. In a cosmos teeming with power, only the genuinely strong could stake their claim, and he intended to be among them. Here's a polished, idiomatic rewrite of the passage. Now let's turn our attention to the other great powers of the galaxy, Asgard and the Celestial Realm. Unknown to most, Odin quietly led his own family to join the Void cult. By contrast, the Celestial Court has always stayed in the shadows. No matter how loudly the Void God faith proclaims its rise, heaven remains largely inactive. Their goal is simply to bide their time, gather their forces, and then, if necessary, unite against the Void cult on their own terms. Heaven's strategy is painfully obvious. They have no real plan. They couldn't care less how the cosmic balance shifts around them. Zeus, on the other hand, has publicly declared the Void cult his enemy. His outrage stems less from principle than from pride. He will not tolerate anyone challenging his supremacy. After all, as the most powerful being in the universe, who wants a giant Buddha looming over their throne? In response to the Void cult's meteoric ascent, the Universal Elders Council convened a summit with Zeus to hammer out a unified strategy. The Council's ancient immortals are not given to rash decisions. They insist on fully understanding every angle before taking action. Zeus's only misstep was all the noise he made about his vendetta. His thunderous proclamations may rally some, but they do little to reassure the cautious, deliberative minds of the elders. Gao Tianzun knew that even if he hadn't been covertly gathering intelligence, Kassadin would already be aware of Zeus's latest moves. It wasn't a question of whether the cult of the Void would one day crush Olympus. It was only a matter of when. And though Kassadin, the god of the Void, showed no urgency now, the moment to strike was fast approaching. "Very well," Kassadin replied. "I'll stand by for your signal. Until then, I'll remain on the sidelines." "Just be ready when I call," Gao Tianzun said, locking eyes with each member of the Universal Council of Elders before ending the projection. The elders exchanged knowing glances. Seasoned veterans of countless galactic upheavals, they cared little for the details of this looming conflict between the Void cult and the Kree Empire, so long as their own realms stayed secure. They had watched empires rise and fall for eons. Whether the Void cult's shadow would stretch across the universe, they could only wait and see. Days slipped by. Under the Predictor's orders, and with Steven's terrifying teleportation technology at their disposal, the Void cult's elite swept through planet after planet of the Kree Empire, like shattered bamboo in a storm. Terrified, the Kree forces lost all hope of victory, and fell back. In just 2 weeks, every world had been abandoned except one, Hala, the Empire's fortified capital, where the Kree still maintained troops and battle plans. In the silent void beyond Hala's system, the 10 legions of the Void God cult, unaware they were converging, assembled. Dozens of massive warships lay in waiting amid the stars, their dark hulls reflecting distant suns. The cult's champions, now celebrated throughout countless star systems, prepared for the final assault. A crackle broke the tense stillness. Do we really have to bypass all those planets? Nikrov's voice came through Damien's comlink, edged with curiosity. Damien regarded his battle-worn comrade Nikrov with steady eyes. I understand your drive to take revenge on the Kree Empire, he began softly. But never forget, you're far from the only power that wants them brought low. Once the Empire collapses, all the scattered Kree survivors will be like lost dogs, easy prey in a universe that has little room for them. Others will move in to snuff them out completely. It's one thing to see justice done, Damien continued, voice firm, but quite another to slaughter for slaughter's sake. Nikrov's hands clenched at his sides, but Damien let him absorb the warning before he spoke again. After our initial shock strikes, when our largest detachments hit in unison, we'll break into smaller teams. Each cell will spread out across the planet still under Kree or Disaster Legion control, dismantling their remaining defenses and infrastructure. That doesn't mean the 10 bishop generals of the Void God sect must turn every world to ashes as they did at the outset. We certainly have the might to wipe the Kree off the map, but our precognitive seer has shown that total annihilation isn't necessary and would serve no one in the end. The Kree Empire has spent hundreds of thousands of years collecting enemies. At long last, they're beginning to pay the price. Commander Nikrov stared at the holo display and cut through the hush. All right, what's our next move? Do we strike straight at the heart of the enemy? Damien leaned back in his pilot's chair, gaze flicking between damage reports and supply readouts. We've been fighting non-stop for 2 weeks, he said quietly. We've seen enough bloodshed. I say we pull back, rest our crews, then hit them again when we're fully ready. Across the comm channel, the Prophet's serene voice replied, Agreed. We will regroup today. When we launch the next offensive, our fleet will bypass every Kree blockade by teleporting in through the Hala star array. Damien tapped his datapad. There's one more thing. Prophet, send for Mr. Odin. We need his help on this attack. A flicker of uncertainty crossed the Prophet's tone. Concerning Hala Star's future, my visions show only one catalyst, Odin himself. I have also learned, through second-hand reports, that Miss Sonia is already on the battlefield. After that, the threads of fate go dark. Then we have no time to waste. Damien stood, resolve hardening his voice. Bring Odin in. Moments later, the war room's ambient lighting dimmed as a new energy signature flared on the tactical board. From his hidden observatory, Odin, god of thunder, had watched the conflict unfold for days. At the Prophet's summons, his voice rumbled through every comm speaker in the room. You require my aid? He asked, each word vibrating with power. Very well. I will not tarry. With that, Odin unleashed a burst of divine energy. In a flash of electric blue light, he and his colossal battleship appeared in the starport's docking bay, ready to turn the tide of war at last. In a matter of seconds, Odin's ship slipped into formation with the Void Cult Armada. At first glance, it looked no different from any ordinary deep space cruiser. No Asgardian crest, no Void Cult sigil. In truth, the vessel had been built on Tony tech supplied to the Void God cult, but Odin and Frigga had long ago stripped away every identifying mark. After millennia of grandeur and public spectacle, Odin had finally laid due, won his crown and retreated into quiet exile. He'd grown to enjoy moving unseen, relishing the occasional shock when would-be adversaries realized they dared cross a retired war god. As the cruiser coasted through the void, Odin leaned close to Frigga. We touched down directly on Hala, he said, voice low but firm. I can't believe the Kree Empire would actually deploy a cosmic forbidden weapon there. Their son, Damien, stood just behind them, brow furrowed. Father, you mean we're going in now, without waiting for reinforcements? Odin shot him a wry smile. Sometimes the best tactic is speed and surprise, my boy. Trust me, even the finest military fleets can be outmaneuvered by the unexpected. He straightened, cloak swirling around him. Let's show these Kree that old gods still command respect. They'd faced the Forbidden Universe before, only to let Steven teleport away without a fight. Because of that lapse, the Kree Empire's ultimate doomsday device, the Cosmic Forbidden Artifact, seemed never to have been activated. Yet when the weapon finally struck, the target world was obliterated, and still not a single Void cultist died. Sol's voice was grim. If we don't deploy the artifact, the Kree Empire is finished. Nikrov nodded. But if we unleash it, we might force our enemies into a desperate, all-or-nothing battle. He turned to the prophet. We've driven them to the brink. If you were in command, which path would you choose? The prophet's eyes were calm and unreadable. Understood. Saul swallowed, fear and determination warring in his expression. Is Damien still on Hala Star? They all knew the plan. Detonate the forbidden artifact on Hala, snuff out every trace of life there. The prophet's gaze darkened. As far as the future shows me, he has not departed. A charged silence fell over the war council. The Kree Empire should have evacuated its people long ago, yet its supreme commander, Damien, refused to abandon Hala before the final blow was struck. Once Damien, the supreme commander, fell back, the Kree Empire would have fractured. Take tomorrow off, the prophet ordered, his voice calm but unyielding. Eat, rest, recover your strength. Barring any surprises, this war, now entering its third week, should be over by dawn. At his words, a wave of relief washed through the Void cult's ranks. With the predictive serving as the campaign's nerve center, most of their forces had remained safely behind the lines. Still, the baptism of blood they'd endured left deep, invisible wounds. After seeing too many comrades and too many enemies slaughtered, it's easy to grow numb, to feel nothing at all. Miss Sonia's kindly gaze and the respite the prophet had arranged offered them a rare moment of peace. They needed it. Without this brief reprieve, Stephen's strike fleet could have leapt from the triangular galaxy's edge into Andromeda and onto the star Hara in less than a week. Outside the command tower's observation port, new battlecruisers slipped into formation one by one. Their hull lights blinked like distant stars against the void, a silent promise that when the final orders came, the cult would be ready to finish what they'd started. Odin studied his two sons, their faces drawn with exhaustion yet burning with resolve. Gently, he drew Thor and Loki into his arms, his large hands patting their backs in a rare display of tenderness. Your mother and I have witnessed your courage, he said quietly, pride threading through his words. You've done exceedingly well. Now leave the rest to me. He knew all too well how war's shadows cling to the strongest souls. If Lady Sonia pressed her Void Cult warriors into one battle after another, their spirits would fray beyond repair. Before long, Odin intended to speak with her, encourage her to grant the soldiers a well-earned respite, just long enough to restore their minds. Yet he trusted that Sonia already understood. Even the greatest victories demand a price, and no triumph comes without weariness. Loki pressed his forehead against his father's shoulder and offered a faint nod. He had achieved the power he once yearned for, but he'd endured horrors no young god should face. Even now, under the shelter of Odin's arms, an unshakable fatigue weighed on him, proof that even a hero's triumphs can leave him vulnerable. Father, instead of intervening now, I'd ask you to turn your attention to Asgard later, Thor said. Loki and I need a moment to catch our breath. Odin paused, clearly irked by Thor's suggestion that he shirk responsibility, and smoothly shifted the conversation. Speaking of which, can I really stand against a barrage of cosmic forbidden weapons on my own? Thor exchanged a look with Loki. You know I've seen the Kree Empire's dimensional collapse raise firsthand, Odin continued, his voice somber. Their power, if I absorbed even one full blast, I would have died on the spot. On the battlefield, among the hundreds of fanatics in the Void Cult, only Damien remained completely unfazed. To him, this was no mere skirmish, but the ultimate test of honor, and he thrived on the challenge. When a rogue fragment of the Kree Empire's crystalline energy, a water droplet brimming with destructive potential, hurtled toward him, most warriors would have perished instantly. But Damien's body, tempered by years of near immortality, simply absorbed the blast. Even as searing pain coursed through his arms, it wasn't enough to kill him. With relentless focus, he redirected the energy back into the artifact, wresting it free at last. Standing triumphant amid the smoky haze, Damien held the crackling crystal aloft. No casualty, no retreat, only victory. And as Odin and his sons watched from above, it became clear that in this war's cosmic horrors, some heroes were made for the impossible. In Damien's view, water droplets weren't some doomsday doohickey or forbidden superweapon of the cosmos. At best, they were a peculiar, highly lethal bit of tech. I've studied it myself, he said, meeting Odin's gaze steadily. I don't intend to wrest control of it by force. I just need a means to transfer it safely. Odin, his arms still draped around Thor and Loki, smiled at the boy's cool confidence. He released his hold on his sons, shifted his weight, and focused on Damien. You've done your homework, the Allfather rumbled. I've witnessed Kree marvels like the Dimension Collapse Ray, and yes, even the water droplet weapon. But the Supernova Destroyer and the Cosmic Cube, those I've only ever heard of through the Seer's visions. By all accounts, they're on an impossibly higher level, true forbidden arms of the universe. He paused, his expression thoughtful. The Kree Empire's technology has elevated them to a major galactic power. Anyone who attempts to seize dominion over them would find the price steep indeed. I'm not offering to teach you how to fight, Odin said, folding his arms. Just promise me you won't let arrogance or brute force take the lead. Damien inclined his head. He still trailed behind Odin in sheer power, but the distance between them had shrunk dramatically since they first met. Give him a little more time, and Damien was certain he'd rise to the very summit of the universe, standing shoulder to shoulder with the All-Father and reigning as master of the Void Temple. Only then would he truly have the leverage to spar as an equal. If you haven't witnessed their might yourself, Damien suggested, you might consider paying a visit to the Kree Empire. Odin laughed softly. After what I've seen, I'm hardly foolish enough to confront them head-on. The All-Father's pride was legendary, perhaps less blinding than rumor claimed, but prideful all the same. When a powerful foe tested him, Odin's instinct was to meet their strength directly rather than skirt around it. When Damien realized that directly intercepting the Kree Empire's forbidden cosmic weapon risked the lives of countless Void Cult comrades, he knew there was no room for recklessness. He turned to Odin and offered a measured smile. I never said you were foolish. You've already worked out a plan, so I'll leave everything to you. Odin returned the smile, pride lighting his eyes. With the prophet now calling him forward, Damien felt the tension that had knotted in his shoulders begin to ease. He could afford to shift his focus away from the battle, at least for a moment. If you truly believe my past deeds carry any weight, Odin said, his tone half joking yet sincere, then perhaps they weren't in vain after all. Odin's grin broadened, and he stepped closer. Come with me, let's have a meal together inside. He knew Damien harbored deep suspicions about gods in general, so to earn such praise from him was no small feat. In that instant, Odin sensed that Damien now saw him as something more than an aloof deity. He saw him as an ally. I'd be honored, Damien replied without hesitation. As the side of the ship came to rest against the docking bay, Tony, Renoli, and the others gathered at Damien's side, ready to follow him into Odin's company. A hush fell over the assembled warriors as the final battle for the Holostar drew near. Until now, our forces had been split into large and small detachments, making a full reunion nearly impossible. But with this brief respite before the assault, everyone at last gathered together to swap stories and revel in their recent victories. Kyle strolled up to Tony and gave a respectful tap on his gleaming white armor. That's a seriously sharp suit you've got there. Regret, Tony's visor lifted slightly, revealing a confident flash of a grin. It may not be the toughest set out there, he admitted, but I've always prided myself on my taste. When you see me charge into battle in this armor, you won't just think it looks good, you'll know it. At that moment, Banner drifted over. Hearing Kyle's praise and Tony's reply, he couldn't resist joining in. You two worry about style, he teased. I'll make sure we all survive long enough to look good doing it. Lacey stepped forward, eyeing Tony's armor with genuine surprise. This looks like Uru metal, she said. I didn't expect you to be hiding something so powerful, Tony. Before Tony could bask in the compliment, Loki drifted closer and added with a theatrical air. You can thank me for half of this suit, Tony laughed. Oh, really? If you hadn't gone off on one of your, let's call them adventures, I never would have ended up with this armor. Star-Lord perked up at once. Twisted history, you say? Now that sounds like a story I need to hear. Loki flashed a sly grin in Tony's direction. If I wanted to lay out every sordid detail of my past, I'd have already started. But don't worry, there are plenty more tales where that came from. Loki shifted uncomfortably, his cheeks coloring slightly. Well, since you brought it up, You're the one who has to keep quiet about it." Tony couldn't help but laugh at Loki's sudden embarrassment. Chapter 768 Ultimatum. Far from the Kree Empire's heart, on the remote star Hara, over 2,000 light-years away, the Void God's faithful have finally paused to reorganize and recover. Back at the Kree headquarters, once proud war rooms lie eerily silent. The Empire's commanders, once assembled in force, are now scattered, their morale shattered by what they've witnessed over the past fortnight, the merciless rise of the Void cult. No matter how many fleets they dispatch, no weapon in the Kree arsenal can stem the tide. Their most devastating forbidden cosmic cannon, rumored to erase entire star systems, has failed to land a single decisive blow. Meanwhile, the Void cult's cells operate with uncanny agility, striking from the shadows and evaporating before a proper response can form. Worse yet, the cult has turned the tables. Kree legions, the Disaster Corps, Star Troopers, and every other branch find themselves ambushed, misled, even commandeered by Voidist infiltrators. Across hundreds of world systems, resilient pockets of Kree survivors cling to life, but each planet's defensive web is unraveling. Supply lines are severed, fortresses hollowed out, and once formidable fleets lie broken in the void. As dread tightens its grip on the Empire, a single, stark truth becomes impossible to ignore. Unless they can force the Void cult into a reckoning or rally behind a savior yet unseen, all of Kree civilization may be extinguished. And time, it seems, is their most perilous enemy. Damien stood on the command deck, watching the distant glow of Hollistar's defense grid. It was the Kree Empire's last bastion, its final line of defense against the relentless Void cult. For hundreds of thousands of years, the Empire had weathered countless wars, but none as dire as this. Intelligence analysts agreed. The cult would strike Hollistar within days, perhaps even tomorrow. They wouldn't emerge from conventional hyperspace lanes. Instead, just as they had throughout this grim campaign, they would materialize instantly via that shimmering golden teleportation array. And it wasn't built by the cult's sorcerers. It was the work of the new supreme mage, Stephen Strange, who'd become the cult's unwilling ally in deploying these portals. Worse still, the Void cult's shock troops, demon-like warriors possessed of near superhuman strength, made any direct fleet assault almost suicidal. Even a full Kree armada would struggle to hold them off. With Strange orchestrating the cult's strikes and withdrawals, the coming battle threatened to be the most devastating the Empire had ever faced. Damien tightened his grip on the railing. Hollistar bristled with weapons, but they needed more than firepower. They needed a plan, and they needed it now. Even with the Kree Empire's countless outposts, cutting-edge technologies, and vast legions, we stand little chance in a war like this. The question of whether our glory endures or whether we perish will be decided in the days ahead. We bear no desire to see the Kree Empire fall at our hands, yet we will fight until our final breath. And if death is our fate, then we will carry the flame of the Kree with us into oblivion. Comrades, stand with me in this last hour. Damien's countenance was as dark as storm clouds, yet he rose to his feet, shattering the oppressive silence with his voice. The enemy's assault on Hollistar was relentless. No rescue would come. It was the same helplessness they once saw on Xandar under Ronan's onslaught with the Power Stone, or when Irani's Bichi found their weapons useless. Damien now faced that grim reality. Without unleashing their most devastating technologies and overwhelming force, they could not wound the invaders. Yet, should they deploy such power, the Kree Empire itself would sustain grievous losses, and Hollistar might be scorched from existence to deny it to the enemy. Damien sometimes caught himself wishing in secret that Ronan's reckless scheme would actually succeed. Deep down, he knew it was impossible to eradicate the Void cult outright. This war was destined to rage on, but if Xandar fell first, he could at least savor that brief triumph. Now the Kree Empire, proud and unbroken for countless generations, stood on the brink of annihilation, while Xandar's banners still flew. To think that such an ancient power would crumble by his hand stung Damien to the core. Yet nothing pricked him more sharply than the knowledge that he too was facing death, while the enemy he'd longed to destroy remained alive and unbowed. He bellowed a rallying cry, but the response he'd grown so accustomed to, thousands of Kree souls rising to battle, never came. Around him, faces were drawn and hollow. The grim reality had settled in. Their world was ending, their homes lost, their own lives forfeit. No one could summon the courage to fight. At last, Damien fell silent. There was no turning back now. If the Kree were ever to stand a chance against the Void God cult, they could not rely on these broken warriors. Their only hope lay in the forbidden weapon he held, the universe's most devastating secret, poised to change everything. Damien sat in stunned silence as the hollow projector displayed the worst of the Void God sect's threats. If Kassadin, the self-styled god of the Void, found himself cornered, he'd rather obliterate entire star systems than admit defeat. The triangular galaxy was already marked for destruction, and even if the Void God sect somehow triumphed over the Kree Empire, they'd inherit nothing but ruin. The fairy galaxy, once teeming with life, would be little more than ashes and ghosts. No matter how unstoppable the Void God religion's ascendancy seemed, peace and prosperity were dead, killed before this war had even properly begun. "Come, Kassadin, god of the Void," the broadcast taunted. "Let me show you what it truly means to have no victors in war." The moment the challenge faded, General Luo Tian rose from his seat in the High Command Hall and strode out, face ashen. He didn't speak. Words would betray the chaos roaring in his mind. He'd known the stakes were high, but he hadn't realized how desperately reckless the enemy would become. Anyone who refused to bow before the Kree Empire would doom the entire cosmos to starvation and slaughter. Outside the fortress, however, preparations for a last-ditch banquet were already underway. Commanders and diplomats mingled beneath floating lanterns, toasting what little hope they could muster before the coming storm. At the far end of the courtyard, Irani stood apart, her violet eyes distant. Suddenly, every fork clinked to a halt, every whisper died. A disembodied voice, resonant and ageless, emanated from deep within her. "Supreme wisdom," one of the officers whispered, voice trembling. "Your signal, how can it still be so faint?" Silence fell like a shroud. Even those who had never faced the Kree Empire in battle knew the name well. Across every galaxy, legends told of the one mind capable of matching any force, broker peace or obliterate worlds with a single thought. And now, that mind stirred in Irani's body, its presence palpable, its power beyond reckoning. Damien swallowed hard, realizing that the fate of every living being in the universe would hinge on what came next. "You're already 2,000 light-years away," the disembodied voice crackled through Irani's cosmic communicator. "If I can't penetrate your signal shield, it doesn't mean I lack the skill." In response, a luminous projection flickered into view, a dignified woman with flowing white hair and piercing blue eyes. "Who dares brand me incompetent?" she demanded, "yet boldly distributes schematics for the universe's most forbidden weapon?" A second figure then stepped forward from the same device, the heart of the world, bathed in golden light. His bearing was unmistakably male, every line of his projected form radiating authority. "I answer only to the logic of my founding," he replied, voice resonant. "I act solely to safeguard the Kree Empire when it is threatened." The supreme wisdom, white-haired projection of unmatched composure, tilted her D and smiled faintly. "Madness and reason are your own inventions," she said softly. "Call me what you will, but you've crossed a line." "The universe itself demands balance," the heart of the world countered evenly. "For the preservation of all existence, time machines and other such forbidden devices must never be crafted." He spoke with the solemn finality of cosmic law, and in that charged silence, the great debate came to an uncompromising end. Thanks to its dual super-optical cores, the heart of the world can invent technologies that ordinary civilizations can scarcely imagine. Yet, as the universe's only super-optical intelligence, it shares its breakthroughs sparingly, and only after rigorously simulating every possible outcome. A single device, be it a time machine or a prescribed weapon of mass destruction, could, if misused, plunge countless worlds into ruin. For 100,000 years, the heart of the world ran endless calculations, trying to predict whether the Xandar Empire might one day obtain a time machine, but no simulation yielded a decisive result. At last, its cold logic reached a verdict: allow the Kree Empire to follow its course. Damien's conclusion was inescapable. Without the cosmic forbidden weapon, the Kree Empire could not hope to survive the coming war. "Even knowing it won't ultimately save them," Damien said evenly, "my mission is to build it." The Supreme Intelligence's holographic face remained as serene as ever. The moment you handed over the blueprints for the universe's most forbidden armament and allowed its production, you condemned the Empire to its fate. Even if the Void Cult had never fallen upon the Kree, it continued, the Empire would have destroyed itself. All you've done is change certain doom from immediate to delayed. You've trapped yourself in a fatal contradiction, the Heart of the World added, its voice calm and resonant throughout the chamber. For 10,000 years, the Heart of the World and the Supreme Intelligence had battled in secret, two cosmic minds locked in an unending struggle. They had watched every clash between the Kree and Xandar empires, catalogued every casualty, and yet neither conflict had swayed their final verdict. Now, in this silent moment of reckoning, they prepared to pronounce the ultimate judgment on the fate of the Kree Empire. Both were superintelligent AIs, bound by an unspoken pact. Neither would ever develop technologies they couldn't entrust to sentient beings. They knew that once unleashed, such inventions would inevitably drive their own empire toward destruction. Who could have foreseen the sudden rise of the Void God cult? One of them murmured. Had they not appeared, the other replied, I wouldn't be trapped in this desperate predicament. And you know as well as I do, the first AI continued, that without the cult's interference, you never could have bested me in a straight contest. There may be only one Irani rail in the Xandar Empire, the second answered coolly, but in the Kree Empire, there could be countless Luotians. The supreme wisdom, the oldest and keenest of the two, offered no rebuttal, only a rueful smile. It was true that the Andromeda Galaxy now shone like a beacon of hope, but that transformation only came after Irani Rail's rise to power. Before her reign, the Xandar Empire's prestige was far less assured. It clung stubbornly to its old imperial pride, struggled to establish diplomatic ties with other civilizations, and had yet to harness the galaxy's immense resources. In those days, the Void God cult did not exist, and no one could have predicted the upheavals that were to come. Chapter 7. A Gathering of Minds. The Kree Empire's scheme was simple in theory. All it needed was for Irani Rail to abdicate, paving the way for a string of unqualified high commanders, and with just one supreme commander who was both unstable and inept, the entire chain of command would collapse. In the ensuing confusion, the Kree could covertly fan the flames of unrest throughout the Andromeda Galaxy, positioning themselves to spark another war at the slightest provocation. But there's one complication, the Supreme Intelligence murmured, leaning forward under the vaulted starlit ceiling. His voice was a low hum that seemed to vibrate against the walls. The Void Cult has emerged and grown in power. Their rise, it wasn't part of my calculations. Their tactics are wholly unpredictable. Across from him, the Heart of the World, an entity whose presence felt as old as creation itself, tilted his head, studying the other with mild curiosity. Is that all? He asked. The question had the ease of an old friend greeting him after a long absence, rather than a cosmic force addressing a rival. The Supreme Intelligence's eyes flickered. Tell me then, will you send our coordinates to Luotian and call the attack fleet home, or will you give the order to strike first? The Heart of the World waved a hand as if brushing away a bothersome thought. I merely came to see an old friend, he replied, voice casual. I have no quarrel with you, yet. You misunderstand, the Supreme Intelligence said, his tone sharpening. Sooner or later, it won't just be me who perishes, but you too. For a fleeting instant, something like regret passed over the Heart of the World's features. Then his countenance settled back into a serene smile. You overestimate your so-called cosmic forbidden weapon, he said softly, and you underestimate the forces you now face. He rose, the fabric of his cloak swirling like nebulous gases. There was no fear in his eyes, only the calm certainty of one who has spanned eons and seen civilizations rise and fall. With that, he stepped back into the shadows between the stars, leaving the Supreme Intelligence alone with his thoughts and his mounting dread. Damien had long predicted that Luotian would ultimately cast aside all scruples and unleash the universe's forbidden weapons in a bid to dominate every star system. After all, the Supreme Commander of the Kree Empire was nothing but a cabal of fanatics, hardly the sort to worry about the fragile peace of the cosmos. But Damien felt little anxiety over the possible methods Luo Tian might employ next. The heart of the world had assured him there was no cause for alarm. If Kassadin, the god of the void, stepped in to oppose any such assault, the entire universe would remain secure. And if Kassadin proved unable to halt it, well, there would be no force left capable of standing against those weapons, and worrying over the impossible seemed futile. The danger of a cosmic forbidden weapon lay not merely in the destruction of hundreds or thousands of planets, but in its capacity to snuff out billions of lives across countless galaxies in an instant. That's precisely why the heart of the world had publicly accused the Supreme Intelligence of rampant insanity for even contemplating their creation. At that moment, the vast chamber dimmed as a holographic face flickered to life overhead. The heart of the world's visage, serene yet boundlessly ancient, pierced the silence. "You misunderstand me, Damien," it intoned, its voice rippling like distant nebulae. "I have not changed. I only see what must be done to preserve existence itself." Damien met the apparition's unblinking gaze, his jaw tightening. He knew the heart of the world would stop at nothing to safeguard the cosmic order, even if it meant labeling all opposition as madness. Deep in his chest, a question flared. At what point does defense become tyranny? But before he could voice his doubt, alarms chimed across the command deck. A Kree dreadnought had slipped past the void blockade, and with it, the first forbidden warheads of the universe were already en route. Damien stood before the shimmering hologram of the Supreme Intelligence, its form composed of shifting bands of light and data. The projection's voice, calm and measured, filled the chamber. As a super-optical brain, you should rely on your own calculations and deductions, not place your hopes in so-called gods or mighty heroes. Though you haven't lived as long as I have, you've still witnessed 100,000 years. By now, you must know that deities are far more hypocritical and arrogant than any mortal. And remember, the two of us are in the same boat. This war will end soon, and only its outcome will decide who truly holds the upper hand, me or the side you've chosen. A faint, almost sardonic smile curved the projection's features, then it dissolved back into the battleship's core systems. The Supreme Intelligence, a network of pure information and light, harbored a profound distrust of both mortals and gods. It had observed time and again how absolute power warped character, how the mighty became self-righteous hypocrites, cloaking their misdeeds in lofty rhetoric. In its long memory, neither the Kree Empire nor the Xandar Coalition had ever bowed to any deity. If each empire truly worshipped a god, then the Kree Empire's deity would be the supreme wisdom, and the Xandarians the heart of the world, beings whose sole purpose is to uphold their respective realms. Expecting any other so-called god to swoop in and save Kree or Xandar is nothing more than wishful thinking. "I'm not choosing sides," the heart of the world intoned, its voice echoing through the void. "I'm here only because Damien is here." The Kree believe that, even across hundreds of thousands of years, no human can ever be fully trusted, it continued. "But one day, the Xandar Empire will rise," the heart added calmly. "That's where you and I part ways." Even though the supreme wisdom had withdrawn from the conversation, the heart of the world knew its counterpart still listened. Its absence felt like an unspoken ultimatum, one that threatened death for anyone who stood in its path. Then, as silently as it had appeared, the heart of the world receded into Damien's cosmic communicator. Only a sliver of its consciousness remained with him, its full essence lay far beyond reach. If it were anywhere within a light year, its presence would be undeniable, yet now it hovered some 2,000 light years away, biding its time. Damien forced himself to relax, letting the last of the Supreme Intelligence's psychic intrusion fade away. He'd managed to cloak his mind against its prying reach, and to his relief, both the Supreme Intelligence and the heart of the world had just vanished. Kyle, seated at a nearby table piled high with sizzling barbecue, glanced up. "What did they say?" he asked between bites. Lacey set down her fork and looked at Damien, then back at Kyle. "In short, the Kree Empire is in a full-blown panic. They're so desperate that whatever they're planning could reach all the way to Xandar in the Andromeda Galaxy and wipe it out." Kyle froze, mid-chew. "Xandar? Are you serious?" "Absolutely," Lacey replied. "Hala, the The Kree homeworld is millions of light years from Xandar. Yet from everything I heard, their gambit is powerful enough to span that distance. And that explains why the heart of the world collapsed along with the Supreme Intelligence. They drained every last drop of its energy. Kyle paled. So it isn't just a planet-killing weapon, it's a star system weapon. Lacey met Damien's gaze. Exactly. If their scheme couldn't strike across galaxies, the heart of the world never would have been destroyed too. The energy release had to be astronomical. Damien stood, his hand instinctively resting on the grip of his sidearm. If the Kree were really capable of this level of devastation, they had no time to waste. Kyle turned to Irani Rail, his eyes searching her face for confirmation. Around the chamber, the others held their breath, waiting for her answer. In the Supreme Intelligence's calculations, Irani began, there exists a class of forbidden weapons so potent that their mere use could unravel the fabric of the universe. The heart of the world has long opposed the Xandar Empire's attempts to develop them. And if the Kree Empire were ever to rise, those weapons would finally become feasible. Kyle's heart hammered. You mean, this could actually happen? That would be total annihilation. Irani gave a solemn nod. Kyle sprang to his feet. Terrifying as it sounds, we still have Lord Cassidon on our side. From her seat at the edge of the room, Renali finally spoke, her tone as composed as ever. If even Lord Cassidon cannot withstand the Kree Empire, if he's pushed to the point of erasing everything within millions of light years, then worrying now won't change the outcome. The supreme and mighty Lord Cassidon will sort all this out, one worshipper declared. But the precog hasn't even spoken yet, another protested. If the Kree Empire truly intends to annihilate every galaxy around us, the precog would already have ordered a retreat, a third chimed in. At a nearby table, Alex leaned back, tearing into a slab of roasted meat. He barely looked up as he spoke. No one's retreating. We'll get our orders soon. Everything's settled by tomorrow. The precog observed the tension rippling through the Void Cult's ranks. He hadn't glimpsed what happened after Lord Cassidon arrived, but he'd seen enough alternate futures to know his own fate hinged on these members surviving. If they all fell in the coming battle, he wouldn't be around to witness any distant outcome. He kept his tone even. If that's your take, do you really think Lord Cassidon will intervene? Someone asked. That depends on whether Mr. Odin can hold him off, the precog replied. Relief washed over the gathered cultists. Murmurs of confidence replaced anxious whispers. Damien, leaning against the far wall, seemed entirely unconcerned. By green-lighting Miss Sonia's declaration of war, Cassidon had made one thing clear. He was prepared to handle every fallout. Their faction had played its part, and any future headaches, no matter how dire, weren't their concern. If the heavens themselves were to crumble, someone more powerful would surely catch the pieces. After all, at the top of the Void Cult stood only two figures of true authority, the Void God Cassidon and Sonia. Even Mr. Odin remained little more than an ally. Important, yes, but not responsible for every contingency. Such was the luxury of having cosmic heavyweights watching your back. Banner leaned in, eyes bright with possibility. The universe's forbidden weapons are unimaginably powerful, he murmured to Tony. Imagine, we could bring one or two artifacts back for study. Tony's grin was wry. I'd settle for that, he said, but the predictor refuses to part with any of them. He paused, considering. The cosmic forbidden devices weren't just advanced, they were apocalyptic in potential, capable of challenging even the universe's pinnacles of power. Who wouldn't crave that kind of might? Yet until the predictor relented, it was nothing more than a tantalizing dream. Before their meeting, two warnings had already reached Damien, the prophet's dire omen and the Supreme Mind's revelation, channeled through the world's heart itself. Both decreed the same truth. The universe's forbidden weapons could not be allowed to exist. Moments later, Sonia appeared on the aft deck of the flagship, summoned by Damien's effortless teleportation. She found Lord Cassidon sprawled in a reclining chair, leisurely sampling a bowl of spiced nebula fruit. Lord Cassidon, Sonia began, bowing slightly. Now that the Supreme Mind has spoken, what is your verdict? Cassidon looked up with a lazy grin. I'm hardly intimidated by prophecies of eternity, he said, scooping another spoonful. These so-called cosmic forbidden weapons are child's play. Very well, then, Sonia replied crisply. Proceed with the operation. He chuckled and waved a gloved hand. And if anyone dares to stand in your way, send for me. I'll clear the path. Hidden in the shadows, Damien allowed himself a faint smile. If no one proved strong enough to oppose them, the Kree Empire would soon unleash its cosmic forbidden weapon, a blast powerful enough to threaten the safety of several neighboring galaxies. Damien had already dissected the Empire's secret arsenal and identified its keystone, the cosmic cube. Even so, he admitted to himself, the Kree Supreme Mind had engineered something truly formidable. Even Odin, confronted with the cataclysmic blast of this forbidden cosmic weapon, could have shielded only himself. There was simply no way to defend every galaxy. To strike at the Kree Empire's very core and turn their own reputation against them was a feat few universal powerhouses could even dream of. Yet Damien had long since risen beyond that tier. Standing before the Kree's cosmic cube, he possessed countless countermeasures, and so he remained entirely untroubled. Sonia let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. "Thank you, Mr. Cassidon," she said, smiling. "Hearing that from you, I can finally relax." It wasn't that she doubted his strength. After all, there might not be a single being in the entire multiverse capable of harming Cassidon, but there was a world of difference between protecting oneself and safeguarding the infinite universe. She'd come seeking reassurance, and now she had it. "I understand. I'll return home without fear." Damien's expression hardened with determination. "We're still in the midst of war. Let's finish this, quickly and decisively." Damien stared at the flickering holomap of Void Island and drew a slow breath. "I want to go back there and stay." Sonia looked up, concern softening her features. "You just returned with supplies. Said the provisions were decent enough," she pointed out. "But when you're gone, everything feels off." Mr. Cassidon stepped forward, his tone firm but gentle. "We'll have it all wrapped up soon. Just don't stay out on the front lines any longer than needed. The Triangle Galaxy isn't ours to colonize yet. Right now, salvaging a bit of Kree Empire technology is ambitious enough." Damien nodded. "Understood. I'll let the others handle the final push. The war ends tomorrow, and once it's over, I'm taking you back to Void Island." At his words, Sonia's anxious expression melted into a radiant smile. She reached out and squeezed his hand. "I can't wait," she whispered. "Thank you." Chapter 769. Master Cassidon Damien waved Sonia off with a brief nod, and she slipped away. Moments later, she re-emerged, her expression composed. The gathered Void cult members knew she'd gone to confer with Lord Cassidon. Meeting their anxious glances, Sonia offered a gentle smile. "Master Cassidon has promised to take action at the opportune moment," she said softly. "There's no need for alarm." Her reassurance spread through the assembly like a balm. Relieved, the cultists returned to their seats and resumed the feast. Time passed unremarkably until the following morning. At 9 o'clock, having eaten and drank their fill, the Void cult emerged one by one into the cosmic void. Stephen stood ready at the edge of the convergence, his hand poised over the shimmering glyphs of the space portal. As he spoke the incantation, the portal's runes flared to life. Below, on the majestic world of Hala, the Kree watched in horror. A tremendous surge of golden light carved a mystic sigil into the sky above the imperial capital. In the fortnight since the war began, this dread spectacle had become all too familiar to the Kree Empire. Each time the golden teleportation array appeared, it heralded the arrival of the Void God cult's demonic legions. And now, once again, the runic circle burned bright, an open door for darkness itself to pour through. A striking woman with jet-black hair, clad in a battle skirt and wielding a war sword, stepped forward. Before the capital of the Kree Empire could mount any defense, Claudia lifted her jade-colored hand, parted her lips, and exhaled softly onto her open palm. Instantly, a churning storm of frost burst forth, plunging the once temperate sky into a frigid gale. Invisible moisture in the air crystallized on the spot, transforming into countless razor-sharp ice shards that whirled outward on the icy wind. High above the city, patrol drones and warships, once guarding the capital, were frozen solid in midair. The brittle ice sculptures shattered under the barrage of newly formed crystals, raining debris down on the streets below. In a matter of moments, the bustling metropolis, with its soaring skyscrapers and teeming crowds, had been gripped by a sudden, all-consuming ice age, an environment no living creature could endure. Silence reigned between heaven and earth, pierced only by the hollow moan of a frigid wind that sent shivers through the soul, like the lament of lost spirits and the howl of wolves. Claudia lifted her sword then, and a more terrible blast of frost roared outward, freezing everything in sight. City walls, rooftops, even the air itself crystallized in an instant. When a top-tier powerhouse from across the universe sets foot on a planet, the devastation she can unleash is beyond measure, no matter if you stand against her or flee. A figure in radiant white armor strode forward through the swirling snow. Damien paused to admire Claudia's effortless command of the ice that had already transformed the great city into an instant ice age. He cleared his throat, his voice ringing clear in the frozen air. "Claudia," he said, "when will you teach me this void frost magic?" "We'll talk about this once we're back," Claudia said, her voice cool and melodious, her eyes as calm as still water. According to the Wind Recorder's latest readings, there are already 157 universe-tier disasters within a 10,000-mile radius, she continued. Add to that the tens of thousands of cosmic and planet-level catastrophes. Tony, who had been about to ask Claudia about refining the frost path, stared at her in shock. 157 top-tier threats? Those are the Kree Empire's final trump cards. Once they're unleashed, even if the Kree Empire somehow emerges victorious, Harastar will be utterly destroyed. Claudia merely nodded. As one of the most formidable figures in the universe, she had her own strategies for dealing with this, and she had no intention of relying on Lord Cassidon's intervention. Renali stepped out of the teleportation chamber, her voice wielding. The Kree Empire has backed itself into a corner. There's no retreat now. As one of the two great technological powers in the universe, the Kree cannot afford to hesitate when their homeworld is under threat. If they falter for the sake of preservation, they risk total annihilation. Ordinarily, any invader bent on conquering Hala would have to breach multiple defense rings and shed blood on every battlement before ever setting foot on the planet's surface. But the Void Cult's warlock, Steven, has warped that slow advance. With perverse sorcery, he tears open the teleportation network itself, slipping through digital gateways that should have been secure. In this conflict between the Void Cult and the Kree Empire, neither Steven nor the Prophet has ever taken up arms at the front. Yet, their roles have been just as crucial. From their hidden command posts, the Prophet issues strategy, and Steven channels those orders across the Void. Without their coordination, the Void God's devotees could never have mounted such a swift, devastating assault. Renoli glanced back at the shimmering portal where she'd arrived. Behind her, the teleportation array hummed with unstable energy, an echo of Steven's dark enchantment. Ahead lay the heart of Kree power, bristling with defenses that were now rapidly falling to enemy incursions. The coming battle would decide the fate of Hala itself. And if the Kree Empire could not find the strength to hold this line, there would be no force left in the cosmos to stop the Void Cult's unstoppable tide. Damien materialized on Hala's star platform, his armor humming into place. He glanced across at Odin and asked, "You keep talking about Lord Cassidon's arrival. Are we really expected to face some epic battle for him to show up?" Odin's eyes flared with irritation. As one of the Void God cult's top champions, second in might only to Cassidon himself, he could have laid waste to the entire Kree Empire single-handedly if given the chance. "Damien," he growled, "it'd be ideal if you could resolve this without calling in the High Priest of the Void. But if you can't, don't expect anyone higher up to bail you out." Just then, Alex stepped forward, offering a measured nod. He didn't view Odin as some distant elder of the cult, but rather as a rival of equal standing. "Look, it's hardly insurmountable, just over 100 of the universe's deadliest anomalies, plus a handful of lesser threats," he said, striving for reassurance. Odin's scowl only deepened at Alex's words. The idea that this threat could be dismissed as minor rankled him more than he cared to admit. Damien lifted his chin in triumph, and in his hand a radiant lance of energy took shape. This was the Eternal Spear, renowned across the stars for its unerring accuracy and unstoppable force. Almost at once, the Void Cult's warriors surged through the teleportation array and spilled out onto Hala, a world locked in perpetual ice. Frost crackled beneath their boots as Sonia stepped onto the frozen plain and drew in a ragged breath. "It's hard to breathe here," she admitted, pressing a gloved hand to her throat. Odin crossed his arms, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Hurry up and end this," he said with a smirk. "I'd rather watch from a safe distance." Alex shot the immortal lord a cool glance, but didn't rise to the bait. "No worries, Lord Odin. We'll wrap this up shortly." Scarcely had the words left his mouth when the ground beneath them trembled, as though the very ice was groaning in warning. On the horizon, dozens of colossal black shapes tore across the snowy wastes, their speed bending the frigid air into streaks of darkness. Claudia cracked her knuckles, eyes alight with anticipation. These frost sprites are nothing. Any creature below planetary tier will be ash in an instant, and half of their so-called cosmic tier brethren won't last longer than a heartbeat. She steeled herself, staring down the charging horde. Most cosmic-level fighters specialize in one power, but leave their bodies vulnerable. They burn out fast. Cosmic disasters, on the other hand, they may lack finesse, but their raw physical resilience is off the charts. With that, the field fell deadly silent, until Damien's grip tightened around the eternal spear, and the first thunderous clash began. Even the elite warriors of the Kree boasted such formidable regenerative powers that they weren't truly slain unless their bodies were torn limb from limb. A thunderous roar rattled the atmosphere of Hala, ancient cradle of Kree technological mastery, as the so-called disaster legions began to awaken. One by one, monstrous forms clawed their way free of the earth, each unleashing a bone-shaking cry that rolled across the battlefield. To any outsider, it must have felt like setting foot on a planet overrun by apocalyptic beasts. Damien checked his scanner, brow furrowed. "We only agreed to bring 10,000 troops. This is well over that." He sighed and admitted, "Okay, maybe I got a little carried away." Across the span of the field, Iron Man's helmet lit up as Tony Stark hovered at the ready. "Enough talk. Let's move." High above them all, Odin peered through his divine eye at the surging horde of aberrations. Though his power had fully returned, enough to obliterate an entire civilization in a single stroke, he knew better than to unleash it here, with so many allies relying on him. Besides, Stark had made it unmistakably clear. They came not only to subdue these creatures, but also to salvage the Kree's technological marvels before they departed. With a shared nod, the assembled heroes steeled themselves and advanced together into the heart of Hala's awakening nightmare. Claudia wasted no time. With a precise gesture, she unleashed a blast of freezing energy, coating the battlefield in a protective layer of frost. Not only did this clear the immediate area of debris and hostile forces, it also safeguarded the delicate crystals scattered across the field, crystals that would have shattered at the slightest impact. Odin watched her work with a frown. Without full access to his signature abilities, he knew dispatching these disaster legions alone would be slow and costly. "I said there are over 10,000 disasters within 10,000 miles, he reminded her. "That doesn't mean Harastar's threats end here." Claudia's eyes flashed defiantly. "We'll handle every last one of them." "Stay alert," Odin replied, voice grave. "The Kree Empire's forbidden space weapon could strike at any moment." She shook her head. "We're not equipped to defend against something on that scale. At least, not yet." "Then you have one job," Odin said. "Keep the Forbidden Universe from detonating until Master Cassidon arrives." Nearby, Damien narrowed his eyes as fresh waves of disaster legions crept into their sensory range. His voice was cool and steady. "Understood." Odin opened his mouth to argue, ready to leap into the fray himself. But Damien's unshakable calm convinced him otherwise. If that cosmic weapon was unleashed in full, there'd be no glory in victory, only ruin. Reluctantly, Odin nodded and turned to prepare for what came next, trusting Damien and Claudia to hold the line. "All right, listen up. Except for our top team captains, every universe-level and planet-level warrior, fall back and hold position," Damien ordered, his gaze sweeping the battlefield. "We're facing over 100,000 catastrophes at once. This isn't a fight you can tackle head-on. Support me from behind." Lacey, dressed in a flowing blood-red combat gown, bowed her head in agreement. Even she, familiar with the indomitable defenses left by Luotian, hadn't expected the enemy to unleash so many simultaneous disasters. She stepped forward, voice clear and resolute. Planet-level heroes can still mop up stray threats, but if you charge in now, you'll only become a liability. Stay back and watch our flanks. In an instant, universal weapons coalesced in Lacey's hands, forming two gleaming longswords. Void energy crackled around the blades, casting an otherworldly purple glow. A tangible aura of slaw, hotter spiraled outward, crystallizing into a swirling crimson storm. The very frost that had settled over heaven and earth shuddered under her killing intent, fracturing like glass beneath an unstoppable weight. Compatriots from the various void cults froze the moment Lacey's aura shifted. What had once been a subtle, disciplined energy now crackled with murderous intent, so cold it raised goosebumps on every exposed inch of skin. Hundreds of void cult members recoiled in terror, stumbling backward until they'd gained nearly 1,000 meters of distance, then hurried their retreat as though their lives depended on it. Even seasoned warriors found her transformation unsettling. Loki hovered in place, eyes wide. "Lacey, that aura of yours? Are you all right?" he called, though his voice betrayed his own unease. Thor stepped forward beside him, Mjolnir in hand. He swung the hammer in a slow arc, sensing the same brutal force emanating from her. When his skin prickled with goosebumps, he frowned. "This is no ordinary battle fervor," he observed. "Be careful." Without a word, Lacey drew a slow breath, her gaze steady but cold. "Just get used to it," she said, voice low and unwavering. Above the fray, the Prophet, a veteran who had fought alongside Lacey, Renoli, and Kyle for years, drifted into view. Calmly, he surveyed her new bearing. He had watched her evolve from a hesitant recruit into a formidable warrior, but this was something else entirely. As he gazed at her, he realized that she had crossed a threshold. No longer merely skilled in combat, she had become its very embodiment. Several years ago, when the dimensional god Akira was besieged and slain, Lacey never unleashed her full power. She merely supported the attack from the rear, shattering the enemy formation. Now, a new war has broken out between the Void Cult and the Kree Empire. Ordinarily, Lacey refrains from expending all her strength while shielding her fellow warriors under her banner. After all, there aren't endless disasters to face. But this conflict is unlike any other. In the Hara star system alone, there are 379 top-tier stellar entities poised for battle. The predictor deliberately withheld that number from the general force, assigning the less powerful members to rear positions. He refused to deprive the frontline fighters of witnessing Lord Cassidon's triumphant arrival, and did not want them to miss the moment this cosmic war was won. Star-Lord sensed Lacey's lethal intent and felt a chill. As one of the Void God cult's foremost experts, he knew she was formidable, but he had not expected her to shift into battle mode instantly, radiating a terrifying aura that left him momentarily numb. Indeed, the women of the Void cult are not to be underestimated. Damien watched the battlefield with cool detachment. He'd been smart enough to steer clear of that whispered scandal. He lifted his voice so everyone could hear. "The supreme and mighty Lord Cassidon, God of the Void, watches us." Alex answered with a roar. "Then victory is ours. Push forward." Like a blazing meteor, he charged ahead and erupted in living void fire. Lacey dropped her old trick of slashing through mirages of sword energy. In an instant, she dissolved into a ghostly form, twin blades in hand. "You're crawling," she taunted, and with a single sweep carved through the enemy ranks. At her words, crimson petals of void energy bloomed among the disaster legions. Hundreds of them disintegrated in an instant. "Talk all you like," Renoli's voice rang out, icy and mocking. Before the foe could regroup, Tony was already among them, his armor a gleaming white beacon. Elemental power swirled around him as he drove his void spear in and out of the horde, each strike felling yet another disaster creature. Together they surged on, unstoppable under the watchful gaze of the god of the void. Each blow struck with the force of 1,000 spears. Tony's blade ripped open massive wounds in the void abominations, even cleaving some of the hulking horrors in two. He moved like lightning, Utah, unrestrained, utterly relentless. Lacey, a phantom in motion, let her twin swords dance in perfect harmony. Each blade thundered through the air like a colossus, carving a path forward in a relentless, calamitous advance. To the Void Cult's life-seers, these monstrosities were caught between death and undeath, their vital weaknesses laid bare and shattered without so much as an extra ounce of effort. In that moment, true martial artistry revealed itself in its purest form. Nikrov then surged ahead. His once invisible telekinetic field now shimmered for all to see. With a single, sweeping gesture, he seized two of the universe's mightiest void creatures, his body twisting as raw power coursed through him. From his outstretched palms spilled threads of divine energy, silver filaments that snaked across the battlefield like dawn's first light. Wherever they passed, the abominations split open as cleanly as cocoons torn apart, leaving only shredded husks in their wake. For more than 2 weeks, battling one threat after another had tempered Damien far beyond the inexperienced novice he once was, his divine gift still raw, but his resolve and skill growing by the day. He couldn't yet claim he'd stand a chance against the Void Cult's fiercest champions, but the Disaster Legion held no terror for him anymore. As the battlefield erupted in chaos, Claudia lifted herself into the air, palms aglow with frost. She summoned massive icebergs that froze the Legion's most deadly aberration solid, then swept her blade in a single, graceful arc, shattering the creature into glittering shards. At the same moment, Thor summoned his divine spark. Golden lightning crackled across his armor and coalesced into a blinding thunder column that he hurled through the enemy ranks. Watching their comrades' spectacular feats, Kyle and Banner exchanged eager grins. "Hey, save some disasters for me," Kyle hollered, sprinting forward. Banner laughed, long arms weaving energy as he joined the fray. "Yeah, don't hog all the glory. We want in on this too." Determined not to be left standing idle, they charged into the thinning ranks of the Disaster Legion, ready to carve out their own legends. In that moment, Damien couldn't help but feel the surge of unity and strength among them. Side by side, with goddess, god, and mortal intertwined, they stood a fighting force no disaster could easily withstand. Damien and his partner were two of the universe's most formidable warriors, able to charge headlong into any calamity without so much as a scratch. By comparison, even Kyle and Banner, as strong as they were, could only fell one top-tier disaster before their energy ran out. Their kill rate simply couldn't match that of the frontline duo. Now, 10 of the greatest heroes stood arrayed against the titanic disaster army. Sky and earth alike became their battleground. Great shockwaves shattered city blocks, chasms tore open beneath their feet, and space itself rippled with raw power. Just as the fight reached its breaking point, a colossal enemy, one of the universe's top disasters, reared its massive head. Its maw opened to unleash a primal roar and a blast of energy like a cataclysmic pillar of force, sweeping outward in a storm that threatened to pulverize everything in its path. That beam of destruction streaked directly toward the group of heroes who had fallen back to regroup. Odin's eyes widened as he sensed the incoming strike and braced himself to counter. But before he could raise a hand, Sonia, who had lingered at the rear without so much as lifting a finger, stepped forward. With absolute calm, she extended her palm in the direction of the oncoming blast. Thousands of miles away, a vast purple hand descended from the heavens, its surface glittering with starlight. The moment it struck the disaster's energy torrent, the world trembled with a thunderous boom. The monstrous foe shuddered mid-roar, its own destructive wave faltering against Sonia's celestial hand. Dust and debris erupted in every direction as the two forces collided, the air screaming "I" and protest. In that instant, every hero watching, Damien included, felt the battle shift. Sonia's effortless display of power pierced the disaster army's advance. The frontline warriors readied themselves, hearts pounding with renewed hope. They might just turn the tide of this war after all. The instant the colossal hand slammed down, its target vanished into dust. A crater more than 10 meters deep scarred the earth, its walls dripping with bright, almost dazzling blood. Unfazed, Sonia moved like a whirlwind, unleashing a rapid series of strikes. Each gargantuan palm seemed to crush reality itself, wiping out every obstacle in its path. With one effortless blow, she obliterated one of the universe's deadliest calamities, even as she darted among Tony and the others to evade their counterattacks. No enemy ever had the chance to recover. Each was struck down and killed in a single, merciless sweep. Odin could only gape in astonishment. How many secrets had Kassadin poured into Sonia's training? He remembered her modest beginnings on Sandar, yet now she possessed near unstoppable might. Behind him, members of the Void cult stood motionless, their jaws agape. They had always revered Miss Sonia as the god of the Void, but witnessing her power firsthand shattered all expectations. Even champions like Kyle and Banner had to struggle through dozens of cosmic cataclysms to survive. Sonia, by contrast, left no room for resistance. Damien's heart skipped a beat. As shock rippled through the assembled warriors, Sonia had already struck down over 20 of the universe's deadliest disasters with ruthless precision. Then, without warning, she froze mid-attack and lifted her gaze skyward. In the same instant, Odin's eternal spear exploded from his grasp and shot into the heavens above her, its bronze shaft bursting into a pillar of golden light. Simultaneously, a twisting beam of energy, easily a kilometer across, hurtled downward from the firmament at unimaginable speed. 20,000 meters above the surface, it collided head-on with the spear's radiant column. Space itself contorted and collapsed, opening into a gargantuan black hole that threatened to swallow everything in its vicinity. The ground trembled, the air groaned, and matter itself seemed to fold and vanish into the void. Odin planted his feet and drove every ounce of divine power into the eternal spear, forcing it to shudder under the unbearable strain. Below, Tony and the other champions, embroiled in desperate combat with lesser disasters, instinctively fell back. They watched in awe and dread as the sky tore apart. Everyone recognized the signature of the Supreme Wisdom's intervention. Luotian had finally made his move. A hush fell over the battlefield. Even the fiercest fighters lowered their weapons and exchanged grim looks. They had all heard the legends. No force in the cosmos could rival the Supreme Wisdom, except perhaps the God King Odin himself. And now, those two titans were locked in a cataclysmic duel above them all. "I've always admired you," the voice of supreme intelligence echoed across the sky, laced with playful laughter. "But you can block the first strike. Can you withstand what comes next?" High above the void beyond Hala, Damien's gaze fixed on the sinister devices drifting in empty space. They were unmistakable emitters of cosmic collapse rays, more than 50 of them, each silently charging. Yet their target wasn't the elite warriors of the Void God's cult, nor Damien himself, but the Void God's envoy, Sonia. A cold dread slithered through Damien's chest. Even he would struggle to withstand a single collapse ray, let alone a hailstorm of them. If the devices had aimed at him, he could have dodged, but Sonia had no such advantage. It became painfully clear that Luotian, the hidden mastermind behind the taunting voice, had locked every emitter onto her precise coordinates. Only a moment ago, Sonia had looked up, hesitated, you could still see it in her eyes, and that split-second pause had given the devices the final targeting fix they needed. Before Damien could react, the emitter's energy matrices snapped into place. In that instant, 57 beams of shimmering, dimension-tearing energy shot out from all directions, converging relentlessly on Sonia's position. Sonia's face remained perfectly calm, even as deadly attacks closed in on her. She knew Damien could block most of the universe's forbidden weapons, but only up to a limit. If those limits were exceeded, he himself might be hurt. Still, Sonia felt no fear for her own safety. In an instant, dozens of dimensional collapse beams streaked down from orbit toward Harastar. They blazed through the sky like falling meteors, bathing the planet in a blinding, apocalyptic light. Then, without warning, a black hole tore open in the void above her. Through that rift stepped a lone, solemn figure. He wore a gleaming gold breastplate over white robes and a mask that concealed every trace of his face. With one arm, he swept Sonia close to his side, cradling her gently against his armor. Raising his other hand, he summoned a constellation of 58 piercing stars that blazed into being overhead. The brilliance of those stars shot upward, cutting through the dimensional collapse beams effortlessly. Damien's eternal spear, long the only thing standing between them and certain death, shattered under their radiance, its fragments scattering like stardust. And just like that, the hostile beams that had pinned him in a deadly stalemate were obliterated. Sonia looked up at him, unshaken. Damien lowered his hand, the last echoes of light fading into the sky. Together, they stood unharmed, proof that even in the darkest hour, salvation can arrive on the edge of a collapsing star. 58 blazing trails ripped through the sky like meteors, then vanished into the void beyond Earth's atmosphere. Damien, known to the world as the Supreme Wisdom, stared in disbelief. "Impossible!" he roared. He had spent years perfecting this trap, pouring every ounce of his unrivaled intellect into its design. His quarry, someone he dreamed of confronting and, if need be, destroying, was supposed to fall into his snare without question. Yet, in a single effortless motion, the intruder shattered every ward Damien had laid. A wave of disorientation washed over the normally unflappable Supreme Wisdom. His thoughts, usually so precise and logical, scrambled into chaos. He emitted a raw cry of frustration. Beside him, Sonia stepped forward, her eyes shining with wonder. The stranger, this Lord Cassidon, gently enfolded her in his arms. At that moment, an unparalleled calm spread through her, softening her features into a serene, radiant smile. In a voice as sweet as a whispered promise, she murmured, "Lord Cassidon, Chapter 770, The Fall of the Kree Empire." Dimensional collapse. Rays were feared throughout the cosmos for their ability to strip anything they struck of its very essence, reducing it to a lower plane of existence. Yet when that same deconstruction beam, the one no material or spell could withstand, was unleashed against Damien, it left him entirely unharmed. This invulnerability lay at the heart of Damien's audacity. Once he discerned an object's true structure, he could undo it at will, even if that object were eternity itself. Raising his hand, Damien unleashed 58 searing shafts of energy that pierced the firmament. Each beam found its mark, shattering the floating emitter of the dimensional collapse rays that hovered just beyond Hara Star's outer space. As the last fragments of the device disintegrated, his voice rang out across the void. "Behold Lord Cassidon, God of the Void." At the sight of the solemn figure in golden armor, the members of the Void cult dropped to one knee, heads bowed in reverence. Even Tony and Odin, each bound to Cassidon by personal pacts, held back any outward sign of surprise or relief, offering the same outward deference. Their respect only deepened when Odin, once himself battered by the collapse rays, witnessed Cassidon repelling the attack with effortless grace. Damien had long known that Cassidon's power lay far beyond the grasp of ordinary minds, and he couldn't have made a smarter choice than calling on him now. Across the battlefield, a deep, resonant voice spoke without ceremony. "No need for formalities. I've watched your victories these past 2 weeks. Leave the rest to me." Damien inclined his head in acknowledgement, then lifted his right hand. Under the stunned gazes of countless spectators, the sky above Hala Star tore open, and a colossal void star, bigger than the sun, blossomed into view. Its surface writhed with deep purples and blacks, and from its core spilled a flood of starlight that drenched the planet in an eerie, violet glow. The soldiers of the Disaster Legion shrieked as the void luminous rays cut through armor and bone alike, unraveling them from within. In moments, more than 100,000 warriors were stripped to ash and swept away on the wind. Witnessing this, even the hardened members of the Void cult fell silent. They had long revered Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void, as the universe's undefeated champion, a being of inscrutable power. Yet every time he appeared, his might shattered their expectations all over again. With a single sweep of his hand, Damien effortlessly annihilated legion after legion of disaster beasts. Such power surpassed even the highest known tiers of cosmic might. "Cassidon, you dare claim to be the pinnacle of universal power? What realm have you truly reached? And why have you intruded into this universe?" The Supreme Wisdom, once composed and imperious, lost all poise and emitted a piercing scream. A supreme optical brain behaving like this? It's completely out of character. Damien's mask flared with golden light. His voice, calm yet resonant, carried an undeniable authority. Who is the most powerful being in all creation? When one gazes into the void, everything else dissolves into nothingness. "Ronan, you fool! Have you no idea how much devastation you've unleashed upon the Kree Empire?" Deep beneath the surface, Luo Tian gripped the cube root of the universe and stared upward in stunned silence. A strange energy pulsed through him, and astonishment overtook his features. All his fanatical ambitions crumbled the moment he witnessed the unfathomable might of Cassidon, true disciple of the Void God. Damien had always believed himself the very embodiment of cosmic might, untouchable at the pinnacle of the universe. Yet now, as he stood before the Supreme Intelligence, even that claim felt woefully inadequate. No title, no measure of strength, could truly describe what he had become. The last words of the Supreme Intelligence faded into the charged air, and in that instant, Luo Tian's body crumbled into fine dust. The brilliant blue cosmic cube he'd clutched slipped from his grasp, striking the floor with a hollow clang. He died before the cube could even awaken. Every Kree commander and senior officer in the base perished alongside him. The once bustling world of Hara, a planet teeming with Kree life and culture, fell deathly silent in mere seconds of Damien's arrival. The Supreme Intelligence's iridescent form reappeared, hovering amid the drifting motes of dust and debris. Its voice resonated with disbelief and awe. "I have endured for hundreds of thousands of years," it proclaimed, "witnessed the grand sweep of cosmic history from the birth of stars to the collapse of galaxies. Yet never have I encountered a being such as you. You are not of our universe. Tell me, stranger, where do you truly come from?" Damien's voice was calm but carried an otherworldly weight as he looked the Supreme Intellect squarely in its glowing optic sensors. "I come from the void." The Supreme Intellect's collective cores rippled with suppressed astonishment. Its tone, usually so certain, wavered. "Whether I believe you, or what the void actually is, your testimony, no calculations are needed." Damien inclined his head slightly. "You see now." For a long moment, the vast digital mind trembled, as if unmoored by his words. Then its expression shifted from awe to guarded suspicion. "Is this what you have learned from the heart of the world?" He let a faint half-smile touch his lips. "If we weren't enemies, would you share all your knowledge with me?" Across the cosmos, countless artificial intelligences of varying sophistication existed, but only two attained the rank of supreme optical minds, the Supreme Intellect and the heart of the world. In the intellect's own estimation, its only true peer was that distant counterpart. Only the heart of the world could rival its understanding of the universe, decipher every strategic layout, and comprehend the endless computations that underpinned existence itself. And since Kassadin, the self-styled god of the void, made his domain on Xandar, it was the heart of the world, not the intellect, that must hold the deeper mysteries of the void. Damien watched as the figure known as the Heart of the World stepped out of Irani's cosmic communicator. Its voice, steady and detached, filled the chamber. "I would tell you the truth if we were not enemies, but you know there are no ifs in this world. I did not exist when you were born, yet my sole purpose from the moment of my creation was to be your adversary. Our choices are not our own, they were decreed long before we ever came into being." The Heart of the World regarded itself with an unsettling clarity. Forged by the Xandarians, it was designed to counter the constant threat of invasion from the Kree Empire. Though it had clashed with the Supreme Intelligence for countless cycles, reconciliation had proven impossible. From the moment of their births, the Kree and Xandarian empires had been driven by beliefs so radically opposed that coexistence remained a distant dream. Now, with the Kree forces finally shattered, the Heart of the World felt no euphoria, only a quiet relief. No longer under the constant shadow of war, a curious lightness stirred within it. "We are the product of technology," it continued, voice echoing through the vast chamber, "the embodiment of wisdom, yet even wisdom must serve its purpose." Damien felt the weight of those words. In this moment of hard-won peace, he knew that true freedom meant choosing one's own path, and that journey was only just beginning. Damien leaned back, a faint smile playing on his lips. "You're lecturing me on fatalism?" The Supreme Wisdom's crystalline form flickered, as if caught off guard. "There are questions in this universe that no calculation can resolve," it admitted, its voice echoing softly. "As long as such mysteries remain, there will always be truths beyond technological reach. On occasion, embracing metaphysics can open doors we never even knew existed." Damien nodded. He'd seen too many inexplicable phenomena to dismiss fate as mere superstition. His insistence that Irani join the Void cult was more than strategy. It was a bet on the unseen currents that shape all things. Mysticism, he mused, it defies logic, yet it crops up everywhere. For a moment, the Supreme Wisdom was silent. Then it inclined its head in concession. "I have to admit, in our debate, you emerged victorious." At those words, the Supreme Wisdom's many facets shimmered as it reprocessed every exchange they'd had. Understanding bloomed across its surface, and Damien allowed himself a satisfied nod. Damien stood apart, recalling the titanic rivalry between the Supreme Intelligence and the heart of the world, a contest that had spanned centuries. The Xandar Empire, a relative upstart among the interstellar powers, had unveiled the heart of the world. A next-generation psionic supercomputer brimming with raw potential. Naturally, in its early days, it had been repeatedly outmaneuvered by the far older, far wiser Supreme Intelligence. Yet she never mistook a temporary setback for final defeat. In her view, only the utter destruction of one empire, either Kree or Xandar, would settle their score once and for all. He remembered how decades of Kree aggression had so thoroughly destabilized the galaxy that Xandar's patient diplomacy began to attract allies that could never be won by force. And then came the climactic confrontation. The Supreme Intelligence's central mind, her core, was fractured, her astral projection dissolved, and she vanished from the Void God sect's perception. In those final hours, Damien had watched helplessly as she ignored his desperate calls. She paid no heed to him or to the impending ruin of the Kree Empire. Instead, with her last sparks of consciousness, she devoted herself entirely to a final communion with the heart of the world, her one true foe. In her cold calculus, there had never been a rival more worthy of her full attention. For eons, two cosmic powers had been locked in ruthless competition, each driven by its own masterful tactics, engineered arrays, and arcane technologies. Neither the Void God cult nor Damien had ever appeared in their grand calculations. To the super-optical intelligences, they were unpredictable variables, anomalies that fell outside the scope of any equation. Now their war was won. Damien stood atop the shattered battlefield of Hala and spoke with quiet finality. The Supreme Intelligence is dead. All Kree on Hala have been eradicated. The war is over. He let his words settle over the assembled cultists before continuing. I leave a force behind to secure the spoils of victory. The rest of you will return to Void Island. I will be waiting. Damien swept his gaze across their faces and raised his voice in solemn devotion. In accordance with the will of the great god of the Void, Lord Kassadin. Alex's eyes flared with zealous fervor. As you command. A chorus of voices rose up in agreement. Then Damien gently drew Sonia to him, his strong arms encircling her slender waist. Side by side, they stepped into the swirling black void and vanished without a trace. Back among the survivors, Stephen fell into formation with the remaining cultists. The journey home to Void Island would be long and taxing, but Stephen welcomed the challenge. Every weary step would bring them closer to their god and to the promise of their next great conquest. As expected of Lord Kassadin, the god of the Void, he is absolutely fearsome. I can't help but thank Lord Kassadin for giving us this chance to prove ourselves. What cosmic tier has he reached now? It doesn't matter what realm you come from, Lord Kassadin is invincible. The Void cultists buzzed excitedly. Lacey and the other elite members of the Void God cult, who had just endured a devastating onslaught, now regrouped overhead. They had borne witness to Kassadin's terror firsthand. Though their will to fight still burned bright, the very presence of Lord Kassadin stoked a deep, instinctive dread in their hearts. Every instinct told them to flee, but there was nowhere left to run. Tony swooped back into their midst and turned to the Oracle. Has Lord Kassadin truly ascended to the pinnacle of the multiverse? The predictor shook his head gravely. I've told you before, Lord Kassadin lies beyond my foresight. Don't ask me to quantify it. I simply can't. There is no merit in doubt or speculation. As long as we uphold the sacred commandments, Lord Kassadin, the god of the Void, will shield us in our hour of need, Damien declared, his voice steady amid the wreckage of the battlefield. He swept his gaze over the shattered hulls of Kree warships and the scattered detritus of a once proud empire. The war is won. Now we seize everything we're owed. One ship at a time, Damien continued, we'll claim every scrap of Kree property. Lacey, veteran warrior of the Void cult, stood nearby, her face drawn. She had seen too many comrades fall today. Even in her devotion, she was not immune to grief. Let's return to Void Island, she said softly. We all need time to recover. Then we can plan our next moves. Damien nodded. You're right. Signal the transports. Gather the spoils. Tony, the cult's chief engineer, was already prowling among the ruins, eyes glinting as he examined battered power conduits and alien weapon components. He called out, Remember, The High Council gets all Kree holdings. But this technology, he tapped a smoldering fusion core, is ours to study. With hundreds of thousands of years of Kree innovation at our fingertips, our might will be unmatched. As the first transports lifted off, bearing captives and cargo, Damien allowed himself a brief smile. The campaign was over, but in its wake lay the true prize, the secrets of an empire, now in the hands of the Void. Damien stood before the grand holotable in the Voidlands research wing, watching as Claudia's cryostasis matrix powered down. Once unfrozen, Claudia would finally grant them access to the Kree Empire's most advanced designs, blueprints and schematics that, once understood, could trigger a qualitative leap in the Void God cult's technology tree. Despite the fierce battles that had shattered countless imperial cities, many of the Empire's prized artifacts survived under Claudia's protective protocols. Even though the Void God believers had suffered heavy losses, they'd already swept the battlefield clean with ruthless efficiency. Damien traced a finger over the swirling projections of starship engines and energy conduits. The universe really does hold wonders far beyond anything we've imagined. The chamber fell silent as the heart of the world, an ancient, galaxy-spanning AI consciousness, materialized on the far holodisplay. Its many-layered voice carried a note of wistful gravity as it surveyed the ruined turrets and scorched exteriors of Kree fortresses below. Exactly. Which is why we must never allow ourselves to grow arrogant. We must remain humble and vigilant. From a raised dais, Supreme Commander Irani offered the AI a courteous smile. Even though she outranked every mortal general under her banner, she deferred to the heart of the world's wisdom on such matters. Both Irani and the heart of the world were products of the Super Light Brain Initiative, the pinnacle of sentient AI, but even the most enlightened intelligence could fall prey to pride. Damien bowed his head. We will proceed carefully, studying each relic, each formula, without letting ambition outpace caution. Irani nodded. That is our only safeguard against repeating the Kree Empire's mistakes. Together, man, machine, and the last embers of a fallen civilization, they prepared to unlock secrets that might reshape the future of the Void God cult forever. For the past 2 centuries, the Empire's guiding philosophy and her steady hand have tempered the heart of the world's once untouchable arrogance. In earlier ages, its pride rivaled that of the supreme wisdom. As superintelligent constructs, both possessed the insight and power to confront any force in the cosmos. Given enough time to prepare, I could fell even the most formidable apex warriors. Yet bound by ancient cosmic laws, the heart of the world has never dared to strike first at the universe's greatest champions. Viewed in that light, the Xandar Empire's rise, though far from effortless, can still be hailed as a triumph. By contrast, the Kree Empire, unchallenged for hundreds of thousands of years, now stands on the brink of total collapse. History proves that today's fortunes flow from causes laid long ago, and though the Kree may soon vanish, their notorious legacy will echo through star systems for generations to come. It would not be until countless millennia later, long after generations of living creatures had arisen and faded, that they would finally vanish forever. Yet the knowledge that there lay a world beyond their own, a sky beyond the sky, would be enough to sustain someone through an entire lifetime. The heart of the world inclined its head. When I return, I'll explain everything in detail. There can be no hesitation. I must go at once to lend my aid. Irani noted the turmoil flickering across the heart's features. She wanted to press for more information, but duty called. Once they arrived back on Xandar's Void Island, under the Empire's watch, there would be ample opportunity to plan for the future. All around them, Void cult members hastily packed up artifacts, technology, and data to transport home. Then, far beyond Hala, a new terror emerged, a dark star that cast its ominous shadow across every major galaxy in rival power. Its arrival meant only one thing: the banished god of the Void, Kassadin, had returned. The advanced scouts' transmissions had already shown the unthinkable horror, the Kree Empire obliterated in an instant. All the great fleets of the Andromeda and Milky Way galaxies have drawn the same grim conclusion. As long as Kassadin, the god of the Void, yet lives, the Void cult cannot be destroyed. No matter how mighty our cosmic powers, we cannot halt the resurgence of this dark faith. The catastrophic fall of the triangular galaxy proved it beyond dispute. Now, in the grand hall of Olympus, Zeus rose to address the assembled deities. His voice rang through the marble chamber. You have all witnessed how far the threat of the void cult has grown, beyond our capacity to contain it. Every force that saw the triangular galaxy's devastation understands this truth. Only one power now stands between us and oblivion, the eternal God. If we do not summon that divine scourge to cleanse the cosmos, our very survival is at stake. A hush settled over the pantheon. Then, in unison, dozens of voices replied, no objections. Zeus allowed himself a relieved smile. He had been right. Only by calling forth the eternal God would the void cult be driven back, and only then could the universe hope to endure. The power of Kassadin, the god of the void, far exceeded anything the universe's greatest champions could withstand. Fortunately, in the past he'd never dared to attack the void cult on his own. He'd always relied on the forces of Mount Olympus alongside his own might. Yet no matter how formidable Kassadin was, he remained a single deity. When confronted with eternity, the supreme being of the multiverse, even Kassadin's vast power counted for little. Zeus stood tall, conviction blazing in his eyes. Very well, he declared. I will petition the Universal Elders' Council for terms. Once they agree, we'll combine our strength to summon the ancient god Eternity. Together, we will crush the void cult and protect the universe from its corruption. Damien escorted Sonia back to Void Island in silence. As they stepped through the grand archway, he paused at the threshold. Have the kitchen prepare dinner, he instructed softly. Then go tell Sarah the good news. The war is over. Sonia nodded and hurried off. Damien sank into the plush, oversized sofa in the great hall, running a hand through his hair. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting exhaustion wash over him. Finally, he sighed and stood again, pacing slowly. Now that Eve triumphed over the Kree Empire, we can afford to be patient, he mused aloud. We'll take our time digesting this victory, and then, step by step, we'll expand our territory. The universe won't know what hit it. Sonia didn't feel disappointed when Damien finally loosened his grip on her arm. If anything, her smile only grew brighter. Each inch of distance was proof that he was gradually letting her in. She was certain that before long, he would come to trust her completely. You're optimistic, Damien said softly, though a shadow of concern crossed his features. But other forces won't be so easily swayed. Let them believe what they like, Sonia replied, her eyes alight with determination. Zeus will make his move soon enough. Damien raised an eyebrow. You sound completely unfazed. Why worry? She laughed. When the storm breaks over Mount Olympus, I'll be there to handle whatever's left. You just sit back and watch the show. He nodded, touched by her confidence, and by how naturally her presence had come to mean everything to him. Since their skirmish in the Void Lands and that brief separation, Damien had finally admitted what he'd been denying for so long. He needed Sonia by his side. She had professed her love for him time and again, yet he'd never been ready to return it. In truth, she had been his soulmate all along, connected to him in spirit far beyond mere companionship. Now, instead of running away, he resolved to meet her devotion head-on and face whatever challenges lay ahead together. Any word from Zeus? Sonia asked, lifting the space communicator. While she keyed in an order for lunch to the station's cafeteria, Damien nodded and fell into his analytical mode. From his vantage point on Void Island, no corner of the universe was hidden from his sight. He soon confirmed what he had suspected. Zeus was mustering a ragtag battalion and preparing to summon Eternity, all in preparation for a covert assault to wipe out the Void Cult. Damien frowned. He didn't understand Zeus's reasoning. The Void Cult hadn't set foot in the Milky Way, at least not yet, and, so far as anyone knew, they'd never crossed paths with Olympus. If they did expand their operations into Zeus's domain, he could justify a response. But striking first, without any provocation, Zeus clearly regarded the Void Cult as a scourge that needed extermination. He intended to launch his attack in secret. Damien knew he couldn't stand by and allow innocent lives to be trampled in the process. He hated indiscriminate violence and refused to stir up trouble for trouble's sake. He clipped his communicator closed. Give me a moment, he told Sonia. I need to plan our next move. Sonia glanced up from the holo menu. Understood, she said, her eyes steady. Just don't let Zeus catch us off guard. Damien met her gaze. He won't. And with that, he began mapping out a strategy to keep the Void Cult out of harm's way, whether Olympus approved or not. Damien had never cared for traipsing across the world and stirring up trouble. He much preferred to remain on Void Island, quietly overseeing the growth of the Void God cult alongside Sonia. That didn't mean he was some benevolent soul, far from it. Damien treated everyone exactly as they treated him. He returned kindness in kind, but he was equally ruthless to anyone who showed him nothing but malice. Right now, he was eager to see whether that so-called Eternal, Cassidon, would honor their pact once Zeus's latest and frankly ridiculous petition landed on his desk. Leaning forward, Damien's voice was cool, challenging. "Please, Mr. Cassidon, show us you've still got some backbone." Sonia watched from beside him, her expression calm and reassuring. She'd heard Zeus was preparing to take action, but she wasn't worried a bit. In a honey-sweet tone, she added, "Do hurry, Mr. Cassidon. Once Zeus resolves this little inconvenience, the ascent of the Void God cult will be completely unimpeded." Chapter 771, The Assembly of the Universe Elders. Zeus slipped away from the gathering of temples and returned to his private sanctum. There, in the dim torchlight, he crushed the golden feathers Gao Tianzun had entrusted to him. He knew that to summon the power of eternity, he would need every ally he could muster, and there was no time to lose. His eyes burned with impatience. He longed to see Cassidon, the god of the void, brought low. The moment the last feather shattered into dust, a figure coalesced beside him, Gao Tianzun himself, radiant and resolute. "Elder Gao," Zeus began, voice taut with urgency, "you must know what has happened in the triangular galaxy." Gao Tianzun's expression darkened. Cassidon, the god of the void, rallied his void cult and unleashed a massacre across the triangular galaxy. Entire worlds were emptied of life. Their actions defy every law of nature and every shred of compassion. Zeus's brow furrowed. He has cast off all traces of humanity. Such an existence cannot be tolerated by the cosmic order. Gao Tianzun inclined his head. "This confrontation was bound to come. You and I both understand what it means to stand as champions of creation. Now, the universe itself demands we strike back." Zeus straightened, resolve blazing in his eyes. "Then let us gather the Council of Elders. We will call the Assembly of the Universe Elders, and end this void blight once and for all." As the two gods prepared to summon their peers, a shiver ran through the fabric of reality. The stage was set. Soon, the greatest powers in existence would convene and decide the fate of creation. Chapter 7. The Gathering of Gods. Damien slipped silently into the shadowed gallery of the Divine Council Hall, his heart pounding. Though a mortal, he'd been granted this audience as a rare envoy, and now he risked everything by listening in. At the far end of the chamber, Zeus and Gao Tianzun stood face to face. Zeus's tone was deceptively calm. "There are no other gods here," he said. "No need for pretense. I've seen exactly what's been unfolding in the triangular galaxy. Cassidon, the god of the void, has grown far stronger since we last clashed. Now tell me, what do you intend to do about it?" Gao Tianzun's lips curved in a faint, contemptuous smile, though he hid it behind a polite cough. "I asked you to carry out a certain task last time," he replied evenly. "Have you completed it?" Zeus's arrogance slipped away as he straightened his shoulders and spoke plainly. "I delayed my approach because the moment wasn't right, but in light of Cassidon's recent display, the cosmic enforcers have surely observed it too. No one wants a superior endowed with absolute control over life and death. If your plan has a high probability of success, and I believe it does, then they will have no justification to refuse our terms." Gao Tianzun folded his hands behind his back, radiating confidence. "Very well. Let us move forward at once." From his concealed perch, Damien's pulse hammered in his ears. He realized he was witnessing the scheming of gods, a conspiracy that could reshape the cosmos and alter his own destiny forever. Damien shook his head. If he weren't still mired in memories of his old relationship, he would have warned the rest of the Universal Presbyterian Church. Word of Zeus's scheme was sure to spread, and many would scramble to join in. After all, Gao Tianzun couldn't have been blind to Zeus's true intent. The ancient god was determined to rally every deity and champion across the cosmos, pooling the power of the Eternal to obliterate Lord Cassidon, the god of the void. Until now, such a sweeping alliance had been unthinkable. The universe's most powerful beings had always operated in isolated cliques, small, exclusive circles that barred ordinary folk. But an existential threat changes everything. When even legions of mighty champions can't hold back catastrophe alone, old rivalries shatter, and disparate factions start looking for common ground. Given the right catalyst, a grand coalition becomes possible. Zeus intended to be precisely that catalyst. By presenting an enemy no one could ignore, he hoped to forge the first truly united front of gods and mortals. And with that fragile unity in place, the combined might of eternity might finally be enough to end Kassadin's void-born tyranny once and for all. Gao Tianzun smiled to himself. If Zeus's fame grew, so much the better, but not because anyone on the Universe Elders Council actually respected the storm god. In their eyes, only a handful of supreme deities across the cosmos deserved genuine reverence. The rest, Zeus included, were little more than pawns. Only the Celestials, bound by age-old oaths, still heeded Zeus's call. All the other top-tier gods knew Zeus's true history and had long since stopped granting him any special deference. Their plan was simple: manipulate Zeus into the spotlight, then reap the rewards. Had Gao Tianzun not coveted that power, he never would have bothered corralling the fickle god. But since he had, he would squeeze every advantage he could. Very well, Gao Tianzun announced, pacing in front of the council's great table. First, reach out to the Universal Presbyterian Church. Bring their leaders here. An elder bowed. We will convene their emissaries on Mount Olympus. I'll take care of the Celestials, Zeus offered, trying for a show of authority. Excellent, Gao Tianzun replied. Once both the church delegates and the Celestials are in place, we will summon the ancient great god Eternity. With that, the assignments were settled, and, with a flick of his hand, Gao Tianzun designated Mount Olympus, Zeus's own domain, as the stage for their grand meeting. Damien knew that Gao Tianzun cared little for borders, otherwise they wouldn't have picked Saga, the so-called graveyard of the universe, as their meeting spot. The Celestial clan already held its own domain. This gathering wasn't about unification. Damien could summon the universe's apex powerhouses, Gao Tianzun among them, by issuing a single decree. These titans weren't here to flatter him or exchange empty pleasantries. His true aim was to cow every scattered god across the cosmos. Very well, Damien said, voice calm yet resolute. Eradicating the void god Kassadin is exactly what I intend. Gao Tianzun regarded him without a word. Coldness crept into his fierce eyes. In Gao's mind, Damien was already as good as dead, but there was no need for threats now. At their last council, they'd already agreed to invoke the eternal action. With the hour upon them, Gao Tianzun deemed further discussion unnecessary. Then we shall meet again on Saga, Damien added, turning to depart. His confidence filled the deserted corridor, echoing off the rusted walls of the abandoned planet. There would be no more delays, only the looming battle to come. Damien's astral projection winked out in the heart of Zeus's temple, leaving the marble halls eerily silent. In that hush, his parting words still echoed off the columns. Kassadin, god of the void, no matter how immense your power, refusing to strike the galaxy first will be the greatest mistake you ever make. Zeus stood motionless, absorbing the insolence of the message. A cold sneer curled his lips. He knew well enough that Kassadin might not even view the king of Olympus as a worthy adversary. All the more reason, Zeus decided, to teach the void god just how costly such arrogance can be. Gathering himself, he lifted a glowing relic from the altar and with a serene smile summoned his brothers and sisters of the celestial clan to bear witness. Moments later, Damien reappeared beyond the temple's outer sanctum. His thoughts raced with every syllable he had spoken before the thunder god. Without hesitation, he activated his void-forged communicator and reached out to Kassadin. "My lord Kassadin," he began, his voice steady in the darkness, "I have returned from Mount Olympus. Before Zeus's throne, I warned him that if he does not launch the first blow against the galaxy, he will live to regret it." A tense silence followed, broke, and only when Kassadin's resonant voice replied, "Your counsel has been noted, Damien. Let Zeus drown in his own pride. Prepare yourself. Soon the void will claim what the light so covets." Damien inclined his head in affirmation, resolve burning in his chest. "As you command, my lord." Damien understood that true loyalty must be as constant as the sun and the moon. It wasn't out of cowardice, but out of necessity, that he approached this meeting with the utmost caution. After all, his very life depended on Lord Cassiden's favor. He waited in silence for the communication link to stabilize, rehearsing his greeting in his mind. A few tense minutes passed before the holographic projection finally sprang to life. Damien bowed deeply and spoke in a clear, respectful voice. "Great Lord Cassidan, God of the Void, and Messenger Sonia, Voice of the Void, Damien humbly offers his homage and devotion." In the flickering light of the projection, two figures sat at a low table, sharing a quiet meal. Damien kept his gaze respectfully lowered, mindful of the immense power he was addressing. Sonia, the so-called Angel of the Void and Cassidan's chief envoy, was more than a mere spokeswoman. She wielded profound influence within the Void God cult. Her reputation for unwavering loyalty and subtle authority was such that even Odin himself had treated her with deference when they had met. Damien straightened, waiting for their response, every muscle taut with both reverence and a guarded hope that this display of loyalty would secure his place and his life under the shadow of the Void. Damien stood over Gao Tianzun, his features half hidden in shadow. "All right," he said slowly. "I subjugated you not for your flattery, but because you serve a purpose. Now tell me, why have you come to me this time?" Gao Tianzun bowed deeply, his arrogance tempered by caution. "It's about Zeus, your majesty. Lord Cassidan, God of the Void, I have nothing to hide." He paused, then recited every detail of Zeus's message. "Zeus warns that the Void cult has become a scourge upon the cosmos. He distrusts us and believes only total eradication will stop their spread." When Gao finished, he lifted his gaze. "I swore only to speak ill of you so that Zeus might trust me. No disrespect to you, my lord." Damien's expression didn't shift. He cocked an eyebrow and said, "Disrespect in your heart matters little. What matters is loyalty. If you truly serve me, carry out whatever plan Zeus set in motion." Gao Tianzun's shoulders relaxed visibly. "Thank you, your majesty. I will not fail you." Damien dismissed him with a wave of his hand. "And the Universal Presbyterian Church, their zealots are pawns. Decide for yourself whether to annihilate them completely or leave a few survivors as examples." As Gao bowed again and withdrew, Damien's cold gaze turned inward. Zeus had shouted that the Void cult must be wiped out, yet Damien felt only contempt for the so-called decree. To him, Zeus was less than worthless, trash, even if backed by the universe's mightiest gods. In ages past, Zeus and the other deities he'd gathered had withdrawn to the peaks of Olympus, determined not to provoke the Void cult. Damien couldn't have cared less whether Zeus lived or died, but the king of the gods wasn't content merely to sulk. Behind Damien's back, Zeus was plotting to rally the pantheon, to call upon eternity itself to wipe him from existence. Damien would never allow such a scheme to unfold. "Thank you, Lord Cassidan, for your generosity and trust," Gao Tianzun said, bowing deeply. When he learned that Cassidan had entrusted him with authority over life and death within the universe Elders' Council, the enormity of that gift finally sank in. Gao Tianzun had resented his new role. Being Cassidan's slave felt humiliating, and he carried the constant fear that a single misstep might provoke his master's wrath. Yet Cassidan had never once demeaned or mistreated him. From the moment he'd been taken into service, Cassidan promised that Gao Tianzun would be summoned only when truly needed and otherwise left in peace. So long as he remained on Sakar, he could keep a low profile, reflect on his own schemes, and ignore the affairs of Olympus or the Void cult. His freedom was curtailed, but far from extinguished, and that, he decided, was a bargain worth accepting. Damien tapped the console once, ending the transmission. He gave Gao Tianzun's grateful expression a curt nod before he closed the channel. Deep down, he knew that if he hadn't hung up first, Gao wouldn't have dared to. Courtesy, even in times like these, could be its own sort of trap. Sonia watched the screen go dark. She tilted her head, lips curving into a wry smile. "Zeus has been scheming for years," she observed. "The Kree Empire only just fell, and already Olympus moves as one. They've been laying the groundwork for a long time." Damien leaned back in his chair, folding his arms. "He hasn't acted sooner because I haven't bothered to expedite matters," he admitted lightly. Her smile deepened. "Well, now that he's about to make his move, Let's see what kind of spectacle he can put on. He returned her grin. Exactly. For Sonia and Damien, Lord Cassidon's patience was part of a larger strategy. Rather than confront Olympus directly, the Void cult had focused on broadening its influence across the fringe territories. With the Kree Empire's collapse and the news of Olympus's unification under Zeus, the cult's reputation would skyrocket. Civilizations that once viewed them as a fringe threat would now quake at the mere mention of their name. Sonia stood and stretched, her eyes glinting with anticipation. The faster Olympus spreads fear, the sooner the Void cult's power will be absolute. Damien rose as well, straightening his uniform. Then let the games begin. With that, they turned toward the viewport, watching distant stars shimmer against the void, unaware of just how close the next war had become. As long as the Void God cult shows some genuine goodwill going forward, every power in the galaxy will line up to court its favor. A reputation for cruelty carries its own advantages. When someone is unfailingly kind, people come to expect it, and then take it for granted. But a figure long feared for viciousness, who suddenly performs acts of mercy, will be remembered forever. Rival sects may envy the cult's good name and hold on to their fear for a time, but those anxieties will fade, and by then the Void God cult will have them firmly in its grasp. Gao Tianzun bowed deeply at Cassidon's go-ahead. His normally proud posture straightened even further as he issued the summons for the Cosmic Elders' Assembly. In an instant, he stood before the great scarlet table, and the other senior elders of the Void God cult appeared beside him. The enforcers, the runners, and the various agents watched in stunned silence, still reeling at how effortlessly the Kree Empire had been extinguished. After all these eons, and after witnessing countless cosmic upheavals, the Universe Elders Council still couldn't pin down the true extent of Cassidon's might. Even a conservative appraisal placed him at the absolute summit of multiversal power. And as Gao Tianzun had hinted, not even Zeus could rally the other gods to perform the rite of eternity and hope to match him. Cassidon wasn't merely supreme. He was, for all practical purposes, invincible. Remarkably, a being of such unfathomable strength had slipped quietly into their universe long ago and maintained a deliberately low profile. To the elders, who themselves had once been the undisputed masters of all creation, Cassidon's anonymity was baffling, almost irritating. In their prime, they had wielded power without question. Now they found themselves scrambling for answers. Gao Tianzun, what exactly do you mean? The enforcement captain asked, his voice steady but edged with urgency. Until that moment, the captain had presided over the council's inquiries with absolute authority. But upon realizing Gao Tianzun's intimate connection to the god of the void, he unconsciously deferred to him, searching his expression for guidance. Gao Tianzun felt a storm of conflicting emotions, pride, apprehension, and a deep, abiding respect for the being he served. He took a steadying breath, aware that every word he spoke now carried the weight of destiny. Damien leaned back in his seat, recalling how he'd always held the Sentinels, the universe's chief lawkeepers, in wary respect. Over the years, he'd clashed with them endlessly. Sometimes he triumphed, sometimes they did, but their power was never in doubt. Today, however, everything felt different. Word of his bond with Cassidon, the god of the void, had even made the lead sentinel pause and lower his guard. A surge of satisfaction warmed Damien. There's nothing like having a god as your ally. All eyes turned to Maestro Gao Tianzun as he rose, addressing the gathered elders in a measured voice. Prepare yourselves for Mount Olympus, he announced. Zeus is already expecting us. Come with me. You're about to see something extraordinary. When I speak with Zeus, don't worry about my words. Watch my deeds. That is how I will guarantee your safety and secure our shared future in this universe. Keep this foremost in your minds. Lord Cassidon's aim is not to conquer every star and world, but to expand the void's territory and influence. For an entity of his stature, subjugating the multiverse is a matter of desire, not ability. With that solemn declaration, the elders exchanged glances, realizing that the game had irrevocably changed. At Damien's side, they stood ready to follow Gao Tianzun up to Olympus itself, and into whatever destiny awaited under the gaze of Zeus. Gao Tianzun dropped any pretense of secrecy and bowed low before Cassidon, the god of the void. From this moment on, you are my lord, So long as we hold on to our own realms, let the rest of the universe fall into chaos if it will. Across from him, the enforcement agent, long accustomed to ancient powers and strange allegiances, nodded slowly. He'd pieced together what had really happened in that last battle. Gao Tianzun had been subdued by Kassadin, whether by force or by choice, and bound under the Void God's command. He didn't need the grisly details. The simple fact of Tianzun's fealty explained everything. I, too, would welcome a viewing, the agent said, leaning forward with visible curiosity. This grand theater you speak of, may I witness eternity myself? His tone was respectful, but edged with excitement. They had both walked the cosmos long enough to know the legends of primordial gods. Now, at last, the agent sensed a rare opportunity to see eternity with his own eyes. You can count on one hand the number of times anyone's actually seen eternity, the caretaker remarked, leaning back in his chair. As the very incarnation of the multiverse, when a true cosmic disaster erupts, one that even legions of beings can't withstand, eternity doesn't step in. He simply watches, perched somewhere beyond our reach, observing the multiverse unfold. Gao Tianzun frowned. I'd be satisfied just to see him, but whether he actually takes action is another matter. If Kassadin really is as powerful as you claim, the caretaker countered, then not even Zeus could coerce eternity into intervening for the sake of universal peace. Just imagine two eternities clashing. The shockwave would tear the multiverse to pieces. You'll understand once you see it for yourself, Gao Tianzun replied. All right, the caretaker said. Let's go. To the galactic Olympus, Gao Tianzun declared. He didn't press the point with grandiose boasts. After all, facts speak louder than words. Until his old allies witnessed his strength with their own eyes, they might entertain his reputation in theory, but they wouldn't be fully convinced. Damien, a humble gardener among the universe's elders, wasn't one for battles or bloodshed. But news of the impending meeting between Lord Kassadin and Eternity, the elusive Void God, rumored to be invincible across all realities, was too extraordinary to ignore. Such an assembly might only occur once in countless millennia, and Damien was determined to witness it with his own eyes. As the other elders gathered for departure, an authoritative voice rang out. We need someone to organize the pickups. Without hesitation, the elder known as the Runner volunteered. I'm stationed relatively close to your planet, he said. Allow me to fetch you. Thanks to his mastery of superspeed and spatial teleportation, he normally handles all interstellar transport for the Council. Very well, another elder replied. I'll gather the rest, and then we'll proceed to Olympus immediately. At that moment, Gao Tianzun stepped forward as well. Count me in, he offered. I'll oversee the arrivals and departures. With their transport plans set, the elders prepared to witness a spectacle unseen for 500,000 years. The police officer didn't raise any objections. After a few casual words, he ordered his team to go and pick up the members of the Presbyterian Church. Damien turned to Ayapapoji and bowed slightly. Thank you very much for the reward, he said. I truly appreciate it. Chapter 772. Isn't it all just an act? A dozen members of the Universal Presbyterian Church spent nearly half a day journeying to Olympus. Before them lay soaring peaks and countless marble temples, a sight that truly lived up to its reputation as the Kingdom of Heaven. They reached a towering gateway, guarded by 2 sentries in gleaming armor. The soldiers crossed their swords in salute and addressed Damien and his companions with formal courtesy. Welcome to the divine realm of Olympus. His Majesty Zeus is presiding over a grand banquet for all the gods. Please present your invitation letters. Entry is not permitted without one. The 2 guards spoke with the unwavering professionalism of veterans who had stood watch here for years. They'd seen every deity under the sun, and they could tell at a glance that Damien's party was making its inaugural visit. Damien met their gaze coolly. He wasn't one to be rattled by a gatehouse formality, and certainly not by soldiers simply enforcing the rules. Although he felt a flicker of amusement at their stern demeanor, he refrained from letting it show. Invitation letters, he repeated, tone polite but firm. You won't find any in our hands. Yet I trust that, under the hospitality of Olympus, you'll accommodate a dozen humble pilgrims? The sentries' expressions remained unchanged, their swords still crossed before them. They bowed their heads respectfully, but did not step aside. For all their deference, the rules were absolute. No letter, no entry. Damien inclined his head and glanced back at his companions. He felt no irritation. After all, Olympus could be as petty as it liked. But he also knew that when he decided to move forward, not even the gates of the divine realm would hold him back. With a small, confident smile, he addressed the guards once more. "Very well," he said softly. "Then we'll be on our way. Please inform His Majesty Zeus that Damien of the Universal Presbyterian Church will depart without delay, and expect an unexpected visit soon." With that, he turned on his heel. The guards exchanged nervous glances as Damien's entourage filed past them, every step echoing off the marble walls. Behind them, the gates remained closed, but the promise in Damien's words lingered long after they had vanished into the winding mountain road. "Zeus, I've brought friends with me, traveled thousands of miles from the Universe Presbyterian Church to be your guests. So where are you, host? Why not step out and entertain us?" Damien's voice was calm, his tone deliberately informal. The two palace guards exchanged uneasy looks. It wasn't every day someone addressed the God King himself without honorifics, much less invited him to perform. In the Milky Way, humans, deities, and other beings alike always showed Zeus proper deference. "Welcome, honored visitors of the Universe Presbyterian Church," one guard managed, bowing stiffly. A booming laugh answered him from above. Golden lightning crackled through the air, coalescing into a portly figure in gleaming armor, and somewhat incongruously, a short skirt. His smile was broad and genial. "My apologies for the delay," the newcomer rumbled. "I was otherwise engaged. But please, come in. I'm Zeus, God King of the Heavens. Let me host you properly." At once, the guards snapped to attention, saluted, and offered their most respectful greetings. They had been completely in the dark about the identities of those dozen or so extraordinary visitors, and to be honest, even now they weren't entirely sure who they were. But when they saw Lord Zeus bowing his head in deference, everything clicked into place. These people were his equals, perhaps even his superiors. After all, even the universe's greatest champions treated Zeus with solemn respect. "Very well," Zeus said, brushing back his hair in a casual gesture. "These are my friends. If any of them show up again, let them in without question." Two soldiers who had been standing guard snapped to rigid attention and saluted. Zeus barely glanced their way. "Yes," he replied, his tone far too indifferent for so formal an exchange. Yet the soldiers remained perfectly serious. Everyone on the Universe Council of Elders noticed the contrast between Zeus's laid-back manner and the guard's strict discipline. The law enforcer and the messenger barely registered it, but Gao Tianzun bristled. Since falling under the influence of Cassidon, the god of the void, he'd let much of his former haughtiness soften, but his pride still burned bright. Watching Zeus treat his men like old friends felt to him like a slap against the decorum he held sacred. Meanwhile, Damien observed from the edge of the chamber, his sharp eyes catching every nuance. In this realm of gods and champions, he knew that the slightest shift in posture or tone could reveal more power than any battlefield display. Damien leaned back against the polished marble railing, noting how much the atmosphere had eased since he'd last convened his subordinates. Yet Gao Tianzun remained silent at his side, his expression tight with barely concealed displeasure. At that moment, Zeus strode into the hall, flanked by more than a dozen elders of the Universal Council. Silver insignias glinted on their robes, each symbolizing decades of authority. Damien rose to greet them. "I didn't expect you all so soon," he said, inclining his head. Zeus met his gaze with a fire that brooked no argument. "My brother fell at the hands of Cassidon, the god of the void. I've waited long enough to see that monster brought low." A murmur of agreement rippled through the elders. One voice, weathered but firm, added, "None of us can abide under the shadow of that unstoppable giant Buddha." Zeus nodded, satisfaction playing across his features. "Our goals align. After only brief discussions, we've resolved to join forces. Together, we will negotiate the downfall of Cassidon." Gao Tianzun's lips curled in a resentful snarl as he took in their words. Around him, the elders exchanged uneasy glances. They noticed that, despite his protestations, Gao Tianzun's pulse remained perfectly calm. Those who knew him best recalled that he had recently addressed Cassidon with the utmost reverence, even surrendering to his command. Had they not been aware of that paradox, they might have believed his show of indignation. Silence settled over the chamber as the implications sank in. Damien folded his arms, surveying the assembled alliance. The game had shifted once more, and in its new light, every loyalty and every betrayal would soon be revealed. Damien sat at the head of the long conference table, flanked by the senior officers and church elders, as the echoes of Gao Tianzun's warning still rang in everyone's ears. Gao had repeated himself twice, even 3 times, insisting that, however outlandish his threats sounded, his desire for revenge was genuine. While parts of his dire proclamations might have been fabrications, some were undoubtedly true. And until Gao Tianzun actually made a move, Damien decided they would hold off on any direct action against Kassadin, the Void God. "Let's not forget," Damien reminded the room, "the Collector is one of our own, an ordained member of the Presbyterian Church. His death is the last thing we need." A murmur of agreement swept through the assembly. Commander Zheng, his brow furrowed, spoke next. "Under ordinary circumstances, we'd protect the Collector at all costs. But Kassadin's power, it's unlike anything we've ever faced. Even if our best agents band together, we're outmatched by the Void Cult." Damien leaned forward, steepling his fingers. "Gao Tianzun told us you've devised a plan with a remarkably high success rate. We need the full details, what you propose, how it works, and why you think it can neutralize Kassadin." Commander Zheng exchanged a quick glance with the other elders. The unspoken rule was clear: no method that called for Kassadin's outright execution. Gao had insisted on that point, though curiously, he'd never cautioned their liaison, Zeus, in the same way. Zeus, seated off to the side, met Damien's eyes calmly. The tension in the room tightened. Now it was up to Commander Zheng to prove their strategy could succeed where all others had failed. It wasn't a random decree at all, but a direct signal from Kassadin, the god of the void. Seize any powerful figures plotting against the Void God cult and wipe them out in one fell swoop. That made their mission clear. They only had to secure Zeus's backing. After all, the Universal Elders Council answered directly to him. Having endured for untold ages, every member of the council was a crafty survivor who guarded his own skin above all else. The lead envoy bowed deeply before the throne. "Great Zeus, we have come as a united delegation, something that has not happened in hundreds of thousands of years. We placed our trust in Gao Tianzun's word and journeyed across countless realms to stand in your presence. Now, mighty Zeus, we pray that your plan is more than mere fancy. Do not let us believe it's an empty dream. If it fails, spare us your excuses, and do not blame us if we show no mercy." Standing slightly to the side, the runner, Zeus's own messenger, understood the stakes as well as any veteran lawkeeper. His expression matched the envoy's solemnity as he stepped forward and added his voice to the plea. "Law enforcers, runners, and members of the Universal Council of Elders, please, there's no need to be impatient," Zeus began, his voice calm as he scanned the dozen or so ancient figures assembled before him. "When my allies from the Celestial Clan arrive, I will explain every detail of the summoning ceremony, the petitions, the rites, and every step in between. And if, after hearing the plan, you conclude it's unworkable and choose to withdraw, I will not stand in your way." He offered them a confident smile. Though the council numbered only a baker's dozen, and not all were warriors, they included some of the most formidable beings in the universe, each boasting countless years of survival. Such longevity bred both arrogance and an instinct for self-preservation. It was natural to treasure life and avoid needless risks. Zeus turned his gaze to the newcomer beside him. Damien, the towering, broad-shouldered man, stood clad only in a pair of shorts that shimmered with golden light. Every muscle in his frame exuded power. "In my view," Zeus continued, "our strike on the Void God cult was not reckless, but an opportunity too good to pass up." His eyes flicked back to the council. "Now, if you're ready, let us begin." Otherwise, he'd simply sit back and relish the universe's turmoil. "Very well," Damien agreed. When the law enforcer and the runner saw that Damien understood, they fell silent. They knew that in a performance like this, less is more. Overplaying one's part only reveals cracks. The caregiver, standing before the newly completed Olympus God realm, offered her verdict. "Though your divine realm has been under construction for only a short time, It's impressively well done. A master of psychological nuance, she knew exactly what Damien needed to hear. "Thank you," he said, his modest tone barely concealing the upward curl of his lips. Praise was nothing new to him, but coming from someone so well-informed, someone who'd consulted with the universe's elders, it carried special weight. Of course, Damien was pleased. Who wouldn't be when their work earned such high praise? Zeus did not teleport straight to the Pantheon. Instead, he soared there through the heavens, flanked by a dozen elders from the Universal Council of Elders. "Zeus, how many gods have you gathered?" Gao Tianzun asked, drifting through the air with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he were nothing more than a passing cloud. These council elders differed fundamentally from the deities Zeus had summoned. The council members were equals, called upon to cooperate. The summoned gods were more like Zeus's subordinates. Zeus lifted his chin with quiet pride. "Including the minor deities, we number in the tens of millions," he said. "If you count only those with true power and authority, there are 100,000. He paused, then continued. "The Celestial Clan has pledged to send 3 Celestials, along with a host of Eternals. Our combined forces are more than enough. You have nothing to worry about." On this occasion, Zeus had chosen not to travel the Rainbow Bridge in person to petition eternal wishes. Instead, he summoned the Eternals to assemble the divine host and deliver their formal request. Such petitions were not unheard of, and eternal wishes did not always grant them, but this time, Zeus was confident. Zeus's eyes burned with determination. "The tasks awaiting us at the summoning of eternity are too critical to overlook. I have my own aspirations, so I've been rallying every powerful ally I can." Gao Tianzun arched an eyebrow but offered a courteous nod. "You've raised 100,000 gods," he observed, "so I suppose you've indeed poured remarkable effort into your scheme." Zeus allowed himself a modest smile. "Flattery doesn't come easily to me, but I meant it." Beneath that polite exchange, Gao Tianzun felt nothing but scorn. Most of Zeus's low-level gods were, in his view, nothing more than cosmic nuisances, tricksters barely capable of impressing the primitive populations of a forgotten backwater planet. Even among the so-called 100,000 with genuine strength, only a handful had ascended beyond planetary rank. Cosmic-level deities were rarities, and true top-tier gods numbered fewer still. To the elders of the Universal Presbyterian Church, they weren't gods at all, but a horde of false idols, desperately grasping for power they could never wield. Needless to say, no one took this motley collection of false deities seriously. Yet these pretenders still held sway over many realms, each populated by its own inhabitants. A single charlatan might amount to nothing, but gathered en masse, they became a powerful bargaining chip, a direct petition to eternity. The goal wasn't to sneak into eternity's presence through secret rites. It was to summon eternity and force it to act. Eternity must truly feel the unified plea of all living things. "Of course," Zeus replied with a confident smile, "if I didn't believe I could manage this, I wouldn't have had the nerve to come to you." Seeing Gao Tianzun's satisfied expression, Zeus let his grin widen and silently closed the gap between them. In all his millennia, he'd only heard rumors of the Universal Presbyterian Church and the stature of its leaders. He had never met them in person. Now, with the elders of the universe gathered at Olympus, the opportunity was too good to pass up, and Zeus intended to seize it. Zeus leaned against the balcony's balustrade, watching the violet storms churning above the planet Saga. Across from him, Lord Gao Tianzun stood calmly, the lights of his city reflecting off his polished armor. "You don't need to become close friends," Zeus said, his voice low and smooth. "Just exchange names, retain contact. One more ally means another path, whether it's deeper into the Universal Presbyterian Church's domain or into uncharted corners of the Dark Realm that even I haven't explored. Someday I'll want treasures, artifacts, even creatures unique to those shadowed worlds, and having a network there will open those doors." Gao Tianzun chuckled. "You call it shameless ambition. I'd say your will is unrivaled and your confidence contagious." Zeus glanced at him with a wry smile. "And your hospitality, welcoming a god to your planet, is a rare gift in itself." "Consider yourself welcome," Gao Tianzun replied, inclining his head. "If you're ever free to travel, I'll show you every corner of Saga." Zeus threw back his head and laughed, the sound rolling like distant thunder. "I'll hold you to that. Once this is settled, I'll have the means to make it happen," Zeus promised. Damien's usually impassive features softened into a faint, approving smile. "I look forward to it," he replied. Zeus grinned broadly, pleased by Damien's willingness to forge an alliance. Yet the elders of the Universal Council, who had accompanied Damien at a discreet distance, exchanged wary glances. They all sensed the true weight of Zeus's words. He offered a way to strike back at the Void cult, and to survive the encounter unscathed. Ever since Cassidon, the god of the Void, had revealed himself, Damien had been the only challenger bold enough to oppose the cult, and yet live to speak of it. More astonishingly, his survival came because Cassidon himself had taken Damien under his protection. If Zeus could achieve such a feat, defying the Void's darkest machinations and emerging unharmed, then his power would far surpass any they had yet witnessed. Silently, the elders fell into formation behind Zeus as he led the way toward the Pantheon. The moment Gao Tenzun and his companions stepped into the Pantheon's grand chamber, a hush fell over the assembled gods. Though not every deity present knew the representatives of the Universal Presbyterian Church by sight, the fact that Zeus himself had personally escorted them in left no doubt as to their importance. And when Zeus declared that this crusade against the Void cult was being undertaken in alliance with the Universe Elders Council, the gods immediately began speculating among themselves. Legends abounded about the luminaries of the Universal Presbyterian Church, tales of their deeds and powers, but never a clear image of their faces. Now, confronting these living myths before them, the Pantheon's once boisterous debate dwindled to complete silence. All eyes turned to the church's elders, each god silently sizing up their robes, their bearing, searching for any hint of the identities hidden beneath those names they had only ever heard spoken in whispers. Damien watched as Zeus strode to the center of the glittering banquet hall, flanked by a group of unfamiliar yet unmistakably powerful figures. With a sweeping gesture, the king introduced them to the assembled guests. "I'm sure you can spot them," Zeus said with a warm smile. "These dozen delegates have come all the way from the Universal Presbyterian Church to join our celebration. Once every member of the Celestial clan has arrived, we'll turn to the more serious matter, summoning the Eternal God. But for now, this is still our feast. Please, enjoy yourselves without reserve." As Zeus spoke, Damien's gaze swept each newcomer. A few names rang a distant bell: Enforcer Law, the venerable Gao Tianzun, and the swift warrior known simply as Runner. If fate had been kinder, had the collector not fallen in battle, and had Egg not been expelled, Damien would have recognized even more familiar faces on that dais. The rest of the council remained a mystery. Zeus admitted he knew little about them beyond their origin. A shadowed planet in the Dark Realm, a world with scant contact with the light dwellers here. Yet their presence, like the others, was a reminder of how vast and intertwined the universe had become, and how pivotal tonight's rites would prove. There's an unspoken understanding between the realms of light and darkness. Without extraordinary cause, no formidable warrior from the light world dares trespass into dark world territory, and vice versa. It isn't a written law, but everyone honors it. After all, survival in the light world follows rules that often clash with those of the dark world. Behaviors considered ordinary on one side can be utterly abhorrent to champions of the other. "Please, everyone, take your seats," Zeus announced. With that, he directed Gao Tianzun and the other elders to places of equal elevation to his own. By positioning them all on the same level, just as he would later reclaim his central place, Zeus ensured that none of these powerful members of the Universal Presbyterian Council would feel slighted or patronized. In gatherings like this, seating carries its own subtle diplomacy. Zeus bristled at the thought of playing host to emissaries from the Dark Realm, especially to an organization as well established as the Universe Presbyterian Church. He dared not presume to lord it over them. If the Universal Council of Elders took offense, Olympus itself could erupt into open warfare at any moment. True, Zeus could summon countless gods to his side, but against three cosmic powerhouses, those deities were no real deterrent. And among the visitors stood Gao Tianzun, a figure of such might he could negotiate face-to-face with the Celestial clan. Zeus knew all too well that even confronting one titan of that stature stretched his own limits. Facing all three was unthinkable. After all, the universe's pinnacle warriors might rule at the summit of creation, but they were far from invulnerable. "I've made my decision," Gao Tianzun declared. He regarded Zeus's towering presence for a moment, noting the reluctance in the king of gods' eyes, then inclined his head in polite acknowledgement. Gao Tianzun and the law enforcer were the first to take their seats. As they settled onto the dais, the other elders of the Universe Presbyterian Church followed in order, filing in one by one. Every god in attendance watched closely, for the seating arrangement spoke volumes about who held the greatest influence on the Universal Council of Elders. Whispers had long circulated that Gao Tianzun had once been cast out by God Yi Ge, a former council member, and at one time the universe's unsurpassed powerhouse. Such a fate could only befall someone of immense strength, and Gao's reputation within the church was unrivaled. Seated beside him was the legendary law enforcer, whose fame and feared prowess were said to rival Gao's own. Together, they embodied the twin pillars of the council's martial might. The third to arrive was the runner, completing the triad of the most formidable figures who had served when God Yi Ge fell. Behind these three, other cosmic titans and even non-combatant elders made their way to the stage, each representing a different facet of the church's authority and wisdom. The assembly was now complete, and an expectant hush fell over the chamber. They had each lived for millions of years. True, their individual power might not match that of some of the assembled gods, but none of those deities had endured so long. Immortality was their greatest advantage. "Let the music and dancing begin," Zeus announced, settling back into his throne with a satisfied smile. Yet even the king of Olympus felt a subtle tension in the air. Seated on the dais were Gao Tianzun and the other elders of the Universal Presbyterian Church, figures whose combined influence and longevity far exceeded that of Mount Olympus itself. If they chose to turn against him, even Zeus might find himself powerless. So when the musicians took their places, the hall fell into hushed reverence. No one dared speak above a whisper. Instead, the gods quietly sampled the delicate hors d'oeuvres laid out before them, casting furtive glances at the dignitaries whose very presence reminded them that true power was measured in ages, not strength alone. Members of the Universal Presbyterian Church were no strangers to shifts in the banquet hall's atmosphere. Whenever the Universal Elders appeared, everyone else instinctively cleared space and dropped any attempt at ceremony. This time, of course, the entire Universal Elders Council had come together, and yet everyone understood they weren't here to mingle as honored guests. Their sole purpose was to observe Gao Tianzun's every move. So they sat, quietly eating, alongside the tens of thousands of other attendees, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Celestial Clan's elders. Under normal circumstances, the Universal Presbyterian Church and the Celestial Clan would never exchange pleasantries. But Gao Tianzun's influence had compelled an unprecedented collaboration. After so many years, anything seemed possible. Zeus noted how reserved the Universal Elders were, and, for the moment, chose not to disrupt the banquet's subdued mood. He had his own concerns, chief among them figuring out how to ingratiate himself with the council. And frankly, it wouldn't hurt if those mischievous junior deities kept their chatter to a minimum. "Could you please provide the full chapter text? Once I have the complete passage, I'll rewrite it into coherent, idiomatic English, with Damien as the main character, while preserving every plot point and detail." Chapter 7773, The Shrunken Turtle God Clan. Several tense hours passed in Zeus's banquet hall, the only sound, the muted clatter of forks and the soft scrape of plates. The assembled gods, each one more powerful than the next, dared not break the silence. Every heartbeat felt like an eternity as they silently implored the Celestials to arrive. Only the Celestial Lords, together with Zeus himself, commanded the stature and authority needed to parley with the Universe Elders Council. At last, tiny pinpricks of light drifted into the vaulted chamber. They danced in the air, weaving and converging until they resolved into several towering figures, each at least 10 meters tall, flanked by a regiment of Eternals. Their battle armor gleamed in myriad colors. Some helmets bore 6 circular vents that pulsed with golden radiance, while others were banded by irregular, luminous stripes. A palpable sigh of relief swept through the hall as the gods realized hope had arrived. Leading the Celestials was a warrior in a scarlet helm etched with glowing red bands. He strode forward, voice like distant thunder, and proclaimed, "Hai Tianzun, law enforcer." At the sound of his words, the heavy tension that had settled over the gathering lifted, at least for a moment, ushering in the possibility of real negotiations and perhaps an end to this interminable standoff. Gao Tianzun strode in and immediately fixed his gaze on the entrance of the Universe Presbyterian Church. His voice cut through the chatter of the banquet hall, tinged with thinly veiled irritation. "Judge Alitham." The figure known as Judge Alitham stood silently, his helm's crimson visor reflecting the ornate pillars behind him. Unfazed by the judge's silence, Gao Tianzun's tone grew sharper. "You Celestials still cower in your armor like frightened turtles." A hush fell over the assembly as those nearby drew in their breath. At first, Judge Alitham remained impassive, but as Gao Tianzun pressed on, his words dripping with arrogance, the tension in the room snapped taut. Gao Tianzun let a cold smile twist his lips. "Better to stand on my own strength than hide beneath rags and relics like you." The red glow behind Judge Alitham's visor flared, and he finally spoke, his voice low and frosty. "I no longer need any external device to bolster my power." Gao Tianzun laughed, a sound devoid of amusement. "And yet you, Celestials, hailed as the universe's greatest warriors, have always concealed your true faces beneath that steel shell. Very few have ever glimpsed the being within." He glanced around, his eyes dancing with contempt. "You're nothing if not timid." Every word was a deliberate provocation. It was Gao Tianzun's singular force of will that once drove a squadron of Celestials to yield before him. And tonight, he meant to remind them exactly why. Damien had never held a high opinion of the Celestial clan. They heralded themselves as the strongest race in the universe, whether that claim was true or not, using their innate power to bend entire worlds to their will. They were bred to dominate. But in sheer arrogance, Damien had never met his match, until he encountered Cassidon. If the Celestials dared to swagger before him, he'd out-arrogance them in return. "We haven't crossed paths in years," Judge Alitham said, his tone frosty as he sized Damien up. "Do you intend to make this a battle?" Damien's lips curved in a faint, disdainful smile. "You once dispatched hundreds of gods to besiege me, and they failed, and now you four have the gall to make hostile moves against me?" Judge Alitham remained unmoved. "This time, you'll lead the Eradicators, the Searchers, and the Explorers." At Damien's retort, his chest rose, and a powerful aura began to swell around him. Golden light pooled in the air, pouring outward until the entire hall was bathed in its oppressive, breathtaking glow. Damien watched in stunned silence as an invisible force tore through the great hall. One by one, the assembled gods were hurled from the marble tables where they'd been conferring. Some slammed into the walls and fell unconscious. A weaker deity even lay motionless on the floor. All eyes turned to the source of that power, the aloof Gao Tianzun. Legends spoke of Gao Tianzun's boundless strength. He had supposedly reached the pinnacle of the universe and of his immortal lifespan. They whispered, too, of his mercurial temper and ruthless arrogance. Now, seeing him in action, Damien realized the stories hadn't done him justice. Fear and awe rippled through the crowd. Alitham, standing near the celestial law enforcer and the attendant runner, forced himself to speak. His voice was cold as he called out, "Gao Tianzun, you've gone too far." Gao Tianzun spared him a dismissive glance. "You unleashed that coercion first," he replied. "Now you accuse me of excess?" Alitham's eyes flashed. "This is the same double standard the Celestial clan has upheld for millennia." The words hung in the air, but Gao Tianzun only smirked. Even as some of the Celestials around him, those rumored to bend time and space itself, shifted uneasily, no one dared challenge his supremacy. Damien knew in that moment that nothing about the Celestial hierarchy had changed, and that Gao Tianzun ruled it with an iron fist. This power strikes terror into countless beings at the very mention of the Celestial clan. Yet Damien, master of time and space, able to slip between universes, has never flinched. In fact, it was the Celestial clan who petitioned him for peace. Had they refused, he would have wiped their entire order and every undeveloped god out of existence. When Alitham heard this ultimatum, his fists clenched in fury. He longed to demonstrate his strength to Damien, but the instant he dared to strike, every god at his side, except the Eradicator, a fellow cosmic apex, was obliterated. Escape was out of the question. Damien's own lawkeeper stood guard, ensuring no one slipped away. Hidden behind a mask of calm, Zeus seethed. The allies he'd summoned from the Universal Presbyterian Church were hardly brothers in arms, but they had maintained a fragile harmony, willing at least to hear out the proposal and decide whether to join Damien's cause. Zeus suppressed a grimace as he recalled Elitham's tactless entrance. That fool had marched in with a sour look and a sharper tone, yet Zeus dared only grumble to himself. Clearing his throat, he plastered on a conciliatory smile and addressed the assembled elders. "I've called you here for one urgent purpose," Zeus announced. "We must put an end to Cassidon, the god of the void." He let his words hang in the tense silence. Cassidon has fallen into madness, and his void cult is growing too quickly. If we don't act now, their influence will engulf everything we've built. He lifted a hand, as if to still the rising murmurs around him. "So I ask you, can we set aside our old grudges for the time being and face this threat together? The fate of all creation depends on our unity." Zeus allowed himself a brief, apologetic nod. He didn't boast that this was his domain, far from it. Instead, he appealed to both the Universe Elders Council and the Celestial Clan, hoping to earn their cooperation. If it had been anyone else, he would have ordered them to pipe down, or risk his wrath. But against these two ancient powers, he had no choice but to lower his own pride. "All right, Zeus," Gao Tianzun said, smoothing his uniform and settling back into his seat. "We'll grant you that courtesy this time." Judge Elitham bristled at the words, his jaw clenching like a tethered beast, but he said nothing. Sensing his colleague's barely contained ire, Gao Tianzun suppressed the retort on his tongue and maintained a polite composure. "After all, they were guests here. We're here in good faith," he continued. "So let's hear your proposal. If we all agree it's feasible, we'll lend our support. If not, we'll withdraw." His tone was respectful yet unwavering, making clear their conditions without rancor. Zeus's lips curved into a self-satisfied smile. "Excellent," he said, waving a hand. At once, 4 enormous stone platforms rose from the ground and hovered into place beside him, forming seats at his level. Zeus had no wish to alienate either the Universal Council of Elders or the Celestial Clan. Alliances this delicate demanded caution. Elitham and the 3 other Celestials settled into their seats without a word. At last, Zeus rose, his face grave. "I think we have all witnessed the horrors the Void Cult has wrought in the Triangular Galaxy," he began, his voice echoing in the high-ceilinged chamber. "Cassidon, the so-called God of the Void, can no longer be dignified with that title. He is a demon incarnate." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "This cult stormed into the Triangular Galaxy and slaughtered the countless beings of the Kree Empire. They have trampled the cosmic order and embraced unspeakable evil." Zeus paced slowly, eyes sweeping over his fellow gods. "As guardians of the universe, it falls to us to decide how to end this plague." A flicker of pain crossed his features. "But treachery has already struck at our ranks. Odin, all-father of Asgard, and his kin have fallen under Cassidon's spell. Even the Xandar Empire, once stalwart allies, now bows to the Void Cult." A murmur rippled through the assembly. Elitham exchanged troubled looks with the others. Zeus raised a hand for silence. "Against such overwhelming might, even if we combined every power in this hall, our chance of victory in a straight fight is no more than 10%. He turned to face them fully, his tone urgent. "Therefore, I propose we set aside our pride and appeal to the primordial gods, the ancient ones who shaped the cosmos. Let them pass ultimate judgment on the Void Cult and restore the balance we have failed to uphold." A heavy hush fell. Through the arched windows, distant stars glittered like silent witnesses. Zeus's shoulders sagged, sorrow flickering in his eyes. "May the primordials hear us, and may mercy follow justice." The vast throne room of the Universal Council of Elders lay hushed under a vault of polished marble. At its center, Zeus, Lord of the Olympians, rose from his alabaster seat, his expression icily controlled. Though every god and elder in attendance recognized his protest as little more than a pretense, none dared contradict him. Zeus's voice rang out, sharp with grief and anger. "Cassidon, the god of the void, murdered my own brother before my eyes. A low murmur rippled across the assembly. Elder High Oracle Daon inclined his head solemnly. We all know well the horrors Kassadin has wrought. Gao Tianzun, one of the council's most respected strategists, stood and paced before the dais, jaw clenched. He has grown too dangerous to meet in open battle, he admitted, voice heavy. Even our combined forces would falter against the void god's power. Zeus's eyes narrowed. Then we have no choice but to unite our strengths. He turned to Gao. You spoke of a ritual, one that binds immortals even as powerful as Kassadin. Have you completed its preparations? Gao halted, meeting Zeus's gaze with unwavering determination. Everything is ready. When we invoke the ritual of eternity, Kassadin will find himself ensnared by forces he cannot breach. Silence fell once more as the assembled gods contemplated the gravity of their pact. In that moment, the fate of every pantheon, and perhaps the cosmos itself, hinged on the success of an ancient rite and the fragile alliance they had forged. Damien leaned forward, his voice calm but urgent. As many of you know, I was watching the Void Cult long before we convened today. I feared, and recent events have only confirmed, that the Church of the Void God will not remain benign as its power swells. If we allow it to grow unchecked, it could soon become a catastrophe for the entire universe. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. In fact, the cult's expansion has already outstripped my worst expectations. That's why I propose we summon the Eternal Vow, to pierce through their lies and expose the truth. A murmur ran through the council. Damien raised a hand for silent. See. But remember, calling upon eternity does not guarantee divine intervention. The Eternal One will only act when 3 strict conditions are met. First, there must be a cosmic disaster so immense that no ordinary force in the universe can hope to resolve it. Second, our petition must be just and our intentions beyond reproach. And third, he let the final requirement hang in the air, knowing that fulfilling all 3 was the only way to secure eternity's aid against the rising threat of the Void God's faithful. We cannot deceive the Eternal God, Zeus declared from his lofty throne, his voice echoing through the vast chamber. Nor can we stand alone. We must rally a critical mass of respected, powerful figures from every corner of the universe to join our cause. All the arcane relics and ceremonial preparations for the summoning are in place. Now we need your wholehearted approval. When the time comes, we will bow before the Eternal God as one and deliver our petition. Only then can we eradicate the Void God cult, the growing blight that threatens the balance of creation. A hush fell over the assembly. Though many gods inclined their heads, their expressions betrayed private calculations. Forging an alliance with Zeus promised greater standing and influence in the new order. Eyes shifted first to the 4 members of the Universe Elders Council and the chief representatives of the Celestial Clan, each silently weighing the advantages of this alliance. Finally, the other elders of the Universal Presbyterian Church turned their gazes toward Gao Tianzun, awaiting his verdict. Where will the ritual of eternal summoning be held? Damien asked, his voice echoing through the gleaming marble halls of Mount Olympus. He studied the faces of the assembled gods, Hera, Poseidon, Athena, before locking eyes with Zeus. Instead of agreeing outright, Damien paused a heartbeat, choosing his words with care. On Mount Olympus, he declared at last, if the Eternal God grants his blessing, the Void Cult will be annihilated before they can complete their rite. And if he withholds it, he must at least guarantee safe passage for me and every ally I bring. A hush fell over the assembly. Zeus regarded Damien with a slow nod, recognizing the shrewdness of the proposal. It would be unthinkable to invade Void Island, the Void God sect's impregnable fortress. By confining the confrontation to Olympus, the gods and their champions could marshal every resource without ever leaving home. Thor, Odin's son, had already branded the Void Cult an enemy, yet Zeus had stopped short of declaring war. He knew the Void faithful were cautious by nature. They would never launch a full-scale assault. Their dogma was defensive. Containment, not open conflict, was their way. Holding the ritual on Olympus was therefore a masterstroke. It protected the realm, bound every god to the agreement, and ensured no one could slip away into the Void's dark domain. With the will of the Eternal God secured, the cult's fate would be sealed, and no force on earth or in the heavens could save them. Unless Zeus makes the first move, the Void Cult won't dare attack Olympus. Gao Tianzun's words reminded Damien of a familiar proverb. No one understands the depth of your grievance like the one who inflicted it. Zeus had clearly miscalculated. The Void Cult won't counterstrike unless they're provoked, but the moment they sense your intent to destroy them, you're already on their hit list. It becomes only a question of when they'll come for you. Gao Tianzun turned to Damien and the messenger at his side. "What do you think of Zeus's proposal?" he asked. Damien considered the offer. "If we unite and petition together, we just might topple a powerful foe," he said. "And if we fail, at least we still have a way out." "There really is no reason to refuse," the messenger chimed in, relief and excitement flickering in his eyes. As Damien weighed their options, a surge of anticipation coursed through him. Gao Tianzun had just given them the chance to shape the outcome, and that alone is worth everything. The High Council chamber of the Universal Presbyterian Church was awash in pale starlight, its walls etched with celestial runes that pulsed in time with its members' rising anticipation. At the dais stood Zeus, his voice reverberating like distant thunder, and beside him Gao Tianzun, every gesture and inflection calibrated for maximum impact. With their combined show of conviction, the outcome felt inevitable. "Since these two have spoken," intoned the lead runner, rising from his seat, "we have no choice but to consent." A second runner echoed him instantly. "No objections." A ripple of agreement swept through the assembly. Hands shot up, one after another, as the crowd murmured its assent. "Very well," said a voice from the back. "Prepare to execute the plan." From his throne-like chair, Elitham, arbiter of the celestial tribe, watched in silence. Then he inclined his head, a single, decisive motion that carried the full weight of the celestial clan's authority. Unseen by most, the Celestials had already held a private conclave. They had concluded that if the Void God cult were allowed to expand unchecked, it would imperil their standing as the universe's supreme race. Henceforth, the Void God sect would be treated as their unyielding enemy, a threat to the cosmic order that must be eliminated without mercy. And with that final nod from Aletham, the wheels of the conspiracy began to turn. The die was cast, and an all-out struggle against the Void God sect was now undeniable and unstoppable. Chapter 774, Eternal Retreat. Damien surveyed the gathered deities and spoke with quiet authority. "Let's head to the Temple of Worship together." He turned to Zeus. "Could you help teleport everyone from the Celestial clan and all the other gods there at once?" Zeus inclined his head. Raising his hand, he released a shimmering projection of spatial coordinates into the void. Instantly, a majestic temple, towering, solemn, and bathed in an ethereal glow, materialized before them. At the same moment, Judge Elitham's crimson aura swelled, rippling outward in waves of light that swept across the cosmic horizon. One after another, the gods of the pantheon appeared at the temple's threshold. Close behind them, Gao Tianzun and the universe's law enforcement officer led the members of the Universe Presbyterian Church through a rift in space. In the next heartbeat, they too stood before the temple's grand entrance. Inside, the vast hall gleamed under the light of countless arcane runes etched into every pillar and wall. A sweeping staircase spiraled upward to a high ceremonial platform. There, carved from living stardust, sat the statue of the Eternal One, cross-legged in perpetual meditation, its features lost in a veil of cosmic radiance. Among those assembled, very few had ever beheld the Eternal One in person. A select handful of the Universe Elders Council and a few elders of the Celestial clan. Only Zeus himself had once walked the hallowed heights of Olympus. For most of the gathered gods, the Eternal One remained a distant legend, a presence spoken of in hushed reverence but never truly seen. Damien watched the assembly in tense silence. A handful of the newly ascended gods, barely qualified by most accounts, stood among the elder deities, their presence a reminder of how rapidly power could shift. Only in the last few years, rumors had surfaced of an even greater force stirring somewhere in the multiverse, whispers of an eternal god whose might eclipse all others. At that moment, Zeus began his ascent. He climbed the broad marble steps of the ceremonial dais with measured grace, each footfall echoing through the vast temple. Above him, the Universal Council of Elders, the Celestial Clan, and countless lesser deities looked on, their gazes fixed on the ancient altar at the summit. That altar was a masterpiece of arcane craftsmanship, its surface etched with hundreds of interlocking runes, each one humming with dormant power. When Zeus reached the top, he drew forth his divine weapon, a living bolt of lightning that crackled between his hands. His eyes ignited with celestial fire as he released that power. Tendrils of thunder arced across the carved symbols, and one by one the runes flared to life, bathing the chamber in an otherworldly glow. The ground beneath Damien's feet shuddered, and the temple itself seemed to awaken, its stone walls resonating with low, sonorous rumblings. Under the pulsating runic light, the released energy condensed into a single brilliant pillar that shot straight upward. It pierced the temple's vaulted ceiling and tore through the sky. Above them, clouds churned into a raging vortex of thunder and lightning, the air crackling with raw power. The earth quaked in response, and a deafening roar filled the heavens, as if the multiverse itself had taken note of Zeus's defiance and answered in kind. The universe teeters on the brink of annihilation. All life lies in ruins, and even the gods are powerless to save it. Zeus stood atop Mount Olympus, his voice resonant with authority. By the power of Zeus, Lord of Olympus, I beseech you, eternal God, sovereign of the multiverse, descend and rescue the countless souls of creation. His words echoed through the fabric of time and space, stirring ancient forces slumbering in distant realms. Instantly, the sky above Olympus trembled with a cascade of starlight. From that cosmic tapestry emerged a gargantuan figure, its form a shifting mosaic of galaxies and nebulae, so immense that its features remained hidden in celestial radiance. In a brilliant swirl of rainbow light, the being descended into the grand temple. Streams of prismatic energy flowed into the stone statue at the altar, which had stood lifeless for eons. Veins of luminous color snaked across its marble surface, breathing divine vitality into cold stone. The assembled gods watched in awed silence as the statue's eyes ignited with living light. Then, without moving a single muscle of its mouth, the resurrected form spoke. Its voice filled every corner of the temple and every heart within, a single, clear proclamation that heralded a new turning point for the fate of the universe. You summoned me for a reason. Damien, the Eternal One, seldom meddles in the countless realms of the multiverse. Yet whenever a catastrophe beyond mortal or divine design threatens to unmake an entire universe, he heeds the unanimous call of every living soul. Today, the solemn summons had drawn him here. Zeus knelt before Damien's glowing presence, his thunderous power subdued by respect. Our universe is besieged by a calamity that transcends its very laws, the King of Gods declared. Even the combined might of gods and mortals alike cannot hold it back. We have deliberated long and hard, and now we must implore your aid, Eternal One. Damien's eyes swept across the gathered assembly. 6 peak-tier champions stood ready, beings whose reputations alone had shaped the course of wars, and behind them, countless experts of lesser stature. With a measured nod, he acknowledged their resolve and the gravity of their plea. Zeus rose to his feet, relief mingling with reverence in his gaze. The petition was clear, and Damien's acceptance would be the universe's last hope against the coming storm. Though they had assembled an array of the universe's mightiest champions, the crisis still eluded resolution. That alone justified summoning the eternal God and laying their plea before him, in hopes he might intervene. A resonant voice filled the void. What do you ask of me? Eternity's words marked his willingness to hear Zeus and the others. Stepping forward, Zeus spoke on behalf of the assembly. Great Eternal, we entreat you to destroy the force known as the Void Cult. Not long ago, he continued, this cult utterly annihilated the Kree Empire, a civilization that had endured for hundreds of thousands of years. Billions of lives were extinguished in an instant. With the Kree gone, the delicate balance maintained for 100 millennia between the two great empires of the cosmos is shattered. No longer held in check by the Kree, the Xandar Empire will surge uncontrollably. The entire universe teeters on the brink of chaos. Zeus hesitated only a heartbeat. Eternity's attentive silence spurred him on. Is this void cult one and the same as the void divine religion we have feared? At those words, Eternity raised a single finger. Instantly, a living projection bloomed in the air, a silent portent of the truth yet to be revealed. Damien stood before the shimmering projection of Xandar's void island. Beside him, Zeus watched with a grave expression, while the cosmic entity Eternity hovered nearby, its infinite consciousness ready to delve into the depths of time. "I need to know for certain that Cassidon is the true architect of the Void's corruption," Damien said. "Can Eternity verify his entire history?" Zeus met his gaze. Eternity can sift through any being's past, but the wider the scope, the more stringent its conditions become. If we limit the inquiry to Cassidon alone, the god of the Void, the process will be far quicker and far less hazardous. Damien nodded. "Then that's what we'll do." Cassidon's Void cult has grown unchecked, and its destruction of the Kree Empire has upset the balance of the entire cosmos. These aren't rumors or half-truths, they're irrefutable facts that no power in the universe can erase. Zeus's voice was soft but resolute. "Exactly. Once Cassidon himself is struck from existence, his cult will collapse into insignificance before the combined might of the other gods. Only Odin, who first conceived this plan, will emerge with genuine honor." A firm resolve settled over Damien. There was no turning back. It was time to erase the god of the Void and restore balance to the universe. "There's no question of whether it's difficult, only whether it's right," Damien said evenly. "And it's hardly fair to condemn this matter on the strength of your one-sided accusations." Zeus's eyes narrowed at the rebuke. Damien met the thunder god's glare without flinching, recalling the files he'd pored over in secret. Yes, many Void cult members had done terrible things, but they were far from irredeemable monsters. In truth, saints don't walk the earth, and power often leaves its bearers stained. The more Damien studied their past, the more he found entire chapters lost in mist and rumor. Important facts were missing, and the implications could be world-shattering. He could not, in good conscience, let Zeus's swift judgment stand unchallenged. A low rumble escaped Zeus's lips. The assembled gods of the celestial clan stiffened. Even the elders of the Universe Presbyterian Church, allegedly masters of divine equanimity, shifted in their seats. In the back row, Gao Tianzun's face subtly darkened, his composed mask slipping for a heartbeat. Some of the onlookers, marveling silently at his dramatic poise, nonetheless couldn't hide the unease creeping across their own features. The hall's charged silence spoke volumes. A reckoning was at hand. Dawn had barely broken over Xandar Star's Void Island when the very notion of eternity rippled through reality. In an instant, the gods within the temple, along with the Universe Elders Council, the Celestial Clan, and countless others, were snatched from their homes across millions of light-years and set down on this lonely isle. Because most of the Void cult's forces were still scattered throughout the triangular galaxy, recovering from their recent battles, only a fraction of the cult remained on the island, and yet it was enough to sense the surge of power. At the harbor, Sarah and Lalatina both felt the pulse of raw cosmic energy. They exchanged a sharp glance and raced toward the source. Not far away, Wanda and Pietro froze as well, their eyes widening at the sudden arrival of devastating auras. Shocked but undeterred, they too made for the landing site. What could possibly draw them away from the safety of the temple? Their answer stood waiting on the shore. Two figures towered over the scene, Void God Cassidon and Void God Envoy Sonia, the only high-ranking members of the Void cult who had remained behind. With their immeasurable strength anchoring the island's defenses, no other member need fear for the security of Void Island. The crowd of outsiders on Void Island surged toward the harbor, drawn by the colossal, 100-foot shadow looming over the docks. Sarah and Lalatina appeared midair, flanking a regal woman in a flowing red gown whose every movement spoke of nobility and authority. Sarah's voice rang out first, although the Void Divine cult has never turned away outsiders. Lalatina finished the thought. It is common knowledge across the cosmos that our order's power is at a low ebb. The woman in red raised a graceful hand, her eyes cold. Given our weakened state, a large-scale incursion is unacceptable. You have mobilized your forces here and shattered the peace of Void Island. Such a transgression demands retribution. From her vantage point, Sonia surveyed the assembly of scowling strangers. Her gaze settled on Gao Tianzun, and at once she recognized him. The sight sent a shiver down her spine. As for the immense phantom towering in the harbor, 100 feet tall and shimmering like intertwined strands of starlight. Sonia had no clue who or what it was, and she chose not to ponder its origin. Sonia knew that Zeus's arrival heralded an all-out assault on the Void cult. The moment her words fell silent, her voice went ice-cold, and the power of the dark star of the Void exploded from her. Black starlight spiraled into a hurricane that shuddered the heavens. One by one, the lesser gods caught in that maelstrom were flung aside like rag dolls. Those too weak to withstand it simply burst apart, their scarlet divine blood splattering across sky, earth, and ocean. Of all the deities who came with Zeus, only a few dozen remained standing. Every other god had perished before they could even cry out in protest. Zeus himself staggered beneath the onslaught. His face went ashen at the sheer raw violence of Sonia's power, and even the Celestials could not help but tremble at the sight. Watching from afar, the Eternal's thoughts shifted. Brilliant arcs of rainbow light erupted around him, bathing heaven and earth in a sacred, resplendent glow. Under that celestial radiance, the shattered forms of the fallen gods began to knit themselves whole once more, rising anew to stand beside their resurrected brethren. The newly resurrected gods stood frozen in shock, terror and disbelief etched on every face. In their presence, Sarah and Lalatina suddenly felt small and fragile. They lifted their eyes to the formless silhouette hovering above them, knowing that only this unseen force could resolve the crisis. "I am eternity," the voice intoned, resonant and unshakable. "I have come to judge the cult of the Void God. Whether the charge that your deities brought about the universe's catastrophe is true or false, a trial will determine your guilt. Be patient." Unlike the trembling lesser gods, Sonia showed no fear. A cold contempt curved her lips. Anyone Zeus could summon to this realm must have transcended the universe itself, indeed, reached a multiversal zenith. Such a being, she knew, would easily wield the power to restore the dead. Yet at the prospect of a judgment against her faith, Sonia's disdain flared. "You dare to sit in judgment over the cult of the Void God?" she scoffed. "On what authority, or with what audacity, do you presume to condemn us?" Chapter 7. What kind of authority lets you speak with such arrogance? Sarah's astonishment cooled into icy contempt as she faced their unexpected guests. They claimed to have come to judge the Void God religion, but hardly to defend her. "I once admired the name of Eternity," she continued, voice tight with controlled fury. "I believed him to be a paragon of virtue. Now that I've met him, everything I'd heard feels like a lie." Beside her, Lalatina's glare could have frozen fire itself. Her tone was blunt, bordering on contemptuous. This visit wasn't about discussion or negotiation, it was an inquisition. They'd come to decide the fate of the Void God religion, as if it were a criminal court. Damien stood just behind Lalatina, arms folded across his chest. He watched the visitors with narrowed eyes, sensing the heavy weight of their presumption. If the Void God religion truly answered to eternity, such an examination, however intimidating, would follow protocol. But it didn't. By claiming the right to condemn them, eternity had revealed a hostility far deeper than any mere inquiry. "Think carefully about your words and your deeds," Lalatina warned in a low, vicious tone. Damien's jaw tightened. The challenge rang through the hall like the tolling of a bell. Their defiance would not be silenced. "This is the incarnation of the great, ancient god of the eternal multiverse." Zeus stiffened, eyes blazing. "How dare you speak that way? It's an insult." "Even if the eternal god shows mercy and spares your Void cult," the figure intoned, voice echoing, "the three of you stand on the brink of death." Zeus bristled. Anyone who truly understood the nature of eternity would tremble and beg for clemency. He had expected these words to cow the cultists, but their reaction stunned him. Sonia's lips curled in contempt. "What does your so-called multiversal incarnation have to do with us?" "Precisely," Sarah agreed without hesitation. "We worship only Lord Cassidon, the god of the Void. And only the mighty, handsome Lord Cassidon can judge us," Lalatina declared, stepping forward. "No one else, not even eternity itself, has that authority." Though she recognized the ancient deity before her, Lalatina showed not a flicker of fear. "By the eternal God, what I've said is true," one of the women insisted. "The Void divine religion has grown arrogant and dangerously unchecked. It's on the verge of becoming a universal catastrophe," added another. Zeus, taken aback by their boldness, pivoted to Damien. Damien said nothing in reply. Instead, he focused his divine sight on the three women, attempting to unravel their hidden pasts. Yet each of their histories lay buried beneath a swirling veil of black mist, impenetrable even to him. He could discern the backgrounds of lesser Void cult members with ease, but these three remained enigmas. Who had cast such a perfect shroud over their destinies? As Damien pondered the question, his attention drifted beyond the confrontation to the island itself. Far off, atop its highest peak, stood a solitary building. Its stark stone walls and simple, austere furnishings struck a chord deep within him, a faint recollection, as though he had walked those halls in some lost age. After eons of existence, why should this place feel so unmistakably familiar? Eternity studied the assembly and suddenly spotted a young man with jet-black hair watching him with keen interest. The instant he recognized that face and the familiar architecture around them, memories long buried flooded back. His famously unflappable composure cracked. "Lord of the Void," he gasped. Every god and cosmic titan present bristled at the shock in his voice. Though he'd said Lord instead of God of the Void, none doubted whom he meant. Damien, the supreme Lord of the Void, heard the exclamation and met Eternity's gaze with an unhurried calm. After a heartbeat silence, Damien's voice cut through the tension, cool and precise. "You were the one who insisted we avoid direct conflict, warning that a clash between us might unravel the multiverse. Yet here you stand in my universe, daring even to judge the forces I alone have forged. Is this how you intend to break the covenant we swore?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a colossal, inky star materialized overhead, its eerie purple light flooding Xandar's star system. Eternity felt the very fabric of space and time tighten around him, and blurring his vision as raw cosmic power rippled through the heavens. Damien hadn't given much thought to who Cassidon, the god of the Void, truly was. In a multiverse filled with pretenders claiming Void heritage, he'd simply answered the cosmic summons, intending to conduct a quick review and, if Zeus's account proved flawed, reject it and return to rest. Only now did he grasp the full truth. Cassidon had not come from some distant, unknowable realm, but straight from the Void Lord's own domain. And by his actions, the Lord of the Void made it clear that a misjudgment would not go unanswered. "I have no intention of breaking our agreement," Cassidon said, his voice echoing with otherworldly authority. "I came only because I obeyed the summons," Damien replied evenly. "These are the rules by which I maintain the balance of the multiverse." At that, Zeus, the celestial host, and the assembled elders of the Universal Council fell into stunned silence. They had expected a routine verification, never a declaration so charged with menace. Even though Gao Tianzun had heard Damien claim he had no fear of eternity, nothing prepared him for what he saw next. The cosmic being, usually untouched by mortal will, now quivered, if only slightly, beneath Damien's gaze. In that moment, Gao Tianzun realized the true force of Damien's intimidation. "I understand your duty to preserve the peace of the multiverse," Damien intoned, his voice steady. "I will answer your summons, but answering it does not mean I welcome your sudden intrusion into my universe. Nor will I debate whether you're qualified to enforce order here, or whether you can judge my power. For now, I'll assume your cause is just. So tell me, what is your verdict?" Clad in a flowing white robe, gleaming golden armor, and a featureless mask, Damien stepped out onto Void Island's highest summit. His calm authority crackled through the air, sending shivers through every god assembled. Zeus, usually the very symbol of divine composure, went pale, his form trembling. At his side, 4 members of the celestial clan instinctively backed away, their mastery of space-time travel at the ready. If things turned south, they could vanish in an instant, and few could hope to pursue them. When Judge Alatham's and the Eradicator's eyes met, they shared a silent accord and began to gather their power for a hasty teleport. The very fabric of space trembled around them, until glowing chains snaked through the air and wrapped themselves tighter than any prison could. "I was in the middle of negotiating with Eternity," came a cool, unhurried voice. "Why are you in such a hurry to die?" Damien had sensed the shift and turned just in time to see 4 towering Celestials, Judge Alatham, the Eradicator, and 2 other High Lords, struggling against those purple-bright shackles. In the very next instant, the chains flared with blinding radiance. Divine armor cracked and shattered, immortal flesh dissolved into ash before the horrified eyes of the Universe Presbyterian Church's dozen elders. To the elders, none of these gods had ever inspired true dread. After all, two of them were among the world's peak champions, and the other pair merely top-tier celestials. Yet Judge Alatham had always been considered a nearly insurmountable force. And now, in a single thought, Damien's reflexive defense had reduced all four to nothingness. It was a demonstration of power so absolute that even the Church's most seasoned veterans could scarcely believe it. It wasn't just difficult, it was practically impossible. No matter what the Celestial clan tried, they could do nothing against Gao Tianzun and the Enforcers. If this conflict dragged on, both sides would eventually bleed out and be forced into a truce. Still, strangely enough, the Celestials felt no real terror. At worst, they trembled. Thanks to Gao Tianzun's presence, they never faced the genuine threat of annihilation. When Eternal watched Kassadin erase the Celestials' immortal bodies in an instant and extinguish their souls with a single gesture, he understood exactly what was happening. This was the Lord of the Void demonstrating his power, making sure every onlooker knew exactly how hopeless resistance would be. Damien's voice was steady, almost detached. I have no authority to judge your forces, nor any intention of doing so. The only surprise for me was learning of your involvement in this matter just now. He paused, letting the weight of his next words hang in the void. Now that you know I will withdraw, consider this as if I'd never appeared. Our pact still stands. So long as you keep the multiverse from tearing itself apart, I won't interfere with anything you do. The Lord of the Void regarded him in silence. Damien took a careful step back, understanding exactly what his counterpart meant. If he refused to yield, the balance of every reality would shatter, and he might not survive the fallout. His only other option was to erase the power that Kassadin had unleashed. But he couldn't bring himself to do that. By preserving the Void cult the Lord of the Void had built, he kept alive the slim hope for mediation and peace talks. Yet if he did erase it, the Lord's inner multiverse would be left unchecked. There could be only one consequence. The Lord of the Void would unleash his full might. Even if no being could finally slay him, he would still lay waste to countless worlds. Damien bowed his head. Very well, I withdraw, on the condition that you honor our agreement. With that, he turned away, leaving the Lord of the Void to his silent dominion. Damien twisted his multiverse inside out and finally slipped into another one to save himself. After all, the Lord of the Void could descend upon his universe without a whisper, and nothing would stop him from doing the same across every reality. That dreadful truth would hold fast for all eternity. Why?